transcending into the world of Naruto, he found himself as a mere child of 4 or 5 years. Fortunately, as a traveler, he was endowed with a remarkable ability, the supreme theft system, which could replicate the powers of others. Right from the outset, he had managed to acquire the wood release technique of Hashirama Senju. If he could seize wood release, then the Sharingan, Rinnegan, Edo Tensei, and Sage Body were not beyond his reach. In a serendipitous encounter on the battlefield with Tsunade, he directly stole the First Hokage's wood release lineage, thus altering his fate in an instant. With such audacious maneuvers, even the legendary powers of the First Hokage seemed attainable. How far could the Sharingan and Rinnegan be? The ninja world was about to witness the most formidable of travelers, with the first episode already shattering preconceptions. Chapter 1. A hungry encounter and the First Hokage's wood release. On the border of the land of fire, the stench of death loomed like a putrid swamp, thick and oppressive. Lin Chen's consciousness drifted in the darkness, akin to a solitary boat on the verge of capsizing. Hunger seared through his stomach like a branding iron, consuming the last vestiges of his strength. Crouched beneath gnarled roots, his frail form nearly melded with the earth, with only the faintest breath indicating he was still alive. Days had passed since he had crossed over into the frail body of a child, devoid of food or water, surrounded solely by an endless forest and the dread of death. He was oblivious to his whereabouts and the reasons for his presence, having awakened to find himself transformed into a young boy of 3 or 4 years. Yet now, he felt on the brink of starvation in this forest. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a tremendous wave of energy erupted in the distance, akin to thunder rumbling across the land. After days of crawling through this forest, it was the first sound beyond the chirping of insects and birds that he had encountered, and it was a deafening explosion. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen's instinct to survive overwhelmed all else, pulling his battered body like an invisible thread. He crawled forward with every ounce of remaining strength, his nails scraping the earth, leaving shallow trails of blood. His vision blurred, and the world before him was reduced to flickering lights and colors. At last, he emerged from the thicket, a chaotic battlefield unfolding before his weary eyes. Broken shurikens, charred earth, and several lifeless bodies lay scattered. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, charred flesh, and earth. His instinct to survive drained his final reserves of energy, and as darkness engulfed him, Lin Chen lost consciousness, his frail body collapsing amidst the grass at the edge of the battlefield, the flicker of life within him as faint as a candle in the wind. Finally, the mission is over. These rock-hidden fools are as foul and stubborn as stones in a latrine, boomed a jovial male voice, shattering the battlefield silence. Jiraiya tossed his long white hair, reclining with his hands behind his head, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lord Jiraiya, please mind your language, Tsunade's companion, Shizen, softly cautioned, her face a portrait of exasperation. The golden-haired woman leading the group paid no heed to their banter. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her amber eyes sweeping across the ravaged battlefield, a lingering sense of irritation and sorrow clouding her features. Each time she beheld such a scene, the faces of her brother, Nawaki Senju, and her lover, Dan Kato, would uncontrollably flash before her eyes, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating her. Her chakra became erratic, a tangled mess of emotions. "Let's go. I need a drink back at the village," she urged impatiently, yearning to escape this stifling place. She had resolved to cease all missions upon returning to the village, even contemplating leaving Konoha altogether, distancing herself from war and responsibility. However, just as she turned to leave, her steps faltered. As a top-tier medical ninja, her perception of life force was far beyond the ordinary. On this land shrouded in death, she detected a faint yet pure spark of life, not far off in the grass, as if it could extinguish at any moment. "What's wrong, Tsunade?" Jiraiya noticed her sudden stillness. Tsunade remained silent, striding purposefully toward the source of her perception. She parted the tall grass, revealing a small, curled-up figure. It was a child, appearing no older than 4 or 5, with disheveled black hair matted with dirt and grass, a soiled face, cracked and pale lips, clad in tattered garments, and emaciated to the point of being skeletal, that he resembled an abandoned kitten, quietly lying there, indistinguishable from a corpse save for the barely perceptible rise and fall of his chest. Tsunade-sama, it's a child. Shizune gasped, rushing forward with concern etched across her face. Jiraiya's jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. A mysterious child appearing on the battlefield was no ordinary occurrence. He scanned the surroundings warily, attuned to any potential ambush. Yet Tsunade had already crouched down, her healer's instinct compelling her to reach out, probing the boy's neck for a pulse. It was faint, nearly non-existent. There's still hope. She battled internally, ultimately allowing her hands to emit a green glow, gently pressing them against the boy's frail chest. The healing technique. A pure and potent medical chakra, imbued with the Senju clan's innate vitality, surged like a warm torrent into Lin Chen's failing body. In the depths of endless darkness, Lin Chen's consciousness stirred slightly from the warmth. How comforting, how soothing. It felt like being enveloped in his mother's womb. Every parched cell greedily soaking up this life energy. He could see that moment. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice thundered in the depths of his mind. Detected a qualifying energy source. Supreme Theft System passively activated. Analyzing target. Analysis complete. Detected a stealable target. Tsunade Senju. Potential abilities. A. Talent. B. Medical ninjutsu. Expert. C. Dormant would release bloodline. Legacy of the First Hokage. Cold characters lined up in Lin Chen's mind. Even in his blurred consciousness, he instantly grasped the significance of this revelation. A golden opportunity, the hallmark of any traveler, the prospect of stealing abilities, and the target was Tsunade. Tsunade would release. Had I truly traversed into the world of Naruto? In an instant, his will to survive blazed like wildfire, consuming all thoughts. There was no time to hesitate, no energy to ponder the consequences. Would release. This was the power that the first Hokage wielded to quell chaos, a divine force surpassing even the tailed beasts. The third one, the would release bloodline, he silently roared within himself, summoning every ounce of strength for this command. Command confirmed. Initiating theft of dormant would release bloodline. In the next moment, a life force, ancient, gentle, and profound, surged upward through the green light, blending seamlessly with Lin Chen's very essence. It was not mere plunder, it felt like a return, as if this power was inherently his, merely being restored to its rightful owner. Every cell within him rejoiced, voraciously absorbing and merging with this energy. No rejection, no pain, only a sense of rebirth. The parched riverbed welcomed nourishing rain. The withered trees blossomed anew. Tsunade, absorbed in her healing, suddenly furrowed her brow. Sensing something amiss, the chakra emanating from within surged forth uncontrollably, akin to a deluge unleashed from a dam flooding the child's body. This child, in turn, resembled an unfathomable whirlpool, ravenously absorbing every bit of energy. Hey Tsunade, this kid. Jiraiya discerned the anomaly as well. The rapid depletion of chakra was far from that of merely treating an ordinary child. Yet, an even stranger phenomenon ensued. In the instant the theft was complete, a profound connection was forged between Lin Chen and Tsunade. Within his perception, the world before him transformed from a blur of light and shadow into something vividly clear. He saw within Tsunade's immense chakra, entwined with countless shades of gray and black, imbued with sorrow, guilt, and regret. Deep within that ocean of emotions, he glimpsed the figure of a smiling boy adorned with a forehead protector. It was Rope Tree. It was these emotions, akin to maggots burrowing in a bone, that rendered her formidable chakra chaotic, concealing beneath her resilient exterior a heart riddled with wounds. So, she was suffering so deeply within. Almost instinctively, Lin Chun summoned the revitalizing power of the newly acquired would release chakra coursing through him. A barely perceptible breath, reminiscent of tender sprouts breaking through the earth in early spring, emanated from his small frame. This aura bore no aggression, no hostility. It was akin to the gentlest breeze of spring, like the refreshing fragrance of flora after rainfall, softly and tenderly caressing. Tsunade's turbulent chakra buzzed. Tsunade's entire being trembled, her amber eyes widening in shock. The profound sorrow that had long resided in her heart, robbing her of sleep, driving her to seek solace in alcohol, and rendering her trembling at the sight of blood, was in this moment as if soothed by a warm hand. The chaotic chakra, driven to frenzy by emotion, miraculously calmed under the influence of this gentle aura, returning to a state of docility and fluidity. It was an unparalleled tranquility. What is this? Tsunade's voice quivered as she gazed incredulously at the unconscious boy in her palms, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion that shattered her previous understanding. Chapter 2. Undercurrents in Konoha. This is certainly not medical ninjutsu. Lord Jiraiya, do you sense it? This child is so young, yet there exists a chakra within him. Tsunade too felt that tranquil aura, her gaze widening in astonishment as she looked at Jiraiya. The gravity etched on Jiraiya's face was unprecedented. He could indeed feel it, the essence of that chakra, weak yet brimming with vitality. Though faint, its nature bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the First Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, preserved in his memories. Would release. This absurd thought flickered through his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Impossible, since the First Hokage would release had long been extinct. Konoha had conducted numerous experiments without success. How could it manifest in a child of unknown origin? Yet, how could he explain the incomprehensible scene before him? Tsunade's hands trembled more violently as she slowly raised one, gently brushing aside the tousled black hair from Lin Chen's forehead. Under the touch of that familiar yet foreign vitality, the boy's grimy face slowly merged in her mind with that of a youthful figure from her memories. Always trailing behind her, calling out, "Sister, sister." Is this Shoju? No, it cannot be. Yet the sensation, this intimate connection tied to the Senju bloodline, along with the power that soothed her very soul, caused Tsunade's eyes to well with tears, a single, searing droplet cascading down to land on Lin Chen's cheek. She did not weep for the boy's plight, but for her heart, long thought to be dead, which today felt a flicker of warmth once more. This is hope. The last hope of the Senju clan since the deaths of her father and younger brother. Tsunade, calm down. Jiraiya admonished gravely. This child's origins are too mysterious. We must ascertain the nature of his chakra. Silence. Tsunade snapped, her earlier fragility replaced by an undeniable ferocity, a wild determination to protect what she had just found. I will take him back to Konoha. She carefully cradled Lin Chen, her movements tender as if handling a priceless treasure. The boy's slight body felt weightless against her, and that comforting aura grew ever clearer. I must insist, Tsunade, you cannot act so impulsively. Have you considered the chaos that will ensue if you bring him back to the village? If Danzo and his associates discover, I do not care. Tsunade interrupted fiercely, clutching the child as if he were her entire world. He is a member of the Senju clan. The final two words were spoken softly, yet with unwavering conviction. Jiraiya gazed at her, mouth agape, yet ultimately swallowed back his words of persuasion. He understood that this 45-year-old child reminded Tsunade of the deceased Senju Shoju. He knew her well enough to realize that in this state, no one could sway her. He could only redirect his attention to the unconscious boy. His eyes filled with curiosity and trepidation. Who is this child? Why is he here? And what is the nature of the power within him, reminiscent of Wood Release? Tsunade's insistence on bringing him back to Konoha, could it herald an unpredictable upheaval for a village already rife with undercurrents? Tsunade turned to leave, cradling the frail boy, with Jiraiya and Shizen quickly following. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the trio, as Tsunade embraced this newfound hope, her gaze resolute. In the depths of Konoha, a cold dampness permeated the air, forever the prevailing tone of this place. The scent of disinfectants mingled with that of damp earth, while fine droplets of water seeped from the frigid stone walls, trickling down to form small puddles on the ground. This was the base of Root, a village's core forever untouched by sunlight. The flickering flames illuminated the bandaged profile of Shimura Danzo, half of his form cloaked in shadow, his exposed right eye sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing the Root ninjas kneeling before him. What is the progress of the First Hokage's cell experiments? His voice was hoarse and low, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The ninja below tensed further, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Report. Lord Danzo, the latest batch of subjects, over half have succumbed to the cellular erosion and perished. Currently, only 5 subjects remain alive, but their physical data is extremely unstable, and their compatibility with the First Hokage's cells remains uncertain. Danzo's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, the sound echoing sharply in the silence. Our supply of the First Hokage's cells is dwindling. At this, the ninja trembled subtly, hesitating briefly before daring to speak. Lord Danzo, might we obtain some cell samples from Lady Tsunade? After all, She is the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, and her cellular vitality far surpasses that of those collateral branches or test subjects. Foolish, Danzo's voice turned icy, like a blade tempered in frost. The kneeling ninja quaked in fear, hastily bowing his head. Tsunade is one of the legendary three, the last visible bloodline of the Senju clan. Neither Sarutobi nor the elders of the village would permit us to act against her. To do so would be to undermine the very foundation of Konoha. That is Sarutobi's bottom line. A shadowy glint flashed in Danzo's single eye. Tsunade's temperament was fierce. When pushed to extremes, she could resort to anything. Until absolute certainty was achieved, she must not be provoked. Yes, I understand my error. Continue the experiments. Danzo waved his hand, dismissing further discourse. At any cost, I must witness results. Konoha needs this power. Understood. The ninja, feeling as if granted a reprieve, vanished into the darkness. In the empty stone chamber, only Danzo remained. He slowly closed his eyes. The imposing figure of that man, along with the power of wood release that heralded a new era for the ninja world, surfacing in his mind. For the sake of Konoha, this power must be mine to command. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, warm sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the desk of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He held his beloved pipe, yet did not light it, allowing the aroma of the tobacco to linger in the air. The mountain of documents piled on his desk remained unread. His gaze drifted outside, beyond the bustling streets, towards the distant Hokage Rock. The resolute visage of the first Hokage appeared even more solemn under the sunlight. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. Tsunade, the little girl who had once trailed behind him like a princess, now weighed heavily on his heart. Since the deaths of Shoju and Dan, her once bright and confident amber eyes had been shrouded in a thick haze. Her hemophilia had worsened, to the point where she could scarcely perform the most basic medical duties. Sending her to the border was intended to provide her with a change of scenery. Yet the reports received only deepened his concern. Upon her return, a serious conversation was imperative. She could not continue in this manner. The Senju clan had only her left. She was not merely a medical ninja, but also one of the symbols of Konoha's spirit. Hiruzen finally lit his pipe, inhaling deeply and exhaling swirling smoke. Yet his worries remained unresolved. Unbeknownst to him, the Tsunade he was concerned about was currently on a path home, carrying with her a potential upheaval capable of reshaping the very fabric of Konoha. Chapter 3. Response. In the golden finger, the dappled light filtering through the trees raced past, shifting rapidly before the moving party. Lin Chen's consciousness was fully awakened amidst a gentle jolt. He did not immediately open his eyes, but instead exerted all his strength to sense his surroundings. His body felt light, cradled in someone's embrace. The aroma enveloping his senses was a delightful blend of herbs and a faint hint of alcohol, exuding a distinctly feminine charm. This embrace was warm and secure, a stark contrast to the despair he felt while waiting to die beneath the tree roots. The chakra within him, a life force originating from the essence of wood release, though feeble, flowed like a gentle stream through his withered meridians, gradually mending the deficiencies of his body. He could clearly perceive the vast chakra within the woman holding him, as boundless as the ocean, and beneath that chakra, a sorrowful fracture that still lingered, subdued yet present, touched by his own strength. It was Tsunade. Lin Chen slowly lifted his eyelids, his long eyelashes fluttering as they revealed a pair of clear, luminous eyes, sharp in contrast. He gently raised his head, and his gaze fell upon Tsunade's elegantly sculpted jawline and her tightly pressed lips. Her expression remained tense, but the unshakable irritation between her brows had significantly diminished. How soft! Indeed, the allure of the two-dimensional world was not deceiving. Tsunade's figure was astonishingly exquisite. Lin Chen, feeling the pressure of his surroundings, felt a pang of longing in his heart. As if sensing the movement of the person in her arms, Tsunade lowered her head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, her amber eyes brimmed with an indescribable tenderness and compassion. "You're awake?" She spoke softly, fearful of disturbing the precious treasure in her embrace. Lin Chen's eyes reflected a hint of confusion from his awakening and a timidness towards the unfamiliar environment. He blinked and parted his lips, uttering his first words in this new world. "Sister?" These two words struck Tsunade's heart like a precise incantation, causing her body to stiffen and her breath to momentarily halt. In his childhood, Rope Tree would always call her sister in that soft, dependent voice upon waking. Tsunade's eyes once again welled with tears, and she held the boy even tighter, her voice trembling with emotion. Yes, sister is here. Do you remember anything? Lin Chen's heart was as calm as water. He understood the necessity of playing his role well. He gazed at Tsunade with his innocent, pure eyes, conveying just the right amount of discomfort and pain. Many people fought with my father, and my mother took me away. Later, she told me to hide alone, and I hid for several days. I was so hungry that I had to come out to find food, he said, instinctively leaning further into Tsunade's warm embrace, appearing both shy and like a frightened young beast seeking refuge. This gesture further softened Tsunade's heart. She freed one hand to gently stroke the boy's disheveled black hair, her touch tender beyond measure. Sister, can you take me to find my parents? Lin Chen seized the opportunity while being petted and quickly voiced this request, as it was the most appropriate and necessary sentiment for a child who had lost his parents. Tsunade, having experienced countless wars, and Jiraiya instantly comprehended the gravity of Lin Chen's situation. His parents were pursued by ninjas to ensure the survival of his wife and child. His father chose to stay behind, while his mother later diverted the enemy to protect Lin Chen. Sister will take you to find your parents right now. I want to know who dares to harm the Senju clan, Tsunade thought, her heart twisted in anguish and anger at the boy's plight. Jiraiya suddenly felt a pang of guilt for having doubted this poor child who had likely just lost his parents. Tsunade, you take the child back to the village. I will search for his parents. After all this time, if they were alive, they would have returned for him by now, he said, stepping forward to take on the responsibility. Tsunade immediately understood Jiraiya's intentions. Indeed, so much time had passed that if the boy's parents were still alive, they should have already come looking for him, and he would not have had to venture out seeking food. She glanced down at the child, trembling slightly from anxiety. One of his parents must surely belong to their Senju clan, making it crucial to find them. However, bringing this child back to Konoha was equally important. Should anything happen during their search, Tsunade would never forgive herself. All right, you go search for the child's parents. I will take him back to the village, she said, lowering her head to Lin Chen with compassion. Don't worry, with sister here, no one will harm you again. Yes, little one, rest assured. I will find your parents and bring them to see you, Jiraiya reassured Lin Chen, putting on a smile he believed was kind. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Hinata was instantly flooded with maternal instincts. Little brother, don't worry. Lord Jiraiya is very capable and will definitely find your parents, she comforted while standing beside him. Little brother, what is your name? I am Chun, he replied. How old are you, little brother? I am 4 years old. Where is your home? Afterward, Lin Chen feigned fatigue to gently divert Hinata's inquisitive nature. It wasn't that he disliked conversing with her. He would never admit that he simply relished being in Tsunade's embrace. Nevertheless, he had successfully navigated the first hurdle. Resting on Tsunade's shoulder, Lin Chen finally had the time to examine his system's golden finger. Divine Theft System 34. Through this system, he could steal extraordinary attributes from others, including but not limited to bloodline limits, secret jutsu, innate talents, and special abilities. However, he could only steal one ability from one person at a time, and only when the other party was experiencing intense emotions. Currently, he had 4 available slots for theft. Aside from the wood release he had already acquired, 3 slots remained vacant. If all slots were full, he could replace an existing ability with a new one. Just like a game with 4 skill slots, Lin Chen mused. Although the prerequisite of emotional upheaval was somewhat limiting, being able to possess 4 additional abilities, directly acquired, was advantageous. However, he felt that 4 slots might not suffice. Suddenly, the system prompted, if you alter the world line of other characters in the Naruto universe, depending on the extent of the change, the host can earn rewards and even upgrade the system, increasing the number of theft slots. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement. So, the theft slots could indeed increase. Having already acquired wood release, if he could also steal the Sharingan, he would possess 2 of the strongest bloodline limits in the Naruto universe. Or perhaps directly steal the Rinnegan, Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God Technique, Dust Release, and more. Just the thought of it filled Lin Chen with hope for his future journey in the Naruto world. He wondered if he could steal the power of the tailed beasts. If, in the future, he had more skill slots and managed to acquire the powers of all 9 tailed beasts, would he then stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sage of 6 Paths? Or perhaps directly seize Kage's power? Lin Chen recalled the movie where the protagonists ventured to the moon and encountered a gigantic Rinnegan, even splitting the moon in half with a single strike. If he could acquire such powers, his future in this world would be nothing short of extraordinary. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Chun felt tears of joy welling up at the corners of his mouth as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in brilliant shades of orange and red. The towering gates of Konoha village came into view ahead. Leaning against Tsunade's shoulder, Lin Chun quietly gazed at the gate, fixated on the prominent emblem resembling a swirling flame. Konoha, here I come. Chapter 4. On the self-cultivation of actors, the fading rays of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue upon the statues of the Hokages atop Hokage Rock, as if silently narrating the village's glory and peace. Lin Chun leaned against Tsunade's soft shoulder, his clear eyes quietly surveying the familiar yet foreign village before him. The towering gate, bustling streets, lanterns hanging from eaves, and the enticing aroma of grilled meat and miso soup in the air, all seemed so tranquil and serene. However, beneath this calm surface, Lin Chun understood better than anyone the lurking undercurrents and sharp fangs. He realized that from the moment he stepped through this grand entrance, his life had become a drama without the possibility of retakes. The audience consisted of the world's most elite, cunning, and powerful ninjas. And he, a time traveler confined within the guise of a 4-year-old child, must portray the utmost innocence and dependence to secure a place for himself in this village. Tsunade-sama, you have returned. The two chunin guarding the gate exhibited surprise upon recognizing her, quickly straightening their posture and bowing respectfully. Their gaze inevitably fell upon the child in Tsunade's arms, filled with curiosity and confusion. Tsunade merely nodded slightly, her steps unwavering as she carried Lin Chun directly towards the village center. She was eager to reach the Hokage building, to find Master Sarutobi, and in the name of the Senju clan, to establish a legitimate identity for this child. However, the news of one of the legendary Sannin returning with an unknown child rippled through the village like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring invisible waves beneath the surface. Villagers and ninjas along the streets cast curious glances, whispering amongst themselves. Look, Tsunade-sama has brought back a child. Could this be Tsunade-sama's illegitimate son? You're talking nonsense. Tsunade-sama is the purest of them all. Do not insult Tsunade-sama. I challenge you to a duel. He is probably a child from the war. The world is too chaotic now. We're fortunate to live in Konoha. Indeed, Konoha is safe, thanks to Hokage-sama. Yes, Hokage-sama is the strongest. Lin Chun took all of this in, yet he only buried his small face deeper into Tsunade's embrace. As if filled with fear of the outside world, his tiny hands clutched her clothing tightly, perfectly embodying the role of a frightened child. As they turned a corner, approaching the main road leading to the Hokage building, Tsunade suddenly halted. The lively commotion around them was instantly stifled, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The air grew cold and stagnant in that moment. 3 figures emerged silently from the shadows, blocking their path, clad in uniform black attire and draped in grayish-white cloaks. Their faces concealed behind masks that revealed only their eyes. They exuded an aura devoid of any emotional fluctuation, their chakra repressed like stagnant water. Yet the chilling malevolence emanating from them was more suffocating than any killing intent. Root ninjas, Lin Chun's heart sank, yet his face remained blissfully ignorant. They had come swiftly, just as he had anticipated. Shimura Danzo, the shadow of Konoha, indeed dispatched his minions as soon as he caught a whiff of blood. Shizune stepped forward anxiously, positioning herself protectively behind Lin Chun and Tsunade, her expression rife with vigilance. Who are you? How dare you obstruct Tsunade-sama? The lead root ninja ignored Shizune's inquiry, his eyes, veiled beneath the mask, fixated coldly on Lin Chun in Tsunade's arms. Tsunade-sama, his voice emerged, dry and flat, devoid of any human inflection. This child's origins are unknown, and his aura is abnormal. According to Konoha's safety regulations, he must be immediately taken for examination and protection. Examination and protection? Tsunade laughed. Yet there was no warmth in that smile, only a chilling, bone-deep coldness. Her amber eyes narrowed dangerously, and a chakra far more terrifying than that unleashed on the battlefield erupted within her, like a volcano awakening. Boom. The stone-paved road beneath her shattered into a web of cracks, spreading outward at a visible pace. The powerful gust of wind sent nearby stalls tumbling, startling pedestrians into screams as they retreated, forming a massive perimeter in the distance. Do you think you, a pack of rats hiding in the shadows. Have the right to speak of examination? Each of Tsunade's words dripped with unrestrained malice and disdain. Get lost. The command reverberated like thunder. The terrifying pressure it carried causing the ground beneath the three root ninjas to sink slightly. Yet they remained as still as lifeless statues. The lead ninja continued in his monotonous tone. This is Danzo-sama's order. For the safety of Konoha, please cooperate. Any actions to harbor suspicious individuals will be deemed a potential threat to the village. Danzo. Tsunade's smile grew colder. Let him come and say that to me himself. You are not worthy. Before her words had faded, she tightened her grip around Lin Chun, her other hand forming a fist, gathering a terrifying chakra that warped the surrounding air. Her intent to kill was palpable. For her, this was no longer a mere procedural matter. It was Danzo's filthy hand reaching toward her last treasure. This was a grave sin, an affront to her very core. Yet, in that critical moment, a soft little hand gently tugged at the sleeve of her poised arm, trembling slightly. Sister, a tender voice, tinged with fear and dependence, resonated in Tsunade's ear. Tsunade's body trembled. The overwhelming intent to kill and rage was doused, as if splashed with ice water, freezing in place. She looked down sharply to meet Lin Chun's tear-filled, starkly contrasting eyes. The little one shivered in her embrace, his face pale, lips quivering as he mustered all his strength to utter a few words. Sister, I'm scared. Lin Chun silently praised his acting skills. He was certainly not afraid. From the moment these root ninjas appeared, his mind had been racing. Fight. That was not an option. Engaging with Root here, regardless of the outcome, would thrust him into the spotlight. Winning would mean Tsunade had harbored an unknown child, openly defying Konoha's dark forces. Losing would lead to him being taken to that dark base, becoming the next experiment. What he desired was not for Tsunade to carve a path for him with her fists, but for her to protect him under her wings as a sister, using the name of the Senju clan, ensuring that no one, not even the Hokage, could easily take him from her. His plea of sister, and I'm scared, was an arrow aimed at the softest corner of Tsunade's heart. It reminded her that the child in her arms was not a suspect requiring examination, but a brother who had just endured great trauma, relying on her as his sole support, who could feel fear and cry. Indeed, seeing Lin Chun in such a state, Tsunade's heart, on the verge of uncontrollable fury, felt as though gripped by a powerful hand, causing her to gasp in pain. Indeed, she had forgotten that the child in her arms was merely 4 years old, having just been pulled back from the brink of death. How could she allow him to witness such a gruesome and terrifying scene? Her earlier demeanor must have frightened him terribly. An overwhelming wave of guilt and heartache instantly subdued her raging fury. The formidable aura emanating from Tsunade, capable of obliterating the heavens and earth, receded like a tide. Taking a deep breath, she gently pressed Lin Chun's head against her chest, freeing one hand to softly pat his back, soothing him with the tenderest voice. Chun, do not fear. Your sister is here. Everything will be all right. I will not let anyone harm you. Her movements were remarkably gentle, her gaze filled with compassion, transforming her from the fierce warrior she had just been into a nurturing presence. Though she knew she should not indulge in fanciful thoughts at that moment, Lin Yi could not help but feel a surge of warmth within. Tsunade lifted her head, once again fixing her gaze upon the three root ninjas. Although the murderous intent in her eyes had diminished, it was replaced by an unwavering and resolute chill. Today, no one shall take him from me. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the street corner. If you wish to take him, you must first step over my corpse. You can relay my words verbatim to Danzo. The atmosphere became palpably tense in that instant, with neither the root ninjas nor Tsunade making a move. One side represented the unyielding command of the Hokage, while the other embodied the legendary Sannin's life and honor and protection. A storm capable of shaking the very foundation of Konoha had begun to brew. Chapter 5. The grand entrance of the third Hokage. The air at the street corner seemed to solidify into tangible ice, each bystander's breath cautious, fearful that even the slightest sound might detonate the bomb suspended above them. The three root ninjas stood like lifeless gravestones, their expressions concealed beneath their masks. But their absolute obedience to orders conveyed a formidable stance. They were the embodiment of Danzo's will, dark tendrils extending from the shadows, vowing not to relent until their goals were achieved. Though Tsunade had tempered her ferocity for the sake of the child in her arms, the depths of her amber eyes held a chilling resolve far more terrifying than her earlier fury. She resembled a lioness guarding her cub, her latent power poised to strike any enemy daring to approach. In the midst of this turmoil, Shizune, tensed and sweating, fixated on the adversaries, her chakra finely tuned and ready to assist her master in battle. At the center of this whirlwind, Lin Shun buried his face in Tsunade's warm, soft chest, clearly hearing the rapid beat of her heart, driven by a mix of anger and protectiveness. Thump, thump, thump. This sound was his most steadfast shield. Enough, a voice, low yet imbued with undeniable authority, reverberated through the stilled air, stirring it into motion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, draped in a ceremonial robe embroidered with the character for fire, approached slowly, flanked by a cadre of ANBU. His gaze swept over the scene, pausing momentarily on the three root ninjas, his brow furrowing slightly, before resting on Tsunade and Lin Shun. The leading root ninja stiffened for a moment before kneeling on one knee, bowing his head. Hokage-sama. When had Danzo's men acquired the audacity to openly obstruct a distinguished jonin on the main thoroughfare of the village? Hiruzen's tone remained even, devoid of emotion. Yet the implication of his inquiry tightened the kneeling ninja's posture. Reporting to Hokage-sama. We are acting under Danzo-sama's orders to conduct a routine inspection on this suspicious individual to ensure the safety of the village. Suspicious individual? Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, fully centering on Lin Shun. At an opportune moment, Lin Shun lifted his head, his eyes, still glistening with remnants of tears, peering timidly at Hiruzen before quickly burying his face back into Tsunade's embrace, clutching her tighter, embodying the image of a frightened child flawlessly. Feeling the tremors of the child in her arms, Tsunade's heart ached profoundly. She raised her head, defiantly meeting her teacher's gaze, her eyes still tinged with redness. Old man, he is not a suspicious individual. He is a member of the Senju clan. A member of the Senju clan? Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. He inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling a plume of white smoke, his expression morphing into one of complex contemplation. He understood Tsunade all too well. Ever since the deaths of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Kagami, she had not spoken of her clan. His gaze again settled on Lin Shun, this time scrutinizing him more closely. The child emanated a life force that felt strikingly familiar. Though faint, the warmth and vastness of it echoed the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This realization sent a jolt through Hiruzen's heart. Tsunade, we shall discuss this matter in the Hokage building. Hiruzen refrained from passing public judgment. Turning to the root ninja with a tone that brooked no argument, you may withdraw. Inform Danzo that I will handle this personally. Konoha is not a place for him to impose his so-called safety in such a manner. Yes, the root ninja hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to comply. The three figures dissolved into shadows, vanishing without a trace. With the Hokage's intervention, the storm momentarily subsided. Lin Shun leaned against Tsunade's shoulder, listening to the conversation between the Hokage and Tsunade, his mind racing with thoughts. It worked. The first and most crucial step was successful. He had exploited Tsunade's emotional vulnerability, leveraging her fixation on her brother to entwine himself with the Senju name. Following that, he had provoked the Hokage, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen into action. With the Hokage's personal involvement as a guarantee, Danzo could no longer use the pretext of inspecting suspicious individuals to target him openly. However, this did not signify safety. Those familiar with the Hokage understood that Danzo's insatiable greed for power had reached pathological levels. A child suspected to be a Senju descendant, potentially possessing the original Hokage's would-release abilities, was akin to a succulent morsel laid before him. In the shadows, those concealed eyes, hidden beneath layers of bandages, would undoubtedly fixate on him henceforth. The methods of the root were insidious and unpredictable. I require greater strength. I am too weak in this body, severely lacking. I possess the wood-release bloodline, yet I have nothing else. Not only can I not fight, but I struggle to protect myself. Lin Shun's gaze discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Tsunade, Hiruzen, Shizune, and the distant ANBU. Each of them was a walking treasury. Tsunade's incredible strength, her in-sealing, her medical ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mastery of 5 elemental chakra natures, and his renowned status as the strongest Hokage, though one might argue that the narrative had inflated his prowess. Given the later decline in strength of the Hokage, the divine theft system could only activate during moments of profound emotional upheaval in others. Tsunade's fury had presented an ideal opportunity earlier, yet he had been consumed by the act and strategy at that time. Nevertheless, opportunities abound. He required a flawless plan to surreptitiously acquire sufficient power to secure his position and even counterattack. In the dim, damp underground base. Bang! The recently departed root ninja knelt before Shimura Danzo, reporting all that had transpired. A member of the Senju clan? A flicker of intense interest and greed crossed Danzo's solitary eye. His bandaged fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, producing a muted sound. Indeed, Tsunade had publicly proclaimed such. Moreover, the third Hokage himself had intervened to safeguard that child. Sarutobi Danzo scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. He remained naively convinced of those ethereal ideals and emotions. Tsunade's sudden return to the village, solely for an obscure child, and her willingness to confront Root, even stirring the attention of Sarutobi himself, was exceedingly unusual. The Senju clan, aside from Tsunade, had long been extinguished, a widely acknowledged truth throughout the ninja world. The sudden emergence of this so-called clan member, so cherished by Tsunade, raised questions about the child's unique attributes. Danzo inquired. My subordinate, lacking the capability, could not perceive accurately from a distance. However, for Tsunade to exhibit such emotional turmoil, this child must be anything but ordinary. Huh. A cold smile curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. How intriguing. Could this child, whom Tsunade treasures, truly be a descendant of the Senju? A wild thought flickered in his mind. Convey the orders. Danzo's voice turned icy as he designated the child brought back by Tsunade as a top-tier surveillance target. I demand to know every move he makes, every word he utters, whom he interacts with, and even the number of bowls of rice he consumes daily. Everything must be meticulously documented. Yes, remember, only surveillance is permitted, no contact is allowed. Until all is clarified, do not startle the snake in the grass. Since Sarutobi has safeguarded him, he will surely keep a watchful eye. A serpent-like glint shone in Danzo's single eye. If this were true, then the last treasure left by the first Hokage must be secured within Root's grasp. Chapter 6. The Senju clan's ancestral grounds. After a series of negotiations in the Hokage's office, Tsunade ultimately succeeded in bringing Lin Chun with her. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched her retreating figure, ultimately refraining from further remarks, merely exhaling a long sigh. He provided Lin Chun with a temporary identification, stating, Chun, a war orphan, adopted by Tsunade. This was the utmost protection he could extend within the confines of the rules. Tsunade did not return to her long-abandoned apartment, but instead cradled Lin Chun as she traversed bustling streets, arriving at a vast, yet eerily quiet area. This was the former site of the Senju clan. Towering walls and an imposing gate stood before her. The clan emblem, though dust-laden, still hinted at its former grandeur. Tsunade pushed open the heavy, dust-covered door, creaking as if unveiling a sealed chapter of history. Before her lay a vast yet overgrown courtyard and a grand main residence, exuding an aura of antiquity and decay. The air was thick with the scent of dust and rotting wood. It had been far too long since anyone had resided here. From this day forth, this shall be your home. Tsunade's voice was somewhat hoarse as she gazed at her surroundings, her expression complex. This place held all her childhood joys, yet it also buried all her kin. Sister, what about my parents? Lin Chun, striving to embody a child bereft of family, had nearly exhausted himself in his performance. Though Tsunade's embrace was an exception, when your parents arrive, they will live here too. Tsunade, wishing to spare Lin Chun from further distress, reluctantly told a lie. Though deep down, she recognized that Lin Chun's parents were likely no longer among the living. She gently set Lin Chun down and began to roll up her sleeves, clumsily attempting to tidy up the house. She used her jutsu to disperse the dust, but ended up with a face covered in grime. She sought to arrange the bedding only to find it damp and moldy. The legendary Sannin, once a formidable presence on the battlefield, now appeared somewhat flustered. Lin Chun stood quietly to the side, observing. He watched as dust settled on Tsunade's face, as she grew frustrated searching for a clean cloth, and finally, as she surrendered, collapsing onto the porch, her expression a mixture of nostalgia, sorrow, and confusion. He then took his small, short legs and walked over to her, extending his dirty little hand to gently, albeit clumsily, wipe a smudge from her cheek. Tsunade jolted, looking down to meet Lin Chun's innocent eyes, untouched by dirt. Sister, don't be sad. The boy's voice was soft, imbued with a comforting warmth. Tsunade's eyes brimmed with tears once more, and she reached out, enveloping the boy tightly in her embrace. as if to merge him with her very essence. Lin Shan remained quietly held, his small face resting against her chest, where a depth of calm and calculation, far exceeding his years, was perfectly concealed in that moment. The second step had been achieved. From this day forth, I shall not only be your brother but also your soul family, your deepest bond in this world. I will become your strongest armor. Yet I must also serve as your most delicate vulnerability. Ah, it's so tight, I can barely breathe. In the end, the old Senju residence was barely cleared into a livable space through the efforts of Tsunade and Shizune, rather than a thorough cleaning. It felt more like brushing aside the dust of history to reveal a breathing corner. As night deepened, moonlight streamed through the broken window panes, casting mottled shadows on the worn tatami mats. Tsunade awoke once more from a nightmare, her forehead slick with cold sweat. In her dreams, she beheld the image of Rope Tree, felled in a pool of blood, an unreachable hand stained with crimson. That sense of powerlessness and despair had clung to her like a malignant scar for many years. Gasping for breath, she instinctively glanced to her side. A small figure curled within the blankets, blissfully asleep. Lin Shan seemed to sense her movement, turning in his dreams, his tiny hand unconsciously reaching out to rest gently upon her arm. A faint yet pure essence of life flowed silently along that small hand, soothing her frayed nerves, calming the turmoil within her soul. The familiar, suffocating panic in her chest gradually ebbed away, washed over by a gentle tide of tranquility. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. She gazed down at the serene visage illuminated by moonlight, and the tumult within her heart melted entirely under this silent comfort, leaving only softness and compassion. Carefully, she lay back down, cradling the boy's small hand in her palm, feeling the power that could soothe her spirit. And the moisture in her eyes could no longer be contained. She felt that this child was her salvation. She was even willing to believe that he was the reincarnation of Rope Tree, sent down to her after witnessing her pain and longing to continue accompanying her in this life. What Tsunade did not realize was that the sleeping boy beside her was, in fact, fully awake. Lin Shan kept his eyes closed, controlling his would-release chakra so delicately, in the gentlest, most imperceptible manner, soothing this woman tormented by her past. Although it was his first day in this home, he had already mastered the essence of his role as a brother. He would tiptoe to present a cup of freshly brewed tea to Tsunade while she tidied up. He would wrap his arms around her legs from behind as she stared blankly at the empty house, gazing up at her with the most innocent eyes. He endeavored to fill the void named Rope Tree within Tsunade's heart with everything a 4-year-old could offer. The effect was astonishing. Tsunade's long-frozen heart was visibly thawing at an astonishing pace. Her gaze towards him transformed from initial pity and hope to pure, unadulterated love and dependence. This feeling of being cherished and protected was unfamiliar yet precious to Lin Shan, who had been an orphan in his past life. However, Lin Shan was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely an illusion before the storm's arrival. To safeguard this peace, he would need to confront greater trials and acquire even more formidable strength. He, a pebble suddenly cast into the waters of Konoha, was on the verge of creating ripples that would reach the very center of the pond. Chapter 7. The Hokage summons. The morning sunlight filtered through the wildly growing branches in the Senju estate courtyard, casting fragmented yet warm patches of light on the corridor. The air was no longer laden solely with stale dust. It was now tinged with the scent of burnt rice. Ah, burn again. Tsunade's frustrated voice echoed from the kitchen, followed by the cacophony of pots and pans clattering. Lin Shan, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea, carefully approached the kitchen door with his short legs. There, the legendary Sannin was seen glaring at a blackened iron pot, her lovely face smeared with soot, her golden hair in disarray, resembling a frizzled cat. Sister, tea. Lin Shan offered the cup, gazing up at Tsunade with his clear, innocent eyes. Upon seeing him, her frustration dissipated instantly. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she accepted the cup, drank it in one go, then squatted down to gently scratch Lin Shan's small nose with her unsoiled fingers, her tone filled with exasperation and affection. Sigh, it's so hard to make you breakfast. Clearly, I lack the talent for it. What you make, sister, I love, Lin Shan replied, his words sweet enough to be cloying. Tsunade's heart melted instantly. And just as she was about to embrace him, a figure appeared unexpectedly in the courtyard, clad in umbu attire and wearing a white porcelain mask. The newcomer knelt on one knee, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence. Please proceed to the Hokage's office with Chun immediately. Here it comes. Lin Chun felt calm as still water within, though a hint of trepidation played across his features as he instinctively clutched Tsunade's hem. Tsunade's expression darkened immediately, the warm atmosphere evaporating. She shielded Lin Chun behind her, her amber eyes coldly fixed on the umbu. Understood. You may withdraw. Yes. The umbu vanished in a puff of smoke. Chun, don't be afraid. Tsunade lifted Lin Chun, rubbing her chin against his forehead, her voice softening once more. With your sister here, no one can bully you. We are going to meet that old man and solidify your identity. Lin Chun nodded obediently, gripping Tsunade's extended hand. Yet deep inside, clarity prevailed. He understood that this was far from a mere meeting. It was a banquet of fate, a courtroom, and the pivotal battle that would determine whether he could transition from being a ward to a legitimate citizen in Konoha. Once his identity as a member of the Senju clan was unveiled to the higher-ups of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, the lurking serpent deep within Konoha, would undoubtedly be impatient. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stifling. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, his iconic pipe tapping rhythmically against the surface, emitting a dull sound. To his left and right sat the two advisors, Kohor Udatane and Hamura Midokado, their expressions impassive, their gazes sharp, akin to two statues examining sacrificial offerings. The news of the Senju clan's outsider had shaken them profoundly. Currently, Tsunade was the sole remaining princess of the Senju clan, a title potent enough to deter other ninja villages from acting rashly. For the First Hokage, the founder of this village, was revered as the god of shinobi. The first and second Hokages had subdued the entire shinobi world, and the recently concluded Second Great Ninja War had seen this little princess and her companions dubbed the Legendary Three by the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, underscoring the Senju clan's remarkable prowess and talent. Thus, the child Tsunade claimed to have brought back, supposedly a member of the Senju clan, warranted serious consideration from all present. Except for a few elders and senior officials, the most unsettling presence was that of Danzo, lurking in the shadows. He appeared as he always did, wrapped in bandages, revealing only one emotionless eye, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of eternal ice. As Tsunade entered the office with Lin Chun in her arms, for pairs of eyes fixated on them. Those were not the gazes one would offer a child. They were scrutinizing, evaluative, probing, replete with an unmasked sense of oppression. Lin Chun immediately immersed himself in his role, shrinking slightly and burrowing into Tsunade's embrace, revealing only his large, contrastingly bright eyes as he surveyed the scene in terror. The cast was assembled, and the drama was about to unfold. Lin Chun smirked internally, sensing Tsunade's body tense with barely contained anger, even hearing her heart racing. What does this mean, Hiruzen-sensei? Tsunade's voice broke the silence, laced with suppressed fury. Tsunade, calm down. Hiruzen raised his head, his gaze briefly resting on Lin Chun. His expression complex. We have summoned you today to formally confirm Chun's identity. This pertains to the continuation of the Senju clan and the village's regulations, necessitating caution. Caution? Tsunade scoffed, prepared to lash out. The Hokage is correct. Caution is paramount, a cold, dry voice interjected. Danzo emerged from the shadows, his single eye locking onto Lin Chun like a hawk on its prey. You, Tsunade, have declared this child to be of the Senju clan based solely on your word, even confronting the root in the streets for him. This is inherently suspicious. In a time of turmoil within the shinobi world, with spies infiltrating every corner, who can guarantee that this child is not a weapon sent by a foreign nation, disguised by extraordinary means? For the safety of Konoha, I believe this child must be handed over to Root for the most thorough and stringent bloodline testing and capability assessment. How dare you? Tsunade could no longer contain her fury, slamming her palm onto the sturdy wooden desk. Cracks spiderwebbed from the point of impact. Danzo, I warn you, retract your vile notions. Chun is my brother, of the Senju bloodline. If you wish to harm him, you must first step over my dead body. A surge of violent chakra erupted from her, sending scrolls fluttering throughout the room. The atmosphere in the office became palpably tense. Koharu and Hamura furrowed their brows, evidently displeased with Tsunade's explosive temper. Hiruzen's countenance darkened significantly, ready to chastise her. However, at that moment, a small hand gently tugged at Tsunade's arm, which was straining with rage. Sister, a tender voice, laced with a quiver yet striving for composure, broke through. Everyone's actions came to a halt. Tsunade's towering fury seemed to be forcefully quelled by an invisible sedative. Lowering her head, she beheld Lin Chun, whose pale face gazed up at her, his large eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet stubbornly refusing to let them fall. Lin Chun released Tsunade's arm and stepped out from behind her. In the vast office, his small frame appeared remarkably fragile, yet he stood tall. Turning towards Sarutobi Hiruzen at the head of the room. "Everyone, please refrain from arguing." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "I am willing to undergo the test." Tsunade trembled violently, exclaiming, "Chun, no." Lin Chun turned back, offering Tsunade a smile that was more grotesque than tears, as the tears finally streamed down his cheeks. "Sister, I don't want to make things difficult for you." His extraordinary calmness, maturity, and sense of injustice struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the child, and the authority and scrutiny in his gaze subtly transformed into a hint of approval and compassion. Even the perpetually stoic faces of Tsurugi Kamaki and Mido Gate Flame showed signs of disturbance. Even Shimura Danzo's single eye flickered with a glimmer of astonishment. He had anticipated Tsunade's outburst and Hiruzen's attempts at placation, yet he had never expected this 4-year-old, whom he regarded as a mere pawn, to leap from the chessboard and outmaneuver him in such a manner. He had aimed to highlight his own concern for the village through Tsunade's emotional display, but now, Lin Chun's strategic retreat cast him as a ruthless villain, preying on the weak. "Old dog, you wish to use me to attack Tsunade and pressure the Hokage? You are still too naive." Lin Chun felt an inner tranquility. Sometimes, public opinion and sympathy wield more power than fists. The initiative now lay in my hands. "Good. Good child." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, casting a disapproving glance at Danzo. "Danzo, did you hear that? The child is willing to cooperate. There is no need for the roots examination. We shall conduct the test here, in the most standard manner." Danzo's lips twitched, but he ultimately forced out a single word from his throat. "Yes." He knew he had lost the opportunity to take the child away at the most opportune moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to the umbu behind him. Soon, a special test paper for examining chakra attributes was presented before Lin Chun. Chapter 8. The reappearance of a miracle. The air in the Hokage's office became utterly still, charged with the presence of the small piece of chakra test paper. Lin Chun's tiny hand gently grasped the special sheet in front of a captivated audience. The paper was thin, cool to the touch, exuding a fragrant aroma reminiscent of plants. "Child, simply infuse your chakra into it slowly." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice softened considerably, imbued with a barely perceptible guidance and reassurance. Tsunade's heart raced to her throat, her tightly clenched fists turning white, her amber eyes filled with tension. More than anyone else, she wished for Lin Chun to be a member of the Senju clan. Yet she understood that bloodline was not determined by mere hope. If the test results were unfavorable, she could not fathom how to face Danzo's triumphant smirk, nor how to protect this brother she cherished like a precious gem. Danzo's single eye narrowed, revealing a chilling certainty deep within. He did not believe in coincidence. With the Senju clan in decline, how could a pure-blooded descendant suddenly emerge? This was likely a product of Tsunade's excessive longing for her family, a misjudgment wrought by her emotions. Once the test results were revealed, this child would become the perfect bargaining chip for him to pressure Hiruzen and undermine Tsunade's influence. Lin Chun lowered his head, his long eyelashes concealing all emotions in his eyes. Inside, however, his heart was as tranquil as a placid lake. A test? This was hardly a mere test. It was a meticulously prepared coronation ceremony, staged before the upper echelons of Konoha. He controlled a strand of pure wood-release chakra, manipulating it with a finesse finer than a hair, cautiously infusing it into the paper like the gentle thaw of a stream in early spring. Not too fast, not too forceful. It must be just right, showcasing a prodigious child, blissfully unaware of his own power, instinctively drawing upon the strength of his bloodline amidst his anxiety and fear. Lin Chun knew that he possessed no chakra within him. If he attempted to test it directly, nothing would emerge. At this moment, he could only rely on the system. His performance needed to be deeply ingrained. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed. The paper showed no signs of change. Tsunade's breath nearly halted, her complexion drained of color. Danzo's mouth began to curve upward uncontrollably. Tsurugi Kamaki and Mido Gate Flame exchanged glances, their skepticism growing ever stronger. However, in the next breath, an unexpected transformation occurred. The seemingly unremarkable chakra test paper, held delicately between Lin Chen's fingers, did not behave as anticipated. It did not become damp, crumple, ignite, or tear. Instead, from its center, a vibrant green emerged at a visible speed. That hint of green was so alive, so pure, as if it encapsulated the very essence of the forest's vitality. Following this, the green burst forth, morphing into a slender, dripping green sprout, unfurling two tiny, downy leaves towards the office's light. A grand, overwhelming, warm yet commanding life force surged forth from the tiny sprout, sweeping through the entire room. This aura caused the potted plants in the corner to grow at a frenzied pace, purified the dust in the air, and made every individual present feel as though every cell in their bodies was rejoicing. This was no longer a mere bloodline test. It was the resurgence of a miracle, a unique legend belonging solely to the god of ninjas. Clatter. The pipe that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been holding fell from his mouth, landing on the desk and scattering hot ash, yet he remained oblivious. He muttered to himself in a daze, his voice trembling as if caught in a dream. This aura cannot be mistaken. It is Lord Hashirama, the man who founded this village. The first Hokage who smiled and said that as long as there are leaves dancing, the fire will burn. Senju Hashirama. Impossible. A suppressed exclamation escaped from Danzo's throat. For the first time, his perpetually stoic face cracked. The eye exposed to the world widened in disbelief, filled not with scrutiny or calculation, but with an overwhelming astonishment and an almost palpable flame of greed. First Hokage's cells. The power he had spent a lifetime studying and attempting to master, sacrificing countless lives in the process. Today, it manifested in such a perfect and pure form within a 4-year-old child. Tsurugi Kamaki and Mito Gate Flame, the two advisors, stepped forward in shock, their expressions mirroring each other's astonishment and awe. Their gazes towards Lin Chen transformed entirely. What had once been an examination of an object now became the reverence for a treasure that could alter the very landscape of the ninja world. Chen. Tsunade gazed at the sprout, then at Lin Chen's face, which had turned pale from exertion. Tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. These were not tears of sorrow. They were tears of ecstasy, pride, and a long-suppressed sense of injustice and longing that had found its release at this very moment. She tightly embraced Lin Chen, as though she wished to infuse this precious treasure, once lost and now regained, into her very being. "My dear brother," she cried, her voice choked with emotion, yet unable to suppress her joyous laughter, which resonated with unrestrained delight and a sense of triumphant release. She lifted her tear-streaked, yet radiant face, casting a sharp, piercing gaze that swept across the room, ultimately fixing upon the contorted visage of Danzo. "Danzo, what words do you have left to utter?" Tsunade's voice echoed throughout the office, imbued with undeniable authority and dominance. "Open your eyes and see clearly. My brother is the very bloodline of the Senju clan." Danzo's throat constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. The truth lay bare before them, and any attempt at rebuttal seemed futile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally emerging from his stupor of shock, inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and regarded Lin Chen with an unprecedented softness and affection. He took the Hokage's seal and pressed it heavily onto a pristine document. "From this day forth, this child is officially recorded in the Konoha archives, bearing the name Senju Chun. He is a descendant of the first Hokage, the heir of Konoha's heroes, entitled to the highest level of protection and privilege." The Elder Council, in that moment, also voiced their agreement, asserting that this child must receive the utmost protection. Any malice directed towards him henceforth would be deemed a blatant provocation against Konoha. Lin Chen leaned into Tsunade's warm embrace, listening to the words around him, his heart tranquil as ever. This crucial step had culminated perfectly. He had not only acquired the official identity of Senju Chun, but had also revealed the greatest secret of wood release in the most legitimate and shocking manner to all. From this point forward, he would be a living miracle, the rightful prince of Konoha. Tsunade's protection and the Hokage's guardianship would serve as his most formidable armor. Meanwhile, within the underground base of Root, Danzo returned to his cold stone seat, slamming his fist against the armrest, causing the hard rock to crack under the force. "Senju Chun and wood release," he muttered, repeatedly savoring the name, his single eye swirling with a storm of jealousy and fervor. To obtain such power, he had subjected himself to inhumane experiments, enduring immense pain and rejection, only to acquire a mere shadow of the first Hokage's legacy. Yet that little brat, that 4-year-old child, was born with it. So pure, so perfect. This was an injustice from the heavens. A root ninja silently knelt before him. Lord Danzo, the supply of First Hokage cells is dwindling, and the latest experimental subjects have mostly failed due to rejection. Only one has survived. Failure upon failure. Danzo's voice was hoarse and terrifying. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. As the madness in his eyes gradually gave way to a deeper calm. Since he could not obtain it through experiments, why not acquire it directly from the source? A living, breathing vessel with a perfect would-release bloodline. If he could control it, guide and educate it correctly, it would become the sharpest blade in his hand. His ultimate trump card for unifying the ninja world and achieving his vision of peace. Send out the orders. Danzo's voice returned to its usual icy demeanor. Yet beneath that frost lay a desire potent enough to freeze souls. The surveillance level on Senju-chun was to be elevated to a decree of divine judgment. I want to know every fluctuation in his breathing, every rhythm of his heartbeat. Sarutobi and Tsunade, do you think this will protect him? Huh, you do not understand. A true treasure must be kept in the most secure box to attain eternity. And I am the craftsman capable of forging the most robust box. For Konoha. His voice echoed hauntingly within the dim confines of the base. Chapter 9. The dust settles. The suffocating atmosphere in the Hokage's office dissipated completely the moment Tsunade and Lin-chan stepped through the doorway. On their journey back to the Senju estate, Tsunade remained silent, her grip on Chin's hand tightening, as if she feared this cherished treasure would evaporate like smoke. Her steps were light, her entire demeanor radiating an unprecedented sense of uplift and joy. It was only when she pushed open the heavy door adorned with the Senju clan's insignia, sealing off the external clamor, that Tsunade exhaled a long, deep sigh. Releasing years of pent-up frustration and sorrow, she led Lin-chan to the corridor, then crouched down, her amber eyes, now strikingly bright, fixated upon him without blinking. After a prolonged gaze, she gently caressed Lin-chan's cheek with her fingertips, her voice trembling with a hint of fear she herself had not recognized. "Chun, it's all over. No one will dare question your identity again, nor will anyone bully you." Lin-chan nestled closer into her embrace, rubbing his small face against her, responding in a soft, tender voice. "Mem, I believe in you, sister." He was acutely aware that this was not an end, but rather a beginning. A storm that would sweep through Konoha and the entire ninja world had only just begun, and he stood at the eye of that storm. Danzo, that old dog, was likely furious enough to dismantle his own base. Yet, the more frantic he became, the hotter his greed burned. A living, perfect heir to the wood-release bloodline was a temptation greater than any forbidden jutsu scroll for him. Lin-chan smirked internally while maintaining an outward appearance of innocent dependency. Moreover, the names Uchiha and Senju had been entwined in conflict since the Warring States period. Now, with the sudden emergence of a Senju prince, how would the proud Uchiha clan leader react? Would it be with trepidation, an attempt to ally, or outright hostility? Names and factions flashed rapidly through his mind, weaving into a complex web fraught with peril. And he stood at the center of that web, to avoid being ensnared and to safeguard this hard-won warmth. He must possess the strength to overturn the chessboard. The wood-release bloodline was his ticket in, his talisman, but it was by no means his destination. The system was his greatest trump card. "Sister, I'm a bit tired and want to sleep." Lin-chan yawned, rubbing his eyes, perfectly embodying the image of a weary child. All right, I'll take you to bed." Tsunade's heart melted at the sight, and she quickly scooped him up, hurrying toward the neatly organized bedroom where silence reigned. She settled Lin-chan comfortably, tucking him in, and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead before reluctantly stepping back. The room fell into stillness. Lin-chan's closed eyes slowly opened. In those depths, there was not a trace of childlike weariness or innocence left. Only a profound calmness and sharpness, as deep as the night sky. His first step, the refinement of chakra. In the Hokage's office, he had been able to nurture a sprout, relying on the system's direct activation of his wood-release bloodline, which was not a manifestation of his own power. Now, he felt like a wealthy man sitting atop a mountain of gold, yet unaware of where the key lay. Lin-chan, or rather, from now on, Senju-chan, began to contemplate the path ahead, firmly establishing his place in the village of Konoha. With the identity of the Senju clan, he believed that as long as he did not bring about his own demise, he could lead a life of ease and indulgence. However, since fate had brought him here, he felt compelled to achieve something significant. Otherwise, the experience of traversing worlds and the presence of his system would have been in vain. Gaining power and becoming formidable was his foremost objective. Those familiar with the story of Naruto understand that in later episodes, entire villages and nations could be annihilated at a moment's notice. Without strength, survival was impossible. Only with immense power could he ensure a better existence and protect Tsunade, safeguarding this hard-won bond of kinship. At present, he possessed only the wood-release bloodline, yet its application required further exploration. Of course, he was currently in the clan territory of the Senju, and he felt it was essential to examine the legacies left by his nominal grandfather and granduncle, the first and second Hokage. The wood-release techniques of the first Hokage were undoubtedly worth mastering, and the second, known as the Master of Forbidden Techniques, possessed many jutsu that piqued his interest. Nevertheless, the path must be taken step by step. Refining chakra was the initial step to becoming a ninja, and the most fundamental one at that. Starting tomorrow, he needed to devise a way for Tsunade to teach him the chakra refining method. He could not wait until he arrived at the Ninja Academy to learn. He understood the principle of moving quickly to stay ahead. Just as Lin Shen had anticipated, the announcement of a new member joining the Senju clan swept through Konoha like a Category 12 hurricane, engulfing every corner of the village within a mere half-day. On the streets, in tea houses, and beside training grounds, whispers abounded among villagers and ninjas alike. Have you heard? That child brought back by Lady Tsunade is genuinely a Senju. Not just that, it is said that in front of Lord Hokage, he demonstrated the wood release, making a piece of paper sprout. Heavens! Wood release. Isn't that the power of the first Hokage? Konoha is rising again. Is that child truly not Tsunade's illegitimate son? Nonsense. Princess Tsunade is the purest of them all. It's you again. You shall not insult Princess Tsunade. I challenge you to a duel. Excitement, fervor, and a sense of pride spread among the ordinary villagers. To them, the first Hokage was a legend, a guardian deity. The resurgence of his power signified the continuation of peace and stability. However, among the true power-holding families in Konoha, this news stirred a different kind of turbulence. In the Hyuga clan's main residence, the atmosphere was solemn. Hyuga Hisashi sat in the main seat, his face as calm as ever. Yet, the elders below wore expressions of shock and engaged in fervent discussions. Clan leader, this matter is of great significance. The power of the Senju clan should not resurface at this time. Indeed, a child with wood release, his very existence could disrupt the current balance within the village. Hyuga Hisashi raised his hand to silence the elders, his pure white eyes, which seemed to perceive all, gazing toward the Hokage rock. His voice was calm, yet held an undeniable authority. Issue a decree. The Hyuga clan shall observe the developments. Until we receive new instructions from the Hokage, no one is to privately approach Senju-chan, nor display any hostility. He paused, adding, furthermore, send someone to closely monitor the movements of the Uchiha. To the Hyuga, a controllable miracle was far safer than an uncontrollable Uchiha. On the other side of Konoha, in the Uchiha clan's territory, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the dimly lit conference room, his face ashen. Before him were the core leaders of the Uchiha clan, each face marked by gloom and resentment. The mention of the Senju's wood release made Fugaku's fingers dig into the tatami, creating deep imprints. What a splendid Sarutobi. What a remarkable Tsunade. Are they trying to show us up? An impassioned elder slammed the table and roared, clan leader. This is clearly Sarutobi's scheme. He cannot suppress us Uchiha. So he fabricates a so-called Senju descendant, using the name of the first Hokage to undermine us. That wood release could very well be an illusion. Silence. Fugaku coldly interjected. In the Hokage's office, in front of the Hokage and the two advisors, who could be deceived by such tricks? That child is likely genuine. The reality of it made the chill in the air even sharper. The Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan and as founding heroes of Konoha, were now excluded from the core of power, relegated to the police force. Meanwhile, the Senju, though diminished, had once again stepped into the limelight, basking in the admiration and awe of all due to a mere 4-year-old child and an ethereal bloodline. Why is it that we Uchiha should fear a mere 4 or 5-year-old child? Clan leader, that is the wood release of the first Hokage, an elder, who had lived through the era of the first and second Hokage, said with trepidation. mentioning the first Hokage softened Fugaku's previously resolute demeanor. And he reluctantly turned to the others, instructing, "Have our clan members investigate this child, especially to confirm the authenticity of the wood release." However, no extreme actions are to be taken. The entire village of Konoha is watching this child. Yes, clan leader. Chapter 10. Chakra Refinement Technique. The mornings at the Senju residence always exuded a serene tranquility, washed free of extravagance. Sunlight streamed through the ancient wooden lattice windows, casting mottled shadows on the tatami mats, while the air was infused with the fragrance of the garden's flora. This tranquility, however, was shattered over the past 2 days by a soft, insistent voice. Sister, please teach me. I want to be a powerful ninja like you." Senju Chin clung to Tsunade's arm like a needy kitten, gazing up at her with eyes as clear as crystal, his little face nuzzling against her. His skills in coaxing already well honed. Tsunade leaned against a pillar, holding a jug of sake, her expression a mix of exasperation and affection. She had hoped to allow Chun to enjoy a carefree childhood, as far removed from the bloodshed of the ninja world as possible. Yet, for the past 2 days, this little rascal had persistently worn her down, using every charm at his disposal, making her heart, softened by her brother's return, utterly incapable of hardening. "You are only 4 years old. Refining chakra is too early and burdensome for your body," she attempted to reason with him. "But I want to protect you, sister," Chin's voice softened, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, where a fleeting glimmer of determination shone through. "Everyone says you are amazing, the legendary Sannin. But even the mightiest need protection sometimes, just like how you protect me. I want to protect you too." Those words struck Tsunade like a hammer, hitting the tenderest spot in her heart. Protection. She had failed to safeguard Rope Tree, failed to protect Dan. This pain was something she could never let go. But now, this brother, whom she had thought lost forever, this child who bore all her hopes, was expressing a desire to protect her with the most innocent of voices. Sighing deeply, Tsunade set down the jug and pulled Chun into her embrace, nuzzling her chin against his soft hair, her voice imbued with an unshakable tenderness. "I truly have no way to refuse you. Very well, I will teach you. But you must promise to practice for only a short while each day, and not to overexert yourself, do you understand? And you must swear to me, under no circumstances are you to engage in combat, understood? I will listen to you." "Sister." Chin nodded vigorously, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Deep within, however, he calmly assessed, "This works. Using the excuse of protecting my sister is entirely reasonable. It satisfies my desire to learn while deepening our emotional bond. Truly a twofold victory." Tsunade's teaching was meticulous. She deconstructed the theory into terms that were easily comprehensible, personally demonstrating to Chins how to extract energy from both body and spirit. For Senju Chun, this process posed no challenge. Endowed with a perfect would-release bloodline activated by the system, his body possessed an innate affinity for chakra. Yet, he could not reveal this. With his eyes tightly shut, his small face flushed a deep red, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his brows furrowed in concentration. He perfectly embodied all the clumsiness and struggles of a novice. "No, I can't feel it. Sister, I'm so tired," he exclaimed repeatedly after each failure. Yet he stubbornly attempted again under Tsunade's encouraging gaze. At last, after a whole morning of effort, as Tsunade began to worry about his physical endurance, a slender wisp of blue energy, so fine it was almost invisible, trembled forth from Chin's fingertips. "I did it. Sister, look. I've succeeded." Exhausted, he collapsed into Tsunade's embrace, his face radiant with pure and immense joy. "Good boy, my Chun is the best." Tsunade held him tightly, her heart swelling with pride and joy. A few days later, a disheveled figure with flowing white hair returned to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya's demeanor had shifted from his usual lightheartedness to one of gravity. "Lord Sarutobi." I followed the directions given by that child and searched the forest inside and out 3 times. I found no signs of a struggle, no blood, not even a trace of an adult's chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed even deeper. "Nothing at all." "No, there is something," Jiraiya replied. "I discovered a small, cleverly constructed shelter and some traps for catching small animals. All the evidence points to one conclusion. That child named Senju Chun seems to have lived alone in the forest for several days." The atmosphere in the office suddenly grew heavy. A 4-year-old child surviving alone in a perilous forest? This was absurd. Their methods are quite sophisticated. Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice low. To abduct or kill a pair of Senju clan members without a trace, leaving only a child as a diversion. This hidden enemy has grand ambitions. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. The Senju clan is the foundation of Konoha. Any conspiracy against them is a provocation to the entire village. I will visit Tsunade and see that child. Perhaps I can glean some information from him, Jiraiya stated. When Jiraiya brazenly entered the Senju residence, he was greeted by the tender sight of Tsunade gently wiping Chin's face. He whistled playfully, teasing, "Hey, Tsunade. Who would have thought this violent woman could show such a gentle side? Get lost." Tsunade retorted without looking back, though her tone lacked malice. Jiraiya chuckled and crouched down to look at Senju Chun, putting on what he believed to be a kindly smile. "You must be little Chun, right? I'm Jiraiya, a close friend of your sister." Chun blinked, displaying a mixture of shyness and curiosity, and softly asked, "Uncle, I remember you. Have you found my mom and dad?" "Not yet, but don't worry. Your uncle will do his best, and I believe you'll see them soon," Jiraiya comforted. "Thank you, uncle." Chin's eyes dimmed again upon hearing that his parents had not been found. "They haven't been located?" Tsunade inquired. "No signs at all. Their methods are highly skilled," Jiraiya replied gravely. He then cleared his throat to shift the conversation. "Little Chun, I would like to ask you a few questions about your parents. Do you remember their names?" Tsunade immediately shielded Chun in her embrace, watching Jiraiya warily. "Jiraiya, don't frighten him. I'm merely seeking some clues, Tsunade. No news can be good news. Perhaps your parents are merely delayed by some circumstances and are still alive," he reassured Chun in the gentlest tone possible. Senju Chun peeked out from Tsunade's arms, seemingly captivated by the notion of them still being alive. Jiraiya continued, "Can you tell me what your father's name is?" Chun tilted his head thoughtfully, pondering for a long time before shaking it in confusion. "Dad is just called Dad." Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he had struck a soft surface with his inquiry. "Are there any distinctive traits? For instance, their appearance or favorite colors?" This time, Chin's eyes brightened, as if lost in a sweet memory. He spoke in a slightly reverent tone. "Mom has a pair of beautiful eyes, bright like the stars in the sky, and they're red. Inside, there are strange black little tomo spinning." This was something Chun had long planned. He would undoubtedly seek to obtain the Sharingan in the future. However, that pair of eyes was far too conspicuous to hide. The bloodline inheritance was undoubtedly the most acceptable explanation. The union of Senju and Uchiha. Who could fear such a combination? Before he could finish, Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions changed simultaneously. Jiraiya stood up abruptly, shock evident on his face. "Red eyes? Black tomo. Those are the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." This thought struck Jiraiya like thunder, but he quickly dismissed it. A union between Senju and Uchiha? How could that be possible? After so many years since the Warring States period, the two clans had grown as distant as strangers, not to mention the current state of the Uchiha being marginalized. Observing their stunned expressions, Chin displayed a hint of fear for having misspoken, lowering his head and softly sobbing. "Did I say something wrong, sister? I miss Mom." "No, Chun. You did not say anything wrong." Tsunade's heart tightened instantly. She ceased to think of the Sharingan and felt only the heartbreak of her brother's longing for his parents. She held him tightly, using her warmth to comfort him, resting her chin on the top of his head, whispering soothingly, "It's all right, Chun, don't cry. From now on, I will be your family. I will always be with you." In their embrace, Tsunade's ample form was pressed and reshaped, her breathtaking curves perfectly displayed before Jiraiya's eyes. With a sudden rush, blood uncontrollably surged from Jiraiya's nostrils. He froze, his mind momentarily overwhelmed by shock and confusion regarding the Uchiha, replaced by a more primal and burning emotion. At that very moment, within Senju Chin's mind, a cold system notification echoed. Ding. Detected severe emotional fluctuations from target individual Jiraiya. Meeting stealing conditions. The list of abilities available for theft is as follows. A. Summoning technique. Frog, contract summoning. B. Advanced chakra refinement technique. Talent. C. Ninjutsu. Needle Earth God, A-class defensive ninjutsu, leaning against Tsunade's warm and fragrant embrace. Feeling her heartbeat and warmth, Chin suddenly heard the system's notification. Wait, this is Jiraiya's skill set. The summoning technique was too premature, and the Needle Earth God was too conspicuous. Only option B was what he needed most at that moment. It was the foundation, the key that would allow him to fully utilize the wood-release bloodline. Without hesitation, he commanded in his heart, select B. Theft successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent. Advanced Chakra Refinement Technique. A wave of warmth instantly coursed through his entire being, as if every cell within his body had been reawakened. Senju Chun could distinctly perceive that his awareness and control over chakra had surged to an unprecedented level. If previously he was akin to an infant taking his first steps, now he had transformed into a sprightly youth capable of running and jumping. However, new challenges loomed ahead. The talent had been bestowed upon him, yet how could he rationalize this gift? He pondered calmly. A 4-year-old child with a chakra refinement efficiency surpassing that of a jonin? This was no longer mere genius, but an outright monstrosity. Tsunade might choose to believe him out of familial affection, but what of Hiruzen Sarutobi? Especially that old dog Danzo. He would undoubtedly consider him a mere guinea pig for dissection and experimentation. He needed an opportunity, an occasion that would allow him to demonstrate remarkable growth in a short span of time, one that would make everyone acknowledge him as a prodigy. In the deepest, coldest underground of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo rose to his feet and paced before a row of containers submerged in green nutrient liquid, gazing upon the twisted, failed experimental subjects within. His voice echoed as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Flowers in a greenhouse could never unleash the most potent of powers. True treasures must be honed through blood and fire. He turned, issuing orders to the kneeling root ninjas. Initiate the cleanup plan. Create a disturbance outside the village, drawing away some attention. Then, arrange for an accident. The corners of Danzo's mouth curled into a cruel smile. He wished to witness firsthand the brilliance of the First Hokage's bloodline when confronted with true despair. Go, invite our young prince back for a visit. A conspiracy against the heir of Konoha lay quietly unfurling like a spider's web, while Senju Chun, who had just been troubled about how to showcase his strength, remained blissfully unaware that the opportunity he sought was approaching him in the most lethal manner. Chapter 11. The Hunter and the Prey upon arriving at the Senju clan's residence. Apart from pleading with Tsunade to teach him the chakra refinement technique, Senju Chun also took the opportunity, under the guise of accompanying Tsunade, to pay respects to their ancestors. To explore the entirety of the Senju clan, particularly their extensive library. Upon reaching the hidden repository within the clan, Senju Chun discovered what true heritage entailed, an overwhelming array of scrolls and notes, with ninjutsu scrolls classified as B, A, or even S rank stacked here as if they were worthless. Of course, the greatest contributions came from the second Hokage, whose legacy was abundant. He was indeed worthy of the title, Master of Forbidden Techniques. It is worth noting that many jutsu classified as forbidden by Konoha were also copied from here. During his time in the library, Senju Chun took several books back for himself under the pretext of literacy. Among them was the most significant volume, the First Hokage's Notes, which detailed numerous wood-release techniques and their applications. Due to the wood-release bloodline within him, Tsunade specially retrieved this for him. These texts, which would be considered peerless secrets to outsiders, were merely heirlooms from their ancestors to the Senju clan. To put it mildly, the entirety of Konoha could be said to be theirs. Even the current landscape of the ninja world was planned and established by their forebears. Observing Tsunade's nonchalance towards these treasures, Chun only began to realize the immense value of his identity as a member of the Senju clan, and how noble that status was even to Konoha itself. However, the First Hokage's writing style was rather difficult to digest. While reading the First Hokage's notes, Senju Chun felt as though he was perusing an epic of self-aggrandizement. The text was more a personal chronicle of boasting than actual insights into ninjutsu. Phrases like "from a young age, I possessed extraordinary talent, unmatched by my peers," or "my grace left Uchiha Madara in awe, making him weep and beg to be my subordinate," were rife throughout. Senju Chun read these as if they were mere fiction. After all, who could blame a man for praising himself in his own writings? Nevertheless, aside from the self-praising drivel, the insights regarding wood-release were invaluable, enough to drive the entire ninja world into a frenzy. Wood-release is not merely a technique. It is an extension of the heart, a manifestation of intent. Where the heart leads, all things may become weapons. True wood-release requires no cumbersome hand seals. One need only become one with nature, breathing in unison with the world. Such profound descriptions, when encountered by Senju Chun, whose body had been enhanced by the system and possessed a perfect wood-release bloodline, transformed into the clearest of instincts. He primarily focused on the aspects of wood-release. The text elaborated on 4 major categories of wood-release techniques. 1. Offensive techniques, birth of the world of trees. True Thousand Hands, wood clone technique, and insertion technique. 2. Defensive techniques, wood barrier and wood shield techniques. 3. Control and sealing techniques, entrance of the wood dragon and the divine gate. 4. Reconnaissance and auxiliary techniques, wood shadow clone technique. Other sections detailed minor applications for specific scenarios. Due to the initial wood release bloodline acquired from the system, Senju Chun possessed a natural affinity for wood release. He chose to first learn the insertion technique, as it was theoretically the only jutsu he could currently perform given his limited chakra, though every attempt drained him significantly. Thus, he practiced diligently each day, utilizing Jiraiya's advanced chakra refinement technique for rapid recovery, and then continuing his training, repeating this cycle. From initially summoning a mere sapling, he progressed to producing a wooden spike. And then too, as he practiced more, he discovered his chakra reserves swelling, and simultaneously, his mastery of the insertion technique grew increasingly adept. In the bustling commercial street of Konoha village, the atmosphere was as lively as ever. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow, gilding the myriad shops with a golden sheen. The calls of vendors, the laughter of children, and the soft clinks of ninjas' gear created a symphony unique to this era of peace. Sister Shizune, I want that 3-colored dumpling. Senju-chin pointed eagerly at a nearby sweet shop, his cherubic face radiating a child's longing for sweets. Dressed in a brand new, soft kimono, his exquisite features appeared even more refined, drawing the glances of passing female villagers and young kunoichi, their eyes glimmering with maternal warmth. All right. I'll buy it for you, Shizune replied, her face brimming with affection as she tightened her grip on his hand. Tsunade had entrusted Shizune with the responsibility of caring for Chun while attending to some official business. This made Shizune feel both honored and burdened. She remained close to this little prince, fearful he might stumble or get hurt. These past few days allowed Senju Chun to finally indulge in some proper food. Previously, he had nearly contemplated starvation due to Tsunade's culinary disasters. Can one imagine maintaining a grateful expression in front of a dish that was utterly unrecognizable? You can only have one skewer, all right? If Lady Tsunade finds out you've indulged in too many sweets, she'll be upset, Shizune admonished while retrieving her wallet. Chun is the most obedient. Senju Chun nodded eagerly, his clear eyes forming crescent moons. However, at the moment he lowered his head. The residual glimmer in his eyes swept unobtrusively across the rooftops at the street corner, the second floor of the tea house across the way, and a seemingly idle vendor amidst the crowd. 7, no, 8 subtle gazes lingered upon him. They were akin to an insidious curse. Trailing him from the instant he stepped out of the Senju mansion, devoid of murderous intent yet imbued with a chilling, mechanical scrutiny. The original wood-release bloodline granted him an unusual affinity for flora and fauna, while simultaneously, these trees provided him with a wealth of feedback and sensory information. Senju Chihiro harbored a cold smirk within, his outward demeanor still exuding innocence. He accepted the dumpling offered by Shizune, savoring it in small bites, the sweet, glutinous flavor melting on his tongue, while his thoughts wove a vast net encapsulating everything around him. Could it be that they could no longer contain themselves? The roots of Danzo, the Uchiha's guards, or perhaps spies from foreign lands. Each of these factions now posed a potential threat. Which side would strike first? In recent days, he had harnessed the advanced chakra refinement technique stolen from Jiraiya, leading to a significant increase in his chakra reserves. This moment was a perfect stage to showcase his talents to the entirety of Konoha. Just as Senju Chihiro swallowed the last dumpling, a deafening explosion erupted unexpectedly from the far end of the street. Chapter 12 would release Cutting's technique. A torrent of flames and thick smoke surged forth, accompanied by splintered wood and scattered tiles. The once bustling and serene street was instantly engulfed by screams and panic. The crowd erupted like a disturbed beehive, scattering in all directions, creating utter chaos. An enemy attack. It was the rogue ninja. Several ninjas adorned with foreign headbands burst through the smoke, brandishing kunai and striking indiscriminately, amplifying the turmoil. Chihiro, don't be afraid. Shizune reacted swiftly, pulling Senju Chihiro behind her to shield him. Her usual gentleness replaced by the vigilance and sharpness of a chunin. The little piglet in her arms squealed sharply in fright. Stay behind me, and do not run. Shizune whispered fiercely, her gaze fixed intently on the approaching rogue ninjas. Her mission was to protect Chihiro. She could not allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. Chaos served as the perfect cover. At the moment Shizune found herself engaged with a rogue ninja, forced to divert her focus to counter his fierce assault. A shadow emerged silently behind her, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. It was a ninja clad in a white mask, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a finely tuned killing machine. His target was not the rogue ninja creating the havoc, nor Shizune, but the 4-year-old child sheltered behind her. Senju Chihiro sensed it. The chilling, untainted murderous intent had locked onto him. He did not resist, nor did he exhibit even the slightest ripple of chakra. Instead, he merely tilted his head slightly, gazing with his innocent eyes at the approaching specter. It has come. The Shadow's hand struck like lightning, covering Senju Chihiro's mouth, while the other gripped his body like an iron claw. The entire sequence was fluid and silent. Huh. Shizune kicked the rogue ninja in front of her, alarm bells ringing in her mind, and abruptly turned. Behind her, there was nothing but emptiness. The child she had vowed to protect with her life, who had just been begging her for sweets, vanished right beneath her eyelids. Chihiro. A wave of icy dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head, causing her blood to feel as though it had solidified. She let out a piercing scream, her voice laced with boundless panic and despair. In an instant, four members of the Umbu appeared around her. One of them glanced at the spot where Senju Chihiro had disappeared and turned to the remaining ninjas, stating, "Pursue. We must ensure Senju Chihiro's safety." Without hesitation, the 4 ninjas sprinted in the direction Chihiro had been taken, with Shizune quickly following suit. The wind howled past her ears. Senju Chihiro was tucked under the arm of the ninja as they sped through the rooftops and dense forests of Konoha. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rhythm of his captor's movements and the flow of their chakra, committing this route firmly to memory. Soon, they came to a halt. They were in a secluded training ground on the outskirts of Konoha, where towering trees obscured the sky, their trunks casting fragmented shadows on the thick carpet of fallen leaves below. The ninja who had abducted him carelessly tossed him onto the ground. Thud. Senju Chihiro's small body landed on the leaves with a soft thump. He could feel the icy gaze of his captor, sharp as a blade, fixed upon him. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. The ancient trees sliced the sky into fragmented patches, sunlight struggling to seep through the gaps, casting mottled shadows on the thick layer of leaves. The air was rich with the damp aroma of earth and decaying foliage. Ah, this is a fine choice. Senju Chihiro mused internally, appreciating the tranquility and the lack of disturbances, deeming it an ideal locale for murder and burial. However, this environment posed no threat to him. Rather, it evoked a sense of familiarity akin to returning to his home ground. The chakra within him resonated harmoniously with the natural energies surrounding him. Every tree, every blade of grass seemed to serve as his eyes and ears, rendering the intricate web of the forest vividly present in his perception. He could even see a squirrel gnawing on a pine cone in a nearby tree hollow, able to hear the faint sounds of roots extending deep beneath the ground. This was the power of the original bloodline, an innate affinity for nature. He was no longer the defenseless weakling who had first crossed over. He had transformed. The man stepped forward, towering above him, his voice devoid of emotion, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. "Little brat, don't blame me when you die. Konoha must not, and cannot, have another god of ninja. So blame your own misfortune." As the words fell, the innocent and timid expression on Senju Chihiro's face began to fade away, replaced by an unsettling calm. His clear, water-like eyes appeared to be tainted by an inky darkness, growing profound, cold, and devoid of any semblance of childhood emotion. What emerged instead was a disquieting tranquility, as if he had gazed beyond life and death, manipulating the very fabric of existence. He smiled softly, the corners of his mouth curling with a hint of mischief and mockery. "Are you a ninja from the roots, or a spy from another nation?" His voice was soft, almost syrupy, harboring a trace of lingering youthfulness. Yet, this seemingly trivial inquiry struck the seasoned rogue ninja like a heavy hammer, sending a chill coursing down his spine. This gaze, this tone, such depth of perception was beyond that of a mere 4-year-old. In an instant, there was no room for words. The figure lunged at Senju Chihiro, unleashing the most lethal of strikes. Armed with kunai, the rogue aimed directly for Chihiro's throat. Though he was affiliated with the Roots, his true identity was that of a covert operative from the land of Earth, embedded within Konoha. His mission was to eliminate this rumored child possessing the original bloodline. Upon completion of this task, he would promptly withdraw, leaving Konoha behind. Then, all responsibility for this incident was placed squarely on Danzo's shoulders, crafting the narrative that this was merely a result of internal strife within the higher echelons of Konoha. As for the unfortunate demise of this young heir of the Senju clan, that was merely an accident. He had received orders to test the limits, to evaluate how Senju Chiharu would respond when faced with the threat of death, to gauge his capabilities, mindset, and temperament, and ultimately to bring him back to the root base. Through the conversation that had just transpired, the mission was essentially deemed accomplished. All that remained was to escort the individual back. However, he now intended to kill him for real. As this ninja charged toward him, Senju Chiharu remained rooted to the spot, motionless. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. He was acutely aware that his chakra was only sufficient for a single technique, and his sole opportunity lay in exploiting the adversary's underestimation of his youthful frame. This performance had to be convincingly dramatic, utterly shocking. He needed everyone to believe that he, Senju Chiharu, had unleashed the latent power of the Senju bloodline in a moment of desperation. Thus, it would commence with you. You shall be the first offering at my coronation. At the very moment when the poisoned blade and the menacing claws were about to make contact with his body, he invoked the wood release. Cutting technique. Chapter 13. First kill in the forest. The infiltrator from a Wagakure, disguised as a root member, transformed into a mere shadow. The kunai in his hand sliced through the dim light of the woods, gleaming with lethal intent as it aimed directly for Senju Chiharu's throat. Yet, despite the imminent threat, Chiharu stood his ground, not even blinking. His physique was diminutive, his strength feeble, but he possessed a trump card that no one in this world could fathom. From the moment he was abducted, his mind raced, generating countless plans, sifting through possibilities until one crystallized. Just as the deadly kunai was about to pierce his neck, he feigned fear, stumbled backward, and pressed his delicate hand into the soft earth strewn with fallen leaves. There were no hand signs, no violent surge of chakra, and not a hint of murderous intent. He merely pressed down lightly. Suddenly, the earth and trees around him seemed to awaken. What? The infiltrator's pupils constricted in disbelief. In that fleeting moment of shock and hesitation, a cluster of robust, menacing wooden spikes erupted from the shadow beneath him, mercilessly impaling his legs, abdomen, and that heart still fervently beating within his chest. The infiltrator gazed down in disbelief at the wooden spikes that had pierced through his torso, blood gushing from his mouth as his life force rapidly ebbed away. The last image that registered in his mind was that of the 4-year-old boy slowly raising his head. A spray of warm blood erupted, splattering across Senju Chiharu's youthful visage, contrasting starkly with his cold, profound gaze, creating a hauntingly eerie tableau. Ding! Effective kill detected. Acquiring a modest amount of chakra and combat experience. In his mind, the system's notification flashed momentarily. Suddenly, Senju Chiharu was inundated with combat skills, assassination techniques, and stealth experiences that he had never encountered before. Simultaneously, the chakra that had been depleted by the wood release, cutting technique began to restore and even increase. Yet, at that moment, Senju Chiharu had no time to reflect. He swiftly rose to his feet, and as the ninja's body crumpled to the ground, the icy indifference in his eyes receded like a receding tide. Suppressing the nausea that accompanied his first act of killing, he extended his other hand. Seizing a broken wooden spike, stained with the enemy's blood, and without hesitation, he carved a deep wound into his own pale arm. The sharp pain surged, blood gushed forth. Excellent. This is convincingly realistic. Having completed his task, he withdrew all his power, as if expending the last vestige of his strength, collapsing onto the ground. His deep-set eyes were once again consumed by the terror and confusion of a child. A loud, heart-wrenching cry, filled with fear and anguish, echoed through the silent woods as he clutched his bleeding arm, trembling, tears cascading down his cheeks like a string of broken pearls, embodying the image of a thoroughly frightened child. Just as he completed his ruse, several figures emerged from the shadows of the forest. It was the anxious Shizune and several members of the Konoha Ambu. They rushed into the clearing, only to be frozen in shock at the sight before them. A root ninja's corpse was gruesomely impaled by numerous grotesque wooden spikes, a sight of utter horror. Not far from the corpse, the child they had desperately sought was seated on the ground, blood flowing from his arm, his face streaked with tears and blood, trembling like a leaf in the wind. His gaze vacant, as if he might faint at any moment. Chiharu! Shizune let out a piercing scream, rushing forward without a second thought. Even the seasoned Ambu, accustomed to life and death, felt their hearts race. They glanced at the body of the root ninja, then back at the unmistakably wooden spikes, birthed from the wood release. An unbelievable thought surfaced in their minds. Could this be the work of the 4-year-old child before them? A single, lethal strike, executed with practiced skill. They could believe that a ninja of their caliber could achieve such a feat, but a mere 4-year-old child? Moreover, the technique that led to the enemy's demise would release? Was the rumor circulating in the village true? As they beheld the gruesome corpse, the Umbu swiftly formed a protective formation around Senju Chiharu and Shizune. At that moment, two swifter, more powerful figures descended from above, exuding an overwhelming presence. It was Tsunade and Jiraiya. When Tsunade's gaze fell upon the blood-soaked, sobbing child seated on the ground, her entire world shattered. The beauty of her countenance drained in an instant, replaced by a pallor that could freeze the soul. In an instant, images of Rope Tree and Danzo's bloodied faces flashed through her mind, only to be replaced by the sight of the bloodied Senju Chiharu before her. "Chiharu, are you all right? Are you hurt? Don't be afraid, your sister is here." She dashed to him, enveloping him tightly in her arms, as if to meld him into her very being, terrified that should she loosen her grip, this brother, once lost, would vanish again. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet bore the weight of a mountain. Gazing at her brother, blood-streaked and tear-stained, a tempest of fury erupted from within her. Reason was instantaneously consumed. Feeling his frail, trembling breath and the glaring wound, Tsunade's rationality was swept away. She lifted her head, her amber eyes now a sea of crimson. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the corpse of the root ninja, each word laced with a chilling, bone-deep intent to kill. Danzo. Unlike Tsunade, who was engulfed in rage and grief, Jiraiya's gaze was immediately fixated on the lifeless body of the root ninja. As one of the legendary Sannin, his extensive combat experience allowed him to discern the nature of the fatal wound at a glance. This was no ordinary wood. Each wooden spike was imbued with a formidable life force, and the precision of their angles and timing was nothing short of textbook assassination. A chilling, absurd, yet uncontrollable thought began to take root in Jiraiya's mind. He abruptly turned his head, shifting his focus from the grotesque corpse to the trembling 4-year-old child in Tsunade's arms, who was sobbing uncontrollably. How could it be possible for a mere child of 4 to wield the wood release of the First Hokage to such a terrifying degree? This was even more outrageous than the rumors of Tsunade quitting gambling. In that moment, a long-buried memory exploded in his mind like thunder. The prophecy of the great sage of Mount Myaboku echoed in his ears. Jiraiya's breath caught, and his pupils constricted to their utmost. Could it be that the misty halls of the great sage, with its swirling fog, and the wrinkled visage of the sage himself, along with the profound prophecy, reverberated through his consciousness? My prophecies are never incorrect. You will become a master guiding a revolutionary. That child will bring unprecedented change to the ninja world. For the sake of this elusive prophecy, he had traveled the world alone in search of the so-called revolutionary. Over the years, he had taken on several disciples. He recalled the 3 children from the Hidden Rain village who struggled to survive amidst the flames of war, particularly Nagato, who possessed the legendary Rinnegan. Those eyes contained the power of creation and destruction. He once believed Nagato was the revolutionary foretold in the prophecy. He poured his teachings into them, imparting ninjutsu and survival skills, hoping they could use those eyes to forge a path toward peace. Yet, in the end, he chose to leave, entrusting the future to them. Then there was Minato, his golden-haired disciple, radiant as the sun. Gifted and pure-hearted, he was a rare genius of Konoha and the perfect heir to the Hokage. Minato was also a likely candidate for the child of prophecy. Jiraiya had wavered between these two possibilities. But now, his gaze was firmly locked onto the weeping child in Tsunade's embrace. The Rinnegan was indeed astonishing. Minato was a genius. Yet compared to this little one before him, they both seemed rather ordinary. A 4-year-old child, who had never studied ninjutsu, had directly slain an elite root ninja. Moreover, he had utilized the signature wood-release technique of Hashirama Senju. This was beyond mere genius. Jiraiya suddenly felt a dryness in his throat, and he couldn't help but want to slap himself to see if he was dreaming. Was that old sage playing tricks on him? First the Rinnegan, now the wood release. The criteria for the child of prophecy seemed increasingly ludicrous. Each of these individuals possessed the talent and potential to be the child of prophecy. He looked at the pitiful little creature in Tsunade's arms, with blood and tears staining his small face, and felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Yet this visage stood in absurd contrast to the memory of the root ninja's perforated corpse in his mind. Could this child be the savior spoken of by the great sage? At this moment, The higher-ups of Konoha were also reeling from the recent news, as a tremendous storm quietly brewed within the village. Chapter 14. The show begins in the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. The fine tobacco in the pipe flickered dimly in the face of the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was etched with even deeper lines than usual as he silently smoked, the swirling smoke failing to mask the gravity and fatigue in his eyes. Standing in the office were several individuals perched at the apex of Konoha's power hierarchy. Jiraiya, unusually devoid of his usual jovial demeanor, leaned against the wall, arms crossed. The shadow of his cloak concealing much of his face, leaving only his sharp eyes to dart between Tsunade, Danzo, and the child tightly cradled in Tsunade's embrace. Danzo stood in the center of the office like a lifeless statue, leaning on his cane. His bandaged face betrayed no emotion, but the single eye exposed to the world resembled a deep, unfathomable chasm, emanating an unsettling chill. Meanwhile, Tsunade resembled a lioness on the verge of a rampage. She held Chihiro tightly, her amber eyes, typically alluring or languid, now radiating a cold, unmasked murderous intent, firmly fixed on Danzo. At the center of this storm was Chihiro. His small body was wrapped in a clean blanket, thick bandages encircling his arms, his face pale and devoid of color, with remnants of tears still clinging to his cheeks, occasionally trembling as if still trapped in overwhelming fear. Yet beneath his lowered eyelids, his seemingly vacant gaze held clarity and calmness. The Hokage, the two remaining Sannin, and the root of the Umbu, all present, provided ample weight to this unfolding drama. Chihiro assessed the situation coolly within his mind. Tsunade's fury was even more intense than anticipated, which was excellent. Her anger would sharpen her into a formidable weapon. As for Danzo, he could sense the volcanic rage simmering beneath his calm exterior. To be outsmarted by a 4-year-old child and left speechless. He must be longing to eliminate me right now, Chihiro thought with a cold smile, though his body trembled more violently as he nestled closer into Tsunade's embrace, emitting a suppressed, beast-like whimper. That whimper pierced the taut silence of the office like a needle. Danzo, Tsunade finally spoke, her voice as sharp as ice. Do you have nothing to say? I have nothing to say, Danzo replied, his voice hoarse and flat, devoid of any ripples. Although this ninja wore the uniform of the root, he is not my subordinate. This matter is fraught with suspicion. It is likely the work of foreign spies attempting to incite discord within Konoha. Frame up? Tsunade laughed in fury, her laughter laced with malice. Are you implying that my brother is lying? Or that Konoha's Umbu cannot even distinguish whether a ninja belongs to you? Tsunade, please remain calm. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally set aside his pipe, speaking in a weary yet authoritative tone. He turned his gaze toward Chihiro, striving to make his voice as gentle and kind as possible. Little Chihiro, do not be afraid. Tell Grandpa Hiruzen what exactly happened. Share everything you know. All eyes suddenly focused on the 4-year-old child. Chihiro lifted his head, his large, watery eyes filled with fear and confusion. He glanced at Hiruzen, then timidly at the expressionless Danzo, his body shuddering involuntarily as he buried his face back into Tsunade's arms. Sister, I'm scared. Do not be afraid, Chihiro. I am here, and no one can harm you. Tsunade gently patted his back, soothing him, though her gaze toward Danzo grew increasingly frigid. Under Tsunade's comforting presence, Senju Chihiro seemed to muster his courage, beginning his meticulously prepared performance with a halting, tearful childish voice. My sister Ino bought me some dumplings, and then bam. It was so loud. So many people were running and shouting, and then a bad man in a mask grabbed me so quickly. His narrative lacked coherence, resembling the frantic recollections of a frightened child struggling to recall a terrifying experience. He took me to the woods and said, the god of shinobi cannot exist in Konoha anymore. You must die. Upon hearing the term god of shinobi, everyone straightened in their seats, their expressions shifting dramatically. He pulled out a bright knife and threatened to cut my throat. I was so scared. I didn't want to die. Tears streamed down Senju Chihiro's face as despair seeped into his voice. I backed away and fell, my hands pressing against the ground. I wished for those little wooden spikes to emerge and strike him. Suddenly, countless wooden thorns erupted from the earth, and the villain collapsed in a pool of blood. He extended his uninjured hand, trembling as he pointed at Danzo, crying out, that bad man. I didn't know. Wah. Sister, I'm so scared. With that, he seemed to exhaust all his strength and courage, collapsing into Tsunade's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Flawless. A 4-year-old child, on the brink of life and death, provoked into an awakening of his Kekkei Jinkai, inadvertently killing his assailant. The entire sequence was logical and impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Danzo's single eye bore down on Senju Chihiro, his gaze dark and predatory. He had been outmaneuvered. Unsure of where the misstep had occurred, he was certain he had been ensnared in a vast conspiracy. How could his root shinobi disobey orders and take matters into their own hands? Or was it possible that this entire incident had been orchestrated by this 4-year-old child? Impossible. How could such a young child possess such profound cunning and terrifying strength? A tempest brewed within Danzo, but he understood that any defense at this moment would be futile. He could only cling to one explanation. This was undoubtedly an assassination orchestrated by a foreign entity that sought to undermine Konoha's growing power. Danzo's voice remained icy. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed the work of my root, I will provide an explanation to Lord Hokage and the Senju clan. What he did not realize was that, in an ironic twist, his defense had unwittingly grazed a portion of the truth. However, Tsunade had no intention of entertaining any more nonsense. An explanation? She scoffed, rising slowly with Senju Chihiro cradled in her arms. In the next instant, boom. A surge of violent chakra erupted from Tsunade, akin to a colossal beast awakening. The entire Hokage office trembled under the force of this energy. Without any extraneous movement, she concentrated her killing intent into a single point and unleashed a powerful punch. The force did not strike anyone directly but grazed Danzo's frame, crashing violently into the wall behind him. The sturdy wall, crafted from special materials, crumbled under the tremendous strength as if it were made of mere tofu. A massive hole was created, debris and dust exploding outward, letting in the bright sunlight mingled with the cold wind, illuminating the faces of everyone in the office. Tsunade, holding her brother with one arm, retained her punch-ready stance with the other, turning her gaze toward the pallid-faced Danzo, her blood-red eyes resembling a vengeful spirit returning from the depths of hell. As she pointed directly at him, Danzo, do not forget who granted you this position. I do not care whose man he is, but he wore your root's attire and harmed my only brother. Listen well. If anything happens to my brother again, I, Tsunade, vow that I will ensure you and your band of shadowy rats will leave Konoha with nothing. A chilling, piercing killing intent filled the room, plummeting the temperature to freezing levels. Danzo stood rigidly, supported by his cane, acutely aware that Tsunade was not issuing a mere threat. She was resolute in her resolve. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. He was the true victim, yet bore the weight of this blame. He cast a deep glance at the trembling child in Tsunade's embrace, silently marking this debt in his heart. Hiruzen Sarutobi, feeling a headache coming on, finally intervened. Tsunade, enough. I will ensure you and little Chihiro receive a satisfactory response regarding this matter. Tsunade huffed coldly, refusing to meet anyone's gaze, and turned to leave with Senju Chihiro still in her arms. Jiraiya glanced at the gaping hole in the wall, then at the darkened expression on Danzo's face and the helplessness etched on Hiruzen's, shaking his head as he followed suit. At that moment, Tsunade, Koharu, and Mito came in also spoke. Hiruzen, we previously stated that Senju Chihiro must be protected at all costs. This incident has occurred under your watch, and you bear undeniable responsibility. Indeed, and this child has activated his true would-release bloodline and performed would-release ninjutsu. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Nothing must happen to him before he matures, as it concerns Konoha's future. After speaking, Tsunade, Koharu, and Mito came in also exited the Hokage office. Inside the office, only the third Hokage and Danzo remained. The wind whistled through the gaping hole, stirring the papers on the ground, producing a rustling sound that seemed to mock this farcical scene. Chapter 15. The curtain falls. The enormous hole in the Hokage office, created by Tsunade's sheer power, appeared as a gaping, mocking mouth. The cold wind rushed in, rustling the fabric of clothing, dispersing the intense killing intent Tsunade had left behind as she departed. Senju Chihiro was tightly embraced by Tsunade, wrapped in a soft blanket that shielded him from the external chill, yet could not insulate him from the rapid beating of his heart, which felt far too mature for a child. He buried his face in Tsunade's warm neck, greedily inhaling the comforting scent that mingled the faint aroma of medicine with the delicate fragrance of a woman. His body continued to tremble slightly, and traces of tears lingered at the corners of his eyes, perfectly embodying the image of a child traumatized by fear. Done. Senju Chihiro calmly exhaled those words in his heart. This grand play, with him as the bait and the higher-ups of Konoha as the audience, had reached its conclusion. And he, a mere 4-year-old child, was the only victor. He could distinctly feel the strength with which Tsunade held him. A testament to the preciousness of what had been nearly lost, a resolute vow to protect at all costs. From this day forth, these arms would serve as his strongest shield. He also recalled Jiraiya's complex gaze, a mixture of shock, doubt, and perhaps a hint of awe. It seemed that the script of the prophesied child had begun to unfold in the mind of this lecherous sage. This was excellent. A mysterious ally with a formidable background was far more beneficial to his growth than a simple elder. As for Danzo, Senju Chihiro could almost visualize the contorted rage and fury beneath that bandaged face. To be used as a stepping stone by a 4-year-old child. Shouldering the blame for this colossal misjudgment, the Dark Lord of Ninjas must surely be seething with internal turmoil at this moment. A silent chuckle echoed in Senju Chihiro's heart. Old man, you've missed your chance. I am a man you will never possess. He grasped Tsunade's clothing tightly with his uninjured hand, releasing a plaintive, dependent murmur. Sister. This gentle call caused Tsunade's hurried steps to falter. She looked down at her pale, unconscious brother in her embrace, and all her pent-up rage and murderous intent dissolved into tenderness and anguish. Do not be afraid, Chun. I am here. I will never let you come to harm again. She spoke softly, tightening her embrace around his arm. In the Hokage's office, silence reigned. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently refilled his pipe, taking a deep breath as the smoke swirled in the disheveled office before dissipating. The wrinkles on his face made him appear older than ever. He did not glance at Danzo but instead directed his gaze toward the window, to the rock face carved with the likenesses of the first and second Hokage. After a long pause, Danzo finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. This matter ends here. The veins on his hand gripping the cane bulged. He stood still, resembling a statue on the verge of erosion, the malice in his solitary eye almost palpable. Hiruzen, do you truly believe that child's one-sided words? Can't you see how bizarre this entire situation is? A 4-year-old child could defeat a seasoned ninja with wood release? It's absurd. He is not a genius. He is a monster. His voice was suppressed, akin to a beast roaring in a cage. He felt humiliated, played for a fool by his subordinates, and a mere child. A humiliation far worse than any physical injury. Enough. Hiruzen suddenly turned, his usually gentle eyes now radiating the authority and sharpness befitting the Hokage. All I know is that he is the grandson of my teacher, Tsunade's brother, and one of the few remaining bloodlines of the Senju clan. Your roots have appeared where they should not, engaging in actions that are wholly inappropriate. He is not one of my people. Danzo retorted sharply. That clothing belongs to your roots. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. There is no evidence of death. Tsunade has identified you as the culprit. Tell me, how am I to explain this to her? How do I account for this to the entire Konoha leadership? Do you wish to drive Tsunade to abandon the village entirely, even turning against Konoha? A barrage of questions struck Danzo like a hammer. He fell silent. He could disregard Tsunade, and he could ignore the third, but he could not overlook the attitude of the entire village. The Senju clan represented the very essence and backbone of Konoha. Should Tsunade and he become adversaries, it would not be her departure, but his own forced exit. Hiruzen was correct. Now that a life had been lost and evidence pointed to him, any defense would seem weak and feeble. What do you want me to do? Danzo's voice regained its icy tone, knowing he must yield. Cease all surveillance of Senju-chun. From now on, his affairs will be solely overseen by Tsunade, and the roots shall not intervene for any reason. Hiruzen's tone brooked no argument. Additionally, prepare a substantial gift and personally visit the Senju estate to apologize to Tsunade and Senju-chun. You want me to bow to a mere child? Fury surged in Danzo's singular eye. That is an order, Danzo. Hiruzen stood, looking down at him. For the stability of the village, you must comply. Your dark tactics can be employed against enemies, but must not be wielded against Konoha's heroes in future. Have you truly forgotten how you came to hold your current position? The first leader of the roots was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. After he became Hokage, he passed the position to Tsunade's father. The early Roots ninjas were originally a self-defense force for the Senju clan. The roots are the foundation of trees, hidden from sunlight, and have always dealt with the dirty work of the village that is often unseen. It was only after Tsunade's father passed away that the village appointed you to lead the roots to balance power. After listening to the third's words, Danzo's expression changed, and he finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Fine, I understand." He turned and, leaning on his cane, stepped out of the office that had brought him such disgrace. As his figure vanished into the shadows, the bitterness in his solitary eye was colder than the Siberian winds. The name Senju Chun was etched deep in his heart. That afternoon, news spread with astonishing speed among the upper echelons of Konoha and various clans. Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo personally visited Princess Tsunade to apologize for his subordinates' lax supervision, offering substantial compensation. Shortly thereafter, an order from the Hokage was conveyed to all relevant departments. Effective immediately, all surveillance and investigations concerning Senju Chun were to be rescinded, and his security level elevated to the highest, jointly overseen by the Hokage's direct Umbu and Tsunade. The prying eyes that had hovered over the Senju estate suddenly vanished without a trace overnight, be it the Uchiha security or the Hyuga's Byakugan or spies from other clans. All retracted their reach in unison. After all, if even the leader of the Roots, Danzo, had stumbled in this matter, who would dare to touch this bad omen again? From that day forth, no one would dare openly test that child again. Chapter 16. System and Skills. The tumultuous storm stirred by the assassination attempt ultimately subsided under the strong intervention of the Hokage, transforming into an unspoken current among the leadership. The prying eyes that had circled above the Senju estate vanished without a trace overnight. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a near euphoric sense of tranquility. For Senju-chun, this was precisely the coveted golden period for growth he had longed for. He no longer needed to play the role of a frightened child at every moment. At least within the confines of his room, he could shed all pretenses. The night was deep and tranquil. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery sheen across Senju-chun's room. On the bed, the small figure breathed steadily, seemingly lost in slumber. Yet, in the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly snapped open. Those eyes, shining brilliantly in the moonlight, held no trace of childish confusion or sleepiness. Only a profound calmness and clarity that belied his tender age. Senju-chun slowly sat up, glancing at the bandages wrapped around his arm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It's done. Through a meticulously orchestrated performance, he had indelibly impressed upon the hearts of Konoha's upper echelons the image of a frail, yet sensitive genius capable of unleashing tremendous power in dire circumstances. Tsunade's protection was now as solid as a fortress. Danzo's threats had been temporarily alleviated. Those bothersome flies had also vanished. He had finally secured the most precious and necessary environment for growth, one that was safe and undisturbed. Now his consciousness sank into his mind, gazing upon the system panel visible only to him. Host, Senju Chun, Lin Chun. Acquired abilities. 1. Hidden bloodline of the First Hokage's would release. Origin, Tsunade. 2. Advanced chakra refinement technique. Origin, Jiraiya. 3. Blank slot. 4. Blank slot. Would release is a divine power, but also a voracious devourer of chakra. With his current chakra reserves, a single grafting technique would nearly drain him, let alone the earth-shattering techniques of the Senju. Jiraiya's advanced chakra refining technique enables him to swiftly enhance and replenish his abilities. Yet it is a prolonged endeavor. He recalls a moment in the forest when he eliminated an Umbu ninja, during which the system provided a brief notification. Ding. Effective kill detected, a small amount of chakra and combat experience stolen. At that time, the message flickered through his mind, overshadowed by other pressing matters. Now, reflecting on that moment, he realizes that upon slaying the ninja, he suddenly acquired various techniques and experiences related to ninja combat, assassination, and stealth, skills he had never learned before. Furthermore, his chakra, previously depleted by the wood release, wood clone technique, experienced a degree of recovery and growth. Senju-chun senses the influx of combat experience in his mind and the rejuvenation of chakra within him. This system capability ensures his future combat sustainability. In essence, as long as he continues to eliminate foes, he can consistently restore his chakra while rapidly accumulating combat experience and techniques. The system thus saves him a considerable amount of time in learning and cultivation, allowing him to ascend swiftly towards higher ranks, potentially even reaching the level of a Kage. As he contemplates the appropriateness of killing, he recalls the Third Shinobi World War, which catapulted Minato Namikaze to fame as the Yellow Flash. He wonders if he too might earn a remarkable title in the future, with approximately 5 years remaining until then. He envisions himself executing a wood release, advent of trees, obliterating a multitude of ninjas, and just when others believe he has exhausted his chakra, he waves his hand to unleash another wave of trees, becoming the battlefield's arboreal savior. However, he recognizes the urgency of enhancing his skills. 5 years can pass in the blink of an eye, and he must not find himself overwhelmed before vanquishing his enemies. With this in mind, Senju glances at his 2 vacant skill slots, feeling an acute need for a new ability to accelerate his growth. The thought of acquiring the Sharingan crosses his mind, but is swiftly dismissed. While the Sharingan is undoubtedly powerful, the Uchiha clan's scrutiny is too intense. And prematurely revealing the Sharingan would attract enemies far more formidable than Danzo. Furthermore, the Sharingan is better suited for combat, not for his current state. He discards the idea of the Rinnegan as well, noting that Nagato is far removed in the land of rain. And neither his sister nor Jiraiya could possibly escort him there. The thought of summoning the 3rd Hokage's Monkey King, Enma, ignites his desire. A being that can assist in battle and transform in size is something every man would covet. Just imagining it nearly makes him salivate. He quickly shakes his head, banishing the thought. At this stage, even if he were to acquire such a skill, he would lack the courage to utilize it, and it would not significantly aid him anyway. However, he resolves to seek the summoning scroll of the Enma clan from the 3rd Hokage in the future. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him as he contemplates the most suitable candidate for his current needs. His gaze pierces the night, envisioning another direction within the village. There resides a woman with flowing red hair, the Uzumaki clan, a legendary family renowned for their immense vitality and vast chakra reserves. To maximize the power of wood release, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is the perfect piece of the puzzle. With their bloodline, he might recreate the first Hokage's might, unleashing the 1,000 Hands Buddha to vanquish the 9 Tails. Senju objective becomes strikingly clear. He must steal the bloodline talent of the Uzumaki clan. In Konoha, the purest descendant of the Uzumaki clan is undoubtedly Kushina Uzumaki, the future mother of Naruto and the host of the 9 Tails. However, this endeavor is far more challenging than stealing from Tsunade or Jiraiya. A frown creases Senju brow. Kushina is a high-priority protected individual in Konoha, always surrounded by Umbu guards. As a mere 4-year-old child, he has no legitimate reason to approach her. Forceful contact would only reveal his intentions. He must wait for an opportunity, one that would allow him to engage with Kushina Uzumaki without attracting attention. The system also indicated that altering the world lines of other characters in the Naruto universe could grant him a lottery draw or even upgrade his system and increase his stealing capacity, depending on the extent of the changes he made. However, with 2 vacant slots remaining, there is no immediate rush. Based on his memories and the current plot's progression, he considers a certain individual to see if he can alter their fate. If he succeeds in saving them, it would provide him with immense assistance in the future. Senju reclines back onto his bed, closing his eyes once more. Beneath the moonlight, his delicate visage radiates tranquility and innocence. Chapter 17. New troubles. The afternoon sunlight filters through the ancient wooden lattice, casting mottled shadows on the floor, while the air is imbued with the faint scent of herbs and old scrolls. Senju sits cross-legged on the tatami mat, his eyes shut, hands forming seals. Streams of chakra flow through his meridians like gentle rivers. Since acquiring Jiraiya's advanced chakra refining technique, he can distinctly feel the transformation within his body. The once meager chakra, akin to a trickling stream, has now widened into a torrent, more vigorous and concentrated. Each refinement resembles the forging of pure steel, with impurities expelled, leaving only the most unadulterated power. This intensifies his yearning for strength. Yet, the tranquility does not endure for long before new troubles intrude. Tsunade, I'm back. Jiraiya's boisterous laughter precedes his arrival, echoing like a stone cast into a placid lake, shattering the serenity of the Senju residence. His visits are alarmingly frequent. Every few days, this white-haired man appears punctually, claiming to discuss important matters with the Hokage and to reconnect with old comrades. Senju perceives the underlying truth. Jiraiya's gaze often drifts towards him, seemingly searching for signs of the prophesied child within him. The murky depths of his whiskey-laden eyes conceal a scrutinizing curiosity. In response, Senju adopts a textbook approach, retreating behind Tsunade, revealing only his timid eyes, a mixture of fear and curiosity as he observes this eccentric white-haired man. Tsunade, noticing his anxiety, instinctively pulls him closer, occasionally casting Jiraiya an impatient glare. Keep your voice down. You're scaring the child, you fool. Ha. Boys need to be a bit braver. Jiraiya chuckles, his gaze lingering on Senju Chun for a moment longer. Initially, he would earnestly impart chakra control techniques to Senju Chun, who naturally welcomes the instruction. It is a rare fortune to glean practical experience and insights from one of the legendary Sannin. In the courtyard, Senju Chun extends his delicate hand, a vibrant green leaf adhering to the back of his palm through chakra. The leaves trembled violently on the back of his hand, as if they were about to be swept away by a fierce gust of wind. No. Jiraiya squatted beside him, shaking his head repeatedly, a visage of deep concern etched upon his face. The chakra output is far too unstable. Shao Chun, you must feel it. Let your chakra flow as smoothly as a gentle stream, not like a torrential flood. As he spoke, he extended a finger, and a leaf adhered firmly to its tip, rotating gracefully as if engaged in a delicate dance, harmonizing with his intentions. The old man certainly possesses skill. Shao Chun, in a flurry, adjusted his chakra, causing the leaves on his hand to quiver even more violently, until with a sudden snap, it fell to the ground. His face paled, as if struck by a heavy blow, and he hung his head in disappointment. Lord Jiraiya, I cannot do it. Do not lose heart. This is just the beginning. Jiraiya said with a reassuring smile, though the glimmer of scrutiny in his eyes deepened. It seemed that this little rascal's chakra was even stronger than last time. Despite his chaotic control, the momentary surge of chakra released was certainly beyond that of an ordinary child. Is this the physique of the Senju clan? Jiraiya picked up the fallen leaf and handed it back to Shao Chun with a warm smile. Let us try again. This time, focus intently and cast aside any extraneous thoughts. Shao Chun nodded obediently and once more attached the leaf to the back of his hand. This time, he exerted himself more earnestly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his small face flushed with effort. The leaf trembled, maintaining its position for a full 10 seconds, before it finally wobbled and drifted downwards. However, at the very moment the leaf detached from his hand, Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. With lightning speed, he reached out, not to catch the falling leaf, but to grasp Shao Chun's wrist. Is this what you mean, Lord Jiraiya? He looked up, his innocent eyes filled with a mix of clarity and trepidation, his voice soft and tender, perfectly embodying the naivety and anxiety of a 4-year-old. Yes, just like that. Jiraiya was indeed hooked. He squatted down to nearly meet Shao Chun's gaze, a comically exaggerated grin plastered on his face. Shao Chun, concentrate, feel the flow of chakra, as if you were gluing it to your hand. Glue? Shao Chun rolled his eyes internally at such a childish analogy, which could only fool someone truly naive. Nonetheless, he managed to feign an expression of epiphany, causing the leaf on his hand to stabilize slightly. Jiraiya from the corridor. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of languor from the effects of alcohol and unmistakable impatience, as she rested her chin on one hand while playing with a wine cup in the other. If you have nothing better to do, go help the third Hokage with his paperwork, instead of lounging around here and frightening my little brother. Hey, I'm merely showing concern for the younger generation. Jiraiya appeared unfazed by Tsunade's coldness, instead winking at her before leaning closer to Shao Chun and lowering his voice, speaking in what he presumed was a discreet tone. Tsunade. About the prophecy of the great sage Toad, shut up. Tsunade's voice suddenly turned icy, her wine cup crashing heavily onto the table. The sharp sound caused the air in the courtyard to thicken momentarily. Do not mention that old Toad's nonsense in front of me. In the instant of their verbal clash, Shao Chun felt a jolt in his heart. He had been playing a role for too long, and the sudden shock from Tsunade caused his chakra output to spiral out of control. The rotating leaf, bereft of its chakra support, fluttered down to the ground. Sister. Shao Chun's eyes instantly welled with tears, his lips quivering as he displayed a mixture of grievance and fear, softly beginning to sob. Please, stop arguing. This plaintive cry had a remarkable effect. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a deadly glare, her eyes ablaze with fury. Look at what you've done. Jiraiya opened his mouth, utterly dumbfounded. He glanced between the enraged Tsunade, who seemed ready to explode, and the fallen leaf along with the distressed Shao Chun, his face a mask of awkwardness and helplessness. What a predicament. Cough, cough. I just remembered that I have a material collection task that I haven't completed. Yes, material collection. Jiraiya suddenly perked up, seizing upon an excellent excuse. I must take my leave. Before his words had fully left his lips, the legendary Sannin vanished from the estate's entrance at a near-fleeing pace, his back appearing as frantic as if chased by a dog. Phew! Xiao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief internally, finally sending this troublesome figure away. In the past few days, he had endured both Tsunade's culinary creations, akin to biochemical weapons, and had to feign innocence and cuteness in front of Jiraiya, leaving him utterly drained. If this continued, he feared he would suffer a mental breakdown before any enemy could do him in. This life was unbearable. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes in thought. He needed to devise a permanent solution to make this #1 fan of the prophecy lose interest in him entirely. Chapter 18. The first encounter with the Golden Flash. It must be noted that dealing with Jiraiya is a wholly different affair compared to handling Tsunade. In Tsunade's presence, he could unabashedly indulge in childish antics and show vulnerability, for he knew her affection was unguarded and pure. Even if he misspoke or acted inappropriately, Tsunade would merely perceive it as the innocent folly of a child. However, Jiraiya was not the same. Xiao Chun could distinctly sense that this legendary Sannin maintained a certain wariness towards him. Beneath the expectations stemming from the prophecy of the great sage Toad lay a deeply ingrained skepticism unique to ninjas. Should Jiraiya perceive any hint of behavior inconsistent with that of a 4-year-old, the carefully curated situation he had built could collapse in an instant. This old man was like a clingy piece of taffy, impossible to shake off yet requiring careful handling. That afternoon, Jiraiya arrived once more, animatedly recounting to Tsunade the perilous escapades he encountered while gathering materials outside the women's bathhouse, his words punctuated by flying spittle. "You have no idea, Tsunade. The defenses there are impenetrable. I risked my ninja honor, cough, to gather a smidgen of inspiration." Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins, her fingers gripping the teacup tightly, creaking ominously. Clearly on the brink of eruption, Xiao Chun, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, since the moment was ripe. He sauntered out of the room, his bare feet touching the cold floor like a startled kitten, and rushed to Tsunade, wrapping his small arms around her. He then tilted his cherubic face upward, blinking his big, watery eyes, and with a voice so sweet it could almost be squeezed for syrup, he asked brightly, "Uncle Jiraiya, do you like my sister?" In an instant, the once boisterous living room fell into a profound silence. Jiraiya's boastful expression froze on his face. Tsunade's fist, poised to strike, hung suspended in the air. Xiao Chun, oblivious to the palpable tension, tilted his head and tapped his lips with his finger, continuing in his innocent tone, "Uncle, I heard you say last time that if a boy keeps staring at a girl and always finds excuses to visit her home, it means he likes her." Boom. It was not ninjutsu, but the sound of Tsunade's sanity completely snapping. Her face flushed from her ears to her neck, a vivid display of embarrassment and anger. A roar akin to that of a lion echoed through the room, sending dust cascading from the ceiling. Tsunade, without even glancing at Jiraiya, landed a powerful fist upon the sturdy wooden table beside her. Crack! Bang! The exquisitely crafted piece of furniture, under the might of her strength, shattered into a flurry of splintered wood without emitting a single whimper. "You scoundrel! How dare you lead my BD astray?" Jiraiya stood frozen, resembling a statue of a frog struck by lightning, his mouth agape and eyes wide with shock. The sudden and unfiltered remark struck him harder than any A-rank jutsu, targeting the most vulnerable and embarrassing aspect of his character. His weathered face, which had seen countless romantic escapades, visibly shifted from pale to crimson, and then to a deep pig-liver hue. He wished to retort, but the pure and innocent gaze of Senju Chihiro rendered any defense utterly pathetic. He contemplated lashing out, yet Tsunade's fiery eyes and the knuckles that cracked ominously before him left him paralyzed. It was all a misunderstanding. I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Before Tsunade's destructive aura could ensnare him, Jiraiya erupted from the Senju estate with a speed akin to the body flicker technique, rolling and scrambling away, his disheveled retreat contrasting comically with the pompous demeanor he had displayed upon arrival. Observing Jiraiya's hasty escape, Chihiro trembled in Tsunade's embrace, feigning fright but unable to suppress his laughter inwardly. "You lecherous sage, who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament?" He understood that when dealing with Jiraiya, a man as slippery as an eel, any logic or reasoning was futile. Only his unassailable innocence could accurately pin him down. This tactic was aptly named magic defeats magic. The effects were immediate. For the following days, Jiraiya indeed did not show his face. the Senju estate returned to its serene state. Until a week later, Tsunade was in the courtyard, patiently instructing Chihiro on the identification of various herbs. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. From the entrance came a familiar, yet hesitant voice. "Is Tsunade there?" It was Jiraiya. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, snorting dismissively and ignoring him. Chihiro, however, lifted his head, his face reflecting curiosity. It seemed the lecherous sage had the audacity to return, a testament to his sister's undeniable charm. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head, peeking around the doorframe. Noticing Tsunade's lack of immediate hostility, he mustered the courage to step inside. But this time, he was not alone. Behind him followed a young man with sunlit golden hair and azure eyes clearer than the sky, adorned with a gentle, sunny smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. Clad in the standard Konoha Jonin vest, he stood tall and exuded a pristine aura, starkly contrasting with Jiraiya's lecherous demeanor. "My apologies for the intrusion, Lady Tsunade," the golden-haired youth said, bowing slightly with grace, his voice smooth and magnetic. "Minato?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Tsunade's icy demeanor softened slightly. "What brings you here with him?" "Sensei mentioned there were important matters regarding a mission that required your counsel, so I accompanied him." The man, known as the Yellow Flash, explained with a smile, skillfully smoothing over Jiraiya's blunders. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, evidently having brought Minato along as a shield to avoid further embarrassment. Little did he know, his clever maneuver brought immense delight to someone else. Chihiro, standing beside Tsunade, gazed up at this legendary figure. Minato Namikaze, the future fourth Hokage, Jiraiya's most esteemed disciple, and the beloved of Uzumaki Kushina. A fleeting glimmer of excitement danced in Chihiro's eyes. He had been pondering how to approach the formidable Jinchuriki, Kushina, without raising suspicions. Now, the answer had arrived at his doorstep. Gazing at the smiling, radiant youth, a perfect plan began to take shape in his mind. The bridge to Uzumaki Kushina had been established. Chapter 19. The Gift of Sealing Techniques in a Previous Life. Chihiro had stumbled upon various online critiques of Minato Namikaze, comments lauding his ability to charm the most alluring women at unparalleled speeds, to become the youngest Hokage, to seal the mightiest tailed beasts, and even to father a son who would meet an untimely fate. However, what Chihiro admired most was Minato's journey from an ordinary individual with no bloodline limit, no family secrets, and no tailed beasts, to the pinnacle of speed in the ninja world, ultimately ascending to the role of Hokage in the strongest village. It was remarkable that a common man could dominate the red-haired genes of the Uzumaki clan, solidifying his terrifying prowess. Minato achieved feats without relying on external aids, purely through innate talent and skill. Even Nagato, with his Rinnegan, would likely pale in comparison to Minato. He possessed the ability to separate and seal the nine tails, a feat last accomplished by the Sage of Six Paths. To think that he passed away at the tender age of 24. Already mastering the divine flying thunder god technique and developing the original Rasengan, was nothing short of divine. Had he survived the Nine Tails invasion, the mark he left on Edo would have made even mundane tasks for Edo a challenge. The Nine Tails chaos likely erupted around the year 78. If Chihiro's abilities proved sufficient by then, perhaps he could attempt to save this prematurely departed fourth Hokage. The arrival of Minato was like a ray of warm sunlight, dispelling the awkwardness and gloom that Jiraiya had brought. The man was a walking magnet for admiration. His presence even softened Tsunade's demeanor. Unlike Jiraiya, he was not overly exuberant, nor did he possess the scrutinizing gaze of other ninjas. He simply smiled warmly, his azure eyes as clear as a rain-washed sky, devoid of any impurities. With Chihiro's deliberate encouragement, this acclaimed genius, known as the Yellow Flash, became a regular visitor at the Senju estate. Sometimes, he was a reluctant shield for Jiraiya. Other times, he would bring intriguing trinkets to visit Tsunade and the young lord of the Senju clan. For Tsunade, Minato was one of the few juniors she genuinely admired. His presence allowed her to relax her tightly wound nerves, even reducing her frequency of drinking. For Chihiro, this was nothing short of a golden opportunity. He had recently been studying and copying numerous sealing technique scrolls left by his clan, not striving for absolute precision, but rather aiming for resemblance. After this period of practice, he had become adept at depicting the basic sealing techniques with remarkable accuracy. Each time Minato visited, he shed the wariness and timidity he exhibited around Jiraiya. instead displaying an unreserved admiration akin to that of a fan for a celebrity. Minato, did you go to the Wind Country on your last mission? Is the sand there hot enough to cook an egg? One afternoon, Chihiro eagerly tugged at the hem of Minato's Jonin vest, gazing up with eyes sparkling with pure curiosity and longing for the unknown world beyond. His body was supple and warm, carrying a faint scent of milk, effortlessly touching the softest part of the battle-hardened Minato Namikaze's heart. Indeed, the temperature of the sand was quite high. Minato's voice was as gentle as jade as he patiently answered the myriad of peculiar questions posed by the little one. However, ninjas had special shoes that protected them from burns while walking on it. So, Minato and when you undertake missions, have you ever encountered really wicked villains? Do you use powerful ninjutsu to swiftly send them flying? Senju Chihiro animatedly gestured with his small hands, eliciting laughter from both Minato and Shizune, who was nearby brewing tea for everyone. Tsunade leaned against a pillar, holding a cup of tea, her gaze softening as she observed this heartwarming scene. It was undeniable that Minato played an indispensable role in helping her younger brother emerge from the shadows of the past and blossom into such a lively and cheerful child. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, sitting off to the side, was left in a state of bewilderment. Why did this little imp seem like an entirely different person? Just days ago, he was terrified of me, and now he is so close to Minato? Am I naturally destined to have a villainous face? Jiraiya scratched his chin, perplexed. Senju Chihiro took in everyone's reactions, knowing that the moment was ripe for his plans to unfold. His show of affection and admiration was akin to slowly simmering a frog in warm water, gradually lowering Minato's guard and drawing him into the meticulously woven web of his intentions. During yet another conversation, Minato was explaining the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique to Chihiro, of course, in a fairy tale version comprehensible to a 4-year-old. Like this, I leave a special mark in one place, and no matter where I am, as long as I wish to, I can swiftly return to the site of that mark. Chihiro listened, enthralled. Picking up paper and pen from a nearby low table, he began to doodle while muttering, "Is the mark like drawing?" His scribbles were a jumbled mess of lines, reminiscent of a child's haphazard graffiti. Suddenly, he paused, furrowing his little brows in distress, pouting as he said, "But in the notes of the first and second Hokage, there are so many complicated patterns, 100 times more complex than Minato and I's mark. I can't understand any of it." This statement successfully captured everyone's attention. Tsunade smiled gently. "Little Chihiro, those are not mere patterns. They are the sealing techniques left by our grandfather, among the most powerful arts in the world." Sealing techniques? Chihiro's eyes instantly brightened as he dashed to Minato, tugging at his hand with an eager gaze. "Minato and can you draw those powerful symbols? The ones that can imprison bad guys and make them unable to move." His innocent yet slightly excited tone rendered refusal impossible. Amused by his earnest demeanor, Minato affectionately ruffled Chihiro's soft hair, saying, "All right, I will show you the simplest one." With that, he picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and with a flick of his wrist, a simple yet elegant rune sprang to life on the paper. It represented the most fundamental binding sealing technique, a foundational knowledge taught at the Ninja Academy. "Look, just like this, as long as I channel chakra." Minato's words halted abruptly, for in front of him, Chihiro had merely glanced at the technique he had drawn, then silently picked up another brush. All eyes instinctively focused on that delicate little hand, which wielded the brush with astonishing steadiness, disproportionate to its size. Without hesitation, without a moment's delay, with a stroke and a flourish, a binding technique identical to Minato's appeared on another sheet of paper, almost as if it had been replicated flawlessly. The thickness of the lines, the density of the ink, and even the crucial nodes representing chakra flow within the structure were marked with impeccable precision. In the living room, one could hear a pin drop. Tsunade's smile froze on her face. Jiraiya, with a teacup poised midair, was left agape. Meanwhile, Minato, known for his calmness and speed, felt his gentle smile shatter, cracking into a myriad of expressions. A 4-year-old child had not only memorized it, but had replicated it? This was beyond mere photographic memory. The perfect understanding and reproduction of the technique structure seemed to be an innate ability. However, what truly sent shivers down Minato's spine was yet to come. Is this how you draw it correctly? A 4-year-old child not only comprehended but replicated? This transcended the description of mere talent. Jiraiya's teacup shattered on the floor, oblivious to the chaos around him. As he fixated on Chihiro, waves of tumultuous realization stirring in his murky eyes. Could it be that the prophecy of the Child of Destiny by the great Toad Sage truly referred to him? This thought surged like rampant weeds, uncontrollable. Tsunade, however, was the only one not lost in such profound contemplation. Emerging from her initial shock, she was enveloped instead by an unparalleled pride and joy. Truly, he was of the Senju bloodline. Truly, he was my brother. She stepped forward and embraced Chihiro, planting a hearty kiss on his rosy cheek. Little Chihiro is truly a genius. Cuddled in her arms, Chihiro nuzzled against Tsunade's cheek, basking in the warmth of her praise. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the change in Minato's gaze towards him. It was filled with astonishment, admiration, and incredulity, but most importantly, a newfound appreciation akin to discovering a rare treasure. Indeed, Minato inhaled deeply, steadying the tumult within him as he approached Chihiro. Little Chihiro, you are truly a genius in sealing techniques. A pause, then a smile of unprecedented warmth spread across his face. You know, a friend of mine is a true master in sealing techniques. Next time, I will definitely introduce you. For those familiar with the world of Naruto, it is well known that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are renowned throughout the land, with 80% of all sealing arts originating from them. And Minato's friend, well. Chihiro looked up, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, nodding vigorously, his voice bright. All right. Thank you, Minato and I. Chapter 20. A delayed apology. The delight brought by Minato Namikaze proved to be far more enduring than Chihiro had anticipated. Since that day, Chihiro's image in Tsunade's eyes evolved from merely a clever and obedient younger brother to that of a prodigious talent in sealing arts, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Meanwhile, Jiraiya found himself ensnared in a web of self-doubt and confusion. His perception of Chihiro grew increasingly complex, a blend of fervent excitement at discovering treasure and a faint sorrow at the prophecy child's apparent closeness to Minato while he remained overlooked. Chihiro, however, reveled in the attention, embracing it wholeheartedly. He continued to lead a structured life, refining his chakra and studying would release in the mornings, while in the afternoons, he would cling to Tsunade or Minato, perfectly embodying the image of an eager, gifted child. He understood that the more flawless his performance, the more smoothly his future plans would unfold. The piece of the puzzle named Kushina Uzumaki was now tantalizingly within reach. However, just as he eagerly anticipated his encounter with the crimson chili pepper, an unexpected, yet somewhat anticipated visitor shattered the prolonged tranquility of the Senju residence. It was a gloomy afternoon, the sky laden with heavy, leaden clouds, casting a pallor over the flowers and grass in the courtyard, rendering them lackluster. Tsunade reclined under the eaves, sipping a drink, while Senju Naruto sat nearby, idly sketching formless seals in the dirt with a twig. Suddenly, a dense, oppressive aura emanated from the entrance of the mansion. Tsunade's hand, poised with the wine cup, halted abruptly, her striking brown eyes narrowed, the previous languor evaporating, replaced by a sharpness akin to a drawn blade. Who is it? Senju Naruto also raised his head, sensing the nauseating scent mingling with disinfectant and a sinister atmosphere in the air, a smell he would never forget. Outside the door, the aged yet gentle voice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resonated. Tsunade, it is I? The frost on Tsunade's face remained unyielding as she coldly replied, Old man, do you really need to bring someone else when you come here? Before her words faded, the figure of the third Hokage had already appeared at the courtyard entrance. Clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, his face etched with a weary smile tinged with resignation. Behind him lingered a man shrouded in shadows. His right eye and arm were heavily bandaged, and the exposed left eye resembled an unfathomable abyss, devoid of any ripples, only a profound darkness. He leaned on a cane, each step measured and suffocating, as if he treaded upon countless bones rather than stone tiles. Shimura Danzo. At the sight of this man, Senju Naruto's heart skipped a beat, not from fear, but from a visceral loathing that surged from the depths of his soul. Instinctively, he sprang up from the ground like a startled young beast, rushing a few steps to hide behind Tsunade, clutching her clothing tightly. He peered out with wide, terrified eyes, fixated on the bandaged man. His body trembled slightly, displaying the lingering trauma of a child who had faced death. Tsunade sensed the quivering behind her, and her anger surged to its zenith. She swiftly enveloped Naruto in her embrace, her gaze sharp as a blade, directed at Danzo. Danzo, how dare you show your face here? Her roar, infused with chakra, reverberated through the air. Get out of my home. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, stepping forward to position himself between the two. Tsunade, calm down. I brought Danzo here today to address the previous incident, for your sake and for Naruto's. Address? Tsunade scoffed, her laughter laced with derision. What address? To inform me that the one who sent assassins after my brother is this man, your assistant, the dark side of Konoha? I could have figured that out with my toes. In the face of Tsunade's fury, Danzo's expression remained unchanged, as if he were a lifeless statue, cold and unyielding. He stepped forward, his cane striking the stone with a dull thud. Tsunade Senju, he rasped, his voice gravelly as if two pieces of sandpaper were grinding against each other. Devoid of emotion. Concerning your brother's assault, I have ascertained that it was orchestrated by a spy from the land of Earth's Iwagakure. I take full responsibility for my lack of oversight in identifying this individual in time. He inclined his head slightly, feigning an apologetic gesture. Here, I offer my apologies to you and to the remnants of the Senju clan. His words were meticulously crafted, casting all blame onto the spy while shouldering only the responsibility of negligence. The gesture, rather than an apology, felt more like a condescending announcement. Hidden behind Tsunade, Senju Naruto could not suppress his derisive thoughts. What a convenient excuse, what a feeble admission of fault. He raised his gaze through the gap of Tsunade's arm, scrutinizing this man. This is Shimura Danzo, a staunch egoist who would shroud all vile acts in the name of the village. In his eyes, there was no morality, only self-interest. At this moment, under the pressure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might bow his head, but the malice and ambition lurking in those shadowed eyes were more intense than ever. He had previously attempted to assassinate the third Hokage for his own gain, later revealed to be involved in forbidden experiments with Orochimaru, which ultimately led to Orochimaru's defection. His ostensible apology today was merely a political compromise, a temporary retreat. Given the chance, this venomous serpent would not hesitate to bare its fangs once again. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage known for his appeasement, was playing the role of the facade mender at this moment. Tsunade, see, Danzo has acknowledged his mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to mediate. Let this matter rest here. Konoha needs stability. We cannot afford further internal strife. Rest here? Tsunade trembled with rage. Old man, he attempted to murder my only brother. He threatens the very blood of the Senju clan. You want me to act as if nothing has happened? Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone deepened, imbued with the undeniable authority of the Hokage. This is an order. The air grew thick with tension. Tsunade glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen, her chest heaving with agitation. She understood that when this man delivered commands as Hokage, there was no room for negotiation. She could disregard Danzo's presence, but she could not afford to disrespect the Hokage. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Tsunade. At that moment, the little figure in her arms gently tugged at her clothing. Tsunade looked down to see Senju Naruto gazing up at her. The terror had faded from his clear eyes, replaced with an unsettling calmness that belied his age. Sister. Naruto's voice was soft, trembling, yet exceedingly clear. I'm fine. Please, don't argue with Grandpa Hokage for my sake. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Danzo, then quickly buried his head into Tsunade's embrace, as if another glance would be torment. This display of understanding, heart-wrenching in its innocence, struck Tsunade like a heavy blow. Her fury was instantly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of heartache and guilt. Indeed, what could her anger change? It would only serve to instill greater fear in Naruto, a child who had already borne too much. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade forcibly suppressed her surging murderous intent. She held Senju Naruto tightly, lifting her head to cast a frigid glare at Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter. A look of relief washed over Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. However, Tsunade's next words froze his smile in place. But I have one condition. Tsunade enunciated each word deliberately. From this day forth, my brother's safety is my sole responsibility. No Ombu, including your root, Danzo, shall approach within 100 meters of the Senju residence without my permission. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking your heads one by one. And you, Danzo. Her gaze pierced him like icy daggers. Remember what you said today. If there is a next time, I care not for the Hokage or the village. I will ensure that you and your root vanish from this world entirely. Her words dripped with a sanguinary threat, leaving no room for doubt. Danzo's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew somewhat displeased, Yet upon seeing Tsunade's resolute gaze, he understood that this was her utmost concession. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Having secured this promise, Tsunade turned away, cradling Senju Tatsumi in her arms, and strode into the house, slamming the door behind her, thereby isolating the two unwelcome guests. In the courtyard, only the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sigh and Danzo's abyss-like silence remained. Inside the room, Tsunade gently placed Tatsumi on the tatami mat, crouching down to cup his small face. Her eyes filled with compassion. Tatsumi, do not be afraid. Your sister is here, and no one shall harm you again. Tatsumi obediently nodded, wrapping his tiny arms around Tsunade's neck and burying his face in her shoulder, murmuring softly, I believe in you, sister. However, on his unseen face, all innocence and timidity had faded away, replaced by a chilling calmness akin to ancient ice. In his heart, he silently recited the names of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Today, he had taken the initiative to break the stalemate, providing these two high-ranking officials of Konoha a means of retreat. This favor, he vowed to utilize well in the future when he needed something from them. Surely, they would find it difficult to refuse, considering today's exchange. As a victim, he would undoubtedly make the most of their goodwill, chuckling inwardly. He lifted his head, his face once again adopting a charming demeanor, offering Tsunade a faint, dependent smile. Sister, I am hungry. All right, I will have Shizun prepare something delicious for you. After an initial bout of impulsiveness from Tsunade that nearly led Tatsumi to starve himself, she had ultimately relinquished her culinary endeavors, leaving the household meals entirely to Shizun. Watching Tsunade's departing figure, Tatsumi's gaze deepened once more. He had temporarily triumphed in the political game, yet he recognized more profoundly that absolute power was an illusion. So-called safety was merely a castle built upon sand, susceptible to being shattered by a single wave. He required strength, more and stronger strength. Brother Minato, you must hasten to introduce me to your friend. He found himself increasingly impatient. The ominous shadow cast by Danzo had not lingered over the Senju estate for long. Or rather, it had been forcefully dispelled by Tsunade's almost tyrannical means. Since that day, any unfamiliar face attempting to approach within 100 meters of the Senju estate would immediately be met with an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. This aura of menace was palpable, reminiscent of an ancient beast poised to strike, hovering above the estate and coldly observing every potential threat. Just days prior, an unfortunate new postman, seeking a shortcut, had inadvertently crossed the threshold of this ominous territory, only to be so frightened by the killing intent that he fled in terror, reportedly suffering nightmares for 3 consecutive nights thereafter. Since then, the Senju clan's residence had become an unspoken forbidden zone in Konoha. The architect of this atmosphere, Tatsumi, was comfortably relishing this ultimate protection. More than anyone, he understood that his sister's dominance was predicated upon the third Hokage's concession. This seemingly impregnable sense of security was merely a temporary equilibrium on the political scale. Should the balance tilt, all promises would dissolve into vapor. Shizun had once confided in him that Tsunade had not visited a casino in quite some time, leading outsiders to believe she had given up gambling. Yet he knew this was Tsunade's way of safeguarding him, remaining within the confines of their clan's territory even for official duties. Thus, more than ever, he craved power. Time flowed quietly in this tranquility. Namikaze Minato remained a frequent visitor to the Senju estate. However, now, in addition to his usual warmth and admiration, there was a hint of scrutiny and expectation in his gaze, akin to a seasoned gem-cutter contemplating an exquisite piece of unrefined jade, pondering where to make the first cut. At last, on a sunny afternoon, after concluding a routine briefing with Tsunade regarding the village's current affairs, Minato approached Tatsumi, who was practicing chakra control in the courtyard. Little Tatsumi, Minato's voice was gentle, imbued with his unique, sunny disposition. Tatsumi paused in his movements, the leaf affixed to his forehead by chakra gently fluttering down as he looked up. He tilted his small face upward, his eyes sparkling with the purest excitement and anticipation a child could possess, nodding vigorously. Brother Minato. Observing Tatsumi's expression, Minato's smile brightened further as he crouched to meet his gaze. Are you ready? He feigned mystery, winking. Today, I will take you to meet a friend skilled in sealing techniques. Tatsumi's heart raced. It's happening. He could hardly contain his surging excitement, yet his face remained innocent, even displaying a hint of appropriate nervousness and curiosity. Really? We're going now? Yes, right now. Minato chuckled, ruffling his hair. However, we cannot visit such a formidable teacher empty-handed. As he spoke, he produced a delicate food box from behind his back. I know her tastes. I specially picked this up from the dango shop. 3-colored dango and red bean soup, her favorites. Tatsumi gazed at the food box, his lips twitching slightly. Uzumaki Kushina. He certainly recognized whom Minato intended to introduce him to. Yet he had not anticipated that the future fourth Hokage's method of courting his beloved was so unpretentiously simple. Let us go. Minato took Tatsumi's small hand, his palm warm and strong. Tatsumi obediently followed, though his heart was tumultuous. Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. The princess of the Uzumaki clan. Here I come. Chapter 22. Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina's home was somewhat different from what Tatsumi had imagined. It lacked the orderly solemnity of the Senju estate and the standardized appearance of the ninja apartments. Instead, it was a quaint and cozy wooden house, with a garden flourishing with a variety of unidentifiable flowers and plants, exuding a wild, untamed vitality. As soon as Minato knocked on the door, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within, accompanied by a clear, slightly impatient female voice. Coming. Who is it? Does this girl not have time to tidy up? With a swift motion, the door swung open. A cascade of fiery, flame-like red hair burst into Tatsumi's view, followed by a fair, lively face radiating energy. Her violet eyes sparkled as if containing stars, widening slightly in surprise due to her owner's agitation, exuding a unique charm. She wore simple home attire, her sleeves rolled up high, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly having just emerged from a vigorous endeavor. Minato, what brings you here? Uzumaki Kushina's gaze shifted from Namake's Minato to the small figure standing beside him. It was a boy, exquisitely beautiful, appearing no older than 4 or 5. Clad in a modest, unadorned kimono, his jet-black hair contrasted beautifully against his snow-white skin. At that moment, he was peeking shyly from behind Minato, revealing only half of his little head, his large, clear eyes gazing at her with a hint of timidity. The gaze was pure and unblemished, tinged with a hint of shyness toward strangers, yet interspersed with an irresistible curiosity. In his heart, Senju Chuan awarded himself full marks for his performance. Indeed, the reality was more vibrant than any animation. The striking physique and exuberant vitality were captivating. His eyes swiftly traversed the impressive curves of Kushina, and he let out a silent whistle internally, maintaining an innocent demeanor on the outside. He understood that excessive enthusiasm could provoke caution in a woman as cheerful, carefree, and motherly as she was. Displaying vulnerability was his most effective weapon. Kushina, this is the younger brother of Lady Tsunade, Senju Chuan, Minato introduced gently, nudging Chuan forward. Chuan, this is your sister, Uzumaki Kushina. Hello, Sister Kushina. Chuan's voice was soft and sweet, imbued with a touch of delightful shyness, and he instinctively retreated behind Minato once again. Wow, how adorable. Kushina's eyes sparkled at once. Her previous irritation dissipated entirely in the presence of this delicately doll-like child. She pushed Minato aside, crouching down to meet Chuan's gaze, a radiant smile illuminating her face. So you are little Chuan. Hello. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Her voice was filled with warmth, bursting with enthusiasm that felt capable of melting ice and snow. Chuan, compelled to step out from behind Minato, cast his eyes downward, nervously clutching the hem of his clothing, embodying a picture of helplessness. This demeanor struck a chord in the softest part of Kushina's heart, and she could hardly contain her eagerness as she pulled Chuan inside, leaving Minato behind. The interior was simply adorned, yet exuded a vibrant, lively atmosphere. Kushina enthusiastically presented an array of snacks and juices before him, treating him as one would a small animal, while showering him with warmth and concern, afraid of neglecting her little guest. Chuan epitomized obedience and understanding, nibbling delicately on the treats, occasionally glancing up with awe-filled eyes at Kushina, then at the smiling Minato nearby. The moment was ripe for an opportunity. As Minato stepped into the kitchen to assist with the dishes, and Kushina animatedly recounted tales of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, Chuan set down his snack. He leaned closer to Kushina, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper meant only for her ears. Filled with innocent curiosity, he asked, Sister, do you like Brother Minato? Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Kushina's animated chatter abruptly halted, her smile frozen in place, as if paused. Chuan could vividly see a delightful blush creeping up her long neck, rapidly spreading to her cheeks, and even the nape of her ears turned an enticing shade of pink. Her vibrant violet eyes narrowed in shock and embarrassment, a hint of flustered anger flickering within them, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Ding! Detecting significant emotional fluctuations in target character Uzumaki Kushina, conditions for acquisition met. A cold system notification resonated in Chuan's mind. Available abilities for acquisition are as follows. A. Diamond Lock, S-Class Sealing Technique. B. Barrier Technique and Contract Sealing, Talent. C. High Purity Uzumaki Physique, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Bloodline, Warning. The sealing power within the target's body is highly coupled with life energy. Direct acquisition is not feasible, and forced attempts may lead to unpredictable risks. Acquisition Strategy Adjustment. Initiating Infiltration and Differentiation Mode. Requires multiple, prolonged effective contacts with the target, gradually analyzing and differentiating the bloodline talent through life energy resonance. Chuan's heart sank. Indeed, the power of a Jinchuriki was not so easily claimed. He had anticipated that directly acquiring the bloodline of the Nine-Tails would come with immense risks. This infiltration and differentiation mode, though seemingly cumbersome, was precisely what he desired. He needed a long-term, reasonable rationale for engaging with Kushina. Now was the opportune moment to create that rationale. His thoughts raced, yet his face quickly adopted an expression of flustered innocence. Sister, did I say something wrong? He timidly tugged at Kushina's sleeve, with tears glistening in his eyes. Looking utterly wronged. I heard Uncle Jiraiya say that if someone always secretly watches another and blushes upon seeing them, then they must like them, Jiraiya. Kushina nearly spat the name through clenched teeth, her face flushed a deep crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger threatening to explode at any moment. She had never anticipated that her carefully concealed feelings would be so effortlessly exposed by a 4-year-old child, especially one spouting the nonsense of that lecherous sage. What's wrong? Kushina, did I hear you mention my name? Just then, Minato emerged from the kitchen with freshly washed teacups, pausing at the sight of Kushina's face ablaze. Concern written all over his face. And no, it's nothing. Kushina sprang up as if jolted by electricity, waving her arms frantically at Minato. It's nothing. Her heart raced chaotically as she gazed at Minato's approaching, still gentle and handsome visage, laced with confusion and innocence, igniting a surge of inexplicable anger within her. A child could see through it all. And you thick-headed fool, understand nothing. With a resounding thud, Kushina's flustered punch sent Minato flying from the living room. Rolling several times in the yard before coming to a halt, stars circling around his head. Chuan stared at the airborne Minato and the gaping hole in the door, utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated the impact of his words would be so profound. It was no wonder she was known as the red-hot pepper of the Uzumaki clan. This legendary yellow flash, our future fourth Hokage, had just been sent flying. His small frame could hardly withstand such a display. Should he make a hasty exit now? After all, the Uzumaki clan's physique wasn't that vital, was it? Once everything settled, Kushina finally realized the gravity of her actions, the blush deepening on her cheeks. Looking at the stunned Chuan, desperate to mask her embarrassment and shift the topic, she took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she crouched down once more. Little Chuan, I heard from Minato that you are quite interested in sealing techniques. Chuan's heart surged, suppressing his gaze from the distant Minato, eagerly nodding with newfound enthusiasm in his eyes. Yes, sister, I find those runes fascinating and magical. His demeanor was the epitome of obedience. Seizing the opportunity, Kushina's spirit soared. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, sealing techniques were a source of inherent pride. With a puffed chest, she declared, of course. Our Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are the finest in the ninja world. With your talent, you must not waste it. The more she observed Chuan, the more she grew fond of him. With a grand gesture, she made a decisive proclamation. From now on, you shall frequently visit your sister. I will personally teach you, guaranteeing that you will become the most formidable master of sealing techniques. In Senju Chen's eyes, a glimmer of fulfilled desire shone brightly. He lifted his head, revealing an extraordinarily radiant and dependent smile towards Kushina, and exclaimed with a clear and resonant voice. All right. Thank you, Sister Kushina. Thus, a long-term, reasonable, and effectively engaging rationale was born. In the courtyard, the recently risen Minato, rubbing his head, gazed at the harmonious interaction between the two within the house. and a contented smile spread across his face. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had just been utilized as a mere tool, unwittingly constructing a bridge to a treasure trove for a mischievous little imp. Chapter 23. The Disciple of the Whirlpool Flow. Ever since that astonishing day at Kushina's home, Senju Chin's trajectory of life, apart from his daily training, had included a new path, learning sealing techniques from Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade welcomed this development with open arms. To her, it was nothing short of splendid that her brother had discovered a passion he genuinely loved, with a cheerful and powerful mentor like Kushina guiding him. This not only fostered his self-protective abilities, but also allowed him to entirely escape the shadows of his past, gaining a trustworthy friend in the process. To this end, she even personally prepared an exceptionally generous gift for his mentor, solemnly handing it over to Minato with the gravity of someone presenting an engagement proposal rather than merely seeking to learn a craft. Thus, Senju Chin's sealing technique class began in an atmosphere that was delightful and welcomed by all. "Wait, little Chun, look here," Kushina's voice brimmed with vitality as she leaned down, her warm fingertips gently touching the sealing formula recently drawn by Senju Chin. "The corners of this rune need to be a bit more rounded. When chakra flows here, it should glide smoothly like a stream, rather than crashing against a rock, causing unnecessary energy loss." She was quite close, and her iconic crimson hair playfully fell over Senju Chin's cheek, tickling him with the scent of sunshine and shampoo. "Is that so?" Senju Chin lifted his small face, a hint of innocence in his eyes. Obediently, he took up the pen, carefully modifying the corners under Kushina's guidance. The rounded corners were designed to minimize chakra conflict at the nodes, thereby enhancing the stability and speed of the technique's execution. His uncle Tobarama's notes had mentioned that a more advanced technique involves constructing a miniature energy buffer structure at the corners of the runes, which not only prevents energy loss, but can even amplify the effect. This knowledge he had already studied exhaustively within the revered scrolls left by the First and Second Hokage. With Kushina's assistance in filling the gaps, his learning progressed at an astonishing rate. Ding. Effective contact detected. Life energy resonance progress. 2. Current total progress. 17. The system notification ringing in his mind was his true objective. Yes, just like that. "Wow, little Chun, you truly are a genius," Kushina exclaimed, her praise unreserved as she excitedly clasped her hands and ruffled Senju Chin's soft black hair. "You're learning so fast, much quicker than Minato when he first learned." Nearby, Minato, who was assisting with the garden, chuckled at her words, his gaze filled with affection. Senju Chin, in turn, revealed a shy yet proud smile, secretly calculating in his mind. The progress bonus from physical contact was the highest, followed closely by close-range chakra perception. It seemed he would need to find ways to create more opportunities for hands-on learning. Thus, the days in the sealing technique classroom unfolded in a warm and efficient rhythm. Senju Chin's exhibited talent grew more astonishing by the day, from the most basic binding techniques to the slightly more intricate storage seals, and finally to the introductory barrier techniques requiring exquisite chakra control. He understood and mastered nearly everything at first glance. At times, he would even pose seemingly naive yet incisive questions after Kushina's explanations. "Sister Kushina, if we swap the positions of this stability rune and that amplification rune, could we seal heavier objects using less chakra?" This question left Kushina momentarily stunned, as she was in the midst of preparing to demonstrate a simplified version of the Whirlpool Flow's 4-symbol seal. She glanced down at the blueprints, simulating Senju Chin's line of thought, and a flicker of incredulous astonishment crossed her violet eyes. Theoretically, it was indeed feasible, although it would sacrifice a portion of the seal's durability. In certain specific circumstances, this was undoubtedly a remarkably creative optimization. "How did you come up with that?" Kushina looked at Senju Chin as if she were gazing at a prodigy. I don't really know," Senju Chin scratched his head, feigning innocence as if he had merely spoken offhandedly. "I just noticed it while looking through Grandpa's notes. It seemed like he had drawn two unrelated techniques together, so I thought I'd give it a try." He cleverly attributed his brilliance to the influence of the ancestral relics. This reasoning was impeccable. Upon hearing about the First Hokage's notes, Kushina immediately felt a surge of respect, her gaze towards Senju Chin shifting from pure admiration to one imbued with recognition and anticipation for the bloodline legacy. "Truly, you are the descendant of the First Hokage. Such an innate intuition is enviable to others." Her gaze towards Senju Chin grew increasingly fervent, and her enthusiasm for teaching soared unprecedentedly, as if she yearned to impart all her knowledge. Meanwhile, Senju Chun reveled in the exhilarating sensation of watching his progress soar rapidly under this ardent affection. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Senju Chun became a notable figure in the upper echelons of Konoha. Everyone knew that Tsunade's precious little brother was not only a prodigy of wood release, but also an unparalleled talent in sealing techniques, now being mentored by the fiery Kushina, who doted on him immensely. Consequently, Minato's visits to the Senju estate decreased, as he often found himself alongside Senju Chun at Kushina's home, creating a heartwarming trio that made many observing ninjas smile with maternal affection. One afternoon, with the sun shining just right, Kushina was instructing Senju Chun on a rather complex application of the four-symbol seal barrier technique. Remember, the chakra output at the four corners must be absolutely synchronized. Just like this, extend your perception and imagine them as your four limbs. As she spoke, Kushina demonstrated personally. Senju Chun sat cross-legged in the center, his small, fair face filled with seriousness. Following Kushina's guidance, he divided his chakra into four streams and precisely injected them into the four rune nodes predetermined on the ground. Buzz. With a faint resonance, a pale golden, semi-transparent square barrier instantaneously rose from the ground, enveloping Senju Chun within. The glow of the barrier was stable and gentle, without a hint of tremor. I did it, Kushina exclaimed in delight, sensing that the stability of this barrier was even more perfect than when she had first demonstrated it. She quickly rushed forward, scooping Senju Chun up in her arms and spinning him around joyfully. Little Chun, you are truly born for the art of sealing. Remarkable. The fragrance of the girl and the aura of her joy enveloped Senju Chun completely. At this very moment, the long-awaited voice finally erupted in his mind. Ding! Life energy resonance has reached the threshold. Permeation and differentiation completed. Progress 100. Target Uzumaki Kushina. Theft plan completed. It has arrived. Senju Chun's heart raced. Yet his face retained that innocent, carefree smile as he allowed Kushina to set him down. The options for theft have been generated. Please select. The chilling system panel unfolded within his consciousness, displaying two options radiating with deadly allure. Option A, Uzumaki bloodline, high purity. Upon theft, gain immense vitality and chakra equivalent to the target, and fully inherit the Uzumaki clan's innate talent for sealing arts, with a high probability of awakening the adamantine sealing. Option B, power of the Nine Tails, root. Upon theft, a new Nine Tails chakra will be generated within the host. Warning, this option will directly trigger the core of the Jinchuriki seal, posing extreme danger during the theft. Senju Chun's breath suddenly hitched. He could truly steal the power of a tailed beast. He gazed at the two options before him, his mind racing. Option A was the righteous path, the foundation. Gaining the Uzumaki bloodline would lead to a qualitative leap in his chakra and endurance as he matured, combined with his Senju physique and would release. His future achievements would be boundless. This was the most secure, safest, and long-term beneficial choice. However, Option B meant directly seizing the power of the Nine Tails. What a mad thought. This implied that at the tender age of 4, he could possess destructive power comparable to that of a Kage. Little Chun, what's wrong? What are you thinking? Kushina, noticing the sudden daze in Senju Chun, gently shook his shoulder with concern. Senju Chun snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to meet Kushina's sunlit and caring face. For the first time, a violent turmoil arose within him. Chapter 24. The Rampage of the Nine Tails. Upon seeing Option B, Senju Chun's heart skipped a beat. The words power of the Nine Tails ignited a fervent fire deep within his consciousness, stirring the most primal desires of his soul, to leap to greatness. Wielding destructive power capable of rivaling the strongest of shadows, what a fatal temptation. He could almost envision that cataclysmic force surging within his small frame. A force so potent that none in the shinobi world would dare to belittle him, a mere 4-year-old child. Yet, the warning that followed hung over him like a sword of Damocles. Triggering the seal was incredibly dangerous. He could almost foresee that should he make this choice, the Nine Tails within Kushina might erupt violently, and he could be consumed entirely by boundless hatred and malice. His gaze shifted from the void of the system panel back to reality. Kushina tilted her head, her bright violet eyes filled with pure concern and confusion. She shook his shoulder again, her warm palm radiating a comforting heat. Little Chun, what's wrong? Did your sister spin too fast? and make you dizzy? Her smile remained radiant, devoid of any shadow, akin to the flowers in the garden thriving under the sun. That warmth was genuine. Yet, the glaring warning of extreme danger on the system panel was equally real. Senju Chun was no gambler, at least, not before he possessed sufficient stakes to wager his life. The power of the Nine Tails was both exquisite wine and poison. He was far from qualified to savor it now. Fundamentals were everything. In an instant of wavering, his gaze regained clarity and determination. System, I choose a Uzumaki bloodline. The moment this thought settled in his mind, Senju Chun felt a profound warmth permeating through the skin where Kushina held him, silently and seamlessly flowing into his being. This was not merely the movement of chakra, but a resonance and fusion of a more fundamental and profound life energy. His limbs felt as though they were submerged in a soothing spring, every cell rejoicing in jubilation. The monumental vitality of the Senju clan, at this moment, appeared to have found a long-lost tributary, becoming more complete and vast. Done. Senju Chin's heart leapt with joy. Yet his face retained that innocent smile as he prepared to respond to Kushina's concern. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A muffled groan of agony erupted from Kushina's throat. Her smile instantly froze, replaced by sheer pain and distortion. The arms holding Senju Chin abruptly released him, staggering 2 steps back as she pressed her hands firmly against her abdomen. Kushina, in the midst of pruning the garden, Minato, the 4th Hokage, immediately sensed something amiss. He dropped his scissors and, in a flash, appeared by Kushina's side, reaching out to support her. But just as his hand was about to make contact with Kushina, a roar, one that was anything but human, filled with brutality, hatred, and malevolent intent, erupted from deep within her throat. Boom! A violent wave of crimson chakra exploded from her, as fierce as the very essence of rage itself. Minato's pupils constricted, instantly propelled back by this tremendous force, colliding heavily against the courtyard wall. How could this be? He had chosen the safest option. The system had clearly stated that only option B would incite the Nine Tails rampage. Senju Chin thought in disbelief as he beheld the impending chaos within Kushina. In the courtyard, the once warm and gentle sunlight seemed to be cloaked in a blood-red shadow. Kushina, in agony, knelt upon the ground, her cascading crimson hair swirling as if in a tempest, each strand forming 9 grotesque tails. The fabric of her abdomen strained against the intricate 4-symbol sealing technique, now emanating a foreboding dark red glow, as if a cage on the verge of explosion. Surrounding furniture, snacks, and even the sealing technique drawing Senju Chun had just completed were torn to shreds by this malevolent tempest. The Nine Tails have gone berserk. Seal the scene. Whoosh, whoosh. For figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, the Umbu responsible for protecting the Jinchuriki. Their expressions were grave as they surveyed the horrifying scene before them. All eyes instinctively locked onto the lone figure standing unharmed at the center of the storm. Is it this child? Did he provoke the Nine Tails rampage? Quick! Take Lord Senju Chun away. One Umbu decisively shouted, rushing towards Senju Chun. In their eyes, regardless of the cause, safeguarding the bloodline of the First Hokage was the utmost priority. Senju Chin's mind raced back over the past month, recalling how this girl had poured her enthusiasm and pride into him wholeheartedly. She would cheer for his small progress, marvel at his brilliant ideas, and like an elder sister, clumsily yet sincerely care for his daily needs. Looking at Kushina, now spiraling into madness, on the verge of transforming into the Nine Tails, Senju Chin made a decision that would halt the thoughts of everyone present. His small frame did not retreat but advanced, like a stone swimming against the current, breaking through the turbulent chakra waves, stumbling forward to stand before the anguished, howling Kushina. Little Chun, it's dangerous. In the distance, the recently steadied Minato Namikaze felt his heart shatter. The Umbu were equally astonished, entirely unprepared for the sight of a 4-year-old child. Unperturbed by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the tailed beast, pressure that would instill fear even in seasoned jonin, charging forward with resolute bravery. Senju Chihiro paid no heed to the gasps of astonishment surrounding him. In his eyes, fear was absent, replaced instead by an unprecedented calm. He surmised that this unexpected turn of events stemmed from his own actions in tampering with the bloodline, disrupting the delicate balance between the seal and the Nine Tails. This mess was one he had to resolve. Otherwise, he would face unending scrutiny from the higher echelons of Konoha, or worse, be deemed a dangerous element and confined. He gazed at Kushina, writhing in agony on the ground, her consciousness on the brink of being consumed. A phrase from the First Hokage's notes echoed clearly in his mind. Wood release is not merely a technique. It is an extension of the heart, a manifestation of intent. Extending his delicate, pale hand, he disregarded the malevolent chakra surrounding him, which seemed capable of scorching his skin, and gently, yet firmly pressed it against the ominous, flickering four-symbol seal on Kushina's abdomen. He closed his eyes. Without invoking any offensive jutsu or summoning the recently merged whirlpool power, he immersed his spirit deeply within the essence of his innate bloodline, the purest, most profound, and gentle life energy inherited from the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. He envisioned it not as a weapon, but as a cradle, not as a torrent, but as a clear spring. A magnificent and gentle life energy flowed silently from Chihiro's palm, like a trickling stream, into the agitated seal. In the mental realm of Kushina, where the Nine Tails raged against the confines of its prison, its furious assault suddenly halted. Its vast consciousness was stirred by this unexpected force, not the reinforcing power of the four symbols that Minato had attempted to employ, nor the Vajra force used by the Uzumaki clan to suppress it. This was a power that resonated deeply within its very soul, invoking familiarity, dread, and an indelible memory. This energy was gentle, encompassing, and brimming with vitality, as though it could mend all wounds and heal all hatred in the world. Yet beneath this gentle facade lay an undeniable, unassailable dominance that left no room for resistance. What? This chakra, this sensation, is it Hashirama's aura? How is he still alive? The Nine Tails' colossal face exhibited a profoundly human-like expression of shock. Its memories were suddenly transported back several decades to a time of joy. One day, while it frolicked freely in the forest, a man named Dan appeared and seized control of it without hesitation. This man adorned it with impressive armor and rode it into battle against a man known as Senju Hashirama. Ultimately, that was a battle lost. Hashirama effortlessly tore apart its splendid armor, pinning it to the ground like a mere kitten, binding it with wood, and then unceremoniously stuffing it into another's body. From that day forward, it was thrust into a life of darkness and confinement. Farewell, my lost youth. Hashirama, do you know how I have suffered all these years? Do you understand that even pets need to be walked? This was the sentiment the Nine Tails had longed to convey to that man. However, the fear stemming from the bloodline suppression swiftly drowned out its overwhelming rage, clearing the Nine Tails' tumultuous gaze. Forget it. If I can't win, I might as well go back to sleep. The Nine Tails sensed this aura and immediately cowered, its chakra diminishing. Yet, before retreating, it still hurled a few choice curses at the source of this presence. Meanwhile, before the astonished eyes of Minato and the two Umbu, a miracle unfolded. The Crimson Chakra, which had surged from Kushina as if to annihilate the world, was forcefully pressed back by an invisible hand, retreating rapidly and docilely into the seal on her abdomen. The ominous red glow of the seal began to fade. Kushina's inverted crimson hair fell limply, her pained cries ceased, and her taut body relaxed, slipping into unconsciousness. The courtyard lay in disarray, enveloped in a deathly silence. Minato and the two Umbu stared blankly at the scene, observing the small figure still pressing his hand against Kushina's abdomen, single-handedly calming the rampaging Nine Tails. Their minds were blank. What, indeed, had this child, Senju Chihiro, accomplished? Chapter 25. Konoha's nuclear weapon consciousness slowly surfaced from a warm darkness. Chihiro's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He did not immediately open his eyes. Instead, he sought to perceive his surroundings through his senses. The air was imbued with a distinctive scent, a blend of aged paper and fine tobacco, characteristic of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Beneath him lay a soft sofa, covered with a blanket carrying a faint medicinal aroma, a remnant of Tsunade's presence. The atmosphere was tranquil, yet he could sense several heavy breaths, each representing the pinnacle of power in Konoha. After soothing the Nine Tails, he had perfectly exhausted all his strength, collapsing neatly before Minato and the Umbu could reach him. A crisis capable of overturning Konoha had been instigated by him and subsequently quelled by his hand. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. He slowly opened his eyes, his black and white pupils reflecting a newborn's confusion and fragility, akin to a startled fawn searching for direction. Chihiro, you're awake. A voice filled with concern and joy rang out, and Tsunade appeared by his side, carefully helping him up as if he were a rare treasure. Leaning against his sister's warm embrace, he surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was solemn and somewhat stifling. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, a pipe clenched between his teeth but unlit, his usually dull eyes now sharp as an eagle's, fixated intently on him. To his left was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who had shed all frivolity, arms crossed, his expression uncharacteristically grave. To his right stood Minato, upright, his golden hair shining in the light streaming through the window. Yet his face bore more than just relief and gratitude. It was marked by an indescribable shock. In the shadows stood two elder advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado. Their gazes were akin to those discovering a legendary weapon, infused with greed and excitement. Excluding Danzo, the highest echelons of Konoha had gathered here, and he, a mere 4-year-old child, once again found himself at the absolute center of this meeting. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen broke the silence. He inhaled deeply as if to draw in the astonishment that weighed heavily on him, then slowly exhaled. From this moment forth, today's events shall be classified as Konoha's highest-level S-rank secret. None present are to disclose a single word to outsiders. Violators will be treated as traitors. His voice resonated with solemnity and unassailable authority, particularly emphasizing Chihiro's abilities. He concluded with a pointed gaze directed at Senju Chihiro, stating that his wood release possessed the power to soothe tailed beasts. This matter serves as the ultimate trump card capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja world. Tokuha Komatsu adjusted her glasses and remarked, after the first Hokage, the village has finally regained this power. It is indeed a fortunate turn for Konoha. An immediate and highest-level protection plan must be established. Senju Chihiro's safety takes precedence above all else. She is still so young, Mito Gateyen said amiably. If she were to be exploited, the consequences would be dire. I propose that the Umbu form a specialized guard unit to provide round-the-clock protection and restrict her contact with unnecessary individuals. Supervision? Protection? Are you intending to treat my brother like a second Kushina, locking him away as an emotionless weapon? He is merely 4 years old. He risked his life to save Kushina, the treasured Jinchuriki of you all. Is this how you treat a hero of Konoha? Tsunade instantly objected. Tsunade, please, calm down. Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. The elders mean well. Their intentions are rooted in concern for the village. Indeed, Tsunade. We are acting in the best interest of Chihiro. His bloodline talent is unparalleled, and I believe we should personally protect and mentor him to prevent him from straying onto the wrong path. Do you wish to take my brother away? Tsunade exploded with fury, a tempestuous aura filling the room. In the midst of the escalating tension, Senju Chihiro clutched Tsunade's clothing, his small frame trembling as he timidly spoke. Sister, have I done something wrong? Are they going to lock me away? His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of tears, yet it struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone present. Tsunade's anger transformed into boundless compassion as she held her brother tightly, gently reassuring him. Do not fear, Chihiro. With me here, no one will lay a finger on you. Minato Namikaze promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply to the two elders. Honorable advisors, Hokage-sama. If I may speak candidly, I was present at the scene, and I witnessed Chihiro, at the most perilous moment, disregard his own safety to comfort Kushina. His heart is one of protection, akin to that of the first Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze lingered on Senju Chihiro's innocent face for a long moment before he finally spoke, decisively declaring, enough. This matter ends here. He stood up, approached Senju Chihiro, and cast a shadow with his tall figure, kneeling down to meet the child's gaze. His voice softened considerably. Chihiro, can you tell Grandpa how you accomplished this? Chihiro's heart soared with joy. I did it. With Tsunade's fury, Minato's support, and his impeccable act as a victim, the tide of the situation had completely turned. The elder's proposal for supervision now seemed so inhumane, having been thoroughly isolated. He lifted his head, looking into Hiruzen's eyes with clarity and innocence, tinged with a hint of fear and childlike bewilderment. I don't know how I organized the most impeccable words. I just saw Sister Kushina in pain. It seemed as if a furious and sorrowful flame burned within her, and I wanted to help. Grandpa's notes mentioned that the power of wood release stems from life. I thought perhaps the power of life could soothe pain, so I placed my hands on her. This statement, half truth and half lie, perfectly attributed everything to the innate ability of his bloodline and the purity of his heart. What ill intent could a 4-year-old possess? He merely wished to assist a suffering friend. Hiruzen fell silent, gazing at the boy before him, as if he were transported back decades to the man who consistently spoke of peace, using would release to quell chaos. The same bloodline, the same power, and a heart born to protect. After a long pause, a heartfelt and profoundly content smile graced his weathered face. He extended his rough hand, gently and lovingly resting it atop Senju Chihiro's head. Good child, you have done well. You have not erred. You are a hero of Konoha. These words declared a monumental transformation in Senju Chihiro's status within Konoha. He was no longer merely the Senju orphan in need of protection, but had become a figure of equal importance to the Jinchuriki, even surpassing them in strategic value. He was the ultimate trump card in Konoha's dealings with tailed beasts. This adventure had paid off. Not only had he emerged unscathed, acquiring the coveted Uzumaki bloodline, but he had also solidified his extraordinary status within Konoha. From this day forth, he could go wherever he pleased. He felt the immense vitality of the Uzumaki lineage merging flawlessly with the Senju bloodline, transforming into an unceasing river, with each breath bringing a sensation of increasing strength. And the catalyst for all this, the one he had viewed as a mere tool, Minato Namikaze, now looked at him with profound gratitude, as if gazing upon a savior. Senju Chihiro secretly smiled while maintaining an innocent demeanor, peeking out from Tsunade's embrace and presenting a radiant, dependent smile to everyone present. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. Thank you all. Chapter 26. The new order after the storm. The meeting in the Hokage's office was akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring continuous ripples throughout the upper echelons of Konoha. The first to sense this chill was Shimura Danzo. The leader of the root had been unusually quiet in recent days. In his office, deep underground and perpetually shrouded from light, the air felt as though it had thickened. He refrained from mentioning any arrangements regarding the Senju orphan to Hiruzen, as if that name had become a taboo. He understood that the child named Senju Chihiro was no longer a pawn he could manipulate at will. The power to soothe tailed beasts through wood release held strategic value that even surpassed that of the Jinchuriki themselves. Hiruzen and Tsunade had constructed an insurmountable wall around this child, and any attempts to reach out would be mercilessly severed by the force of righteousness and bloodline. The darkness of the root seemed to retreat momentarily, as if pierced by sunlight, fading back into shadow. Simultaneously, the heads of the major ninja clans in Konoha had, through various channels, gleaned snippets of the events of that day. In the Nara clan's residence, an afternoon breeze carried a sense of languor. Nara Shikaku lay on the porch, a grass stem between his teeth, gazing lazily at the clouds drifting above, his entire being appearing as though it might meld into the wooden floor. Yet, within his half-closed eyes lay a profound shadow. So, the wood release that calmed the nine tails. He chewed thoughtfully on the grass stem before discarding it. What a troublesome situation. A 4-year-old child possessing the power to subdue tailed beasts is no ordinary talent. He is a living weapon, a walking artifact. The third Hokage and Tsunade's unwavering protection of him is, in itself, a statement. Balance, balance, Shikaku murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping at his side. Danzo would undoubtedly be perturbed, and the Uchiha clan would surely be dissatisfied. With this trump card in the third Hokage's hand, was it intended to intimidate internal factions or guard against external threats? He suddenly chuckled softly to himself. No, only a child would make such choices. But this water is becoming murkier. Murkier waters are better for fishing. This trump card, when wielded adeptly, may perhaps confine the ever-expanding ambitions of the Uchiha clan back into the box. The aroma of grilled meat wafted from the residence of the Akimichi clan, almost spilling over the walls. Akimichi Dingzu, with hands as large as fans, stuffed his mouth with grilled meat, his words muffled as he spoke to Yamashiro Hachi beside him. Hachi, have you heard? Lady Tsunade's younger brother is simply extraordinary. Yamashiro Hachi, holding a teacup, furrowed his brow slightly. Extraordinary is an understatement. He set down his cup, his voice carrying a weight of solemnity. Dingzu, this power could serve as a stabilizing force for Konoha for decades to come. Our 3 clans, Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi, must reassess our relationship with the Senju clan. Reassess? Haven't we always gotten along well with the Senju? Dingzu, puzzled, took another bite. Hachi sighed. We did. But that was when they were a fallen, pitiable ally. Now, they stand as a formidable power on the verge of resurgence. The nuances are vastly different. Dingzu paused in his chewing, a rare contemplative expression crossing his chubby face. Are you suggesting we pay them a visit? What about Riku? Hachi countered. That guy? He's probably off somewhere daydreaming, complaining about how troublesome it is, Dingzu chuckled. Hachi shook his head, not sharing in the laughter. He understood that the more Riku claimed something was troublesome, the quicker his mind was working. He had likely already contemplated the 5th or even the 10th step of this matter, unlike the reverence or camaraderie felt in the outside world. The atmosphere in the Uchiha compound was stifling, as if one could wring water from the air. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku sat in the main seat, his expression dark as he listened to the heated debates of the elders below, remaining silent. Would release. Absurd, one elder exclaimed, standing up with fervor. The Senju are long gone. Where would the bloodline limit come from? I believe this is the conspiracy of the 3rd Hokage. Indeed, another elder chimed in. On the day the Ninetales rampaged, our people were kept outside the blockade. They only mentioned that the Ninetales was pacified, but who did it and how remains a mystery. Now they claim it was that Senju orphan? What nonsense. An even older elder, Uchiha Shana, rapped his cane, his voice gravelly. However, intelligence from the security team indicates that there were indeed unusual chakra fluctuations nearby that day, immense in size yet gentle in nature, reminiscent of the First Hokage's records. Moreover, it is a fact that the Ninetales was indeed subdued. His words quieted the agitated crowd momentarily. Facts are the most irrefutable. Even if that chakra was genuine. Who can prove it came from a 4-year-old child? The first elder retorted, unconvinced. Perhaps Tsunade used some secret technique, or even that Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, did it herself, attributing the credit to the child to bolster the Senju's reputation and suppress us Uchiha. This speculation resonated with many. Uchiha Fugaku, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. His voice, though not loud, silenced all noise. The intelligence is contradictory. He surveyed the crowd, speaking slowly. Our people were on the outskirts and did not witness any giant trees or vines. This contradicts the descriptions of the First Hokage's earth-shattering would-release ninjutsu. Additionally, the blockade was executed too swiftly. The root and umbu cleared all traces almost instantaneously, as if concealing something. Fugaku's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, each beat reverberating in the hearts of the assembly. A 4-year-old child awakened would release and quelled the Ninetales. This sounds more like a fairy tale for the villagers. He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But whether it be a fairy tale or a conspiracy, we cannot remain idle. Issue a command. Uchiha Fugaku rose, gazing down at all his clansmen. Deploy every resource we can in the umbu and root to investigate. I want to know precisely what transpired that day. I must uncover whether that child, Senju Tatsu, is a god or a demon. The internal power dynamics of Konoha shifted quietly, all due to one individual, Senju Tatsu. At the eye of this storm, Senju Tatsu himself was reveling in unprecedented privileges. Come on, little Tatsu, open wide. Tsunade carefully blew on a spoonful of meticulously prepared medicinal food, rich in life energy, before offering it to Senju Tatsu, as if feeding a rare and magnificent creature. Sister, I can do it myself, Senju Tatsu replied, a mix of helplessness and happiness on his face, obediently opening his mouth. Since that day, Tsunade had hardly left his side. Fearing any mishap, today marked a routine health check. As Tsunade placed her warm, softly glowing hand upon Tatsu's back, her smile gradually froze. How is this possible? Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. In her perception, the amount of chakra within Tatsu's small body far exceeded that of an ordinary 4-year-old, even surpassing many newly graduated genin. What astonished her even more was the quality of that life force. If before, Senju Tatsu's vitality resembled a clear stream, now it surged like a mighty river. Vast and profound, brimming with boundless resilience and vigor. This was hardly the vitality one would expect from a mere 4-year-old. Could it be that after that incident, the bloodline of the Senju clan had been completely activated? Tsunade could only attribute this transformation to the only plausible explanation. She looked at her brother, who appeared as a delicate sculpture, gazing at her innocently, and a wave of indescribable pride and excitement surged within her. Truly, the blood of the Senju flows through you. You are indeed my brother. She pulled Senju Tatsu into her embrace, ruffling his hair vigorously, bursting into laughter. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Our Senju clan is poised to rise again. Ugh. Sister, please loosen your grip. I can't breathe. Chapter 27. Bloodline Fusion. Tsunade's perception was not mistaken. When the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan truly fused with that of the Senju within him, the changes were nothing short of transformative. If the vitality of the Senju was akin to the vast and fertile earth that nurtures all things, then the bloodline of the Uzumaki was like a relentless river coursing through the land. The combination of the two was no longer a mere sum, but rather a vibrant and complete world blossomed within him. His chakra no longer required arduous extraction from cells. It replenished at an astonishing rate, far exceeding that of his peers. However, high-intensity wood release still incurred significant consumption and physical strain. Lying on his bed, Senju Tatsu slowly lifted his right hand, focusing his thoughts. A vibrant green branch, teeming with life, silently sprouted from his palm, swaying gently in the moonlight. Cutting technique. Previously, performing this once would nearly deplete his chakra reserves, but now it felt as effortless as lifting a hand. He even sensed he could execute the technique 2 or 3 times in succession, only feeling a slight fatigue. Yet, high-intensity wood release still exacted a heavy toll on his body. But this was merely the beginning. As he matured, both in age and physical development, his strength would burgeon at a terrifying pace, geometrically multiplying. With the acquisition of the Vortex bloodline, the inviolable shield of Konoha was also secured. A subtle, mischievous smile, incongruous with his youth, graced the lips of Senju-chun. Danzo had been dealt a blow, the elders were wary, and the upper echelons of Konoha regarded him as a beacon of hope. This formidable protection would afford him a prolonged period of stable growth. He opened his eyes, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window. Next, he needed to solidify his foundation. He recalled a casual remark made by Tsunade earlier that day. In 4 months, you'll be enrolling in the Ninja Academy, little Chun. By then, you'll meet many new friends. New friends? Vivid images of familiar yet unfamiliar figures surfaced in Senju-chen's mind. The genius ninja Kakashi, who perpetually spoke of trouble. The ever-enthusiastic Might Guy, Obito Uchiha, who bore the weight of vengeance and single-handedly ignited the Fourth Great Ninja War, as well as those gentle, lively, or aloof young women. The Ninja Academy truly seemed to be a place teeming with talent. He still had an empty slot in his skill set. The 4 months slipped away like grains of sand through his fingers, quietly passing. The training grounds of the Senju clan had become his exclusive domain during this time. The essence of sealing techniques lies in constructing rules with chakra, thereby stabilizing volatile power. Observe just like this. Uzumaki Kushina squatted on the ground, her vibrant red hair shimmering in the sunlight. Dipping her finger in special ink, she elegantly inscribed a complex sealing formula on a scroll while patiently explaining it to Senju-chun. He sat beside her, his small face reflecting earnestness as he nodded frequently. However, from a vantage point hidden from Kushina's view, his left palm contained several minuscule, yet meticulously crafted chakra chains, silently swirling and extending. Their exquisite control surpassing even that of Kushina, who was currently teaching. Diamond Lock. As the Vortex and Senju bloodlines fully fused, the premier sealing talent from the Uzumaki clan awakened within him instinctively. Over the past 4 months, while ostensibly learning the basics of sealing techniques from Kushina, he had been discreetly analyzing the ancient, potent power residing within him through her teachings. Now, both fundamental sealing techniques and advanced forms like the 4 symbols seal held no secrets for him. Little Chun is truly a genius, Kushina exclaimed, clapping her hands as she turned to ruffle Senju-chen's hair, her fiery eyes brimming with admiration. When I was your age, I was still playing in the mud at the village entrance. I had no idea about sealing techniques. Senju-chen offered a perfectly shy smile, allowing her hand to ruffle his hair, obediently replying, "It's all thanks to Sister Kushina's excellent teaching." Since calming the Nine-Tails rampage, he felt as though Kushina regarded him as her own younger brother. She would cook for him, buy him things, and eventually came to the Senju clan's territory to teach him directly, showing immense patience. If not for his unique circumstances, she might as well have moved in, as he sensed that she genuinely considered him family. Her sincere joy when with him filled his heart with warmth. In truth, he was unsure whether the calming of the Nine-Tails was entirely due to him, even though the outcome was favorable. However, he could not shake the peculiar feeling he received from Kushina's gaze afterward, especially considering how harshly the Nine-Tails had berated him. Reflecting on the Nine-Tails' harsh words made him unable to resist asking Kushina, "Sister Kushina, do you ever let the big fox inside you come out for some fresh air?" "Of course not. That's very dangerous. Last time, it was thanks to little Chun," she replied, her tone turning serious. By the way, little Chun, you mustn't tell anyone about the monster sealed inside me. It's a secret. Rest assured, Sister Kushina. Sister Kushina. She seemed eager to change the subject. I heard from Minato that you're going to the Ninja Academy tomorrow? Senju Chin nodded and gazed up at her with childlike curiosity. Sister Kushina. What is school like? Is it fun? Although he had watched the Naruto anime in his past life, he was still filled with wonder regarding the Ninja Academy. Fun. Absolutely. Kushina's enthusiasm surged, and she began to speak animatedly. The school teaches many useful ninjutsu, and you'll meet tons of friends. However, there might also be some annoying people you don't like. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell them you're the disciple of Uzumaki Kushina, and see who dares to touch you. Also, skipping class is a rite of passage. A learning experience without skipping is incomplete. To improve relationships with classmates, you can invite them for a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Trust me, that ramen is delicious. In the midst of her excitement, she suddenly burst into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. Never mind. With your abilities, you'll probably be the one bullying others. But don't mimic me from back in the day. Beating up classmates left and right. You won't make friends that way. Her words carried a blend of pride and caution. Yet her expression soon softened as her gaze drifted into the distance, softly murmuring, "It was also at school that I met Minato." Chapter 28. The Secrets of the Senju Clan. Senju Chin sat cross-legged in his room, the moonlight filtering through the wooden lattice window, casting a serene glow upon the tatami mat. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the immense power within him. Unlike the nascent chakra river from 4 months prior, the energy within him had now coalesced into countless tributaries from both the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, transforming into a profound and vast ocean, quietly lying in wait. This recent bloodline fusion not only bestowed upon him an abundance of chakra, but also endowed him with extraordinary sensory capabilities far beyond the ordinary. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, and the gentle fall of foliage were all vividly etched in his mind. He slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward. A green point of light materialized out of thin air, which promptly elongated, branched, and intertwined. Without the need for hand seals or any extraneous movements, in the blink of an eye, a lifelike wooden sparrow took form in his palm. Every intricate feather on its wings meticulously detailed. This was one of the fundamental applications of wood release. With a thought, the wooden sparrow flapped its wings and gracefully perched on his fingertip, tilting its head and gazing at him with wooden eyes. It was so vivid, it felt almost real. And simultaneously, this sparrow's perspective merged with his own. His left eye saw through his own viewpoint, while his right eye experienced the sparrow's, allowing him to observe himself. Initially, this multi-perspective experience felt disorienting, but with extensive practice, he gradually acclimated to this newfound perception. Among the techniques he found most useful was the wood clone technique, which rivaled and perhaps even surpassed the shadow clone technique, as it was known to be difficult for even the Sharingan to detect. During this period, he practiced diligently, employing wood clones to train with shuriken in the training grounds, while simultaneously honing his sealing techniques at home. In the present day, techniques such as the wooden pillar and the wood clone technique have become as effortless for him as breathing, capable of being unleashed in an instant. Should he summon the entirety of his chakra, he could even conjure a small wooden dragon several meters in length. While it may not possess the catastrophic power of the First Hokage, it is sufficient to draw the attention of any jounin. The magnitude of this power, embodied in a child on the brink of 5 years, can only be described as astonishing. As for the body replacement technique that the Ninja Academy teaches, it is laughably simple for him. With a thud, Senju Tatsu formed hand seals, and a plume of white smoke enveloped his petite form, instantly transforming him into a small, serious old man. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was holding a pipe. Mimicking Hiruzen's demeanor, he cleared his throat and, with a youthful voice, proclaimed, "The Ninja Academy requires diligent attendance. Do not engage in mischief." Upon finishing, he could not contain his laughter and reverted to his original form. The admonishments of his sister Kushina echoed in his ears. Do not bully your classmates. A life without skipping classes is incomplete, and Ichiraku ramen is a social treasure. Recalling the prideful yet nostalgic expression on Kushina's face as she shared these words, he chuckled again. Skipping classes, brawling, and befriending others over bowls of ramen. These suggestions, brimming with youthful folly, emanated from the mouth of a host of the Nine Tails and the future wife of the fourth Hokage, creating a striking contrast. Tatsu could vividly imagine the spirited Kushina of yore, her fiery red hair flowing proudly through the streets of Konoha, and how she would have mercilessly pummeled those who dared to mock her. However, it was also in school where I met Minato. Reflecting on her final words and the tenderness that inadvertently surfaced on his face, Tatsu's smile gradually faded. Months had passed since he arrived in this world. From the initial novelty and thrill of survival to a gradual settling into stability. This world had ceased to be merely the cold pages of a comic or fleeting animations on a screen. The people here laugh, cry, find joy in a bowl of ramen, and harbor lifelong attachments to others. Kushina was vibrantly alive, a blazing flame that would never extinguish. Yet, he understood that this flame would ultimately flicker out on a fateful night, sacrificing its last vestiges of light and warmth to protect the village and her children. The mere thought of that predetermined fate left Tatsu's heart heavy. It was a sensation of helplessness stemming from the perspective of an observer who knew the future. The power he currently wielded seemed trivial when faced with a script already written, like a single droplet of water. How could he hope to alter the torrent of the advancing times? He also thought of Tsunade, his sister, who numbed her pain with liquor and gambling. A woman who inherited the formidable vitality of the first Hokage yet spent her life in loss. One by one, the important men in her life departed, leaving her to lick her wounds in solitude. Had it not been for his arrival, she would have likely left the village long ago, wandering the world in search of solace. And now, from the once mighty Senju clan, only the two of them remained. This thought pierced Tatsu's heart like a thorn. He had once innocently asked Tsunade about their clan's dwindling numbers. On that rare afternoon when she was not at the gambling den, she leaned against the porch, sipping her drink. The setting sun elongated her shadow, illuminating the loneliness etched on her face. Sister Tsunade, 4-year-old Tatsu had said, moving a small stool to sit beside her. Tsunade, with her eyes clouded from drink, glanced at him, pinching his cheek. What is it, little Tatsu? Why are we, the Senju clan, left with only the two of us? The pouring of her drink halted abruptly. Tatsu looked up, his voice innocent yet piercing. I heard from Aunt Shizune that Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha together. The Uchiha still have so many members, but where have our clan members gone? He recalled watching the anime in his previous life, where the Senju and Uchiha clans thrived in the early days of Konoha. Yet now, the Uchiha remained the foremost clan in Konoha, while the Senju seemed on the verge of being erased from history. The drunkenness faded from Tsunade's face, replaced by a heavy silence that thickened the air. Eventually, she reached out and flicked Tatsu's forehead with her finger. Little brat, don't concern yourself with adult matters. She feigned impatience, changing the subject, yet her voice trembled subtly. Wanna know? Wait until you can beat me at arm wrestling, and then I'll tell you. With that, she rose and resumed her carefree demeanor, swaying as she exited, leaving Tatsu with a sense of desolation. From that day forth, Tatsu ceased to inquire further. He understood that it was not Tsunade's unwillingness to speak, but rather her fear of reopening a gaping wound. Behind it lay a monumental secret, one that even the granddaughter of the first Hokage could not dare to address. With a long exhale, Tatsu released a portion of the pent-up emotions within his chest. He slowly opened his palm, observing the clear lifeline etched within. A sense of powerlessness? Perhaps. Sigh. How did the Senju clan truly vanish? And could Kushina's future truly be altered? He opened his hand, feeling the vast ocean of chakra within him. This power had come to him far earlier and more robustly than he had anticipated. Perhaps this was the very purpose of his arrival in this world. The regrets of Konoha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki, such unfulfilled matters in this world are far too numerous. Tatsu's gaze grew resolute. Since I have come, I must do something meaningful to justify my presence. His eyes turned towards the distant flickering lights of Konoha village, the Ninja Academy. Perhaps it is there that I will encounter familiar surnames and the so-called prodigies. Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, the Ninja Academy. May it bring me some surprises. Chapter 29. The first day of school today marks the opening day of the Ninja Academy. At this moment, the school gates are alive with the clamor and anticipation of new students. The voices of parents offering their last-minute advice intertwine with the excited chatter of children, creating a scene of peace and tranquility. Dressed in a brand-new deep blue uniform, Senju Tatsu stands among the crowd, appearing particularly diminutive. Tsunade's numerous admonitions made her wish to tuck him away in her pocket and take him inside, but ultimately, he persuaded her with the reasoning that he was already 5 years old and had grown up. He lifted his head, surveying the surrounding youthful faces, and within the depths of his clear black eyes sparkled a glimmer of scrutiny that belied his tender age. The Ninja Academy, he thought, with precision. He searched through the noisy throng for the key figures of the future. In a corner, he spotted a silver-haired boy, wearing a mask, with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of aloofness. This must be Kakashi Hatake. Nicknamed 50-50, he is the man who fought alongside the protagonists against the ultimate boss, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and successfully survived to the grand finale, eventually becoming the 6th Hokage. Yet, the burden of having personally killed his beloved teammate Rin has left him in solitude. Not far away, a boy with a watermelon hairstyle, clad in a form-fitting green outfit, is energetically throwing punches at the air, his thick eyebrows framing eyes ablaze with fervor. This is Mike Guy, the ultimate monster of taijutsu, who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion of the story. The 8 Gates Technique, a skill he wishes to acquire someday, comes with severe side effects, leaving him uncertain if his body could withstand it. Nevertheless, Guy's simple-mindedness and fiery spirit make him relatively easy to approach. In the crowd, a black-haired boy wearing goggles, appearing somewhat foolish, is animatedly boasting to his companions, his face betraying an undeniable mixture of cheerfulness and naivety. This is Edo Uchiha. The gaze of Senju Tatsu lingers longest on him, filled with intrigue. A pivotal character in the narrative of Naruto, he darkened after witnessing Kakashi kill Rin, ultimately becoming one of the future antagonists, yet for now, he remains nothing more than a fool yearning for recognition. Nevertheless, one cannot overlook the potential of his Mangekyo Sharingan, which possesses the ability to warp space. Understanding its secrets would be invaluable. Beside Edo stands another Uchiha. This youth possesses striking features, a sunny disposition, and is always adorned with a gentle smile that easily endears him to others. This is Shursui Uchiha, a tragic figure who willingly faced death for his clan, but unfortunately met his end too soon. His Kodo Amatsukami technique, regarded as the most powerful illusion, is indeed a remarkable skill. Senju Tatsu can hardly contain his drool at the thought. Of course, there are also the future beauties. The lively and cheerful Mitarashi Anko, sharing dango with friends, resembles a playful kitten, and the demure Hinata Hyuga, standing quietly aside with her beautiful black hair and crimson eyes. Tatsu licked his lips, a desire for collection stirring within him. These individuals, representing unique bloodlines and secret techniques, as well as their critical roles in the future storyline, are treasures indeed. My skill slots still have space left. With so many excellent materials, I find myself at a delightful crossroads of choice. Just as he was contemplating this, an abrasive voice rang out before him. Hey, are you that little brat from the Senju clan? Tatsu looked up to see an arrogant young boy looking down at him condescendingly, dressed in clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. He was flanked by 2 similarly haughty lackeys. Recognizing the emblem, Tatsu's mind immediately conjured the name. Trouble was brewing. The boy, Inazuma Uchiha, grandson of a clan elder, had been spoiled within the confines of the clan's territory, his ears filled with the rhetoric of Uchiha superiority. He harbored resentment towards the Hokage's support of the Senju orphan, particularly due to his grandfather's disdain for the Hokage, rather than familial animosity. It was the indignation of a pampered child, eager to find a target to prove his own prowess. Word has it you can use would release? Inazuma raised his chin high, nostrils flaring almost to Tatsu's face, his tone laced with undisguised scorn, as if he were hearing an outrageous joke. What a boast. The Senju clan has long since perished. This must be one of those tales concocted by the Hokage to frighten us. His 2 lackeys chimed in immediately. Exactly. Inazuma is undoubtedly the strongest in our generation. It's clear the Hokage favors a child. Show us a wood release right now. Yeah, if you can't, you are just a fraud. Surrounding students and parents, drawn by the commotion, cast curious glances. Faced with the trio's aggressive taunts, Tatsu barely lifted his eyelids. He found it amusing that moments ago he had been strategizing on how to recruit future powerhouses like Edo and Shursui, only to be obstructed by these insignificant characters. He leisurely raised his gaze, his black eyes calm and unyielding, simply observing Inazuma. Would release? Tatsu spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, clear to all ears present. Here? He surveyed the area, gesturing towards the grand entrance of the ninja academy and then to the nearby classroom building, earnestly asking, "Do you wish for me to plant a forest here, or shall I dismantle the school with tree roots?" Inazuma's expression froze. He had merely sought to belittle this so-called Senju genius and had not anticipated such a question. Noticing Inazuma faltering, Tatsu stepped closer. Lowering his voice to a conspiratorial tone only they could hear, "I've heard the Uchiha clan is quite wealthy. If the school were to be destroyed, would your family be able to compensate?" Inazuma's face flushed a deep crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment. At 5 or 6 years old, he had never considered the implications of financial liability. All he knew was that if he agreed, his grandfather would likely break his legs. However, Tatsu disregarded Inazuma's discomfort, shaking his head with a sigh, regarding him with the pity one might reserve for a simpleton. "Alas, it seems this won't do." His expression conveyed genuine concern for the Uchiha clan's finances. This was a subtle yet potent insult. A stifled laugh escaped from the crowd. Inazuma's face reddened further, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Don't get too full of yourself. Not daring to use it is the same as being a coward. So why make excuses? You are just a fraud." "Oh," Tatsu replied blandly before stepping past Inazuma, treating him as though he were merely a stone in the way. Throughout the exchange, he exhibited no signs of anger or anxiety. His utter disregard was more infuriating than any venomous remark. Is this how the Uchiha treat a 5-year-old child? How outrageous. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is truly arrogant. Though Tatsu did not engage with them, murmurs erupted around, swiftly redirecting the ire towards Inazuma. His expression darkened as he realized that the little brat's indifference, coupled with the escalating gossip, left him in a precarious position. Yet, his inherent pride refused to let him back down. He glared fiercely at Tatsu, declaring, "Whether it's true or not, we'll find out." With that, he actually gathered chakra, lunging toward Tatsu, hands reaching for the collar of his shirt. "Stop!" A teacher's reprimanding voice echoed from a distance, but it was too late. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Inazuma's hand was about to make contact with the helpless child. "Here it comes." Just as Inazuma's palm was about to grasp the collar, Tatsu's body seemed weightless as he effortlessly stepped back, his toes barely grazing the ground, creating a seamless distance between them. The entire maneuver fluid and swift, leaving nothing but an afterimage in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Senju Chin's had already appeared several meters away, turning back to glance at him, a faint smile gracing his features. In the corner, Hatake Kakashi, with his hands tucked into his pockets, observed the scene with a hint of surprise flickering in the visible eye. Such remarkable speed. Just as he retreated, Kakashi discreetly released a trace of chakra into the ground. Suddenly, a slender, emerald-green root burst forth from the cracks in the pavement beneath Uchiha Daowa's feet, ensnaring his ankle with precision. What? Uchiha Daowa, rushing forward at full speed, was utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. He lost his balance in an instant, accompanied by a startled cry, crashing to the ground before Senju Chin's in a manner reminiscent of a famished dog, his face tasting the dust. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. All eyes frozen in shock, fixated on the disheveled Uchiha Daowa. Eventually, their gaze shifted to the 5-year-old child, who appeared startled and bewildered, seemingly oblivious to what had transpired. Senju Chin's leaned down slowly and addressed the fallen Uchiha Daowa. "Big brother, are you alright? Is there something fun on the ground? Why did you suddenly fall down?" Chapter 30. The perfect disguise. "Big brother, are you alright? Is there something fun on the ground? Why did you suddenly fall down?" Senju Chin's tender voice, laced with just the right amount of alarm and confusion, was akin to a drop of oil falling into boiling water, instantly igniting the previously silent atmosphere. Uchiha Daowa, sprawled on the ground, felt a buzzing in his head as blood rushed to his face. He could hear the muffled laughter around him, the fragmented whispers, each word piercing his pride like a searing needle. He wanted to rise, to roar, to tell everyone that this little rascal was the cause of his downfall. Yet the bizarre sensation binding his ankle had vanished without a trace. The ground revealed no roots, not even a blade of grass. He had no evidence. To everyone present, he was merely a fool who had charged at a 5-year-old child, only to trip over his own feet and fall face-first into the dirt. "It was you. You did this," Daohua exclaimed, his dusty face flushed with humiliation and rage, glaring fiercely at Senju Chen's. The latter, startled by the ferocity of his expression, took a cautious step back, his little face a picture of innocence and grievance. He softly defended himself to the teacher. Teacher, I didn't do anything. This big brother just ran over and then fell down. Enough. Uchiha Dawa, a middle-aged teacher, rushing over, scolded him with exasperation. Creating trouble on the very first day of school at the entrance is utterly disgraceful. Get up at once. The surrounding murmurs grew louder. This Uchiha child is far too arrogant. Indeed, he falls and then blames others. Is this the so-called greatest clan of Konoha? What a disgrace. These words struck Daohua and his two companions like stinging slaps, inflaming their embarrassment. In the corner, Kakashi's hand, which had been resting in his pocket, shifted slightly. His eyes, visible outside his mask, keenly captured every moment. Senju Chin's retreat was so light that he resembled a feather rather than a child, while Daohua's fall was too coincidental. As if orchestrated by a skilled playwright. It was no accident. Kakashi concluded inwardly, sensing that the boy named Senju Chin's was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito looked on with sympathy, scratching his head and quietly remarking to Shursui beside him, Daohua is so clumsy, he fell while walking. But that little brother looked so pitiful. Just as the situation reached a standstill, a gentle voice interjected. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The crowd parted, revealing Uchiha Shursui stepping forward. He first bowed deeply to the teacher and the surrounding parents, then approached Daohua, helping him to his feet. His tone was kind, yet carried an undeniable authority. Daohua apologized to this classmate. Shursui, I'm Daohua, feeling both anxious and furious, wanting to argue. Apologize, Shursui repeated, his smile unwavering, though his gaze turned serious. Daohua met his eyes and, for reasons unknown, shivered, his words caught in his throat. Reluctantly, he mumbled an indistinct sorry in Senju Chin's direction. After this exchange, Uchiha Shursui turned to Senju Chin's, crouching to meet his gaze. His face bore a warm smile akin to the gentle spring breeze, and his voice was soothing. Hello, my name is Uchiha Shursui. Daohua did not mean any harm. I apologize on his behalf. You weren't frightened, were you? Senju Chin's looked up at the magnified handsome face before him, internally admiring the composure of Uchiha Shursui, which surpassed that foolish Daohua by leaps and bounds. Such maturity at such a young age. His mind raced, yet his expression remained timid. He cautiously scrutinized Shursui, seemingly searching for any hint of malice. After a few seconds, he softly replied, I'm Senju Chin's. It's all right, I'm fine. His obedient demeanor, paired with his innocent and clear-eyed gaze, was undeniably disarming. Shursui's smile widened, and he couldn't help but reach out as if to pinch Senju Chin's cheek like Tsunade would. But halfway through, he felt it might be too forward and withdrew his hand, merely saying warmly, That's good. If anyone bullies you at school in the future, feel free to come find me. This was a perfect gesture of goodwill, showcasing the grace of the Uchiha clan while diffusing the awkwardness of the moment and also establishing a personal rapport. Senju Chin's chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a serious facade, nodding earnestly with sparkling eyes. Thank you, Shursui and I. Thus, a farcical scene came to a close. The opening ceremony dragged on, with the third Hokage passionately recounting the will of fire, speaking of the sacrifices made by predecessors for the peace and prosperity of the village. Most of the children below, however, struggled to stay awake, with only a few, like Mike Guy, feeling their blood boil in excitement, fists clenched, standing at the back of the crowd. Senju Chin's gazed at the third Hokage's fervent speech. The will of fire? For him, as a time traveler well-versed in the storyline, these 4 words carried profound significance. They embody light and glory, yet more often than not, they signify bloodshed, conspiracy, and cold calculations. It compels ninjas to sacrifice their lives for the protection of their comrades, while simultaneously serving as a grandiloquent justification for the higher-ups to send lower-ranking ninjas to their doom. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, may be the embodiment of the will of fire, yet he also tacitly endorsed Danzo's exclusionary tactics, permitting the Uchiha clan to be marginalized and monitored. What a deeply ironic philosophy it is. A subtle smirk graced Senju Chin's lips, unnoticed by those around him. His gaze swept through the crowd. Hatake Kakashi stood alone in the corner, resembling a cold statue. Uchiha Obito was covertly tossing crumpled paper at a girl in front of him, only to fumble awkwardly to feign interest in the scenery when discovered. That girl must be Rin. Uchiha Shursui sat upright, attentively listening to the principal's address, the epitome of a perfect student in the eyes of all the teachers. And there were others like Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, who would one day become elite jonin, yet at this moment, they were merely a group of innocent and carefree children. Their faces radiated with aspirations for the future. Yet they remained oblivious to the harsh realities of the ninja world that awaited them. Senju Chin's gaze lingered for a moment on the beautiful black hair of Yuhi Kurenai and the wild smile of Yamanaka Ino. Indeed, they were promising talents, but alas, they were still too immature, akin to unripe apples. A thought, incongruous with his 5-year-old appearance, flickered through his mind. But he swiftly redirected his focus to the matter at hand. May all of you inherit the will of fire and become exceptional ninjas who protect Konoha. With the third Hokage's concluding words, a sparse applause erupted from the audience. The homeroom teacher guided everyone into the classroom, initiating self-introductions and the explanation of school regulations. Bored, Senju Chin flipped through the pristine textbook, which depicted the fundamentals of shuriken, throwing, and basic hand seals. Concepts so elementary to him, they felt akin to the simplicity of 1+1. His eyelids grew heavy. For someone with a mental age over 20 and possessing the formidable wood release, the curriculum of ninja school proved to be remarkably soporific. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a piercing gaze jolted him awake. Senju Chin raised his eyelids, following the sensation. It was Hatake Kakashi. The white-haired boy had turned his head at some point, his black eyes fixated intently on him, devoid of a child's curiosity, replaced instead with scrutiny and inquiry. Clearly, the scene at the school gate had not fooled this future copy ninja. Their gazes intersected in the air, one belonging to a time-displaced individual masquerading as a child, his eyes harboring a calm and playful wisdom. The other, a prodigious boy exuding an awareness and sharpness beyond his years. Senju Chin did not flinch. Instead, he offered Kakashi a radiant and innocent smile, reminiscent of a child who had just discovered a new friend. Kakashi's brow furrowed ever so slightly before he slowly turned back, no longer regarding him. Intriguing. The smile at the corner of Senju Chin's lips deepened. Indeed, Hatake Kakashi was as astute as rumored. Kakashi was, in fact, Senju Chin's next target. Chapter 31. Orochimaru's watchful gaze. Konoha underground. This was the base of Root, where the air was cold and damp, suffused with the peculiar scent of disinfectant mingled with earth. The eternal torches on the stone walls cast a dim, yellow light, distorting shadows into monstrous shapes. Shimura Danzo sat in the main seat, his right eye and half of his face wrapped in thick bandages, with only his left eye visible, dark and deep, resembling a scorpion lurking in the shadows. Orochimaru, your recent mission has been arduous, he rasped, his voice echoing hollowly in the stone chamber, devoid of any warmth of consolation. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, pallid skin, golden snake-like eyes, and purple eyeshadow extending from the corners of his eyes, rendering him both sinister and exquisite. It was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, hailed as a genius that appeared only once in decades. He extended his long tongue, licking his lips, emitting a sibilant chuckle. Lord Danzo, I merely dealt with some unruly insects at the border. It was hardly laborious. But you, so hastily summoning me back, must have some intriguing news from the village? Orochimaru expressed no interest in the so-called mission. His true obsession lay in the mysteries of life and ninjutsu. Danzo's murky left eye glimmered with a hint of excitement. He knew the fish was about to take the bait. Indeed, there is something intriguing that might shed new light on your stagnant research. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed suddenly. His recent research pertained to the transplantation and cultivation of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells, an ultimate source of vitality, the origin of wood release, and the key to his pursuit of immortality. However, this endeavor was fraught with challenges. Every experiment had succumbed to the overwhelming power of the first cells, leading to their inevitable demise. Oh, Orochimaru's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Pray, elaborate. A lone survivor has emerged from the Senju clan, Danzo stated slowly. Each word like a stone dropped into a deep pool. Tsunade's younger brother, a 5-year-old child. Senju? Orochimaru's interest waned slightly. A descendant with diluted bloodline holds no significance for my research. What if this child awakens genuine wood release? Danzo cast the real bait. Orochimaru's languid smile froze, his golden pupils igniting with a terrifying brilliance, causing the temperature of the stone chamber to plummet. Impossible, he vehemently denied. The bloodline limit of the first Hokage cannot manifest in such a diluted descendant after all these years. This defies reason. Yet the truth remained. Danzo slid a dossier across the table. His name is Senju-chun. Just days ago, in front of many witnesses, he utilized would release. Although it was only the most rudimentary application, the vitality emanating from him is unmistakable. Orochimaru seized the dossier, perusing it rapidly. Upon reading about Senju-chun tripping Uchiha Itachi with a slender root at the school gate, his breath quickened. To the untrained eye, it seemed trivial, yet to an expert, it represented an exquisite mastery over chakra nature and the awakening of life force, truly astonishing. A living being capable of seamlessly integrating with the first cells. Perhaps even awakening would release on his own, a perfect vessel. This was worth infinitely more than cold, lifeless cellular tissues. Where is he? Orochimaru's voice turned hoarse, filled with an insatiable thirst for the unknown. The Ninja Academy, Danzo replied, leaning back in his chair, appearing composed. However, I must caution you. Hiruzen and Tsunade are quite protective of this child, especially Tsunade, who hardly leaves his side. Hiruzen has warned me against taking any action. His words, ostensibly a caution, were in fact a provocation. His inability to act did not preclude Orochimaru from doing so. Orochimaru smiled, a wickedly enchanting grin. He was well aware that Danzo was attempting to set a trap, hoping to use him to probe or even seize the opportunity. But what of it? Compared to the mysteries of immortality and the truth of would release, mere political risks were trivial. Hee, Lord Danzo, Tsunade, and I are close comrades. How could I harm her kin? Orochimaru placed the dossier on the table and turned towards the shadows. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, a cold and triumphant smirk crept onto Danzo's lips. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was as monotonous to Senju-chun as watching a well-worn black and white film. With his charming visage inherited from the Senju and Uzumaki clans and his seemingly innocent demeanor, he quickly became the focal point of the class, especially among the girls. After class, Yuhi Kurenai would shyly offer him a candy, while Yamanaka Ino would jovially pat his shoulder, inviting him to join her for dango. Such attention inevitably drew the envy and displeasure of the clan offspring led by Uchiha Itachi. To them, Senju-chun, this so-called genius, was merely basking in the favoritism of the Hokage and the meager reputation of the Senju clan. His success at the school gate was nothing but sheer luck. Humph. Just a pretty face hiding behind women, Uchiha Itachi muttered sourly from a distance more than once. Senju-chun remained unfazed by these childish provocations. He was far too occupied, engaged in the subtle observation of Kakashi's every nuanced movement. He analyzed the calmness and maturity that transcended his years. He was preoccupied with his chance encounter with Uchiha Shursui, innocently probing for information about the Uchiha clan. He even found himself mentally grading his female classmates, contemplating who possessed greater potential. His disguise was impeccable, until today's physical training session. As the teacher announced that pairs would be formed for practice, beginning and ending with the sign of reconciliation, Uchiha Inuzuka stepped forward, pointing his chin towards Senju Chiharu in the crowd, his voice booming. "Teacher, I request to partner with Senju Chiharu." Instantly, the entire class directed their attention to Senju Chiharu. Here it comes, Chiharu thought with a smirk in his heart, though a hint of difficulty and awkwardness graced his face. Inuzuka, observing this, grew more smug. He intended to trample this pretentious figure before everyone, to avenge past grievances. The teacher glanced at Chiharu and then at the eager Inuzuka, nodding in agreement. He too was curious to see what this legendary orphan of the Senju clan was truly capable of. The two moved to the center of the arena. "Please take care of me," Chiharu said, bowing slightly, exuding politeness, resembling a docile little sheep. "Humph." Inuzuka emitted a disdainful grunt, hastily forming the sign of reconciliation. The moment it was released, he surged forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for Chiharu. He intended to crush his opponent instantly with the Uchiha clan's proud taijutsu, utilizing absolute speed and power. Too slow and overly large movements, full of openings. In Chiharu's mind, Inuzuka's actions were dissected into slow-motion frames. His extraordinary perception allowed him to clearly perceive each muscle contraction and shift in balance. To onlookers, Inuzuka's fist was as swift as lightning, aimed directly at Chiharu's face. Yet Chiharu stood frozen, seemingly petrified. Just as the punch was about to graze his nose, he moved his head to the right like a startled rabbit. Whoosh! Inuzuka's fist missed, brushing past his hair. Undeterred by the miss, Inuzuka capitalized on his momentum, executing a powerful sweeping kick that whipped up a gust of wind. Chiharu lightly tapped his feet, his body floating backward, narrowly evading the strike. His movements were devoid of excess, minimized to the utmost, each dodge perilous yet appearing entirely fortuitous. Is dodging all you can do, coward? Inuzuka, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, intensified his assault. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs. Inuzuka became a whirlwind of relentless attacks, while Chiharu resembled a small boat amidst a storm, swaying perilously yet always managing to evade fatal blows at the last moment. In a corner, Kakashi furrowed his brow deeper. This was no mere luck. He recognized that Chiharu's every dodge was perfectly timed to coincide with Inuzuka's moments of exhaustion or the vulnerable angles of his attacks. This was not coincidence, but a display of overwhelming insight and anticipation, absolute control. This boy was playing. Inuzuka, having lost all patience, roared in frustration, unleashing his most confident move, a powerful downward kick aimed relentlessly at Chiharu's head. Now's the moment. A glint of cold light flickered in Chiharu's eyes. Facing this fierce strike, he did not evade. Instead, he advanced, stepping forward just as Inuzuka's leg began its descent. He extended a small hand, not to block, but gently pushing against Inuzuka's supporting ankle. Such a seemingly trivial push. As the force of Inuzuka's downward kick met this subtle resistance, he felt the foundation of his strength vanish. What? In the eyes of the astonished crowd, the once formidable Uchiha Inuzuka fell to the ground in a manner more clumsy and comical than his previous tumble at the school gate. Thud! Dust billowed. The arena fell into silence once more. Chiharu stood still, gazing at the fallen Inuzuka, his expression a blend of appropriate surprise and bewilderment, as if he himself were unaware of what had just transpired. I'm sorry, he extended his hand, seemingly wanting to help, his tone laden with regret. I didn't mean to. You were just too forceful. Uffed. Someone finally broke the tension, laughter erupting around the arena. Wow, he fell again. How does he manage to do that so creatively? Inuzuka lay on the ground, hearing the surrounding laughter, feeling dizzy, struggling to catch his breath, nearly losing consciousness. Outside the training ground, in the shade of a large tree, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes fixated intently on the innocent 5-year-old at the center of the commotion. His previous fervor had been replaced by a deeper, more complex expression, mingling excitement and apprehension. How intriguing! He extended his tongue, moistening his dry lips. The mastery over timing and force exhibited was a perfect work of art. Senju Chiharu, my interest in you grows ever stronger. Chapter 32. Kakashi, let's play together. Oh, I'm sorry. Chiharu reached out, attempting to assist, his voice filled with sincerity. I didn't mean to. You were too forceful. This phrase, almost identical to one uttered previously at the school gate, took on a different tone in the ears of the onlookers now. Inuzuka lay on the ground, hearing the familiar words, feeling the world spinning, darkness encroaching. He wanted to retort, to shout, but every joint ached from that bizarre imbalance, and more importantly, he had no idea how he had fallen. It felt as if he had thrown every ounce of his strength into a punch that struck nothing but air, all his power instantly drained, only to be gently nudged by an invisible force, flipping his world upside down. Enough. The instructor finally snapped out of his shock. Rushing into the arena, he first glanced at the nearly unconscious Inuzuka, then directed an incredibly complex gaze at Chiharu. As a Jonin teacher, his perception surpassed that of these students. He saw it clearly. At the moment Inuzuka's powerful downward kick was unleashed, Chiharu did not block or evade. He merely stepped forward and extended his hand, lightly pushing against Inuzuka's supporting ankle. The timing, angle, and force were all exquisite. This was not a reaction one would expect from a 5-year-old, nor even from a genin. It was a response akin to that of a seasoned taijutsu master, possessing an instinctual combat intuition. No, it transcended mere instinct. It resembled a premonition of battle. Well done, Senju Chiharu. The teacher took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment within, and forced a look of admiration onto his face. The timing was impeccable. This was the essence of martial arts. He then turned to the class, his voice suddenly stern. Did you all see that? This is martial arts. It is not about whose strength is greater or whose punch is harder. It is about the mastery of one's own power and the judgment of the battle situation. Uchiha Inoho, you rely too much on brute strength. Your movements are too broad and full of openings. In this practice session, Senju Chin's taught all of you a valuable lesson. Now, get up and thank your classmate. This statement not only provided a brilliant explanation for Senju Chin's astonishing performance, but also upheld the teacher's authority. Inoho was helped to his feet by his companions, his face pale and lips trembling. Ultimately, under the teacher's stern gaze, he lowered his head and managed to mutter a few words of gratitude. Thank you for the guidance. Senju Chins quickly waved his hands, his face displaying the right amount of panic. No need to thank me. I don't even know what happened. His demeanor only intensified the admiration in the teacher's eyes. Truly, he was an unpolished gem. In the corner, Kakashi Hatake had unknowingly clenched his hand in his pocket into a fist. The eye visible outside his mask was fixed intently on Senju Chins, sharp as a blade. This was not instinct, nor was it merely luck. Kakashi's understanding ran deeper than the teacher's. It was not merely the exploitation of weaknesses, but the creation of them. Every evasion Senju Chins executed, though seemingly clumsy, subtly guided Inoha's rhythm of attack, wearing down his patience and forcing him into a reckless assault full of flaws. From the very beginning, the outcome had already been predetermined. That individual named Senju Chins was akin to a puppeteer, while Uchiha Inoha was merely a ridiculous puppet in his hands. He was not fighting, he was playing. This individual was a monster. For the first time, Kakashi's mind conjured a figure beyond that of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. The control over the battlefield, the effortless demeanor evoked a familiar fear within him. As the martial arts class concluded and the crowd dispersed, no one would ever again dare to regard Senju Chins with the same eyes they would a typical child. The girls who had once surrounded him chattering now merely observed from a distance, their gazes filled with newfound awe. Uchiha Inoha and his entourage circled around him, as if trying to avoid a plague. Senju Chins paid them no mind. After gathering his belongings, he scanned the crowd and headed straight for the white-haired figure preparing to leave alone. His target had never been a mere fish like Uchiha Inoha. It was that Hatake classmate. Senju Chins' voice sounded from behind, soft and sweet, typical of his age, yet it halted Kakashi's steps. His back stiffened momentarily. Kakashi turned slowly. The black eye exposed beneath his mask resembled a bottomless dry well, consuming all surrounding light. He silently regarded Senju Chins, wordless, like a proud statue frozen in time. The laughter of their peers seemed to fade behind an invisible wall, leaving only the two in a silent confrontation. Senju Chins remained unfazed by that icy scrutiny. He tilted his head back, the innocent bewilderment on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a pure curiosity, an inquisitive gaze that belied his 5 years. He took a half-step forward, leaning slightly, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. You saw it all, didn't you? It was not a question but a statement. An announcement that tore through all facades, penetrating the core of Kakashi's vigilance. Kakashi's gaze suddenly sharpened, that calm demeanor coalescing into a tangible intensity, locking onto Senju Chins. He sensed that the other was extraordinary but never expected him to be so direct, so audacious. He remained silent, yet the fist in his pocket tightened, the fabric straining against the knuckles. The aura surrounding him shifted from cautious to dangerously threatening. Do not be so tense, Senju Chins smiled, his grin pure and terrifying. Like the first snowfall of early winter, clean, yet imbued with a chilling aura. He scratched his head, swiftly reverting to the guise of an innocent child, as if the sharp-eyed figure moments ago was merely Kakashi's imagination. My sister told me that the path of a ninja requires companions. He continued, in a tone reminiscent of a bedtime story. She said that no matter how powerful one is, their perspective remains narrow, limited to the road beneath their feet. However, with companions, one can see more paths. When two paths converge, they can journey further together. He raised his head, his bright eyes clearly reflecting Kakashi's slightly astonished solitary figure. His tone filled with a child's unfiltered longing. I wish to tread a wide, expansive road. Senju Chins stepped closer, his voice infused with an earnestness and hope that brooked no refusal. Hatake classmate, your martial arts give me the sense that we could forge a new path together. So, will you practice with me? He extended his small palm before Kakashi, his face radiating flawless anticipation. Take the bait, future copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. The solitude of genius is the finest bait in this world. No one can resist the approach of another kindred spirit. Within Senju Chins' heart, hope blossomed. Time stretched on, the air growing thick with tension. At last, Kakashi's lips, hidden beneath his mask, finally moved. Your road is too wide. I cannot adapt. His voice was cold, like two stones grinding against each other. My path is sufficient for one. Chapter 33. The man I have set my sights on cannot escape from you. Rejection. It was swift and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. What the? He actually rejected me. This shouldn't be happening. Wasn't it said that geniuses attract one another? In an instant, Senju Chin's smile froze upon his face. He looked up at Kakashi's impassive eyes, the eagerness and hope on his face feeling as if they had been struck by a cold wind, freezing momentarily before gradually receding. He lowered his gaze, long lashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, the look of disappointment enough to evoke pity from any soft-hearted adult. Is that so? His voice was soft, tinged with the unique sense of injustice and dejection characteristic of a child who has been turned down. I'm sorry, I assumed too much. He withdrew his outstretched hand, clenched it slightly, then bowed to Kakashi before turning away, his small steps merging with the throng of students leaving school, not once looking back. That small figure appeared solitary and forlorn. Kakashi stood rooted to the spot, motionless. He watched as the figure vanished around the corner, the fist in his pocket slowly unclenching. The inexplicable irritation within him did not dissipate with the other's departure. Instead, it grew more intense. He did not understand. The individual known as Senju Chenshin is a veritable embodiment of contradictions. He possesses an unnerving insight capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. Yet he chooses to mask this capability with an expression of naive innocence. He is capable of effortlessly manipulating the foolish Uchiha in a Hibi, yet he feigns a demeanor of helplessness. His recent remarks regarding comrades and paths were as piercing as a finely honed blade, slicing through the indifference he has meticulously constructed around himself. Yet, he now seems to relinquish his resolve so easily. He resembles a child who, after a brief tantrum over a beloved toy denied to him, simply walks away in compliance. Is this merely my imagination? Kakashi furrows his brow. Or is this yet another layer of his facade? The sensation of being unable to grasp the situation leaves him unsettled. However, Kakashi soon realizes that he has been overly simplistic in his thoughts. Senju Chenshin indeed refrains from initiating conversation with him. Yet, he is omnipresent. Much like the air itself. On the following day, Kakashi finds himself alone at the third training ground, practicing shuriken throwing. After 2 rounds, he catches a glimpse of a figure at the far end of the training ground, clumsily imitating his movements. It is Senju Chenshin. He does not look over, but remains focused on his target, repeatedly throwing kunai. Out of 10 throws, 8 miss entirely, and the remaining 2 barely graze the edges of the target, rendering the scene both comical and absurd. Kakashi scoffs, choosing to ignore him and redirecting his focus back to his own training. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the rhythmic thud of Chenshin's attempts reverberates in his mind, akin to a persistent drumbeat, preventing him from achieving complete tranquility. On the 3rd day, Kakashi practices the body flicker technique. As he appears atop the trunk of a large tree, he looks up to find Senju Chenshin perched higher on a branch, swinging his legs and savoring a chon of freshly purchased dango. Upon noticing Kakashi, he amicably waves, mumbling, "Ah, classmate Hitaki, what a coincidence." Kakashi, his expression void of emotion, leaps down from the tree and relocates. On the 4th and 5th days, wherever Kakashi ventures, he invariably encounters that fellow. While practicing water walking by the river, Senju Chenshin can be seen fishing downstream. When setting traps in the woods, he is nearby, gathering herbs. He never draws close nor engages in conversation, merely appearing in Kakashi's line of sight in a manner that is innocuous and seemingly natural. He is akin to a piece of taffy, impossible to discard or tear apart. Kakashi's patience is gradually eroded by this methodical encroachment, akin to a frog being gradually boiled in water. He even entertains the absurd notion that perhaps they are the only 2 in Konoha striving so diligently. Intriguingly, Senju Chenshin finds amusement in this peculiar situation. Is this what it means to feel the solitude of genius? He recognizes that a prodigy like Kakashi harbors an acute sense of isolation and sensitivity. With a father celebrated as a hero in the ninja world and himself a paragon among his peers, there are no companions in his world. This solitude serves as both armor and his most vulnerable weakness. A forceful intrusion would only result in being wounded by his icy blade. However, if one merely exists quietly on the periphery of his lonely world, allowing him to grow accustomed to their presence, much like the persistent challenges posed by Might Guy, he may come to realize that another soul exists who, like him, leaves home before dawn and returns only when the night is deep. In that case, the armor of solitude may erode, creating a small chink in its defenses. Hitaki Sakomo, the white fang of Konoha. Senju Chenshin's gaze pierces through Kakashi's solitary figure, as if peering into a more distant past. A tragic figure who was meant to be a hero, yet succumbed to the pressures of public opinion within his village. In a previous life, while watching anime, he felt a profound sorrow for this character's fate. A ninja who sacrificed his mission for the sake of his comrades should never have met such an end. This feeling of sorrow now transforms into the coldest of calculations. Rescuing Hatake Tsukumo could not only alter Kakashi's destiny, but also allow him to harness the unparalleled might of the White Fang for his own purposes. Such a favor would secure the future of the copy ninja as his most steadfast ally. Thus, Kakashi, Senju Chinshin observes the increasingly agitated white-haired youth, his lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. Patience, the true spectacle is just beginning. At last, one twilight evening, after concluding a day of training, Kakashi prepares to return home. As he traverses an open area, he suddenly halts. There, Senju Chinshin wields a wooden short sword, mimicking the initial stances of a certain sword technique. His movements are juvenile, even somewhat distorted, yet Kakashi recognizes it immediately. It is the stance of the Hatake sword technique. Though merely the most fundamental of forms, the essence, the intention of channeling power from the core of one's waist, is unmistakable. How could he? A tempest surges within Kakashi's mind. The Hatake sword technique is a closely guarded family secret, one that could not possibly be divulged outside his father's teachings. He must have inadvertently learned it. A surge of fury ignites within him, and Kakashi can no longer contain his silence. In an instant, he appears before Senju Chinshin. His voice is frigid as ice. "What are you doing?" Startled by the sudden reprimand, Chinshin drops the wooden sword with a clatter. He looks up to meet Kakashi's fiery gaze, confusion and a hint of grievance etched across his face. "I am practicing." "Who taught you?" Kakashi steps closer, his presence imposing. "And no one taught me." Chinshin retracts his neck, resembling a frightened animal. "I just thought you looked so cool practicing every day, so I just learned a bit." "Learned a bit?" Kakashi's eyes sharpen. "And no, that is not it." Chinshin waves his hands frantically, his eyes welling slightly with emotion. "I just thought, the way you hold the sword seems uncomfortable for your wrist." Kakashi is taken aback, summoning his courage. Chinshin picks up the wooden sword and awkwardly demonstrates Kakashi's grip. "You see, every time you exert force, you're using your arm and wrist. It's fast, but it feels like the power just stops here." He points to his wrist. Then, he shifts to a different stance, lowering his body slightly, twisting his waist, and drawing the wooden sword along an entirely different trajectory. "My sister said true strength should be like a whip, rooted from the feet, propelled from the waist, and finally transmitted to the hands. Wouldn't that be smoother?" He lifts his face, his bright eyes filled with genuine curiosity and confusion, as though he is sincerely seeking answers to a question that has long troubled him. Boom. In Kakashi's mind, it feels as though thunder has struck. A whip. Power propelled from the waist. This phrase echoes the very words his father, Hatake Tsukumo, imparted to him during his early encounters with swordsmanship. Yet at that time, he was too young to grasp its deeper meaning, believing instead that utilizing arm strength was the more direct and forceful approach. Over time, the father ceased to impose his will, allowing his son to develop in accordance with his own inclinations. Yet now, this profound understanding emerged from the lips of a 5-year-old orphan of the Senju clan, one who had never been exposed to systematic swordsmanship training. Moreover, he articulated it from an outsider's perspective, pinpointing with remarkable clarity a fundamental flaw in his own swordsmanship, a flaw that even his father had chosen to overlook. This was not mere eavesdropping. Such an act could only capture the superficial form, never the essence, nor could it unravel the core techniques of power exertion. This was an innate gift, a terrifying talent that transcended mere effort and practice, approaching the realm of instinct. His prior victory over Uchiha Inahiko was not a mere manipulation or premonition. He possessed an inherent ability to perceive the flow of power and discern the very essence of all techniques. Kakashi stood frozen, as if the blood coursing through his veins had turned to ice. He gazed at the innocent child before him and felt, for the first time, a profound tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. It was the instinctive shock and disquiet that a genius experiences upon encountering another, one whose prowess surpasses even their own. "Is that you, Hatake?" Senju Shin looked at the dazed Kakashi and cautiously inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Kakashi remained silent for a long moment. He studied Shin intently, then bent down to retrieve the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground and handed it back. "Your path," he began, his voice no longer the icy tone it had been, but rather imbued with a complexity that even he had not yet recognized. Perhaps I may have a glimpse of it. Chapter 34. Kakashi's acknowledgement. Kakashi's voice was soft, yet it struck the heart of Senju Shin like a stone cast into a deep pool, stirring anticipated ripples within. It is done. The perfectly timed expression of surprise and bewilderment on Shin's face faded the moment Kakashi averted his gaze. He tilted his head back to look up at the slightly taller white-haired youth, his dark, bright eyes reflecting the solitary figure of his counterpart retrieving the wooden sword. Your path. Perhaps I may have a glimpse of it. This phrase was neither a concession nor an endorsement. It was a tentative invitation extended by a solitary genius who, upon recognizing another of his kind, lowered his defenses. It signaled a desire to understand, even if it was beyond his grasp. For Senju Shin, this was more than sufficient. All right. The child, who had looked so dejected just a moment ago, now beamed with joy, his radiant smile blinding. As if the earlier sorrow had merely been a figment of Kakashi's imagination. He eagerly accepted the wooden sword from Kakashi's hands, gripping it tightly as if it were the most cherished of toys. Then let us begin right away, Senju Shin proposed enthusiastically. Kakashi observed the child's familiar demeanor, and an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Had he made a grave error in judgment? However, Senju Shin provided him no chance for retraction. You see, I just mimicked your movements, but it feels like the power is stuck in my shoulders. Is it because my body is still too small? Senju Shin resumed the initial stance of Hatake-style swordsmanship, his movements still somewhat clumsy, yet his inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. He refrained from invoking that theory about whips, skillfully attributing the issue to his own physique, thus satisfying the child's curiosity while granting Kakashi an undeniable opportunity to guide as a senior. Kakashi's gaze involuntarily fell upon Shin's shoulders and wrists. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice still firm yet tempered with a hint of warmth. It is not a matter of body size. It concerns your center of gravity. Your feet are not grounded. Your power is adrift. The foundation of Hatake-style swordsmanship lies beneath your feet. As he spoke, guided by an unseen force, he reached out to adjust Senju Shin's stance. The moment his calloused fingers made contact with Shin's shoulder, both paused briefly. Oh, Senju Shin obediently adjusted his position, feeling the shift in his center of gravity, his face illuminating with realization. So that is how it is. You are truly remarkable, Hatake. This heartfelt compliment brought a faint blush to Kakashi's ears. He quickly withdrew his hand, shoved it into his pocket, and coughed to mask his discomfort. Just call me Kakashi. All right, Kakashi. The setting sun elongated their small figures, one earnestly explaining the fundamentals of swordsmanship, while the other absorbed knowledge like a greedy sponge, occasionally posing naive yet penetrating questions that left the instructor in contemplation. In the shadows of the great tree, Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes glimmered with increasing intrigue. The child of the Hatake clan, the orphan of the Senju, how fascinating this is becoming. He silently melded into the encroaching darkness. I'm back, Tsunade. Senju Shin announced as he pushed open the door to his home, greeted by the fragrant aroma of food and the warmth of light. Welcome back, little Shin. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. At the dinner table, while devouring his meal, Senju Shin animatedly shared the day's discoveries with Tsunade and Shizune. Sister, I made a friend today. Oh, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued as she placed a helping of greens onto his plate. Has our little Shin finally made a friend? Whose child is he? His name is Hatake Kakashi, Shin exclaimed, his voice brimming with pride. Tsunade paused momentarily, repeating the surname with a complex expression. Is he the child of the White Fang of Konoha? Yes. He is incredibly skilled. His swordsmanship is exceptional. Of course, Tsunade replied, pouring herself a glass of sake, taking a sip as her gaze turned distant. His father, Hatake Sakomo, is a man we three Sannin deeply respect. On the battlefield, many enemies would rather abandon their missions than face the name of the White Fang. At this point, Tsunade's tone shifted to one of caution. Shin, now that you've made a friend, ensure you foster that relationship, all right? I understand, sister. Senju Shin nodded obediently, yet his mind raced with thoughts. If even Tsunade regards Hatake Sakomo with such esteem, then Kakashi is a hero of Konoha, a source of pride for his father. Yet, I am aware that this pride will soon transform into the final straw that burdens you. The ludicrous dilemma of tasks versus comrades. Those in the village will drown you in their contempt. The glory Kakashi inherits now will, in the future, morph into daggers aimed at his very heart. Nevertheless, since I have arrived, Senju Shin mused as he pushed around the rice in his bowl, a resolute determination glimmering in his eyes that belied his tender age. This tragedy, I shall rewrite with my own hands. In the days that followed, the Ninja Academy became graced by a peculiar sight. The once solitary white-haired genius now had a persistent little shadow trailing behind him. As Kakashi practiced shuriken techniques, Senju Shin was there alongside, using the excuse of his own feeble strength to solicit advice on how to throw them more accurately. When Kakashi trained in the body flicker technique, Shin clumsily attempted to form the seals, using the pretext of Kakashi's swift hand signs to request a slower demonstration, thus legitimizing his quest for knowledge. Kakashi transitioned from initial indifference to growing impatience, ultimately becoming numb to the situation. He realized he could not refuse, because every question posed by Chinsho was imbued with a childlike purity, devoid of any impurities. His formidable talent always allowed him to draw parallels and even propose deeper insights immediately after his explanations. A clandestine thrill from this intellectual collision that even the aloof Kakashi found hard to resist. He felt as if he were not mentoring a burden, but rather honing a piece of exquisite jade. Until that day, when a boy clad in a tight green outfit, with thick eyebrows and a watermelon-shaped head, rushed before them like a whirlwind. Let youth burn. I sensed the vibrant energy radiating from you both. Edo Guy struck a signature pose, pointing at the two with fingers extended, his voice resonating like a bell. I, Edo Guy, challenge you. Kakashi couldn't be bothered to lift an eyelid, choosing to ignore him outright. However, Chinsho paused his actions, intrigued by the exuberant Edo Guy before him. The future Hokage guy, the man who would incapacitate the Six Paths class with a single kick. He recalled vividly that Guy's father, the great eternal Genin Edo Guy, had sacrificed himself at this juncture in time to protect his son and comrades by opening the 8 gates. The world had lost yet another hero worthy of respect. A tinge of regret welled up within Chinsho, strengthening his resolve to save Tsukumo Hatake. Very well, Chinsho stepped forward, donning an innocent smile. I accept your challenge. Oh, Guy's attention immediately shifted to Chinsho, his fighting spirit ignited. Excellent. Let us unleash our youthful sweat in a spirited duel. Kakashi furrowed his brow and finally spoke. Don't be foolish, you are not his match. This statement served more as a declaration of fact than a warning to Guy. How can we know unless we try? Guy's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Come on, Chinsho. Very well. Chinsho moved to the center of the arena and bowed slightly to Guy. The moment the battle commenced, Guy lunged forward like a ferocious tiger. His taijutsu was explosive, each punch and kick accompanied by a roaring wind. However, to Chinsho, everything appeared crystal clear. Guy's movements, though powerful, were riddled with openings. Instead of taking the hits directly, Chinsho danced around Guy's onslaught like a leaf fluttering in the wind, evading with minimal movement. Is that all you can do? Guy, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, intensified his assault. Your strength is impressive, Chinsho remarked calmly while dodging, his voice serene as if he were not in battle, but it is too scattered. As Guy executed a fierce leaf whirlwind, Chinsho, instead of retreating, darted into Guy's embrace at an astonishing angle, extending a finger to gently tap the hollow of Guy's knee. The timing was impeccable. Guy felt a tingling in his leg, and suddenly, all his strength seemed to vanish, causing him to tumble forward uncontrollably. Bang! Dust flew into the air. The arena fell silent. Kakashi was unfazed. Accustomed to such spectacles, Guy, sprawled on the ground, did not react with the fury of Uchiha Itachi, but instead sprang up, his eyes burning with admiration rather than anger. Incredible. I didn't even see how you did that. He gazed at Chinsho with admiration. You are worthy of being my lifelong rival. Chinsho was momentarily at a loss for words. He stepped forward, extended his hand, and helped Guy to his feet, his smile now earnest. Your taijutsu holds great potential. It simply needs the right guidance, Chinsho said. If you don't mind, you can train with us in the future. He understood well the strength of the future Edo Guy and would not let this opportunity to forge bonds slip away. Guy, initially taken aback, was soon overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up. Wah. You are truly a good person. Chinsho, Kakashi, from today onward, we shall be eternal rivals and comrades. Kakashi took a couple of steps back, seemingly wishing to distance himself from the overly enthusiastic boy. Chinsho observed this scene, feeling a momentary dissonance as if anime had leaped into reality. To his left stood Kakashi, the future 6th Hokage and genius ninja of Konoha. To his right was Edo Tensei, the Azure Beast who would master taijutsu to such an extent that he nearly altered the course of events. He felt an overwhelming sense of beauty in the future world of Hokage awaiting him. Chapter 35. The first encounter with the legendary man since the unexpected joy of Edo Tensei's edition. Shinsho's training team had become increasingly lively. Guy's enthusiasm was like an unquenchable fire, his booming voice daily calling forth youth and passion, striving to ignite everything around him. Kakashi, as ever, responded with indifference and disregard. Yet Shinsho could sense that Kakashi's once impenetrable aura was gradually softening under Guy's indiscriminate fervor. At the very least, Kakashi had transitioned from complete indifference to a mild frown when faced with Guy's challenges, occasionally managing to squeeze out a bored remark. To Shinsho, this marked a monumental leap in progress. Meanwhile, he reveled in the harmonious dynamics between these two distinct personalities. He would engage Guy earnestly in discussions on how to optimize the sweat of youth, then turn to Kakashi, suggesting that technique Guy just used seemed interesting, though it had too many flaws, wouldn't you agree? To entice Kakashi into conversation. The relationship among the three was delicately maintained and drawn closer in this extraordinary atmosphere. That day was a weekend, free from the rigors of the Ninja Academy. Early in the morning, Shinsho donned a short, flexible outfit, greeted Tsunade and Shizune, and set off towards a specific direction in Konoha. Today, he did not head to the training grounds. Instead, he was bound for the Hatake clan's residence, a location not even marked on Konoha's map. Unlike the Uchiha clan's ostentation or the Hyuga clan's authority, the Hatake residence quietly nestled in a rather secluded corner of the village. The courtyard walls were low, constructed of unadorned blue stone, and a plain wooden door stood ajar. Standing at the entrance, Shinsho could even catch the faint scent of soapberries wafting from the courtyard, mingled with the crisp metallic aroma of well-maintained weapons. He adjusted his collar, the contemplative expression on his face fading, replaced by a childlike shyness and politeness. He extended his small hand and gently knocked 3 times on the wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound resonated clearly in the quiet alley. Moments later, steady footsteps approached from within, unhurried. Creak. The door opened from the inside. It was not Kakashi who answered, but an adult man. Clad in simple gray home attire, he was tall and upright, with short silver hair strikingly similar to Kakashi's, though his hair bore signs of age. His expression was neutral, yet his eyes, unlike Kakashi's sharpness, radiated a gentle calmness, reminiscent of a deep sea that had settled after a storm. Beneath the tranquility, Senju felt an overwhelming sharpness capable of severing all. This brilliance was perfectly sheathed within a scabbard named gentleness, yet it remained unblunted. Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo. This name resounded explosively in Senju-chen's mind. The man before him was utterly unlike the legendary figure renowned throughout the ninja world, who instilled terror in the hearts of his enemies. He bore no trace of malevolence. Rather, he resembled a gentle, neighborly father. Yet this very man single-handedly upheld Konoha's reputation following the Second Ninja World War. In the near future, he would be forced into a corner by the very village he would protect with his life due to a foolish mission. Senju gazed upward at Hatake Tsukumo, his heart a tumult of emotions. There was excitement at encountering a legendary figure, sorrow for his impending tragic fate, but more than anything, there was a chilling calculation. This was the eternal pain in Kakashi's heart, a shackle he could never escape. If I save him, I shall gain a new skill set and the gratitude of Konoha's white fang, a formidable force. The return on this investment is astonishingly high. As tumultuous thoughts swirled within Senju, a semblance of nervousness and unease surfaced on his face as he addressed the unfamiliar adult. Good day, uncle. He slightly bowed, his voice soft and hesitant. I'm looking for Kakashi. We agreed to practice together. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze fell upon the small figure before him, an orphan of the Senju clan, the younger brother of Tsunade. He had pieced together a rough understanding of this child from Kakashi's scant words, a peer whose brilliance prompted his genius son to mention him for the first time. You must be Chinkuen, Tsukumo said, his voice warm and imbued with a reassuring strength. He stepped aside, allowing entry. Kakashi is in the backyard. Please, come in. Thank you, uncle. Senju politely expressed his gratitude and took small steps into the courtyard. The yard, though not expansive, was meticulously maintained. A small patch of carefully raked gravel, a sturdy pine tree in the corner, and a cluster of antique wind chimes hung from the eaves. The entire courtyard exuded a simple, yet austere beauty reminiscent of a samurai household. "Kakashi," Tsukumo called toward the backyard, "your friend has arrived." Soon, Kakashi's figure emerged from around the corner of the house. Upon seeing Senju-chun standing in the courtyard, his visible eye flickered with shock and a barely perceptible hint of panic. "How did you find this place?" Kakashi approached briskly, his tone laced with a hint of accusation, akin to a territorial animal confronted by an intruder. "I asked the teacher at school," Senju-chun replied innocently, blinking his large eyes. "Didn't we agree to practice today? I waited for you at the training grounds." Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't intended to go. He preferred solitude on weekends. Observing the interaction between the two children, Tsukumo wore a subtle smile. "Kakashi, you ought to be more courteous to your friends," he remarked. "Since Chun-kun is here, make sure to host him properly." "Yes, father." Kakashi responded obediently, though unwillingly, before reluctantly inviting Senju-chun, "Come inside." Having achieved his purpose, Senju-chun followed Kakashi into the house. The interior was equally simple, featuring tidy tatami mats and a calligraphy piece displaying the character for ninja. The most striking feature was a sword rack leaning against the wall, upon which lay a short blade. The scabbard was plain white, the hilt wrapped in dark fabric, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Yet, Senju-chun's gaze was magnetically drawn to that blade. White Fang, the legendary chakra blade that had shone brilliantly on the battlefield, causing countless strong warriors to taste defeat. At this moment, it lay quietly, resembling a beast that had sheathed its claws, resting peacefully. "Don't stare," Kakashi warned coldly, noticing his fixation. "Oh," Senju-chun averted his gaze, secretly amused. "What a peculiar fellow." Just then, Hatake Tsukumo entered with 2 cups of hot tea, placing one before Senju-chun on the low table. "Drink up. The weather is still a bit chilly." "Thank you, uncle." Senju-chun cradled the teacup, sipping delicately, his demeanor as refined as a cat. Tsukumo sat beside Kakashi, his gaze gentle as he casually inquired, "I've heard from Kakashi that Chun-kun possesses a unique insight into physical techniques and swordsmanship." Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. Senju-chun's heart skipped a beat, though a perfectly timed look of confusion adorned his face. Not at all. I just think Kakashi is impressive and want to learn from him." As he spoke, he cast a questioning glance at Kakashi, his eyes clear as day, silently asking, "When did I ever say that?" Kakashi, he certainly hadn't. But how did his father know? "Is that so?" Tsukumo chuckled, his perceptive eyes seeming to see through all facades. "It's the first time I've heard Kakashi mention a friend's name. Chun-kun, I trust you will take care of him moving forward." This statement served as both a charge to Senju-chun and a gentle reminder to Kakashi. "Yes, I will." Senju-chun nodded emphatically, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Kakashi may seem aloof, but he is truly a good person. He has taught me so much." This declaration caused a fresh blush to bloom on Kakashi's ears. He abruptly stood up. "If that is all, let us go to training." With that, he turned and hurried toward the door, his steps brisk. Senju-chun hurriedly set down his teacup and bowed to Tsukumo. "Uncle, we'll be off now. Go ahead." Tsukumo replied with a smile. Watching the 2 small figures vanish through the door, Hatake Tsukumo's smile gradually faded. He lifted the untouched cup of tea Kakashi had left behind. Taking a gentle sip, his gaze once again fixed on the doorway, his expression turning profound and contemplative. Indeed, the bloodline of the Senju clan is extraordinary. From the moment that child entered, he revealed not a single flaw. His behavior and demeanor were entirely befitting of a 5-year-old. Yet, those eyes when he beheld the white fang short blade, the momentary glimmer was not that of a child's curiosity or reverence, but rather an assessing, almost fervent gaze. Such a look is hardly characteristic of a mere 5-year-old. The younger brother of Tsunade, an orphan of the Senju clan, is he? Nevertheless, it seems Kakashi's character has finally allowed him to make a friend. Hatake Tsukumo regarded the backyard with a discerning eye, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Chapter 36. Guidance of the White Fang. On a serene weekend morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. "I refuse." Hatake Kakashi's voice remained as cold as ever, akin to an unyielding stone. His gaze passed over Senju-chun, landing on the watermelon-haired boy behind him, who was energetically performing high knee lifts, radiating an aura of fervent enthusiasm. This inexplicable zeal made Kakashi's eyelids twitch. "Why?" Chakra Senju gazed upwards, his face adorned with innocent bewilderment. Classmate Kai was equally eager to witness the art of the Konoha blade technique, and the prospect of an additional companion for practice only heightened the excitement. My sister always says that friends must frequently gather for their bond to strengthen, he remarked while discreetly signaling to Might Guy beside him. Kai promptly grasped the cue, darting towards Kakashi with fervor, hands clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with fervent intensity. Kakashi, my formidable rival, let us deepen our bonds through the sweat of our youth, he exclaimed, his voice resonating loud enough to rattle the leaves. I've heard from Senju that your father is the legendary hero, Konoha White Fang. It is my honor, as Might Guy, to visit the abode of a hero. Kakashi, observing the fervently enthusiastic face before him and the innocent expression of concern from his side, felt a throbbing at his temples. An unsettling premonition washed over him. His tranquil weekend seemed prematurely destined for disruption. Ultimately, under the compelling reasoning of Senju and the relentless enthusiasm of Might Guy, Kakashi, though scowling, led the two eager followers homeward. As they journeyed, Might Guy fluttered about like a bird newly freed from its cage, marveling at everything. His voice filled with exclamations of wonder, while Kakashi wished to bury his face deeper into his mask, seeking to distance himself from this exuberant companion. Sandwiched between the two, Senju wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. Kakashi's temperament was singular, akin to a blade yet to be honed, sharp, yet easily breakable. The tragedy of Konoha Shomo was significantly attributed to the absence of someone capable of standing by him, someone to voice for him. To save him, I cannot rely solely on myself. I must ensure that Kakashi learns the strength of companionship in advance. And Might Guy, with his pure-hearted fervor, undoubtedly stands as the most suitable candidate to thaw Kakashi's frigid demeanor. Excuse the intrusion. When Konoha Shomo opened the door and beheld his son accompanied by two distinctly styled youngsters, even his seasoned eyes sparkled with intrigue. One was Senju, whom he had encountered just the previous week. The other exclaimed, "Greetings. You must be the legendary Konoha White Fang, Lord Konoha Shomo. I am Might Guy, Kakashi's lifelong rival." He bowed deeply, his voice booming enough to make the wind chimes in the courtyard tremble. Shomo paused momentarily before breaking into a chuckle. His gentle gaze swept over the three children, finally resting on his son's awkward expression of unfamiliarity, which only deepened the warmth in his eyes. "Hello, Kai. Welcome. Please come in." In the backyard, the familiar terrain of raked gravel lay before them, alongside a sturdy pine tree. Konoha Shomo did not enter the house, but casually retrieved 3 wooden swords of varying sizes from the weapon rack beneath the eaves. He handed 2 swords to Kakashi and Senju, and the largest one, brimming with excitement, to Might Guy. "Since you are here to practice, mere words will not suffice. Allow me to guide you," Shomo said with a gentle smile. "Excellent." Kai was the first to respond, gripping the wooden sword tightly, striking a bold pose. "Please, Lord Shomo, guide me." Kakashi silently grasped his sword, his focus sharpening. Opportunities to receive his father's direct instruction were rare. Senju curiously examined the wooden sword in his hand, his small face radiant with anticipation, his heart ablaze. The main course had finally arrived. Today, he could witness Konoha Shomo's unparalleled blade techniques, the pinnacle of assassination arts. "Free of charge. Kai, you shall go first," Shomo said with a smile, standing casually without wielding a weapon, exuding no hint of a master's imposing aura. "Yes," Kai shouted, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, his wooden sword cleaving through the air with a rush of wind, aimed directly at Shomo's head. This strike embodied all his youthful vigor and unyielding spirit. However, in the face of this fierce assault, Shomo merely sidestepped to the left at the precise moment the wooden sword was about to make contact. That half-step alone rendered Kai's powerful blow futile. The tremendous inertia caused him to stumble, leaving himself wide open. Shomo extended his hand, lightly tapping Kai's wrist with his index and middle fingers. A soft thud echoed. Kai felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, a subtle force causing the wooden sword to slip from his grasp, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc before plunging into the earth with a thud. In scarcely a second, the encounter concluded. Kai stared blankly at his empty hands, then at Shomo, whose gentle smile remained intact. Initially bewildered, his eyes soon sparkled with fervor 100-fold stronger than before. "Incredible. Is this the legendary strength? I didn't even see it coming. So exhilarating." Shomo chuckled lightly before turning to his son. "Kakashi, it is your turn." Kakashi inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with unparalleled intensity. Unlike Kai, he did not rush in. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity and, with remarkable speed, slid along the ground. His wooden sword darting towards Shumo's chest like a striking serpent. Quick, precise, and fierce. This was the essence of the Konoha blade technique. Not bad. Shumo acknowledged with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He continued to stand his ground, merely extending his left hand and lightly brushing the side of the sword as it approached. A strange vibration coursed through Kakashi's arm, the relentless force dissipating entirely in an instant. Almost immediately, Shumo pivoted, his elbow gently pressing against Kakashi's throat. The icy sensation rendered Kakashi rigid. Another technique. Your speed is adequate, but your intent is too fierce, and your strike too direct, Shumo gently critiqued, retracting his elbow. The sword is an extension of the arm, not merely a blunt instrument. Your strength lacks fluidity. Kakashi nodded silently, retreating to the sidelines, contemplation evident in his gaze, overshadowing any feelings of defeat. Lastly, Shumo's attention shifted to the smallest figure still standing in the arena. Senju, it is your turn. Senju blinked, holding a wooden sword barely longer than his arm, expressing his trepidation. Uncle Shumo, I've just begun learning. I surely cannot match you. That is of no concern, Shumo reassured him with his ever-gentle smile. Just give it your best effort. Then I shall begin, Uncle Shumo, Senju declared, a serious expression settling on his face. He refrained from launching an attack. Instead, he mimicked Kakashi's earlier stance, assuming the initial position of the Konoha blade technique. Shumo's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, Senju lunged forward, his movements unpolished and his speed unremarkable, swinging the wooden sword in a haphazard manner. To any observer, this appeared as a child's play fight. Yet, as Senju approached within 3 steps, Shumo's smile gradually faded for the first time. He recognized something profoundly peculiar. Every step Senju took, every swing of his sword, was riddled with flaws. However, just as he was poised to seize an opportunity, much like he had against Kai and Kakashi, that very opening transformed into another vulnerability in the blink of an eye. It was as if he were engaged in combat with a mere specter. Shumo stepped forward, ready to grasp his wrist, yet Senju-chun seemed to trip over a stone beneath him, narrowly evading the capture. Shumo sidestepped, preparing to disarm him, but Senju-chun appeared to overexert himself, losing balance once more and barely managing to evade. He bore no desire for victory, nor did he harbor any intent to attack. He resembled a slippery loach, eluding Shumo's meticulously woven net with the most clumsy, absurd, yet effective maneuvers. He was not seeking triumph. He was observing. Those dark, glistening eyes fixated upon every movement, every breath, and every shift of balance from Shumo. It was not the curiosity of a child, but rather the keen gaze of a master craftsman deconstructing a finely tuned piece of art, analyzing each component, each joinery. This sensation imbued Shumo with an unprecedented sense of novelty. Bang! Ultimately, Senju-chun succumbed to fatigue, stumbling and sitting down on the ground, his wooden sword rolling away. He panted heavily, his small face beaded with sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. Kakashi and Kai exhaled in relief, for to them, it was a miracle that Senju-chun had lasted this long. Only Shumo remained, silently observing the seated Senju-chun, lost in thought. After the sparring session concluded, Shumo instructed Kakashi to take Kai inside for water and rest, while he lingered to speak with Senju-chun. Chinkuin, Shumo crouched down to meet Senju-chun's gaze. His voice still gentle, yet his calm eyes bore a hint of complexity. It seems you are more intrigued by the essence of power than by its application. Are you not? A warning bell rang in Senju-chun's mind, yet his face contorted into an expression of childlike confusion. He tilted his head, his bright eyes reflecting Shumo's serious countenance. Uncle, what is the essence of power? He inquired, his voice soft and innocent. I do not understand. He paused, seemingly struggling to find the right words, then added with the tone of discovering a novel toy. I just feel that when you strike, it is different from Kakashi. Kakashi's power is like a rock, very hard and strikes quickly. But your power, Senju-chun extended his little finger, tracing a rounded arc in the air, is like water. Sometimes it is here, and sometimes it flows there, impossible to grasp or block. How fascinating. Boom. This metaphor struck Shumo's mind like a thunderclap. Water, that was the pinnacle of his understanding of the Kiki-style swordsmanship, an elusive form that yields advantage in every confrontation, comprehended only through a lifetime of struggle and combat. He had never mentioned this principle to Kakashi, knowing that without the requisite experience and mindset, it would be beyond comprehension. Yet here was this 5-year-old child, through a flawed sparring session, articulating the core of the concept in the most innocent of terms. Shimo gazed into Sun Shuchen's clear, untainted eyes, which reflected nothing but pure confusion and curiosity. After a long moment, he gradually rose, the previous scrutiny replaced with a blend of astonishment and a touch of solace. He reached out, affectionately ruffling Sun Shuchen's hair as a typical neighborly uncle might. Hee, what an intriguing thought. Practice diligently. Shimo smiled, sensing that he might just be witnessing the emergence of an extraordinary talent. This child might one day surpass him, even eclipse everyone else. Chapter 37. The few since Shimo Kiki personally began to mentor him, Senju Chun had become a frequent visitor at the Kiki household. Each day felt infused with a new, vibrant rhythm. Every weekend, Senju Chun would first complete the basic training tailored for him by Tsunade in his own yard. Before arriving punctually at the Kiki doorstep with Might Guy, Kakashi, who initially resisted, then acquiesced, now occasionally waited at the door in anticipation. His perpetually indifferent gaze seemed to soften slightly upon seeing Senju Chun and Guy, no longer as frigid as before, but rather touched by a hint of familiarity. This change was subtle, yet not lost on Senju Chun. He understood that the ice was beginning to thaw. The unquenchable flame that was Might Guy, along with his seemingly innocuous presence, was gradually prying open Kakashi's proud heart. Sometimes, Shimo would watch with interest as the 3 children practiced together in the yard. He refrained from intervening, embodying the role of an ordinary elder, seated beneath the eaves with a gentle smile. Yet, Senju Chun felt that Shimo's calm gaze often lingered upon him, a mixture of admiration, inquiry, and a pressure that was palpable. Senju Chun relished this attention, showcasing his talents vividly, occasionally mimicking Kakashi's sword techniques, at other times clumsily learning Guy's martial arts, vividly portraying a super genius filled with curiosity and the ability to draw parallels. He aimed to make Shimo accustomed to his extraordinary nature and the novelty it brought. This tranquil, yet fulfilling period lasted nearly a month, until one fateful day when a scroll sealed with the Hokage's insignia shattered the serenity. After training concluded that day, a masked Umbu silently appeared at the Kiki residence, delivering the mission scroll to Shimo. Senju Chun and Guy, preparing to take their leave, inadvertently witnessed the exchange. Shimo unfurled the scroll, upon a mere glance. The warmth of his smile vanished, his calm eyes flashing with a blade-like sharpness. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze in that instant. An S-rank classified mission? Alarm bells rang in Sun Shuchen's mind, though his face exhibited the innocent curiosity and awe of a child. Uncle Shimo is so impressive. Might Guy, ever the enthusiast, was aflame with excitement. Truly the hero of legend. This is the youth that protects the village. Shimo tucked the scroll away, the oppressive aura dissipating as he reverted to his gentle fatherly demeanor. He affectionately ruffled Kakashi's hair, his voice as soft as ever. I will need to be away for a while, Kakashi. Practice diligently, and remember to get along with Chun-kun and Gai-kun. Yes, father, Kakashi replied softly, his head bowed. Senju Chun observed this exchange, his heart tightening. The fateful mission that would determine the destiny of Konoha's white fan had finally arrived. After Shimo's departure, Kakashi became even more reticent. He no longer waited at the door and appeared distracted during training, often staring vacantly at the spot where his father usually sat. Senju Chun could sense an unsettling emotion, like vines, entwining around this young genius. He refrained from discussing it, instead seeking out Guy more frequently, filling their time with a plethora of whimsical topics and challenges to occupy his thoughts. Days passed, until, half a month later, Shimo Kiki returned. He returned one dusk, devoid of any triumphant welcome, slipping back home without disturbing a soul. The following day, when Senju Chiharu visited with Kakashi's favorite grilled fish, he was met by Shikamo, whose presence weighed heavily on his heart. The man before him still wore his gray home kimono and maintained a tall stature, yet something essential had vanished. The sharpness that had been sheathed in a gentle scabbard, the tranquility born from surviving storms, had dissipated. Instead, a profound, inescapable weariness and self-doubt enveloped him. His eyes, once vibrant, now resembled dull gems, obscured by a layer of dust, stripped of all brilliance. Chiharu has come. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears before retreating into the house. From that day forth, Shikamu confined himself within his dwelling. Whispers began to circulate through the village, like moss creeping stealthily in the gutters. Chiharu, becoming increasingly aware, frequented the gathering spots of ninjas, be it the dumpling shop or the barbecue joint, using the pretext of shopping for Tsunade to lend an ear to the venomous gossip wafting through the air. Have you heard? Lord White Fang's mission failed. Not just a failure. He supposedly abandoned crucial intelligence concerning national strategy to save 2 incompetent subordinates. How foolish. Aren't a ninja's missions paramount? Is a comrade's life truly more important than the village's safety? Once on the battlefield, one must be prepared to die. He was no longer the decisive White Fang. He had dulled his blade through so-called emotions. These words, like poison needles, were spat from the lips of envious or antiquated ninjas, weaving an invisible net, seemingly intent on strangling the once heroic figure. Chiharu, expressionless, paid for his food and turned to leave, his head bowed, his long bangs concealing the turmoil in his eyes. It was time to act. Upon returning home, he found Tsunade and Jiraiya in the living room, drinking. Jiraiya maintained his usual carefree demeanor, boasting animatedly about his adventures, while Tsunade shot him disdainful glances. The atmosphere was warm and serene. Chiharu changed his shoes, placed the dumplings on the table, and, like a little cat, nestled close to Tsunade, wrapping his arms around her. Sister, his voice was small, imbued with a hint of grievance and confusion. What is it, little Chiharu? Tsunade set down her cup and affectionately tousled his hair. Unable to resist his innocent demeanor, Jiraiya also paused, curiosity piqued. Chiharu looked up, his distinctly black and white eyes brimming with innocent perplexity. He gazed at Tsunade and, in the most naive tone, softly inquired, Sister, today I heard a ninja uncle say that a ninja who abandons a mission to save comrades is a disgrace to the village, worthless. He paused, as if struggling to comprehend the complexity of the statement, his confusion deepening. But didn't you teach me that comrades are family, more important than one's own life? Sister, who is right? Boom. This question struck Tsunade's heart like a heated iron rod, piercing the deepest, most unhealed wounds. The radiant smile of Rope Tree before his departure, the gentle gaze of Kato when he handed her the necklace. These faces flashed through Tsunade's mind, shattering into a bloody haze. Comrades are worthless. To fight for comrades is shameful. Crack. The cup in Tsunade's hand shattered, wine and blood mingling as it dripped through her fingers onto the tatami mat. A terrifying chakra erupted from her, saturating the air with an oppressive weight. Who said that? Tsunade stood abruptly, not glancing at her wounded hand, her golden eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fury that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. I must inquire. Do they truly regard comrades' lives as worthless? Jiraiya's usual smile had vanished, replaced with a grave expression as he grasped Tsunade's shoulders. Tsunade, calm down, calm down. Tsunade violently shrugged off his grip, her voice hoarse and sharp. How can I be calm? My brother, my lover, they died for the village, for their comrades. Now someone tells me their beliefs are worthless. I swear, Jiraiya, anyone who dares utter those words in my presence today will find their bones shattered. He stood beside the furious Tsunade, gazing up at her with a mixture of fear and helplessness. I'm sorry, sister, Chiharu thought regretfully. Yet, to quell the wildfire of rumors, a tempest of even greater ferocity was required. And the legendary Sannin, Tsunade's wrath, was the perfect catalyst for such a storm. Chapter 38. The arrival of Ant Snake. Tsunade's fury spread like flames doused in oil, engulfing the entire Senju residence in mere moments. Jiraiya, whose face usually bore a mischievous grin, was now etched with concern. He firmly grasped Tsunade's shoulders, employing his strength to say, Tsunade, what can you accomplish by rushing out? Who will you confront? Are you going to brawl with those lowly ninjas gossiping behind your back? That will only exacerbate the situation. Exacerbate. Tsunade's golden hair stirred without a breeze, her eyes radiating a palpable killing intent that even Jiraiya found alarming. Is there anything worse than this? My brother, my lover, their lives exchanged for the word comrade are now deemed worthless by others. Jiraiya, release me. I must confront the third Hokage. Is this the village he protects? Is this the ninja he has nurtured? Chiharu stood to the side, his small frame trembling with fear as he gazed up at his enraged sister and anxious Jiraiya. His helpless yet stubborn expression only fueled Tsunade's rage, and deepened her hatred for those spreading the rumors. Sister, Chiharu's voice quivered, gently tugging at Tsunade's sleeve. Did I say something wrong? Please don't be angry. That one word, sister, shattered Tsunade's tightly wound composure. She suddenly released Jiraiya's grip with such force that he stumbled backward. Yet, instead of storming out, she turned and enveloped Chiharu in a tight embrace. No, little Chiharu. You did nothing wrong. Your words were all correct. The fault lies with this village, with those ungrateful scoundrels. The fault lies with me for being powerless to protect you. Warm tears fell upon Chiharu's neck. He understood that they were Tsunade's tears. Jiraiya observed the embracing siblings with a heavy sigh, casting a complex glance at Chiharu, who was sheltered in Tsunade's arms. The child sensed something amiss, yet looking into his pure, innocent eyes, Jiraiya suppressed his doubts. Perhaps it was merely the sensitivity intrinsic to the Senju bloodline. That night, Tsunade refrained from gambling, choosing instead to drink herself into a stupor in her room. Jiraiya, with no other choice, helped her settle down before quietly leaving, casting a glance at the slumbering Chiharu. Night deepened. The village of Konoha slipped into slumber, with only patrolling ninjas and a few lights burning through the night, bearing witness to the life within the village. In the tranquil confines of Senju Chen's room, silence enveloped him. He lay beneath the covers, eyes firmly shut, breathing evenly, resembling an ordinary child lost in slumber. Yet, his consciousness was remarkably alert. The first step had been achieved. Tsunade's fury was the inaugural stone cast into this stagnant pool. Given her identity and temperament, she would never simply acquiesce. Tomorrow, or perhaps tonight, a tempest would arise within the upper echelons of Konoha, igniting a fierce debate regarding comrades and missions. The pressure weighing upon Kakashi Hatake would be diluted and redirected by this overwhelming tide. However, that alone would not suffice. The source of rumors lay within the hearts of men. As long as Kakashi Hatake drew breath, and the stain of that mission lingered, he would remain ensnared in an invisible web. Thus, a more comprehensive solution was imperative, a resolution capable of silencing all dissent. Just as Senju Chen's thoughts raced, the air in the room turned unexpectedly cold and viscous, as if an unseen serpent had stealthily slithered into this space, bringing with it a sense of death and foreboding. Instantly, all his muscles tensed, entering a state of heightened alertness. Yet, he remained motionless, maintaining the guise of sleep, even his breathing unchanged. A tall, pallid figure emerged from the shadows of the room's corner, gliding forth with an ethereal grace, devoid of sound. Dressed in ninja attire, with long black hair cascading around a face devoid of color, the most striking feature was his eyes, golden, slitted like a serpent's, brimming with cold scrutiny, unabashed desire, and a hint of amusement. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, the future S-rank rogue of Konoha. Chen's heart raced madly within his chest. How could Orochimaru appear in his room? He dared not move, fully aware that this figure had once been a formidable adversary to the Hokage, albeit later redeemed. Orochimaru stood silently beside the bed, looking down upon him, those golden serpent eyes emanating a faint glow in the darkness. Time seemed to freeze. In mere moments, a torrent of thoughts flooded Senju Chen's mind. Had he been exposed? What was Orochimaru's purpose? Was it the Senju bloodline he sought, or something else entirely? Did feigning sleep still hold any merit? Amidst his internal turmoil, a raspy, magnetic voice, laced with a distinct sibilance, broke the silence. Senju-chan, you are even more intriguing than I had anticipated. How does it feel to stir the winds of Konoha? In that instant, all pretense lost its significance. He slowly opened his eyes, refraining from sitting up immediately, instead gazing calmly at the perilous man before him. He exhibited no signs of panic, instead embodying the bewilderment and confusion of a child awakened from slumber. Uncle? His voice, soft and hoarse from sleep, echoed through the room. Who are you? How did you come to be in my room? Are you a friend of my sister? Orochimaru regarded the clarity of Chen's eyes, reflecting his own image, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. He extended his long, crimson tongue to languidly lick his lips, an action imbued with a sinister allure. Do not feign innocence, he replied, his laughter light, yet piercing, like a poisoned needle shattering Chen's carefully maintained facade. Your theatrics may deceive Tsunade, a woman of simple mind. Even Jiraiya, but not me. Leaning closer, Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes nearly touched Chen's face, those icy gazes seemingly penetrating his very soul. From the moment you approached the Hatake clan, I have been observing you. Your deconstruction of Kakashi's swordsmanship, your guidance of Might Guy and Kakashi, and tonight, your provocation of Tsunade's emotions. Had I not shadowed you for days, I would not have discerned your genius. Orochimaru straightened, leisurely pacing to the window where moonlight illuminated his pallid visage. You wish to save the beleaguered white fang of Konoha, do you not? At that moment, Chun's heart plummeted, only to be swiftly replaced by an exhilarating thrill. He understood that his pretense was futile. The true negotiation had commenced. He slowly sat up from beneath the covers, shedding the earlier guise of childish bewilderment, as if it were a receding tide. In his eyes, no hint of deception remained. Only an unsettling calm and scrutiny that belied his youth. Uncle Kakashi did nothing wrong, he stated, his tone devoid of questioning, asserting a calm clarity. Does right or wrong truly matter? Orochimaru turned to him, intrigued. In the face of rules, he is indeed in the wrong. And you seek to shatter those very rules. A peculiar light flickered in his golden serpent eyes. I can assist you in rescuing Kakashi Hatake. Chin's heartbeat faltered momentarily, fixated on Orochimaru, awaiting his terms. But I require your cooperation. The latter's voice dripped with temptation. How must I cooperate? Chin inquired. Your blood, Orochimaru articulated slowly, his voice laden with an obsession for the First Hokage's power. Your blood will secure Kakashi's salvation. As anticipated, Chin fell silent. He bowed his head, his long bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. The room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by Orochimaru's repressed breaths of excitement. Initially, Chin had intended to leverage his sister's connection to the Sannin and the Senju clan's prestige to gradually shift the narrative within Konoha's upper ranks. Believing that the village would not wish to lose such a top-tier asset as Kakashi Hatake, he thought that as long as public opinion remained balanced, with voices advocating for Kakashi, and with Kakashi engaging more with his father, the situation would not escalate to the point of suicide. This was his entire plan for rescuing Kakashi. Yet Orochimaru's arrival presented an alternative approach. After a moment of contemplation, Chin lifted his head, bearing a smile so audacious and frenzied that even Orochimaru seemed taken aback. I can provide you with my blood. This response fell within Orochimaru's expectations. However, what followed astonished the legendary Sannin, revealing genuine surprise for the first time before a child. But you must not only assist me in saving him, Chin continued, his voice resonating clearly throughout the room. You must also help me conceal him. Orochimaru's golden pupils constricted sharply. Chin's gaze sparkled with an intensity that was startling. A living, disgraced Kakashi Hatake would forever remain a thorn in the side of many. But what if he were to die? Observing Orochimaru's astonished countenance, Chin's smile deepened, tinged with a hint of malicious playfulness. A hero who perished while striving to protect his comrades, ultimately driven to death by his village. Such a tragic sacrifice would serve a greater purpose for certain individuals than a living failure, would it not? The third Hokage was indecisive. He could not afford to be. In the village, there always exists an individual who revels in clandestinely orchestrating disreputable affairs, deriving pleasure from witnessing the waning power of the Hokage lineage. Senju Shin paused, exhaling a name that seemed to freeze the very air around them. For instance, our esteemed Danzo. Orochimaru's mind momentarily faltered. He fixated intently on Senju Shin, whose youthful visage radiated a light that was both familiar and captivating, an amalgamation of wisdom, ambition, madness, and an unparalleled insight into human nature. This young lad not only aimed to save others, but also sought to veil his true intentions, aiming to erase the formidable figure of Hatake Tsukumo from the board of Konoha, repurposing him for his own gain. He even contemplated exploiting Danzo's ambitions to execute this grand deception. After a considerable pause, a twisted and fervent smile slowly unfurled across Orochimaru's pallid face. Ha 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 ha. He erupted into laughter, his voice imbued with unprecedented excitement and joy. How intriguing, truly fascinating. He gazed at Senju Shin as if beholding the most exquisite masterpiece in existence. Your blood, I desire it. You, I shall claim as well. Young one, come, be my disciple. Orochimaru beckoned with a fervor bordering on madness. Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes flickered with the zeal of discovering a rare treasure, a desire to possess. To become his disciple? This invitation felt less like a request and more like an undeniable proclamation. Senju Shin's heart thundered within his chest. Yet the calmness and madness reflected on his face belied his tender age. Meeting Orochimaru's gaze, which seemed poised to devour him, the subtle curve of his lips took on a mischievous yet troubled demeanor. "Uncle Orochimaru," he spoke, his voice regaining its soft and mellow quality. As though the cunning sage who had danced with snakes was merely an illusion, my sister would not approve. He instinctively recoiled slightly, a hint of trepidation glimmering in his dark, lustrous eyes. "You know her temperament. If she discovers that you sought me out in secret, harboring intentions towards the blood of the Senju clan." Orochimaru's fervent smile froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Tsunade. The name escaped Senju San's lips devoid of emotion, yet it struck Orochimaru like a powerful blow, reverberating through his very being. For the first time, a semblance of caution flickered across his usually indifferent countenance. He could disregard the third Hokage's counsel, dismiss Danzo's machinations, and even overlook the laws of Konoha. But Tsunade. A vision erupted uncontrollably in Orochimaru's mind. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, where mud and blood mingled, a golden-haired woman shattered the earth with her foot and obliterated an enemy-summoning beast with a single punch, transforming it into a mist of crimson. That unreasonable, devastating power transcended ninjutsu and science, resembling a pure, violent calamity. Orochimaru's pale cheeks twitched involuntarily. Should that woman discover that he was not only plotting against her only brother, but also coveting the flesh and blood of the Senju clan? Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a chill creeping around his neck. Senju Shin observed him quietly, capturing the fleeting change in expression, a momentary thrill of mischievous triumph flickering within. Indeed, in this world, every creature has its predator. Even the most insidious serpent fears the unyielding fist of reason. The aesthetic of my sister's violence can sometimes prove more effective than any S-rank ninjutsu. A dry chuckle broke the silence. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to moisten his lips, forcefully suppressing the hint of disorder. Becoming a disciple is merely a formality. I am not interested in such trivialities. He redirected his gaze to Senju Shin, his golden-slit pupils intertwining curiosity and interest. "What truly captivates me is you and the prospect of our collaboration." His eyes seemed to convey a silent warning. "Do not attempt to play tricks. You cannot escape my grasp." "Pleasant collaboration," Senju Shin acquiesced, his expression instantly transforming back to the innocent charm of youth. He extended his delicate hand, raising only his pinky and shaking it toward Orochimaru. "Pinky swear." Orochimaru stared at the diminutive pinky finger, momentarily taken aback. A creature who had just been scheming against the Hokage, plotting against the roots, and devising a scheme capable of upending Konoha's order, now sought to establish a contract with him in the most childish and absurd manner possible. This stark contrast momentarily rendered Orochimaru's mind blank. Then, an uncontrollable, hoarse laughter erupted from deep within. "Ha ha ha ha. This is utterly delightful. This young lad is far more intriguing than any forbidden technique I have ever studied." He extended his pale, slender hand, his cold fingers gently curling around the warmth of the tiny pinky. One large hand and one small, one cold and one warm, intertwined. "A promise is a promise." Orochimaru's voice resonated with a peculiar satisfaction as he released his grip, his golden eyes glimmering with the thrill of executing the plan. Now, the first step. To ensure an individual meets their demise without a trace, we first require a lifelike corpse. His gaze drifted past Senju Shin, seemingly piercing through walls, fixing upon a shadowy corner of Konoha. "And I know precisely where to procure the most suitable materials." Chapter 40. Heroes and Villains. Days later, the storm arrived, as anticipated. The news of Hatake Tsukumo's return from his mission detonated within Konoha like a bucket of cold water tossed into boiling oil. Initially, the information circulated only among the upper echelons, but soon, through unknown channels, embellished details began to leak. "Have you heard? Lord White Fang nearly secured the most crucial strategic deployment maps from Tsunade during his mission." Indeed. Yet, he abandoned it all to save 2 surrounded subordinates, watching helplessly as the intel was destroyed by the enemy. My heavens, that was information capable of altering the entire course of battle. Countless ninjas risked their lives on the front lines to create such an opportunity. How could he? Hatake White Fang? I see nothing but a foolish display of mercy. Since when did a ninja prioritize the lives of comrades over the mission? Once on the battlefield, one must embrace the inevitability of death. In the barbecue shop of Konoha, several freshly off-duty chunin drank and loudly debated, their words laced with disdain and scorn. More damning still, a voice emerged from the corner. Do you not know? The two saved were from the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. Upon returning, they openly admitted that their impulsive actions led them into an ambush. They stated they would rather die on the battlefield than become a stain on Lord Whitefang's mission. With those words, the entire barbecue shop fell silent. Even the rescued comrades turned to chastise him. In that moment, Hatake Tsukumo's culpability seemed irrevocably nailed to the pillar of shame. He was no longer the questionable hero who had sacrificed the mission for the sake of his comrades. He had transformed into a villain who, in pursuit of his own ludicrous emotions, disregarded the resolve of his allies and jeopardized the village's interests. Rumors morphed into the most vicious of blades, mercilessly slicing through the reputation of the Hatake clan. The first to sense this chilling wind was Hatake Kakashi. In the training grounds of the ninja school, the sun shone brightly, and the children's cheers echoed in bursts. Yet, this lively atmosphere bore no significance to the silver-haired figure sitting at the edge. Kakashi sat alone beneath the shade of a tree, hugging his knees, his face buried deep in the crook of his arms. The gazes surrounding him pierced his back like needles. Those who once idolized and envied him now looked at him with disdain and distance. Hey, look, it's him, the son of a criminal. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear. What are you afraid of? His father did that kind of thing, and he still has the audacity to come to school? A few children gathered, whispering just loud enough for Kakashi to hear. Uchiha Inaho, the boy who always lost to Kakashi and harbored both jealousy and fear, straightened his posture and swaggered up to Kakashi with a few followers. He looked down at Kakashi, his face plastered with undisguised mockery. Oh, isn't this our genius, Hatake Kakashi? What are you doing all alone? Didn't your heroic father teach you the importance of camaraderie? Oh, I forgot. He's no hero anymore. He's the disgrace of Konoha, the son of a sinner. The nearby followers quickly joined in the jeering. Kakashi's body trembled violently. He raised his head, and for the first time, anger and humiliation were unmistakably evident in his dark eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, yet remained silent. Father wasn't like that. He wanted to retort, to shout, but the words that filled the village weighed heavily on his heart, suffocating him. Even the uncles he had saved spoke that way. Could it be that his father was truly in the wrong? This uncertainty drained him of all strength to retaliate. As Inaho's smugness grew, ready to utter something even more outrageous, a clear voice rang out like thunder in the noisy training ground. My sister is one of the legendary three, Tsunade. Everyone paused, turning towards the source of the voice. Senju Shin, unbeknownst to anyone, stood in front of Kakashi, his small frame like an insurmountable mountain, shielding all malice behind him. He looked up, meeting the towering Uchiha Inaho's gaze with unwavering resolve, his black and white eyes devoid of any childish fear, only cold and chilling purity. My sister said that comrades are the most important. For comrades, there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. The entire training ground fell silent. Tsunade, Senju. This surname carried immense weight in Konoha. Shin paid no heed to the astonished looks around him. His gaze swept over Inaho, then over his now silent followers, and finally across every child who stood in stunned silence. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Uncle Kakashi abandoned the mission to save his comrades. He spared 2 wives from losing their husbands and 2 children from losing their fathers. He is a hero. He pointed directly at Uchiha Inaho, his tone suddenly sharp. Those who call him a sinner are the true trash of Konoha. Boom. This proclamation detonated the atmosphere. Trash, the word, uttered from the mouth of a 5-year-old, favored by Princess Tsunade, bore more weight than any adult's argument. This was no mere squabble among children. This was the will of the Senju clan, the belief of the legendary 3, challenging the village's public opinion head-on. Uchiha Inaho's face turned beet red. He wanted to retort, but as he met Senju's icy gaze, and saw Kakashi behind him slowly raising his head, his eyes rekindling with light, he opened his mouth but found himself unable to utter a single word. Kakashi stared blankly at the small figure standing before him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled patterns upon him, warm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. The declaration that Uncle Kakashi was a hero flowed through him like a warm current, instantly breaching the dam built from doubt and humiliation within his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes unexpectedly. Senju Shin did not turn back. He continued to hold his head high, like a young beast guarding its treasure, presenting the strongest front in the most innocent manner. That's right. A powerful shout shattered the stillness. Before anyone could react, a green figure burst forth like a cannonball, stirring up a gust of wind as he landed beside Senju Shin, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, with a comically styled watermelon head and robust eyebrows brimming with spirit. He struck a classic muscular pose, flashing a radiant smile that revealed a set of gleaming white teeth, his right thumb raised high. How can those who protect their comrades' lives not be considered heroes? This is the essence of noble youth. Might Guy's eyes glistened with tears as he passionately addressed the crowd, proclaiming that burning youth never lies. The gathered crowd began to stir upon Guy's arrival, contemplating whether Konoha's white fang, who had protected his comrades, truly deserved the label of a sinner. Senju Shin recognized the reactions of those around him. He needed a catalyst to draw everyone's attention, and the debate over whether comradeship or mission held greater weight could captivate the entire village. Only then could he find the space and time to enact his covert plan to save Hitaki Tsukumo. Chapter 41. Public opinion. The training grounds of the ninja school fell into a strange silence following the clash of hero and trash. Uchiha Inaho's face, now resembling a pig's liver, became the most comical sight in the arena. He wanted to retort, but as he faced Senju Shin's eyes, cold and unchildlike, and caught a glimpse of Kakashi standing tall, his eyes reignited with fire. Alongside a Might Guy who seemed ready to burst with youthful fervor, his words became lodged in his throat, and he could utter nothing, retreating in defeat with his followers. At that moment, the winds of change subtly shifted. The one-sided disdain and derision had been forcibly torn open by Senju Shin's audacious and unreasonable stance. The Senju name, coupled with the title of Tsunade, loomed like an immensely heavy mountain on everyone's hearts. The children, perhaps unaware of the political implications, instinctively recognized it as an authority they could not challenge. The once whispering children fell silent, their gazes a mixture of awe, confusion, and curiosity, focused on the small figure standing protectively in front of Kakashi. Protecting comrades makes one a hero? This notion, scorned by the adult world, voiced by a 5-year-old orphan of the Senju clan, possessed a transformative power, planting a seed of revolution in the hearts of those children still unbound by rigid rules. Kakashi stood in a daze, observing the small figure shielding him, while Might Guy passionately declared that this was the bond of youth. For the first time, he felt that perhaps he was not so alone after all. The tumult that erupted within the Ninja Academy spread through the streets of Konoha like wildfire, taking less than half a day to reach every corner. When Tsunade learned from Shizune that her younger brother had boldly confronted the Uchiha Saiyans regarding the matter of the Hitaki family, she crushed her wine bowl into a fine powder with a single, furious grip. How splendid! Tsunade's anger was not merely ignited, it was detonated. Initially, her ire was directed towards the nameless souls who spread rumors. But now it had a clearer target, those who allowed the gossip to fester and even exacerbated it from the shadows in an attempt to undermine a heroic figure within the village's leadership. If even her 5-year-old brother understood this basic truth, how could these elders, who had lived for decades, not comprehend it? It was not ignorance, it was deliberate. Jiraiya, come with me. In an instant, Tsunade vanished, reappearing beside Jiraiya, who was peeking into the women's bathhouse, not giving him a moment to react. She transformed into a golden blur, darting towards the Hokage's office. Jiraiya could only let out a scream as he was dragged across the rooftop, his cries echoing through the air. When Tsunade kicked open the door to the Hokage's office, the atmosphere within was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in the main seat, furrowed brow and pipe in hand. Below him sat the expressionless elders, Kohor Udatane and Hamura Midokado. Alongside a man shrouded in a chilling aura, his face half hidden in shadow, Danzo Shimura. To Tsunade's surprise, a figure who should not have been present was also in the corner, Orochimaru. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his golden snake-like eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement, as though he were savoring a captivating performance. Tsunade, what do you think you are doing? Hamura Midokado scolded, frowning. Tsunade disregarded him entirely, her golden gaze fixed on Hiruzen, the fury in her eyes threatening to ignite the entire office. Old man, tell me, what on earth is happening in this village? Her voice trembled with extreme anger. A ninja who had sacrificed a mission to save his comrades was now being vilified by the entire village. Even the children at the ninja academy were calling him a sinner. Is this the Konoha you govern? Is this the village established by grandfather? Hiruzen sighed heavily, tapping his pipe against the table. Tsunade, please calm down. The matter regarding Tsukumo is under discussion within the village. No conclusion has been reached. A conclusion? What more do you need? Tsunade slammed her fist onto the adjacent table, the solid wood splintering instantly. My brother, a 5-year-old child, knows that Uncle Kakashi is a hero. Are you old coots in the office not even as wise as a 5-year-old? Her words struck like a resounding slap, landing harshly on the faces of all the higher-ups. Koharu's expression darkened immediately. Tsunade, mind your words. You are questioning the decisions of the Hokage and the Elder Council. The fact remains that Hatake Tsukumo disregarded his mission, placing personal feelings above the village's interests. Rules are rules. If everyone acted like him, the system of the ninja village would collapse. Rules? Tsunade scoffed, her laughter laced with disdain. I only know that the most important rule left by the First Hokage is to protect, to safeguard comrades, even at the cost of one's life. What is a mere mission in comparison? Such a narrow-minded view. Danzo finally spoke, his voice hoarse and cold, like the tongue of a viper. Ninjas are the weapons of the village. Completing missions is their duty. Sacrificing critical intelligence to save 2 subordinates who should have been prepared to sacrifice themselves is a betrayal to those who have fallen on the front lines. His actions are not heroic. They are foolish and selfish. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Tsunade and Jiraiya before finally landing on Orochimaru in the corner. Tsunade, you are blinded by your emotions. Jiraiya, you always seek to appease. Yet, Orochimaru, Danzo's tone shifted slightly, almost conspiratorial. You must understand that for the village, some ruthless decisions are necessary. All eyes turned to Orochimaru. Jiraiya felt a tightness in his chest. He knew Orochimaru's character. He trusted neither emotions nor bonds, only power and self-interest. What would he say? Orochimaru straightened slowly, his crimson tongue flicking across his lips as he let out a hissing chuckle. Hee, Danzo, you speak too harshly. His voice was magnetic yet sent chills down the spine. I merely find this situation quite fascinating. His golden snake-like eyes surveyed the room before fixing on Hiruzen's face. Teacher, do you not see? This is a classic paradox. The rules demand we abandon our comrades, while the will of fire teaches us to cherish them. The incident involving Hatake Tsukumo has merely laid bare the long-ignored contradiction between our values. He did not side with either faction, yet he dissected the core of the problem with surgical precision. A successful system must be ruthlessly unforgiving. From this perspective, Danzo is not wrong. Hatake Tsukumo broke the rules, and he is at fault. However, Orochimaru's tone shifted, a wicked smile gracing his lips. A village that can make its heroes bleed and weep. A village that turns the will of fire into a farce. Such a village. Are its rules truly just? His words cast a heavy silence over the office. Tsunade was taken aback, never expecting Orochimaru to utter such sentiments. Jiraiya's expression was complex. He sensed something different about Orochimaru today. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. He felt Orochimaru was shifting the narrative, yet could find no retort. Meanwhile, Hiruzen's countenance grew increasingly grim. Orochimaru's words had struck precisely at the most vulnerable, contradictory point of Hiruzen's position. He wished to uphold the ironclad laws of the ninja village while also passing on the will of fire from his teacher. He sought to balance both sides, resulting in alienating both, pleasing neither. Enough. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, a surge of the Hokage's authority emanating from him. I will personally handle the matter regarding Tsukumo. The rumors must be quelled immediately. His merits and faults require time for judgment. You may all disperse. This was the only decisive action he, as Hokage, could take. Tsunade wished to say more, but was firmly held back by Jiraiya. She knew further discussion would be futile. Disappointment clouded her gaze as she glanced at her teacher, the light in her eyes dimming. Thus, a heated debate ultimately fizzled out in the Hokage's muddled resolution. At the Senju estate, Senju Tatsu sat in the courtyard, a small kunai in hand, carving into the wood with rhythmic strokes. He did not need to eavesdrop. He had no need to. Tsunade's fury was the clarion call for battle. Jiraiya's mediation was the lubrication of the gears, and the obstinacy of Konoha's higher-ups. Everything that transpired in the Hokage's office had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Orochimaru was the most exquisite piece he had placed on the board. Tatsu understood that Orochimaru's words, seemingly neutral, were, in fact, adding fuel to the fire. He had elevated the issue from the morality of Hatake Tsukumo to the righteousness of Konoha's rules and will, making the third Hokage even more cautious, hesitant to draw swift conclusions. Simultaneously, he subtly acknowledged the validity of Danzo's perspective, which would only serve to reinforce Danzo's convictions, ensuring that he would not relent in his suppression of Tsukumo Hatake, a hesitant Hokage, an aggressive leader of the root, a populace increasingly incited to fervor. A perfect, inexorable web of public opinion was tightening its grip. A cold smile, incongruent with his age, curled at the corners of Senju's mouth. Excellent. The hero was being methodically driven towards the precipice. Only when everyone deemed him deserving of death, when all pronounced him guilty, and when the world turned its back on him, would his demise hold the greatest significance. His disappearance would become a foregone conclusion. Senju lowered his gaze to the wooden figurine he had carved, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Tsukumo Hatake. Uncle Tsukumo, just wait a little longer, he whispered softly, a sound only he could hear. When they have prepared the guillotine for you, that will be the moment I offer you rebirth. Chapter 42. The twilight of an era. The night was as cool as water. The public sentiment in Konoha, after several days of fermentation and collision, had not subsided. Rather, it had transformed into a storm engulfing the entire village. The discordant argument in the Hokage's office served as a signal, making it clear that the higher-ups were divided on the matter. Thus, two starkly contrasting voices clashed fiercely in every corner of the village. Following Senju's words at the Ninja Academy, support for Tsukumo Hatake began to gain traction. Lady Tsunade is right. Young Master Senju says so too. For the sake of comrades, there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. Indeed, those are lives at stake. Do the higher-ups of the village consider lives less important than intelligence? Lord White Fang is a hero. He safeguarded his comrades and upheld the will of fire. However, another voice, driven by certain individuals with ulterior motives, grew increasingly sharp and cutting. A hero? A hero who brought immense loss to the village? Let us not forget. The two who were saved stated they would rather sacrifice themselves. It was Tsukumo Hatake's compassion that insulted their resolve as ninjas. If everyone were to emulate him, how could missions be executed? Konoha's ironclad principles would be destroyed by him alone. Hero, sinner. Two diametrically opposed words were incessantly chewed over by countless individuals, ultimately forming a heavy mountain that pressed down upon the small courtyard of the Hatake residence. Tsukumo Hatake had not ventured outside for several days. He merely sat quietly on the porch, polishing the white Fang short blade that had once instilled terror in countless foes. The blade remained sharp, glimmering coldly, yet the hand that gripped it exuded a sense of lifelessness. His gaze was hollow, the once lion-hearted vigor diminished by the relentless barrage of slander and accusations. He listened to the faint murmurs from beyond the door, hearing how those who had once revered him now looked down upon and spat at him. Most agonizing of all was Kakashi, his son, the boy who always wore a stern expression, masking his true self with a maturity beyond his years, had recently taken to hiding in the corners, watching him with eyes filled with confusion, pain, and a flicker of doubt that even he had not yet recognized. The children of the Senju and Might families had indeed aided Kakashi significantly, providing him with companionship at school. Yet, this only felt like a deeper thorn embedded in Tsukumo's heart. Even the children understood the importance of standing up for their comrades. Yet he had allowed his son to bear the humiliation that should not have been his to endure due to his own errors. Have I truly erred? This question gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent, day and night. Until one night, an unexpected figure appeared before him, like a phantom. Orochimaru. He brought forth another answer, a solution that was mad, twisted, yet laced with fatal allure. On this night, the moon was absent. Heavy clouds obscured the sky, enveloping the entire village of Konoha in a stifling darkness. Tsukumo Hatake lit the lamp in his study. He unfurled a sheet of white paper, ground the ink, and lifted the brush. His hand, at that moment, was steadier than ever before. He no longer gazed out at the encroaching darkness nor listened to the irritating voices outside. His mind was consumed solely by Orochimaru's hoarse yet magnetic voice. A living sinner will only burden your son with eternal shame. Yet a tragic hero who sacrifices himself for the village, only to take his own life in the face of humiliation, can allow him to grow amidst the sympathy and respect of all. Tsukumo Hatake, you have already died once. This time, it is for your son and your village. The brush fell, ink spreading across the paper, forming lines filled with remorse and tragic grandeur. I have betrayed the trust of the village, placing personal emotions above duty. This is a grave sin. The rumors and slander are the punishment I deserve. Yet, I am ashamed of the Hokage's nurturing the sacrifices of my comrades and the glory of the Hitaki clan. Only in death can I atone. Kakashi, my son, do not emulate this failed father. Remember, the rules of a ninja supersede all. Every word felt like a knife, severing the remnants of his past glory and beliefs. Once completed, he set down the brush, neatly folded the farewell letter, and placed it prominently on his desk. Then, he rose and walked towards Kakashi's room. Inside, a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance lingered in the air. Kakashi was deeply asleep, his small brow furrowed even in slumber, as if battling against something. Tsukumo knew that it was the drug provided by Orochimaru, capable of inducing profound sleep, rendering one impervious to any disturbance. He slowly knelt beside his son's bed, extending a hand to stroke the silver hair, but halfway through, he let it drop. He feared that his hands, stained with sins and lies, would taint his son's dreams. He simply watched, observing his son's youthful visage, the tightly shut eyes unwilling to concede to the world. Pain, reluctance, remorse, and resoluteness surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a single, burning tear that silently fell upon the tatami mat. Kakashi, forgive me. A father must pave the way for your future through his own death. He unfastened the white fong short blade from his waist, along with its sheath, and gently placed it beside Kakashi's pillow. This blade, representing the glory of Konoha's white fang, would no longer belong to him. He took one last, deep gaze at his son, as if to etch that face into his very soul. Then, he stood, resolutely turned, and departed. The door was quietly pulled open and closed without a sound. Tsukumo Hitaki's figure vanished from the room, disappearing from the home he had safeguarded with his life. At the Senju residence, in the same deep night, Senju was lying under the covers, breathing steadily, resembling a child who had already drifted into slumber. However, his consciousness remained acutely aware, like a deity suspended in the heavens, coldly observing the drama he had orchestrated. He could vividly imagine the inner turmoil Tsukumo Hitaki experienced while penning his farewell letter. He could envision the father, heartbroken as he bid farewell to his slumbering son. He could even picture Tsukumo Hitaki stepping out of his home, meeting that cold, serpentine figure in the designated shadowy corner, and together vanishing into the night of Konoha. Thus, the legend of Konoha's White Fang ceased to exist. In its place remained a bounty hunter known only by the codename Tooth. The tragedy of a hero driven to death by public opinion holds far greater value than that of a living, controversial figure. It would become an eternal thorn, piercing the heart of the third Hokage, deepening his doubts and guilt over the balance of rules and human emotions. It would serve as a mirror, compelling all Konoha ninjas to re-evaluate their loyalties between mission and comrades. Moreover, it would plant a seed within Kakashi, Guy, and many younger generations, instilling the belief that comradeship transcends all. All of this would become the most solid lever for him to wield in the future to shift this world. Chakra Senju gazed quietly at the ceiling. Uncle Tsukumo, your death shall be the first ray of light illuminating Konoha. The following day, dawn broke. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the village of Konoha, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Hitaki estate. Lord Tsukumo has taken his own life. The news detonated like a magnitude 10 earthquake, instantly shaking the entire village. The villagers, who had just been embroiled in heated debates over whether he was a hero or a villain, were left utterly stunned. Those who had once cursed him stood agape, their faces etched with disbelief. Those who had defended him were now filled with sorrow and indignation. The chatter in the barbecue shops, taverns, and training grounds came to an abrupt halt. The entire Konoha was engulfed in a profound silence. Soon after, a more immense wave of emotions, shock, regret, guilt, and anger swept through every heart like a tsunami. He was gone. The man who had once commanded respect in the ninja world, Konoha's White Fang, did not perish amidst the brutal battlefield or fall by an enemy's blade. Instead, he died within his own village, under the tongues of those he had safeguarded with his life. An era belonging to heroes concluded in the most tragic, humiliating, and suffocating manner. Chapter 43. The funeral. The sky was overcast, as if it were about to collapse, with icy raindrops weaving an endless net that enveloped all of Konoha. Before the memorial stone, a sea of black-clad figures stood, resembling a damp, silent forest. There was no mournful music, Only the monotonous patter of raindrops on oiled paper umbrellas and the faint sound of weeping carried by the wind. A hero's funeral should have been marked by glory and grandeur. Yet, the ceremony for Tsukumo Hatake was suffused with an overwhelming sense of awkwardness and guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront, removing his Hokage hat, allowing the cold rain to wash over his weary and regretful face. His murky eyes fixated on the small black and white portrait before the memorial stone. His lips moved, wishing to utter something, but he found that any eulogy would seem pale and insincere. How should he, as Hokage, mourn a hero driven to death by his village? Ultimately, he merely uttered in a hoarse, aged voice, "Konoha has lost a great ninja." This dry statement fell like a stone into still waters, stirring not a single ripple. Among the crowd, those who had once hurled the most venomous words at Konoha's White Fang bowed their heads, unable to gaze upon the portrait or the small figure standing before it. Kakashi Hatake, clad in ill-fitting black mourning attire, stood straight in the cold rain. Resembling a sapling on the verge of snapping, he shed no tears and displayed no emotion. His eyes, which should have been vibrant, now reflected the bleakness of a lifeless abyss. His hands clutched his father's portrait tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, as if it were his sole connection to the world. His spirit seemed to have been stripped away. Senju Tatsumi stood beside him, holding an umbrella. Raindrops streamed down the umbrella's edge, creating a small, isolated curtain around him and Kakashi. He could sense that what emanated from Kakashi was not sorrow, but rather an emptiness, an absence of vitality completely stripped away. He extended his warm, small hand and gently rested it on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi's body trembled slightly, his hollow gaze finally focused, and he slowly turned to look at Tatsumi. Tatsumi said nothing, merely gazing at him with clear, untainted eyes, before applying a gentle squeeze. It was a silent promise, a wordless declaration, "I am still here." Tsunade stood behind the two children, her large hand resting softly on Tatsumi's shoulder. There were no tears on her face, but her golden eyes burned with repressed fury. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, cutting sharply across the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mido Hamura. If looks could kill, these Konoha higher-ups would have been subjected to 1,000 tortures. Jiraiya stood beside her, having set aside his frivolous demeanor, his expression dark and stormy. He observed the two small figures huddled together, his heart a tumult of emotions, guilt, helplessness, and a twinge of confusion regarding the village he cherished. The funeral unfolded in a surreal silence and ended in silence. The crowd began to disperse in small clusters, many casting complex glances, mingled with sympathy and guilt, at the child clutching the portrait before departing. These gazes pierced Kakashi like countless tiny needles. "Sister, I need to go to the restroom." Tatsumi looked up, speaking with an urgency characteristic of children. Tsunade, teetering on the edge of rage, snapped back to reality upon hearing her brother's voice, her expression softening instantly. "Go, be quick, and don't get caught in the rain." Tatsumi nodded, releasing his hand from Kakashi's shoulder and darting into the tranquil grove behind the memorial stone. Away from the crowd's gaze, only the sound of raindrops on leaves remained. Leaning against a sturdy trunk, Tatsumi focused on his system panel. At that moment, a long-awaited voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected a pivotal plot node change. Successfully altered the fate trajectory of the key figure, Tsukumo Hatake, diverting him from death and onto a path of rebirth. Based on the alteration of Tsukumo Hatake's world line, rewards are commencing. Reward 1, Permanent Skill, Slot 1. Current available skill slots, 5. Reward 2, Initiation of the Destiny Gift Card Draw. In Tatsumi's consciousness space, several cards adorned with intricate silver patterns emerged, floating and slowly rotating. With a gentle thought, he reached out to touch one. The selected card abruptly ceased its rotation, revealing its face, which burst forth with blinding white light. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique skill card, Mastery of Hatake Blade Technique. Passive. Skill description. You have mastered the essence of swordsmanship that Tsukumo Hatake honed throughout his life. A colossal torrent of information, infused with countless fragmented and bloody images, surged into his mind in an instant. It was the life of Hatake Tsukumo. The clumsiness of his first grip on a blade, the anxiety of his initial mission, the tremors and nausea experienced during his first kill. On the battlefield, how to evade lethal kunai with the simplest of movements, amidst the clash of swords. How to seize the fleeting breath of the enemy. How to imbue chakra into the blade, severing steel. how to merge one's murderous intent with the sword, instilling fear in the enemy before the battle even begins. Countless swings of the blade, countless life and death struggles, countless bloody battles. A man transformed from an inexperienced youth into the formidable White Fang, feared throughout the ninja world. All his experiences, techniques, insights, and even muscle memory were forcefully infused into Senju Tatsu's soul and body at that moment. Leaning against a tree trunk, Senju Tatsu trembled slightly, his small hands instinctively forming the shape of a grip on a sword. He could even smell the rust and blood lingering on the short blade named White Fang. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his clear gaze, there seemed to flicker a glint of cold steel, vanishing in an instant. He adjusted the hem of his rain-soaked clothes, and his expression reverted to that of an innocent 5-year-old child. He stepped out of the woods and returned to Kakashi's side, effortlessly holding the umbrella for him. Kakashi remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Senju Tatsu glanced at the portrait of Hatake Tsukumo in Kakashi's arms, then at the boy who had lost his entire world overnight. In his heart, he softly murmured in a voice only he could hear, "I am sorry, Kakashi. The truth cannot be revealed to you yet. This heavy identity of the hero's son, betrayed by the world, is your destiny and will also serve as a catalyst for your growth." His gaze was calm and profound. "However, consider this gift as an advance on the interest I owe your father. Rest assured, one day, I will ensure that you and your father are reunited publicly, under the gaze of all. Until then, allow me to wield this blade to cleave through this decaying world for both you and me." Chapter 44. The Legacy of White Fang. After the funeral of Hatake Tsukumo, the sky over Konoha cleared, yet the clouds looming over the Hatake estate grew ever darker. The courtyard, once filled with laughter and the sound of blades slicing through the air, now echoed with silence. Hatake Kakashi had changed. Aside from Senju Tatsu and Might Guy, he no longer communicated with anyone. Every day before dawn, he appeared at the training posts in the courtyard, engaging in almost self-torturous training. He swung his blade, formed hand seals, and threw kunai in an endless cycle until every muscle in his body cried out in agony, until sweat soaked his clothes. And only then would he halt, gazing vacantly at the sky like a stone statue. In those eyes, all emotion had vanished, leaving only an emptiness that had been hollowed out. His father's letter was like an unhealable brand, etched deep into his soul. The rules of the ninja surpassed all else. He needed to grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. Strong enough to uphold the rules, strong enough to avoid repeating his father's mistake. In recent days, Senju Tatsu had visited almost every day. He would say little, merely bringing food prepared by his sister, placing it quietly in the corridor. Then sitting a short distance from Kakashi, watching him train. He resembled a patient hunter, observing his prey. He watched as Kakashi's initially vacant gaze slowly ignited with a fervent obsession. He witnessed the transformation of all sadness and pain into an extreme craving for power. Simultaneously, profound changes were occurring within Senju Tatsu's body. The vast memories of blade techniques belonging to Konoha's White Fang were painfully yet effectively merging with his 5-year-old form. His brain comprehended the art of wielding a sword, yet his muscles struggled to keep pace. Often, in the stillness of the night, he would close his eyes in his room, repeatedly simulating those lethal trajectories in his mind. With each simulation, he felt as though his body was increasingly aligning with that memory. It was akin to forcibly inserting a legendary soul into the fragile shell of a child. That afternoon, Might Guy burst in with his usual exuberance. "Kakashi, let us wash away our sorrow with the sweat of our youth." He struck a signature pose, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Kakashi remained oblivious, his wooden sword slicing through the air with a sharp arc, striking the training post with a resounding thud. Unfazed by the dismissal, Might Guy turned his attention to the dazed Senju Tatsu. "Tatsu, since Kakashi is not igniting his spirit, let us ignite the flames of youth ourselves." Senju Tatsu, immersed in his insights of swordsmanship, snapped back to reality at Guy's shout. Gazing at Guy's vibrant face, a thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps this was an opportunity, a chance to test the extent of his bodily integration while also fueling Kakashi's fire. "All right, Guy." Senju Tatsu stood, dusting off his trousers and presenting a pure, innocent smile. "This shall be a duel of youth." Guy, excited, picked up a wooden sword and assumed a stance. In the corner of the courtyard, Kakashi's chopping motion hesitated imperceptibly before resuming. as if indifferent to everything occurring nearby. Senju Tatsu, too, picked up a smaller wooden sword, holding it casually. "I'm going in." "Tatsu," Might Guy shouted, his feet pushing off the ground, propelling him forward like a cannonball, radiating a wave of heat as he charged. His wooden sword moved with powerful, sweeping motions. Senju Tatsu did not confront him head-on. His small stature and limited strength rendered such an approach foolish. Instead, his feet danced with an unusual lightness, evading Guy's tempestuous strikes like a leaf caught in the wind, skillfully sidestepping each blow. This was the battlefield footwork Hokage Tsukumo had perfected after countless ambushes. Guy grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that no matter how fast he moved, his blade always fell just shy of connecting with Tatsu. Senju Tatsu seemed to predict his every attack. "Incredible, Tatsu!" Again, Guy's enthusiasm surged, escalating his assault. Just then, Guy feigned an attack, suddenly lowering his body, angling his wooden sword to strike at Tatsu's lower half. This move was unexpected. Senju Tatsu's mind hadn't even registered it yet. Yet, his body reacted instinctively. It was an instinct honed through countless trials, now ingrained in his very being. Faced with this sudden strike, Senju Tatsu did not retreat, but rather stepped slightly forward. This motion caused Guy's pupils to contract in shock. Immediately, Senju Tatsu twisted his wrist, not blocking or striking with the wooden sword, but instead executing a graceful maneuver that followed an astonishing trajectory, deftly redirecting the blow. The movement was subtle, almost artistic. Yet, it precisely struck the pressure point on Guy's wrist. Guy felt a jolt in his wrist, a surge of unexpected force causing his tightly gripped wooden sword to fly from his hand, clattering to the ground. The small wooden sword held by Senju Chihiro was poised silently at Kai's throat, a single stroke capable of subduing the enemy. Clean, swift, and imbued with a disquieting elegance. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The wind ceased to blow. Might Guy remained frozen in an attacking stance, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He stared at the wooden sword resting against his throat, feeling the faint chill of murderous intent emanating from it, his mind a void. A sharp clatter echoed. It was Kakashi, who had, unbeknownst to him, ceased training and turned to fixate on this scene. The wooden sword slipped from his powerless fingers and clattered to the ground. His once dull eyes were now wide with shock, swirling with tumultuous emotions, astonishment, confusion, pain, and a hint of nostalgia. The previous move, that subtle step forward, the angle of the wrist rotation, the lethal trajectory aimed at the enemy's wrist, he was intimately familiar with it. It was one of the essences of the Konoha blade technique. Broken Fong, which his father, Hokage Tsukumo, had drilled into him countless times. With minimal movement, it dismantled the opponent's offense and delivered a lethal blow. His father had once said that this technique was a deadly skill he had grasped amid the countless life-and-death struggles on the battlefield, the essence of which was the most elusive to master. Yet now, this technique was flawlessly replicated by a mere 5-year-old child. The artistry, the precision, and the seemingly innate composure surpassed even Kakashi's own countless imitations, drawing him closer to the shadow of his father. How could this be possible? Kakashi's voice emerged hoarsely, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, every word seemingly forced from his throat. How could you possess your father's swordsmanship? Chapter 45. The deal with Orochimaru. Senju Chihiro seemed to awaken from that extraordinary state. He looked at his hand gripping the sword, then at the frozen Kai, his face a picture of perfectly timed bewilderment and innocence. Rubbing his head, his clear eyes brimmed with childlike confusion. I don't know either. Tilting his head towards Kakashi. Uncertainty laced his tone. I just watched Uncle Tsukumo teach you before, and when I practiced myself, it seemed like my body just remembered. This explanation was absurd to the extreme. Just by watching? Could it be that there are no mediocre talents in the world? Yet, gazing at Chihiro's innocent face and those untainted eyes, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Yes, Senju Chihiro, this companion who defied all common reasoning since his appearance. At 5, he possessed chakra far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, could articulate arguments that even adults struggled to counter, and now, by mere observation, he had mastered the essence of the Hokage family's secret sword technique. Was this still human? Kakashi felt his worldview shatter in that instant. The death of his father had shackled him with the burden of being the son of a sinner, driving him to frantically seek validation through adherence to rules. Yet this monstrous genius before him conveyed, in the most unreasonable manner, that the so-called effort and talent were perhaps nothing more than a joke in his presence. A profound, indescribable sense of helplessness and self-doubt engulfed Kakashi like a tidal wave. He staggered back a step, picked up the fallen wooden sword, and without casting another glance at Senju Chihiro, turned and stumbled back into the house, slamming the door shut behind him. Senju Chihiro watched the closed door, his eyelids drooping, concealing the cold smile lurking within. Very well. The identity of the sinner's son is still insufficient for your growth. Then let us add the despair of being utterly crushed by an incomprehensible genius. Hate your own weakness. Envy my abilities, and then strive with all your might to catch up to me, future 6th Hokage, Hatake Kakashi. In the courtyard, the air seemed to freeze. Might Guy remained in the position with the wooden sword against his throat, a mixture of shock and bewilderment etched on his usually fiery face. He was not one to shy away from defeat. He simply could not comprehend how he had lost. The resounding crash of the door finally shattered the silence. Senju Chihiro, startled by the noise, relaxed his grip, allowing the small wooden sword to fall to the ground. He gazed at his empty hand, then at the still Kai, a childlike astonishment and helplessness blossoming on his face. Kai, are you okay? I didn't mean to. He rubbed his eyes, bewildered. I don't know what happened. I just saw you charging at me, and my body. It just moved. This explanation, absurd yet perfectly aligned with his genius identity, resonated. Might Guy's rigid form finally relaxed. He looked at Senju Chihiro's innocent face, and the fervor within him reignited. Chihiro, you are truly remarkable. Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, tears of emotion welling in the corners of his eyes. This is talent. This is the unstoppable vigor of youth that even the body cannot suppress. Instead of feeling defeated, he found a renewed purpose, pointing vigorously at Senju Chihiro and then at the closed door. Chihiro, Might Guy, will never be defeated by your talent. From this day forward, I will double my training. This is my youthful declaration to catch up with you. With that, he turned and dashed out of the Hatake residence like a whirlwind, leaving behind echoes of youthful determination. Senju Chihiro watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile curving his lips. This was the future Might Guy, embodying a spirit that would never be defeated, never surrender. As night fell, in an obscure underground root base of the Leaf Village, devoid of windows and illuminated only by dim lights, the air was thick with the peculiar scent of disinfectant and earth. Orochimaru leaned against the stone wall, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. When Senju Chihiro emerged from the dark corridor, a flicker of excitement ignited in his golden serpent-like eyes. This drama was indeed captivating. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed in the vast underground space, laced with a serpentine hiss. Hatake Tsukumo has fulfilled his end of our agreement and taken his own life in the village. Stepping from the shadows, the dim light accentuated his pale visage and those sharp, golden snake-like eyes. I have completed what I promised you. Now, about our agreement. Senju Chihiro disregarded the latter part of his sentence and strode directly toward him. From his ninja tool pouch, he drew a pristine, glimmering kunai and, without a second thought, gently sliced his delicate forearm. The motion was decisive, devoid of hesitation. A crimson line appeared instantaneously. The blood that flowed was not of the ordinary dark red hue, but a vibrant, almost unervingly bright red, as if brimming with life itself. The air became saturated with an intense vitality that made Orochimaru's eyelids twitch. His breath caught, his gaze fixated on the blood streaming from Senju Chihiro's arm. He extended his long tongue, swiftly licking over his parched lips, and in his golden serpentine pupils, an uncontrollable fervor and greed almost materialized. The true bloodline and cells of the original, he murmured, as if admiring an unparalleled masterpiece. He hastily extracted a palm-sized, specially crafted container. Forming a hand seal with one hand, intricate sealing techniques immediately manifested upon the vessel. Carefully, he aligned the technique with the wound on Senju Chen's arm, and the blood gushing forth was drawn in by an invisible force, absorbed into the container without a single drop escaping. Once this was accomplished, Orochimaru exhaled a long breath, his expression radiating an unprecedented satisfaction. I have made the necessary arrangements on Hatake Tsukumo's end, Orochimaru stated, excitement still lingering on his face. Now, he was a bounty hunter operating beyond the confines of the 5 great nations, codenamed Tooth. No one would associate him with the deceased Konoha White Fang. Excellent. Senju Chen nodded, placing his palm over the wound. A fleeting, emerald glow flashed, and the gash healed at a visible pace, leaving no trace of a scar. However, a ninja without purpose would only remain lost. Senju raised his gaze, his dark eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. We need to assign him a task. Oh, what do you wish for him to do? Orochimaru's interest intensified. Senju lightly uttered 3 words. Land of Rain. Chapter 46. The strongest connection in Konoha. Orochimaru's brow raised imperceptibly. That cursed place, perpetually shrouded in rain? You intend for him to confront Hanzo the Salamander? That is ill-advised. Even at the height of his power, Hatake Tsukumo would stand little chance against a demigod. There's no need to deal with that demigod, Senju interrupted, his gaze deepening as he fixed his eyes on Orochimaru. Simply watch him. The Land of Rain lies at the heart of several nations, a battleground of strategic significance. Although the Second Great Ninja War has just concluded, I believe peace will not endure for long. He paused, articulating each word with care. The stance of the Land of Rain may well dictate the course of the next war. Hatake Tsukumo is the ideal candidate. His heart for Konoha has long since withered. Yet he remains an exceptional ninja, and Kakashi is still in the village. For the peace of the next generation, he will see this task through. Of course, my blood can continue to be provided to you in the future, but you must share all your research data with me. Orochimaru fell silent. After a long pause, his raspy laughter echoed within the basement. Senju, you never fail to surprise me. If you wish to become Hokage in the future, I could pass the mantle to you. He regarded Senju with admiration. Very well, I shall convey this matter to Tooth on your behalf. As a gesture of our cooperation, some of my research data shall also be made available to you. May our collaboration be fruitful, Senju replied before turning away, vanishing into the dark corridor without a trace of hesitation. Orochimaru watched his departure, extending his tongue to lick the sealed scroll containing the blood, his golden pupils reflecting a complex interplay of greed, excitement, and a hint of deep-seated wariness. At the Senju estate, within his own chamber, Senju sat cross-legged on the bed, reflecting on his recent encounter with Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru was still relatively young, not yet indulging in the wanton manipulation of life. The position of Hokage was indeed a goal nestled within Orochimaru's heart. By suggesting he could pass the Hokage title to Chun, it was evident that Orochimaru had already begun to perceive the position as his own. Yet, one could not dismiss Orochimaru's ambitions. Presently, his sister Tsunade, burdened by the deaths of Shinjutsu and her boyfriend, had succumbed to a fear of blood. Disillusioned with Konoha and indifferent to the Hokage title, Jiraiya was wandering the world, his unreliable disposition further complicating matters, while the White Fang had taken his own life. As the direct disciple of the third Hokage, and with his collaboration with Danzo, Orochimaru believed no one among the younger generation was more suited to inherit the Hokage title than himself, provided the emergence of Minato Namikaze did not alter that trajectory. Senju even speculated that perhaps Orochimaru's descent into darkness was prompted by witnessing a younger, more powerful Minato ascend to the position of Hokage, causing a profound sense of disparity within him, driving him to pursue powerful bloodline limits and forbidden techniques. However, for now, let Orochimaru bask in his dreams of Hokage. It would serve Chin's interests as well. With the Senju surname, Orochimaru would certainly not oppose him, but rather seek to ally with him. When the day came that Orochimaru abandoned his dream of Hokage and defected from Konoha, he would become truly unrestrained. At that point, Chin might even find himself a target of Orochimaru's ambitions. Of course, by then, Chin believed he would have matured, capable of engaging with Orochimaru as an equal. Subsequently, he delved deep into his mind. A translucent, light blue virtual panel, visible only to him, gradually materialized. God-level theft system, current abilities acquired. 1 hidden bloodline of the first Hokages would release. 2 advanced chakra refinement technique. 3 Uzumaki clan bloodline, initial awakening. 4 empty. 5 empty. He had currently mastered the basic skills of wood release, the cutting technique, wooden wall, wooden clone technique, and wood dragon technique. As for the tree realm descending and true thousand hands techniques, he had attempted them as well. But the results were merely miniature versions, amusing to behold but devoid of any combat prowess. The 4-symbol seal and the Uzumaki clan's diamond lock were also adeptly applied, though his limited chakra prevented these skills from reaching their full potential. The death of Hatake Tsukumo marked the first alteration of fate since his arrival in this world, culminating in a perfect conclusion. He not only acquired the formidable combat ability of the Hatake sword style, but, more significantly, he obtained a piece on the chessboard, codenamed Tooth, which floated beyond the game, yet had the potential to alter its course at any moment. Assigning him to monitor Hanzo the Salamander served two purposes: to ascertain the timing of the demigod's demise, and to place his own eyes within the Akatsuki organization during its nascent stages. This would be the deepest, most strategic move he laid for the coming decades. Next, he began to assess the network of relationships he currently possessed. His sister Tsunade and the Senju surname were his most steadfast support. As long as he remained in Konoha, he would be the undisputed young master of the village, with no one daring to confront him openly. Moreover, his sister's formidable strength served as a countermeasure against all conspiracies. Jiraiya, a righteous elder devoted to Konoha, would remain a close guardian as long as he refrained from actions that could harm the village. Orochimaru represented a dangerous ally. From him, he could acquire cutting-edge biological technology and intelligence, yet he must remain vigilant against any potential backlash. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the future fourth Hokage couple, were now his mentors, making him akin to the elder brother of the protagonist, Naruto. Finally, there were Kakashi and Might Guy, who would become his best companions and most reliable allies within Konoha. Considering the lineage connecting the grandsons of the first and second Hokage, the nephews of the fourth, the younger brother of the fifth, and the good friend of the sixth, not to mention the older brother of the seventh, Senju found himself astonished. Indeed, with such connections, he was undoubtedly the strongest connection in the realm of Hokage. The corners of Senju mouth involuntarily curled into an exaggerated arc. At merely 5 years old, he had already come to realize that he could afford to be carefree in the world of Naruto, ensuring a life free from want. However, he soon shook his head, suppressing such frivolous thoughts. It was not yet the time to contemplate a life of retirement. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed out at the luminous moon. The 2 vacant skill slots seemed to silently urge him onward. There remained an abundance of power in this world awaiting his acquisition. Sharingan, Rinnegan, various bloodline limits, and formidable secret techniques were still far from sufficient. He whispered softly, his clear eyes harboring an unfathomable calmness and yearning. Chapter 47. The unsolvable answer. The atmosphere at the Ninja Academy had grown somewhat delicate following the death of Hatake Tsukumo. The confrontation that unfolded in the training grounds was akin to a stone cast into a pond, sending ripples that had yet to subside. Senju was no longer merely Tsunade's younger brother. He had become a small whirlpool at the center of attention, especially for the budding young girls. The sight of that slender figure, bravely standing before everyone and calling out the word hero with a youthful voice, seemed almost radiant. "Good morning, Chun-kun." A girl with a high ponytail, her eyes gleaming with a hint of wildness and vigor, approached him like a playful little leopard, proudly presenting a skewer of 3-colored dango drenched in sweet sauce. "Here, please have this." Yamanaka Rindo, he thought, observing her still developing yet promisingly spirited face, and a shy smile graced his lips. "Thank you, Rindo." Yet inwardly, he pondered, is the future disciple of Orochimaru already so vibrant? Another softer voice chimed in beside him. A girl with long black hair and peculiar red eyes stood awkwardly to the side, clutching the hem of her garment, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yuhi Kurenai. Unlike Rindo, she lacked such boldness. Gently placing a small package of candies wrapped in a handkerchief on Senju desk before darting back to her seat like a startled fawn. Watching this scene, he feigned surprise on the outside while internally he smirked. Ah, a future master of Genjutsu, a Konoha Jonin, and Asuma's wife. Yet she is merely a shy little girl now. How intriguing. He reveled in this feeling of being the center of attention, relishing the conveniences brought by his prodigious reputation, which allowed him easier access to these future powerhouses, weaving invisible threads, one by one, around them. However, where there are admirers, jealousy is sure to follow. In a corner, Uchiha Inaho's gaze pierced through Senju like a venomous nail, fixated with disdain. He held in contempt those who relied on their family lineage and good looks for attention. That scoundrel Hatake Kakashi was one, and now this orphan of the Senju clan seemed to be even more brazen. Why? Just because he bears the Senju name? Just because his sister is Tsunade? A tumultuous mix of jealousy and resentment ignited a fire within him. The bell for class rang, and a bespectacled, somewhat stern Chunin teacher entered the classroom, commencing the lecture on the ninja code. The ninth rule of the Ninja Code. Under no circumstances should personal feelings take precedence over mission priorities. The teacher recited monotonously as most of the children struggled to stay awake. Just then, Uchiha Inaho abruptly stood up, his voice cutting through the quiet classroom like a knife. "Teacher, I have a question." All eyes instantly turned to him. The Chunin teacher adjusted his glasses, looking displeased at being interrupted by this Uchiha brat. "Speak." Inaho's gaze provocatively swept over Senju Chun before he boldly asked, "Teacher, I wish to know, as a ninja, which is more important, the village's mission or the lives of our comrades?" Boom. The question detonated like a bomb within the classroom. All drowsiness evaporated as the children widened their eyes, looking from the teacher to the provocatively smirking Uchiha Inaho, and ultimately, their gazes converged upon the quietly seated Senju Chun. Everyone knew precisely to whom this question was directed. Cold sweat beaded on the teacher's forehead. He was merely an ordinary educator. How could he dare to engage in such a divine conflict of opinions? The matter surrounding Hatake Sakumo had stirred the village into a frenzy. With no clear explanation from the higher-ups, to assert that missions were paramount would be akin to slapping Princess Tsunade in the face, dismissing those who had spoken in favor of Hatake Sakumo. Conversely, to claim comrades' lives were more important would openly contradict the village's long-standing principles and indirectly accuse those in power who believed Hatake Sakumo was at fault. It was a question that could cost him dearly. He opened his mouth, throat dry, unable to utter a single word. Ultimately, he could only adjust his glasses and, in a tone feigning profundity yet laced with insecurity, stated, "This is a question that every ninja must contemplate and confront on their own path. There is no standard answer in books. The true answer must be sought through your future experiences." With that, he seemed to expend all his energy, declaring the end of class and hurriedly escaping the room. Uchiha Inaho looked at Senju Chun, a smug sneer gracing his face. "See, even the teacher dared not answer. Those things you said last time were merely childish nonsense." Senju Chun, however, could not be bothered to even cast a glance in his direction. Seeking answers? He scoffed internally. Weaklings seek answers because they can only passively accept choices. True strength lies in crafting the rules and providing the answers. After school, Senju Chun did not head to the Hatake residence, as usual. Instead, holding a gift prepared especially for him by Tsunade, he made his way to the opposite end of the village, knocking on a door. Coming. The door swung open with a flourish, revealing a cascade of vibrant red hair and a lively smile. "Ah, it's little Chun. Come in." Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, pulling him inside without hesitation, playfully tousling his hair with warmth like a blazing fire. Inside, the aroma of food wafted through the air. A young man with equally radiant golden hair, his smile as warm as the winter sun, was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. "Minato, Chinkuen has arrived." Minato turned, his blue eyes sparkling with delight. "Kushina has been talking about you for days. I just returned from a mission, and it's perfect timing for dinner." At the dining table, the atmosphere was cozy and harmonious. Kushina continuously served Senju Chun, while playfully scolding Minato for getting her favorite clothes dirty on his mission. Minato, with a mix of helplessness and affection, would occasionally wipe away the rice grains at the corners of her mouth. Senju Chun quietly enjoyed his meal, yet his mind was observant. So, this is the future couple of the Fourth Hokage? One fiery and passionate, the other gentle and soothing, truly a match made in heaven. Wolfgang Watergate, a genius hailed as a once-in-a-lifetime talent and the most perfect inheritor of the will of fire, what might he think of that question? Chapter 48, The Shortcut of Genius. With this thought, Senju Chun put down his chopsticks, lifted his deceptively innocent little face, and, with the curious tone of a child, inquired, "Brother Watergate, today at school, a classmate asked the teacher a question, but the teacher couldn't answer." "Oh, what question could stump our Konoha teachers?" Kushina immediately showed interest. However, Senju Chun's gaze was fixed on Wolfgang Watergate. Someone asked the teacher, as a ninja, what is more important, the mission or comrades? As the words fell, the lively atmosphere at the dining table came to an abrupt halt. The smile on Kushina's face faded. She glanced at Senju Chun's, then at Watergate, remaining silent. She was, of course, aware of the events concerning Hatake Sakumo. The gentle smile on Wolfgang Watergate's face also dimmed slightly. He looked into Senju Chun's clear eyes, which seemed to reflect the depths of the human heart, and fell silent for a moment. Instead of evading the question like that Chunin teacher, he contemplated deeply before finally speaking, his tone still gentle yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. This is a rather challenging question, Chens. The rules dictate that missions take precedence over all else. An important mission could relate to the safety of the village and the lives of many comrades. He affirmed the correctness of the rules, suggesting that from this perspective, sacrifice for the mission is unavoidable. However, he shifted his tone, and a glow of idealism sparkled in his blue eyes. Rules are created to better protect those we wish to safeguard. If adhering to rules means watching comrades perish without taking action, then the rules themselves lose their significance, do they not? He regarded Senju Chens, as though questioning his own soul through him. Therefore, I cannot provide an absolute answer. I can only say that as a ninja, I will exert every effort to fulfill my mission. Yet, as Wolfing Watergate, I would never abandon my comrades. I will strive to become strong enough to accomplish my missions while also protecting everyone around me. If it truly comes to a point where I must choose one over the other. He paused, a gentle yet resolute smile gracing his face. It would simply indicate that I am not strong enough. Senju Chins listened quietly. What a perfectly articulated response. An answer overflowing with the brilliance of the will of fire. The response of an idealist. Wolfing Watergate, the reason you can articulate such words is that you are a genius. You possess the unparalleled space-time ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique, which grants you the confidence and resources to claim I want it all. Yet in this world, the vast majority of ninjas are merely ordinary individuals caught in the cruel dilemma between life and death, missions and comrades. The tragedy of Hatake Sakumo stands as the best testament to this. Your answer, for them, is not a beacon of hope, but rather the most unattainable desire. Nonetheless, perhaps that is for the better. A subtle, profound smile graced Senju Chins' lips. A Hokage who firmly believes in love and peace, who staunchly upholds comradeship and guardianship, is the one most readily accepted by the people. This is likely why so many admired you in your past life. Watergate's words wafted through the air like a warm breeze, dispersing the stagnation at the dining table. Yet the idealistic brilliance contained within them elicited a soft chuckle from deep within Senju Chins' heart. Well spoken, Watergate, Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Her resplendent red hair seemed to blaze with fervor, her cerulean eyes brimming with agreement and admiration. What mission? What rules? If you can't even protect those beside you, what meaning does being a ninja hold? Those old men who set the rules only speak such callous words because they hide in safe places. Waving her small fist, her heartfelt passion was infectious. Senju Chins noticed the warmth and indulgence in Watergate's gaze as he looked at her. His eyes swept across Kushina's animated chest, the lively curves igniting a youthful whistle from his adult soul. Truly, the future princess possesses a spirited charm that is uniquely appealing. Exactly. He quickly donned an expression of having found a kindred spirit, nodding vigorously in agreement with Kushina. I also believe comrades are the most important. I could never abandon them for a mission. Haha, you truly are my disciple. You have guts. Kushina laughed heartily at his demeanor, reaching over to affectionately ruffle his hair. Don't worry, little Chins. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell your sister, and I'll help you teach them a lesson. Ahem. Wolfing Watergate coughed lightly from the side. Smiling helplessly, Kushina, please refrain from speaking so violently in front of the child. As he spoke, he tenderly wiped a bit of sauce from the corner of Kushina's mouth with a napkin, his movements natural and fluid. The meal concluded in this warm and lively atmosphere. Kushina hummed a tuneless melody while tidying up the dishes as she headed to the kitchen, glancing back to make a silly face at Watergate before leaving. In the living room, only Wolfing Watergate and Senju Chins remained. As the earlier excitement faded, the air was now infused with a faint aroma of tea. Senju Chins held the warm tea poured for him by Watergate, sipping it slowly while his dark eyes discreetly observed the golden-haired young man across from him. Wolfing Watergate, this man, as he presents himself, radiates warmth like the sun, devoid of any shadowy corners. His strength exists solely for the purpose of protection. In facing that ultimate dilemma, can he truly find a way to strike a balance, as he claims? Senju Chins set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, and in a conspiratorial whisper that only the two could hear, asked, Brother Watergate, may I pose another question to you? You must not tell Sister Kushina. What question could be so mysterious? Wolfing Watergate chuckled at the child's feigned secrecy, lowering his voice to match. Senju Chins' expression grew exceedingly serious, his clear eyes reflecting the depths of the human heart. If, hypothetically, during a mission, your choice conflicted with Sister Kushina's safety, how would you decide? The smile on Wolfing Watergate's face slowly solidified. He gazed at Senju Chen's, his blue eyes, typically filled with mirth, now revealing an unprecedented seriousness and depth. This question was sharper and more personal than the previous one. It stripped away the grand concepts of the village and comrades, piercing straight to the heart. After a long pause, Wolfing Watergate finally let out a gentle sigh. He did not dismiss or evade the question. Instead, he reached out, tenderly ruffling Senju Chen's hair. "I." His voice was soft, yet carried an unwavering determination. "I absolutely, unequivocally refuse to let Kushina fall into a situation where she must be chosen." He looked toward the kitchen, his gaze radiating unprecedented tenderness. "I shall share a secret with you as well, but do not tell Sister Kushina just yet." He winked at Senju Chun as if sharing a secret. "I have been researching a new ninjutsu lately. It does not require hand seals and can elevate the transformation of chakra in both form and nature to its pinnacle. It is all to better protect her and safeguard everyone I cherish." Chapter 49. Practice of the Rasengan. Senju Chen's heart raced. Yes, the Rasengan. How could he have nearly forgotten? This was an A-rank, instant ninjutsu that required no seals. And the methods of practicing the Rasengan had been described in great detail in the anime and manga of his past life, allowing him to learn it independently. Thus, little Chun, Minato Namikaze retracted his hand, his gaze returning to Senju Chun, infused with a warmth that held an added expectation and encouragement from a senior. If you too have someone worth risking your life to protect, mere determination is insufficient. Strive to become stronger, make yourself formidable enough to break the rules, powerful enough to no longer have to make any choices. Senju Chen stared blankly at him, seemingly moved by those words. He nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with admiration and aspiration. "I understand, Brother Minato. I will become stronger." He revealed a mischievous smile akin to that of a fox deep within his heart. "Brother Minato, I wonder what expression will grace your ever-gentle face when, after years of diligent research, you finally master the Rasengan, only to find that your little brother merely glanced at your ninjutsu and was able to conjure a Rasengan effortlessly as well. I eagerly anticipate that moment." After bidding farewell to the fiery Kushina and the gentle Minato, Senju Chun walked alone on his way home. The moonlight elongated his shadow. His mind replayed Minato's words and the 3 stages of Rasengan training he had gleaned from the original work. The first stage, rotation, using chakra to burst a water-filled balloon in his hand. The key was to allow the chakra inside the balloon to swirl chaotically in multiple directions, generating immense tearing force. The second stage, power, breaking a solid rubber ball. This required a more potent explosion of chakra and concentration. The third stage, maintenance, combining rotation and power, maintaining stable, high-speed rotation of chakra within a sphere or container, forming a perfect sphere. Ultimately, detaching from the external container, the water balloon, the rubber ball, and condensing a high-density chakra sphere solely with his own abilities in the palm of his hand. For Senju Chun, who possessed the bloodlines of the First Hokage and the Uzumaki clan, granting him a chakra reserve far exceeding that of an ordinary person. This did not seem an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, he was a man endowed with the godly theft system. Minato had laid out the creativity and theory before him. All he needed to do was utilize his advantages and transcendent insights to carve a shortcut befitting a genius. Upon returning to the Senju residence, he stirred not a soul, stealthily slipping into the storage room. Soon, he found his target, a bag of colorful balloons, purchased by his sister for summer use. Back in his room, he secured the doors and windows, retrieved a light blue balloon from the bag, and cautiously filled it with water at the sink. The balloon felt heavy, taut with the pressure of water, glimmering under the light. Senju Chin sat cross-legged on the floor, placing the water balloon in the palm of his left hand. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He began to mobilize the chakra within him, attempting to channel it into his palm. Recalling the sensations Naruto experienced during training. A thread, 2 threads, blue chakra flowed into his palm like a stream, enveloping the water balloon. He attempted to initiate rotation. Clockwise? No. The water balloon merely wobbled. Counterclockwise? No. The flow of chakra was unstable. Multiple chaotic rotations. Senju Chun recalled the vague descriptions from the original work. Immersing himself in the world of his palm, he split his chakra into several streams, trying to compress, rotate, and collide them from different directions toward the center. This was an exceedingly intricate operation, demanding an almost perverse level of control over chakra. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Beads of sweat began to emerge on Senju Chin's forehead. The water balloon trembled violently, as if it imprisoned a raging beast within. The surface of the balloon distorted under the pressure of the invisible chaotic chakra within. This sensation, Senju Chin's eyes snapped open, a glint of determination flashing within. "Spin for me," he urged, dramatically increasing the output of chakra from his palm. Bang! A crisp explosion resounded. The water balloon burst, icy droplets splattering across his face. Senju Chin wiped the water from his face, staring at the emptiness of his palm. The first attempt, failure. Yet, despite the outcome, he recognized that the method was correct. After all, Minato had taken 3 years to develop this ninjutsu. He believed that with continued practice, the successful formation of the Rasengan was not far off. "Brother Minato, I shall graciously accept your A-rank ninjutsu in advance." In the days that followed, Senju Chin's life became both structured and fragmented. During the day at the Ninja Academy, he was the exceptionally talented and courteous young master of the Senju clan. When teachers posed questions, he always provided the most accurate and pleasing answers. When girls offered him snacks and bento boxes, he would accept them with just the right amount of shyness, eliciting delighted gasps from those around him. In the training grounds after school, he transitioned into another role. "Chun, your punching speed has increased again. Such is the vigor of youth," Guy exclaimed, his every movement filled with explosive power, his fiery eyes fixed unwaveringly on Senju Chin, brimming with admiration and fighting spirit. On the other side, Kakashi remained much quieter. He merely swung his wooden sword with fervor, the blade slicing through the air with a sharpness that surpassed his peers. Each time he sparred with Senju Chin, he exerted himself to the utmost, as if striving to see through the incomprehensible genius before him. Yet, each time, the outcome was the same. Senju Chin effortlessly countered his efforts in an astonishing manner. This deepened Kakashi's despair and frustration, fueling his training with even greater intensity. Senju Chin reveled in this dynamic. He maintained Guy's unquenchable fighting spirit with just the right amount of encouragement, while simultaneously stimulating Kakashi's taut nerves with his unfathomable talent. He was like a masterful actor, playing different roles on various stages. The good brother before his sister, the exemplary student at school, the genius in the eyes of his peers. When night fell and all disguises were shed, he finally returned to his true self. In his bedroom, Senju Chin held a water-filled balloon in the palm of his left hand, his eyes tightly shut, completely absorbed in the small world within his grasp. The chakra within him surged forth under his command, like a tame beast, violently flooding into his palm. No longer was it the chaotic flow of the first stage. It was forcibly compressed, coalescing toward a single point, unleashing the most terrifying power. This was 100 times more challenging than making the water balloon rotate. The water balloon tested the technique of rotation, whereas bursting it required finding the sensation of sustained chakra output, rather than a momentary explosion. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, trickled down from Senju Chin's brow, landing upon the tatami mat beneath him. At the tender age of 5, his small frame felt the immense burden of practicing such an advanced A-rank ninjutsu. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes grew ever brighter. His training in the spiral sphere compelled him to temporarily set aside his practice of wood release, as he understood well that the true power of wood release manifested primarily in large-scale battles and immense vitality. In contrast, the formidable A-rank attack ninjutsu, which required no hand seals and could be unleashed instantaneously, served as his lifeline and a weapon for assassination. With just a bit more focus, he sensed the internal structure of the water sphere being ravaged by his densely swirling chakra. Chapter 50. Breaking through beneath the same night sky. In the deepest shadows of Konoha village, the base of root exuded its usual chill and silence, the scent of disinfectant permeating the air as if it could penetrate one's very bones. Danzo sat in the main seat, half of his face cloaked in shadow, revealing only his unflinching eye. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound that was the sole disturbance in the oppressive stillness. Orochimaru stood before him, adorned with that signature, inscrutable smile. "Danzo," Orochimaru's voice rasped, akin to two stones grinding against one another, dry and cold. "Why have you sent the Inuzuka to the land of rain?" Danzo had envisioned other uses for the pawn known as Hitaki Sakumo. A deceased Kaga-level warrior could perform many clandestine tasks. To send him to that war-torn quagmire of a nation seemed a waste in Danzo's eyes. A glimmer of light flickered in Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes. He had anticipated Danzo's inquiry. He chuckled hoarsely, the sound echoing eerily in the cavernous basement. "Ah, Lord Danzo. You see only the desolation and chaos of the land of rain, yet fail to perceive what it represents, the future trajectory of the entire shinobi world." He refrained from mentioning Senju-chan, instead rephrasing the words spoken by the young boy that fateful night in his own language. While the Second Shinobi World War appeared to have concluded, the accumulated tensions among the great nations were far from resolution. Peace was merely a fleeting illusion. Orochimaru paced slowly, the dim light casting shadows that made him appear ghostly. The land of rain, situated at the heart of the fire, wind, and earth nations, was destined to become the spark for the next conflict, or perhaps its end. To send Inuzuka, there was not to engage him in battle, but to observe. Orochimaru's tone deepened with significance, to discern the attitude of the leader of Amigate Cure, the man lauded as the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. To recognize the restless forces lurking within that nation. By placing a piece on the board in advance, they could seize the initiative when the next game commenced. Danzo's finger-tapping ceased. His exposed eye fixed intently on Orochimaru, revealing a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment and admiration. As the leader of Root, Danzo's vision had been primarily confined to assassination, intelligence, and subversion. Yet, what Orochimaru exhibited transcended conventional shinobi thinking. It was a grand strategy. He had already glimpsed the shadows of the Third Shinobi World War and begun laying the groundwork for it. Truly, he was the proud disciple of the Third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin. For the first time, Danzo felt a sense of kinship with Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen was too bright, too naive. This man before him, like Danzo, understood the laws of survival in darkness and possessed a far-reaching vision. If I were to become Hokage in the future, perhaps entrusting Root to this man would better realize my ambitions. This thought flickered through Danzo's mind. He suppressed his musings and shifted the conversation, asking, "How goes the research on the First Hokage's cells?" That was what truly concerned him. "Exceedingly well," Orochimaru replied, extending his tongue to lick his lips. A fervor only he could comprehend glimmering in his golden pupils. The purity of the life energy in the material obtained far surpasses expectations. "I have successfully initiated preliminary activation in the culture medium, and I believe breakthrough progress will soon follow." He certainly would not disclose to Danzo that he had acquired the nearly perfect bloodline of Senju-chan, rather than the lifeless remnants scraped from the First Hokage's corpse, which had long since diminished in vitality. "Excellent." Danzo nodded in satisfaction. "I need to see results, the sooner the better." Of course, Orochimaru bowed slightly, though a chilling mockery lingered in the depths of his gaze. In the Senju residence, within his bedroom, the night was quiet, the air thick with the scents of rubber and sweat. Senju-chan sat cross-legged at the center of his bed, his small face taut with concentration, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and sliding along his cheeks. In his tiny palms, he cradled the last water-filled balloon of the evening. Chakra gathered in his palms, spinning and spinning anew. Repeated failures had drained his already limited stamina, and the mental fatigue surged like a tide, nearly overwhelming him, just as his consciousness threatened to dissipate. Images of Orochimaru's fervent golden snake-like eyes and Danzo's shadowed gaze, which believed itself to be all-seeing, flashed through his mind. A surge of inexplicable strength arose from deep within his heart. "Break for me." With a soft pop, akin to a ripe fruit being punctured, a sound echoed lightly. Yet it thundered in Senju-chan's ears. He abruptly opened his eyes, fixated on his palm. The balloon that had tormented him for countless nights revealed an irregular rupture at its center, cool water cascading onto his palm, extinguishing all his fatigue and frustration. He had succeeded. The first stage of the spiral sphere had been breached. A wave of immense joy and accomplishment surged through his mind, nearly compelling him to let out a triumphant cry that would echo to the heavens. He spread his fingers wide, savoring the residual chaotic chakra that had yet to dissipate, his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. At that moment, an untimely gurgle emanated from his stomach. Senju-chan's smile faltered as he patted his flat belly. "All right, this 5-year-old body is still too weak. Before I celebrate, I need to fill my stomach." He leaped from his bed, tiptoeing into the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboard to find a pack of military rations. Like a child sneaking candy, he quickly stuffed 2 morsels into his mouth, chewing somewhat incoherently. "Brother Minato, your answer, which I desire in its entirety, is indeed magnificent and illuminating. Yet, Minato's fate reminded him of the challenges inherent in achieving such aspirations. Leaning against the cold wall, he gazed out at the moonlight streaming through the window. Only by attaining true strength, one that transcends all others and the rules governing them, might he truly realize his desires. Therefore, I shall not beseech. Senju-chun whispered softly, swallowing the last morsel of military ration, the dry texture prompting a grimace. I will instead create the world I desire with my own hands. His voice was faint, yet within his eyes, which should have been innocent, churned ambitions and desires far beyond his years. The spiral sphere was merely the beginning. Chapter 51. The new troubles. The exhilaration brought by the breakthrough of the first stage of the Rasengan was fleeting, soon replaced by the irritation stemming from the bottleneck of the second stage. Suddenly, everyone in the ninja school classroom noticed that the polite and ever-reliable Senju heir had developed a peculiar habit. He carried a solid black rubber ball with him at all times. During class, he would place the ball beneath his desk, unconsciously rubbing and kneading it with his hand. After school, whether engaging in spirited sparring with Might Guy or practicing swordsmanship with Kakashi, that small ball remained ever present in his grip. Senju-kun, could you please enlighten us on the 5 fundamental forms of chakra nature transformation? Came the mildly dissatisfied voice of teacher Nakajima from the podium. Surrounding classmates turned their gazes toward him, with Kurenai Yuhi in the front row glancing back with a hint of concern in her eyes. Beside her, Mitarashi Anko wore a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Senju Chihiro seemed to awaken from his reverie, standing up leisurely while discreetly retracting his hand from beneath the desk, adorned with his signature, slightly bashful, innocent smile. Yes, teacher Nakajima. The 5 basic forms of chakra nature transformation are fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, he recited fluently, even adding some of his own insights, leaving no room for teacher Nakajima to reprimand him as he had intended. Well answered, please take your seat. However, do focus during class, Senju-kun. Your talent should not be squandered on distractions. The teacher adjusted his glasses, his tone softening yet laced with admonition. Yes, I understand. Senju Chihiro replied obediently, settling back into his seat, eliciting whispers of admiration from several female classmates. Yet, only he knew that in that fleeting moment, he had almost succeeded. Just a second before the teacher's question, the palm of his hand beneath the desk, within the rubber ball, had been filled with a highly concentrated and wildly spinning chakra, on the verge of tearing the ball apart from within. It was so close, but alas, he was interrupted by the teacher, leaving him with nothing but frustration. A shadow of gloom and irritation flickered in Senju Chihiro's eyes, which belied his outward appearance. He realized he had gravely underestimated the difficulty of the second stage of the Rasengan. If the first stage, with its water sphere, tested multidirectional spinning technique, the second stage, with the rubber ball, demanded pure power and penetrating force. It required chakra to be compressed to its utmost limit, exploding with terrifying destructive capability like an indomitable drill. For the past few months, he had dedicated virtually all his time after school until late at night, aside from eating and sleeping, to practicing with the rubber ball. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, the best outcome he could achieve was a shallow dent on the ball before his chakra dispersed due to exhaustion. Even worse, this intense secret training severely affected his daytime performance. He began to frequently lose focus in class, and even during sparring with Kakashi, he made mistakes that were unbecoming of him. Clang! The wooden swords clashed with a dull sound. Kakashi's figure moved like a phantom, his strikes sharp and ruthless, entirely unlike that of a 5-year-old child. However, Senju Chihiro merely sidestepped casually, blocking the attack in a more artistic manner. Yet, just as he prepared to counterattack, the spinning trajectory of chakra within the rubber ball flashed through his mind, causing him to momentarily hesitate. It was this brief delay that allowed Kakashi, with his striking silver hair, to seize upon the fleeting opening. With a twist of his wrist, Kakashi's wooden sword evaded Senju Chihiro's defense at an improbable angle, its tip now aimed directly at his throat. A chill ran down Senju Chihiro's spine as he pushed off the ground, arching his body back in an extreme posture, the icy breeze of the sword grazing the tip of his nose. Though he managed to evade the strike, his position appeared somewhat awkward. You're distracted, Kakashi remarked as he withdrew his wooden sword, his voice as cool as ever, though a subtle hint of confusion flickered in his dark eyes. Recently, Senju Chihiro had been acting strangely. Chihiro-kun actually lost to Kakashi? Everyone is getting stronger. I must keep pushing myself. On the other side, Mike Guy, having just completed 1,000 handstand push-ups, stared incredulously at the two sparring, wiping the sweat from his brow as flames of determination ignited in his eyes. Diving back into another round of training, Senju Chihiro paid them no mind. He merely stared at his hand gripping the wooden sword, his brow furrowed. Kakashi was right. He had been distracted. This was unsustainable. He had to maintain his reputation as the school's prodigy while also establishing connections with the future elite of Konoha, all while mastering A-rank ninjutsu to pave the way for his future. Human energy is finite, and even he, with the soul of an adult in the body of a 5-year-old, began to feel overwhelmed by this dual undertaking. He needed a solution, one that would allow him to dedicate himself entirely to his training without compromising his image as the perfect heir of the Senju clan. In the Senju estate, in his bedroom, Senju Chihiro sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a collection of oddly shaped rubber balls he had squished into various forms. The air thick with the faint scent of rubber and the salty tang of sweat. He had failed once more. Fatigue seeped into him like a relentless parasite, permeating every cell of his body. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and tossed the rubber ball aside. What was he to do? His mind raced as he desperately recalled the plot lines of various anime he had watched in his previous life, seeking inspiration from ninjas who had practiced the Rasengan. Jiraiya? The narrative offered no insights into his training methods or duration, providing no reference whatsoever. Minato Namikaze? He had taken 3 years to develop the Rasengan. Naruto? He had practiced for a long time, with Jiraiya guiding him at every turn, yet he ultimately completed it through the use of shadow clones. Wait, shadow clones? How had he overlooked this miraculous technique? A vision of a boy dressed in umbu attire, with deep lines etched on his face, suddenly appeared in his mind. Itachi Uchiha. Senju Chihiro's eyes sparkled with realization. He remembered that during his youth, Itachi had utilized a ninjutsu to send a shadow clone to attend ninja school, allowing him more time for self-training. That ninjutsu was the shadow clone technique. Chapter 52. Training the shadow clone technique. Senju Chihiro exclaimed almost instinctively. Indeed, this B-rank ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, his great-uncle Senju Tobirama. Itachi had been able to utilize shadow clones at a young age. And with his body enhanced by the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, his chakra reserves were certainly greater than the young Itachi's. Thus, performing this technique would pose no difficulty for him. He could create a shadow clone to attend school, playing the role of the perfect young heir, interacting with his teachers, and forging connections with future talents like Anko, Kurenai, and Asuma, while his true self could be entirely liberated, focusing undistractedly on his training. Whether mastering the Rasengan, absorbing swordsmanship insights from Kakashi, or even developing would-release techniques, he would have ample time to devote to them all. Moreover, all that the shadow clone experiences will revert to the original body as knowledge and memory upon dispelling. This indicates that he can flawlessly complete his educational tasks through the shadow clone, while also meticulously observing and comprehending his future companions. A veritable windfall. It is, without a doubt, a perfect strategy. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration instantly dispelled all fatigue, and Senju Chun leapt from the ground, his eyes sparkling with a terrifying brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode out of the room and made his way to the Senju clan's library, expertly pressing a button hidden within a particular shelf. With a soft click, the bookcase slowly shifted aside, revealing a deep, shadowy passage leading underground. This is the Senju clan's repository, housing all the ninjutsu scrolls and secrets amassed since the Warring States period. Tsunade had once brought him here and informed him that everything within would one day be his inheritance. Holding an oil lamp, Senju Chun descended the dust-laden steps. The air was cold and damp, and rows of enormous scroll racks stood like silent giants, silently looming in the dark. He quickly found his way to the section marked with forbidden techniques, guided by memory. Rising on tiptoe, he strained to extract a scroll wrapped in a special seal from the topmost shelf. The scroll bore the ancient characters inscribed with the phrase multiple shadow clone technique. He had found it. Senju Chin's heart raced uncontrollably. He returned to his room, unable to contain his eagerness as he unsealed and unfurled the scroll. The multiple shadow clone technique was the signature move of the protagonist Naruto. Naturally, he did not intend to learn the multiple shadow clone technique immediately, as he understood that given his current small stature, attempting such a feat could potentially drain him completely. Instead, He aimed to master its prerequisite B-rank technique, the Shadow Clone technique. With his current level of chakra control and comprehension, learning a B-rank ninjutsu was not particularly challenging. He swiftly memorized the sequence of hand seals and the flow of chakra. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hands together in sequence to form the 6 seals, Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, and Yin, feeling the chakra flow through the different seals. Shadow Clone technique. Boom. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke. A figure identical to Senju Chun materialized beside him. Success. Senju Chun gazed at the Shadow Clone as if staring into a mirror. However, his smile faltered the next moment. He realized that the clone's clear eyes shimmered with the same calmness and rationality that belonged to an adult, entirely uncharacteristic of a 5-year-old child. This wouldn't do. Even a prodigy of a 5-year-old should not possess such a gaze. Such eyes would not deceive a teacher and might even fail to fool perceptive individuals like Yuhi Kurenai and Akamichi Karui. He was not like Uchiha Itachi, whose stoic demeanor rendered him indifferent to expressions. It seemed that creating the Shadow Clone was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in how to control it. He needed to partition a part of his consciousness to manipulate the Shadow Clone's every word and action like a master puppeteer. He aimed to make it smile innocently, speak with a child's soft lilt, and blush appropriately in response to the affections of girls. He sought to mold this Shadow Clone to perfectly embody the persona of Senju Chun. All of this would need to occur concurrently with his intense training of the original body. This was no longer a simple exercise in chakra control. It represented the ultimate test of mental fortitude, willpower, and the ability to multitask. Senju Chun looked at his clone and suddenly chuckled softly. He instantly grasped the situation. A new challenge had arrived. Gazing at the identical figure before him, whose eyes mirrored his own, yet bore a depth of calmness, Senju Chun found the predicament not daunting, but rather intriguing. It resembled a game of wits between himself and his own reflection. He needed to extract a portion of his spirit and infuse it into this chakra-formed vessel, adorning it with the mask of innocence and painting it with the visage of childhood. In the ensuing days, Senju Chun's bedroom became the stage for an eerie scene. 2 identical 5-year-old boys sat facing each other. The original Senju Chun closed his eyes, completely engrossed in the Shadow Clone before him. Meanwhile, the Shadow Clone engaged in various facial expression exercises. A shy smile. No, the curvature of the lips appeared too forced. The joy in the eyes lacked purity, resembling a disingenuous salesman. A puzzled scratch of the head. No, the movement was too stiff. And a hint of impatience flickered in the gaze. Such reactions were unbefitting of a 5-year-old child. A look of surprise mingled with embarrassment upon receiving a gift. No, the surprise was excessive, appearing ostentatious. The embarrassment was too subtle, as if merely perfunctory. Bang! The Shadow Clone dissipated in a cloud of white smoke. Senju Chun opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing temples. The Shadow Clone's disappearance brought back not only memories, but also the mental exhaustion of failed impersonation. This was more taxing than training the Rasengan. Yet, the stubbornness within Senju Chun was thoroughly ignited. He formed the seals once more. Shadow Clone technique. Boom. A new performer emerged, and the rehearsal commenced anew. At last, after exhausting hundreds of Shadow Clones, Senju Chun discovered that elusive feeling. It was akin to the immersive experience of fully embodying a character in a high-freedom role-playing game in his previous life. He was no longer merely controlling. He magnified the aspect of his personality that resembled a sunny younger brother and infused it into the Shadow Clone. On that clear morning, as Tsunade yawned while exiting her room, she happened upon Senju Chun holding a cup of freshly warmed milk, standing at her doorstep. "Good morning, Sister Tsunade," he said, tilting his face up with a radiant, yet slightly ingratiating smile. His clear eyes brimmed with dependence and admiration for his sister, resembling a small puppy eagerly awaiting praise from its master. Tsunade's heart melted instantaneously. She bent down, enveloping Senju Chun in her arms, rubbing her cheek against his soft face and emitting a satisfied murmur. "Oh my, our little Chun is becoming increasingly considerate. I adore you." The little boy nestled in her embrace let out a childlike, innocent laugh, his small hands wrapping around Tsunade's neck. Not far off, Shizune observed this tender scene, a gentle smile gracing her lips. No one noticed that Senju Chun's smile was perfectly arched, his gaze pure, and every subtle movement struck precisely the chord that resonated most deeply with Tsunade's heart. Meanwhile, the original Senju Chun, seated cross-legged in his bedroom, slowly opened his eyes. Through the perspective of the Shadow Clone, He had seen and felt Tsunade's unreserved affection, causing a smile to curve at the corners of his lips. Yes, success. Ha ha ha. Now, let the shadow clone joyfully embark on the journey of attending school. Chapter 53. An unexpected encounter in the woods. The third training ground, located on the outskirts of Konoha village, was surrounded by dense forests and rarely visited by people. This was the exclusive training ground chosen by Senju for himself. He, finally liberated from the monotony of school, stands beneath the vast expanse of the sky. Taking a deep breath, he savors the mingling scents of earth and damp grass, which ease his taut nerves. With the necessity for pretense stripped away, the childishness on his face swiftly gives way to an unexpected gravity and focus that belies his age. He retrieves a solid black rubber ball from his equipment pouch, cradling it in his palm. Thus, he continues, closing his eyes. The chakra within him surges forth like a flood, violently rushing into his right hand. This time, he holds nothing back, channeling all his concentration into the small rubber sphere. The chakra compresses and condenses, twisting under his will into a high-speed drill, forcefully piercing into the core of the rubber ball. Buzzing. The rubber ball vibrates intensely in his palm, its surface visibly denting downward. Success. A surge of joy fills his heart, and he intensifies the output of his chakra. However, just as the indentation deepens to less than half a centimeter, the highly concentrated chakra suddenly dissipates, as if it has run out of strength. The ball's vibrations cease abruptly, and the dent swiftly returns to its original state. TSK. He clicks his tongue in frustration. The power is sufficient, yet its duration remains disappointingly poor. It is akin to drilling into a wall, only to lose power after a mere incision, failing to achieve any substantial damage. Undeterred, he shakes off the slight numbness in his palm and resumes gathering his chakra. Once, twice, 10 times, throughout the morning. The training ground reverberates with the monotonous yet urgent buzzing of the rubber ball. Sweat drenches his clothing, and the excessive consumption of chakra leaves his complexion pale. Although his chakra reserves far exceed those of his peers, the limitations of his 5-year-old body are undeniable. He pauses, stowing the rubber ball away, and draws a wooden sword from his waist. Training requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Relentless perseverance can lead to diminished efficiency. He closes his eyes, envisioning the figure of the white-haired man wielding a sword under the moonlight. The insights of Hitaki Sakumo regarding swordsmanship have long been etched in his soul through the god-level theft system. In the next moment, he moves. His tender form wields a blade that unleashes a fierce and chilling wind, entirely disproportionate to his size. Lacking the textbook precision of Kakashi and the broad strokes of Might Guy, his sword seems to flow from instinct. At times, it strikes like a venomous serpent, cunning and lethal, targeting vital points. At others, it glides gracefully like moonlight, evading countless assaults with fluid elegance. Each move embodies a purity and efficiency born for slaughter. The fierce blade winds through the forest, cleaving fallen leaves in midair with edges as smooth as a mirror. This transcends mere technique, drawing closer to the essence of the Tao. Just as he becomes fully immersed in this profound state of unity between man and sword, his senses suddenly detect a faint, piercing presence. Swiftly, a shiver runs through his heart. He tightens his grip on the sword, snapping out of his ethereal state and taking up a defensive posture. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, a figure appears without warning atop a nearby tree branch, as if materializing from thin air, without disturbing even a single leaf. The newcomer appears to be around 7 or 8 years old, clad in the distinctive high-collared training attire of the Uchiha clan, with slightly curled black hair and a warm, cheerful smile. His black eyes are as clear as a mountain spring. Uchiha Shursui. The pupils of Senju Shin shrink imperceptibly. What brings him out of school? Is it for the same reason as himself? In an instant, memories of this man flash through his mind. A once-in-a-century talent from the Uchiha clan, famed for his body flicker technique, the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, and his tragic demise in the name of protecting the village and his comrades. Truly, a man so brilliant that one cannot help but feel a twinge of regret. Shursui evidently spots Senju Shin as well. He gracefully leaps down from the treetop, landing silently on the ground. "Hello, Senju Shinkuen," he greets, his voice bright and warm like sunlight. "I remember you. You helped Kakashi out last time at school." Shursui's gaze rests on Senju Shin, tinged with curiosity and genuine admiration. A child merely a year or two younger than himself, training alone in such a remote place with such intensity, and displaying an alertness and composure far beyond his peers upon Shirsue's sudden appearance. Speaks volumes of his exceptional nature. Konoha has birthed yet another extraordinary talent. However, within Senju Shin, thoughts race. Why is Uchiha Shirsue here? Is it mere coincidence, or no? That no longer matters. What matters is that he has arrived. A Uchiha prodigy endowed with the strongest genjutsu. With a heart for Konoha, a key figure who could significantly influence both the Uchiha clan and the future of the village, stands before him. Slowly, Senju Shin lowers his wooden sword. The coldness on his face dissipating as he adopts a more harmless demeanor, laced with shyness and nervousness. He slightly bows his head, akin to a child caught off guard by a stranger-esque conversation, murmuring, "Shirsuthan, hello. I am just practicing here casually." Observing the sudden shift from a fierce wolf cub to an innocent puppy in the boy before him, Shirsue's smile deepens. What an intriguing person. Yet, beneath Senju Shin's lowered gaze, a tempest of contrasting emotions brews. Shirsue, your fervent will to protect Konoha is indeed admirable. However, mere intent and sacrifice cannot alter the tragic fate of the Uchiha. Your eyes can deceive everyone, but they cannot escape the predetermined destiny. Allow me to lend you a hand. Gazing at Uchiha Shirsue before him, a bold and reckless plan begins to take root in Senju Shin's heart. From this day forward, beginning with this encounter, I shall personally guide your path ahead. Your Kodo Amatsukami, rather than serving to safeguard the decaying higher-ups of Konoha, shall become the sharpest blade in my hand. Chapter 54. Body Flicker. Shirsue's voice is gentle, akin to the warmth of sunlight in March, easily disarming one's defenses. He gazes at the boy before him, significantly shorter than himself, as sweat trickles down the child's tender cheeks, sticking a few strands of dark hair to his forehead. Yet, in his black eyes burns an intensity incongruous with his age. This is a true genius, Shirsue concludes within himself. The fleeting glimpse of swordsmanship he witnessed earlier, along with the pure desire for strength radiating from the boy, evokes memories of a certain elder from his clan, as well as of himself. It is precisely for this reason that he feels compelled to offer a word of encouragement. Senju Shinkuen, I see your effort and talent. It is truly remarkable. Jisue stepped closer, his face still adorned with a warm and welcoming smile, though his tone carried a hint of seriousness. Yet, he emphasized that mastery must follow a gradual path. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy, while fundamental, encapsulates the wisdom distilled from countless predecessors, foundational knowledge that will support one's future endeavors. Engaging in intense solitary training can easily lead one astray, potentially causing self-harm. Such sentiments were heartfelt. To Jisue, Senju Chiharu resembled an uncut gem, radiant yet in need of the most appropriate guidance to truly shine. As a senior, he felt a responsibility to assist this fellow student who might wander off course. Indeed, Uchiha Jisue was just that kind of person, kind-hearted, upright, deeply responsible, and adorably naive. His words were golden advice for any 5-year-old child. However, for Senju Chiharu, possessing the soul of an adult, these were merely an excellent opportunity to forge a bond. Opportunities are fleeting. Yet, Jisue, did you not also forego attending classes? Jisue pondered. Surely, I cannot simply disclose that my elders advised me to keep an eye on you. Chiharu did not wait for Jisue's response. He abruptly lifted his head, his small face, smeared with sweat and dirt, now radiating a fierce determination. His clear eyes locked onto Jisue's, devoid of the earlier shyness and tension, replaced instead by a child's stubborn competitive spirit. Jisue, he called, deliberately altering his address to foster closeness, his tone rising with enthusiasm. Theories are mere abstractions. True strength is tangible. I have already mastered everything taught at school. Sitting in a classroom will never make one stronger. This display of youthful bravado momentarily astonished Jisue, who then broke into a chuckle. Oh, you have mastered it all? He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Absolutely. Chiharu puffed out his small chest, gripping his wooden sword as if it were a symbol of supreme honor. Thus, I do not believe my training approach is flawed. Jisue could not help but laugh heartily at the sight before him. Finding Chiharu reminiscent of a young cub striving to prove itself not as a mere kitten, but as a mighty tiger, adorable and amusing. Recognizing the playful glint in Jisue's eyes, Chiharu knew he had successfully baited the hook. Taking a deep breath, he launched his carefully prepared challenge. Let us have a match. We shall compete solely in taijutsu. No ninjutsu for you, and none for me. If I win, You must acknowledge that my training method is correct. His voice echoed across the empty training field, imbued with the unmistakable clarity and resolute determination of youth. Jisui's smile softened slightly as he regarded the fervent flame of ambition in Chiharu's eyes, feeling a ripple of emotion stir within him. This was no mere play. It was a sincere challenge from one prodigy to another, raw yet earnest. He sensed that declining might leave a thorn in this child's heart. Very well, let this serve as a vivid practical lesson for this exceptionally gifted student, illustrating the vast chasm that exists even between geniuses. All right, I accept your challenge, Jisue replied, nodding with a relaxed demeanor, as though agreeing to a game. I shall rely solely on taijutsu. If you can touch me, you win. He leaped backward, creating a distance of about 10 meters, and beckoned Chiharu with a casual wave. Come forth, let me witness the fruits of your proper training. Chiharu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, unnoticed by others. In the next moment, that expression vanished, replaced by a look of utmost seriousness. He charged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiharu's small frame shot forth like a cannonball, erupting with vigor. His diminutive body remained low to the ground, hurtling towards Jisue with an uncoordinated ferocity, the wooden sword transforming into a swift, dark line aimed directly at Jisue's chest. The strike was swift, precise, and fierce, an embodiment of the essence of the Konoha swordsmanship, designed for lethality. Jisue's eyes widened in surprise. Such speed, such a sharp blade. The ease on his face diminished slightly, replaced by a glimmer of approval. With a subtle shift of his body, he narrowly evaded the lethal thrust. The wind generated by the sword's passage ruffled his bangs. Undeterred, Chiharu's wrist twisted, transforming the thrust into a horizontal slash, the wooden sword carving a cunning arc towards Jisue's side. Whoosh! Jisue's figure danced like a shadow blown by the wind, gracefully retreating several meters to deftly avoid the attack. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hint of struggle, as if he were merely strolling through a forest. Quite impressive speed and force, surpassing that of your peers. Jisue's voice reached Chiharu from ahead, still calm. However, your attacks are too straightforward. Chiharu paid no heed to the critique, his focus sharpening further. Charge, slash, strike, lift. The youthful figure morphed into an unyielding whirlwind amidst the trees, the wooden sword weaving a tapestry of overlapping afterimages. Each move was executed with utmost efficiency, eschewing all superfluous actions in pursuit of the fastest strikes and the most cunning angles. Yet, no matter how relentless or unexpected his onslaught, Jisue effortlessly countered each attack with minimal effort, at the most opportune moments, in the most relaxed manner. He resembled a leaf afloat amid a tempest, enduring the storm while maintaining an elegance and composure untouched by the rain. Boom! Chiharu unleashed a powerful downward strike, only for Jisue to deftly redirect it with a flick of his wrist, negating most of the force. Chiharu stumbled forward, propelled by inertia. His clothing was thoroughly soaked with sweat, and he gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. His arms ached from the continuous exertion, and his palms tingled with fatigue. To any observer, this was a one-sided affair, an audacious child being schooled by a true genius, demonstrating the insurmountable gap in their abilities. Jisue gazed at the breathless Chiharu, admiration deepening in his eyes. The child's endurance and determination were remarkable. Just as Jisue prepared to speak, suggesting a pause, Chiharu, who had been relentlessly attacking, suddenly exhibited a stark contrast to his current disheveled state. A glimmer of extreme calmness flashed in his eyes. Data collection was nearly complete. Since the bout began, his mind had been operating at high speed, analyzing Jisue's movement habits, the shifts in his center of gravity when evading, the power dynamics of his favored foot, and even the rhythm of his every breath. Every detail was meticulously captured, analyzed, and modeled by Chiharu's adult spirit. He understood from the outset that, by sheer strength, he had little chance of even touching Jisue. What he sought was not victory, but merely the fulfillment of the condition to make contact. Thus, all his prior fervent assaults, his scrappy demeanor, and his unwillingness to yield were mere prelude. Chiharu knelt on the ground, propping himself up with the wooden sword, as if utterly spent. He raised his head, his sweat-drenched face still fixed with an unwavering gaze upon Jisue, filled with defiance. Jisue sighed inwardly, about to step forward. Now is the moment. Chiharu's half-kneeling form surged with newfound vigor. Yet, instead of charging towards the tranquil water, He propelled himself towards a towering tree at an angle behind him. Jishui was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his intentions. In a flash, Qianshou-chun planted a foot against the tree trunk, leveraging it to rebound with an astonishing angle, launching himself towards Jishui from the side. The transformation of his attack was as swift as lightning. However, it remained within Jishui's expectations. Without even turning his head, Jishui arched his body backward, executing a perfect bridge as Qianshou-chun soared above him. It was over, Jishui thought. Qianshou-chun, suspended in midair, had no means to gain momentum and had already lost. Yet, he failed to perceive the cold smirk of triumph curving at the corner of Qianshou-chun's mouth as he zipped past. In that moment of launching, Qianshou-chun had already anticipated Jishui's bridge maneuver. This was an action he had deduced from observing Jishui's numerous evasive movements during their earlier exchanges. There existed a fleeting moment of rigidity in that maneuver. While airborne, Qianshou-chun forcefully hurled the wooden sword away from Jishui. Jishui was somewhat taken aback. Was he conceding? No. Utilizing the recoil from the thrown sword, Qianshou-chun's body descended slightly in midair, just that fraction of distance. His left hand, during the descent, delicately and accurately tapped against Jishui's abdomen, akin to a dragonfly alighting on water. The sound was faint. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Jishui's dark eyes displayed a complete and unmasked astonishment for the first time. Had he been touched? Qianshou-chun rolled on the ground, dissipating the force, and then collapsed. Utterly exhausted, his chest heaving violently, yet grinning widely with a victorious smile. Brother Jishui, I touched you. Chapter 55. The astonishment of Uchiha Jishui. Time flowed quietly amidst the daily grind of training. Ever since that fateful wager, Uchiha Jishui, a prodigy who should not have had much interaction with Qianshou-chun, became a frequent presence here. He would appear silently, like a ghost, in the early mornings or afternoons, wearing a gentle smile, claiming to merely pass by and check if Chun was slacking off, an excuse that felt rather flimsy. Initially, he approached with a mentor's perspective, casually pointing out the deficiencies in Qianshou-chun's taijutsu. However, gradually, the smile on Jishui's face became increasingly strained. After half a month, only a grave expression remained. A month later, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead during their practice sessions. He realized that this 5-year-old child possessed a terrifying prowess with each strike, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. Moreover, the pace of his growth was astonishing. Clang! The wooden sword clashed with a shuriken, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Jishui retreated hastily, his toes leaving deep marks on the ground as he barely stabilized his stance. Shaking his wrist, which had gone slightly numb from the impact, he gazed at the equally retreating Qianshou-chun, who maintained a steady breath, his astonishment becoming increasingly evident. The speed at which this boy advanced could no longer be described as swift. He was practically a little monster. Qianshou-chun's taijutsu lacked any semblance of grace. It bore none of the Uchiha clan's elegance nor the Hyuga clan's harmony of strength and gentleness. Each of his moves seemed like an extraction from the most brutal meat grinder of the battlefield, stripped of any superfluous actions, leaving behind the purest, most efficient killing techniques. Slashing throats, piercing eyes, severing necks, breaking tendons. Each strike targeted the human body's most vulnerable points, with angles that were sharp and timing that was ruthless, as if honed through countless trials. On several occasions, Jishui felt that the icy blade was not a wooden sword but a true weapon, grazing perilously close to his arteries. He could sense that Qianshou-chun was deliberately restraining something within him, a pure, spine-chilling intent to kill. This was not something a 5-year-old child should possess. Brother Jishui, you're distracted. Qianshou-chun's voice jolted Jishui from his shock. The boy flashed a bright smile, revealing pearly white teeth, his expression innocent and carefree. Yet a primal excitement flickered in his eyes. Before his words could fully dissipate, Qianshou-chun vanished once again. Alarm bells rang in Jishui's mind. He understood that he could no longer hold back. This classmate before him was worthy of his full effort. Buzz! A faint tremor resonated through the air, as Jishui's gentle black eyes were suddenly tinged with an eerie crimson. A dark, spinning tomo danced within them. The Sharingan activated. In that moment, the world transformed within Jishui's vision. Qianshou-chun's movements, swift to the extreme, were dissected into countless slow-motion frames. Every contraction of his muscles, every flow of chakra, even the intent behind his next assault, became transparent under the scrutiny of the Sharingan. Body flicker technique. Jishui's form morphed into an afterimage, shifting from passive evasion to proactive engagement. The two figures engaged in a dazzling clash amidst the clearing of the forest. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of weapons colliding erupted like a torrential downpour, sparks flying through the air. With the Sharingan activated, Jishui seemed like a different person. His movements were graceful yet lethal, each dodge, block, and counterattack executed with exquisite precision, as if calculated to perfection, always achieving the optimal outcome with the least cost. Yet, what astonished him further was that despite the insight of the Sharingan, Shinshochin's assaults continued to exert tremendous pressure upon him. This boy seemed capable of predicting his predictions. After Jishui activated his Sharingan, Shinshochin felt a monumental pressure as well, but his eyes shone with an unprecedented clarity and exhilaration. This was the true strength of the body flicker Jishui. The perceptive abilities of the Sharingan were indeed formidable, but he possessed the battle awareness of Kiki Sakumo's lifetime and an innate, terrifying sensitivity to chakra flow embedded in his bloodline. To the Sharingan, his moves might appear riddled with flaws. However, within his own perception, Jishui's every counterattack intent and the direction of chakra concentration were as clear as fireflies in the night. He did not need to foresee the future. He merely had to capture the momentum in the split second before Jishui made a move and respond accordingly. This was a battle that transcended mere vision, a pinnacle duel of insight and perception. Shinshochin's figure surged upward, delivering a powerful downward slash, accompanied by a howling wind that tore through the air, aimed directly at Jishui. This move, grand and sweeping, appeared to expose numerous vulnerabilities. In an instant, Jishui's Sharingan detected at least 3 lethal openings for a counterattack. Without hesitation, he chose the optimal response, slightly angling his body as his kunai, like a venomous serpent, lunged toward Shinshochin's right wrist. This was a strategy to neutralize the threat. If he incapacitated Shinshochin's dominant hand, the contest would conclude. However, just as the kunai was about to graze Shinshochin's wrist, Jishui's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. This was bad. It was a trap, suspended in midair. Senju-chun bore a smile that was chillingly calculated, incongruous with his tender years. His seemingly forceful downward slash was merely a feint. The true lethal strike lay concealed in the kunai held in his other hand. Harnessing the momentum of his descent, he twisted his body midair, his other hand emerging like a specter from beneath his ribcage. The kunai traced a cold arc, aimed directly at Shirsue's exposed right arm, which he had revealed in preparation for a counterattack. It was astonishingly swift. This unexpected maneuver defied the principles of human force exertion, eluding even the foresight of the Sharingan. Shirsue attempted to retreat defensively, but was already a moment too late. A faint sound, reminiscent of flesh tearing, echoed through the air. Time seemed to pause in that instant as the two figures brushed past each other, each landing several meters away. Senju-chun knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Sweat dripping from his hair ends into the dust below, yet he lifted his head, grinning like a child who had just conquered the world. In stark contrast, Shirsue stood rigidly in place. Slowly, he raised his right arm, revealing a neat cut on his deep blue training uniform, crimson blood seeping from the shallow wound, strikingly vivid against the dark fabric. Injured? I, in the state of having activated my Sharingan, have been wounded by a classmate even younger than myself, using mere taijutsu? Shirsue's mind was a blank slate. He stared vacantly at the bloodstain on his arm, then glanced at the boy in the distance, panting yet radiating an astonishing brilliance in his eyes. The foundation of his common sense was collapsing around him. He suddenly recalled hearing a few days prior about that kid from the Hitaki clan, who had transformed entirely after facing Senju-chun, like a tightly wound spring. Rumor had it that he had been defeated by a 5-year-old child, resulting in a severe blow to his pride. At the time, he had dismissed it as an exaggeration. But now he understood. He comprehended Kakashi's feelings completely. This was not merely a shock. It was a disruption, a complete upheaval of all the recognition and pride that a genius like him had built up throughout his life. The person before him was no longer describable by mere talent. Senju-chun observed Shirsue's dazed expression, a silent chuckle bubbling up within him. Excellent. The second step is also complete. To genuinely influence someone, especially a prodigy like Shirsue, mere words and gestures of goodwill are insufficient. One must first gain his absolute acknowledgement through strength. He needed to make it clear that he was not a junior in need of protection, but a peer capable of standing alongside him, even surpassing him. The bloodstain he inflicted today would be the first mark of Senju Chin indelibly etched upon Shirsue's heart. Brother Shirsue, Senju Chin gasped, a tone mingling both pride and exhaustion. I suppose this counts as my victory, right? Chapter 56, Acknowledgement and Breakthrough on the Training Ground. Only the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the slightly hurried breaths of the two boys remained. Uchiha Shirsue stood rigidly, his gaze fixed intensely on the cut in his training uniform. The gash made by the kunai was not deep. The blood oozing from it quickly began to clot. Yet it served as a searing brand upon Shirsue's psyche. He had lost, even after activating the Sharingan, enhancing his dynamic vision and perceptive abilities to their zenith. He had been bested by a 5-year-old child employing the most primal taijutsu and strategy to breach his defenses. That final, earth-shattering maneuver, the hidden strike behind the apparent attack. The illogical mid-air twist, everything had surpassed his understanding of combat. This was not mere technique, it was instinct. A terrifying instinct honed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, driven solely by the desire to win. He slowly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the figure of Senju Chun, half kneeling with his body propped up by a wooden sword, his bangs soaked with sweat, clinging to his forehead. His youthful face pale from exertion. Yet, his dark eyes sparkled like stars tempered by fire, brimming with the unmasked joy of victory and a hint of boastfulness. It was the purest, most radiant expression of a child who had just triumphed in a game. Yet Shirsue could no longer associate him with the term child. Brother Shirsue. Senju Chin's voice was intermittent, raspy from fatigue. I suppose this counts as my victory, right? Shirsue fell silent for a moment. He withdrew his gaze from his arm. The crimson hue fading from his eyes, the 3 tomo vanishing, reverting to his gentle, clear black irises. Yet everyone could see that something within those eyes had irrevocably changed. The ease he'd once possessed, the calmness of a senior, the admiration for his junior, all had transformed into pure gravity and respect. I have lost. Shirsue's voice was soft, yet resoundingly clear. He solemnly inclined his head, which had always been held high, towards Senju Chun. From the beginning, I underestimated you. I apologize for my previous dismissiveness. This was no longer a lesson from a senior to a junior, but rather an acknowledgement of equality, one genius recognizing another. Senju Chun beamed at this moment, rising from the ground with effort, a bashful smile adorning his face as he scratched his head. Speaking in a tone that carried a hint of playfulness, Brother Shirsue, please don't say that. I was merely fortunate. Moreover, you are truly formidable. This demeanor instantly diffused the previously tense atmosphere. Shirsue looked at him, finally revealing a hint of a wry smile. I will keep your truancy a secret. Shirsue stepped forward, his tone softening, yet the equality and respect between them remained steadfast. From now on, do not call me brother. Senju Chin was taken aback. Shirsue extended his hand, ruffling the damp hair on Chin's head, his gaze unusually earnest. We are comrades and rivals. Let us train together here from now on. Time flowed like a stream through the forest, quietly passing 2 months amidst the daily clashing of weapons. The third training ground had become an exclusive domain for Senju Chun and Uchiha Shirsue. Shirsue had completely set aside all condescension, viewing Senju Chun as an equal adversary. He no longer offered mere guidance. Instead, he poured himself wholeheartedly into each sparring session. The enigmatic footwork of the Shunshin technique, the exquisite maneuvers of the Uchiha-style taijutsu, and even the extreme applications of the Sharingan's perceptive abilities during combat were all shared without reservation. Senju Chun, like an insatiable sponge, absorbed every ounce of pressure Shirsue imposed, transforming it into sustenance for his growth. The insights of Hatake Sakumo's swordsmanship collided, fused, and elevated within the depths of his soul with Uchiha Shirsue's combat style. His blade became increasingly fierce and unpredictable. The progress of both was nothing short of astonishing. Beyond this, Senju Chin's own training never ceased. Sitting cross-legged, he cradled a black rubber ball in his palm, his eyes closed, fully immersing his mind within the confines of his hand. The chakra within him no longer surged with the ferocity it once did. Instead, it transformed into hundreds of obedient streams, precisely directed by his will into the core of the rubber ball. Then it spun, sustained. A low yet high-pitched hum resonated as the once motionless rubber sphere seemed to come alive, spinning violently in his palm. The velocity increased. so rapid that it left trails in the air. Yet, the surface of the rubber ball remained as smooth as ever, showing no signs of damage. Success! Senju Chin abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. The Rasengan, in its second phase, had been mastered. He gradually dispersed the chakra, and the violently spinning rubber ball came to a halt, lying quietly in his palm, warm and serene. Hard work pays off. After months of dedication, he had finally completed the training of the second phase of the Rasengan. Next up was the training for the third phase. The third phase, to shape the intangible chakra in his hand without any external vessel, maintaining that earth-shattering high-speed rotation. He took a deep breath, setting the rubber ball aside. Extending his right hand, he opened his palm, recalling the sensation of gathering chakra from the water ball and the rubber ball. "Here we go," he uttered softly, and chakra surged from within, gathering in his palm. In his perception, a blue energy began to manifest. He struggled to control this energy, attempting to condense it into a sphere and initiate rotation as before. However, a chasm lay between aspiration and reality. Just as the chakra began to gather, before he could command it to spin, it dissipated like grains of sand slipping through his fingers, vanishing without a trace. Again, Senju Chin refused to succumb to despair and summoned his chakra once more. This time, he first attempted to initiate rotation. A small chakra whirlwind formed in his palm, even generating a faint airflow. A glimmer of hope surged within him. He quickly attempted to compress this whirlwind into a spherical shape. But at the moment he exerted his will to condense it, the precarious balance of rotation was shattered. With a soft pop, the chakra whirlwind in his palm collapsed, scattering into specks of blue light that disappeared into the air. Failure. Again. Failure. Again. 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 The same scene unfolded throughout the afternoon. Chakra gathered time and again, only to dissipate repeatedly. His palm flickered with an unstable blue halo, sometimes swirling chaotically, yet he could not form that perfect, stable sphere. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his complexion paled due to the repeated depletion of chakra. Frustrated, Senju Chun paused to shake his numb right hand. He finally grasped the crux of this step's difficulty. It was a paradox. To maintain form required a stable, inwardly contracting force, yet to generate high-speed rotation demanded a wild, outwardly releasing force. These two utterly opposing natures had to simultaneously act upon a mass of intangible chakra, achieving perfect equilibrium. This was no longer merely about chakra control. It required a mental agility that involved multitasking. He recalled Naruto's solution from the original work, shadow clones. One clone would handle the shape alteration, while another would manage the property change, with the original focusing on output. It was a clever and unique method, exclusive to Uzumaki Naruto. When he returned home that evening, Senju Chin closed his eyes and formed a shadow clone in his room. He instructed the clone to grasp his right hand for assistance. "I'll handle the rotation, and you focus on the condensation." The original Senju Chun issued the command to the clone. All right. Both began to exert their power simultaneously. However, the result was even more disastrous than when he worked alone. Two distinct wills acting upon the same chakra caused not a cooperative force, but rather a violent conflict. Bang! A chaotic explosion of chakra erupted in his palm, sending both him and the shadow clone stumbling backward. This approach won't work. Senju Chun dispelled the shadow clone, massaging his throbbing temples. The memories and fatigue relayed by the clone revealed to him that this path was unfeasible. Naruto succeeded due to his nearly bug-like chakra volume and coordination and instinctive ability. That was a talent unique to the protagonist Naruto, one he could not replicate. The Rasengan, a perfect ninjutsu developed by the Fourth Hokage, should not possess a flaw that required external assistance for execution. What he sought was the most authentic, purest Rasengan. Perhaps through persistent practice, he could eventually succeed, but that would take far too long. He needed to swiftly grasp the third phase by fundamentally understanding the essence of chakra's transformation and property change. He required deeper, more profound knowledge of chakra theory. And within all of Konoha, or even the entire shinobi world, who could rival that individual in the development of ninjutsu and the study of chakra's essence? A pale visage, adorned with a hint of a sinister smile, and serpentine golden vertical pupils slowly materialized in Senju Chen's mind. Chapter 57. The seed planted the clearing in the woods had long since transformed from its appearance 2 months prior. The ground was marred with intersecting scratches, and several robust tree trunks bore deep, uneven marks as though cleaved by blades and axes. This place had become an unspoken arena for two prodigies. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated once more, sparks flying. Senju Chun and Uchiha Shursui, their figures colliding before separating, each leaping backward to land steadily on branches a dozen meters apart, facing off. Shursui's breath was slightly hurried, his Sharingan eyes pinning down the small figure across from him. Devoid of any condescension, replaced instead with the gravity of encountering a worthy opponent. 2 months of sparring had reshaped his understanding of the term genius. Before him stood Senju Chun, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Each time he believed he had glimpsed the extent of his opponent's abilities during their next encounter. Chun would invariably unveil even more cunning, ruthless, and unfathomable techniques. That primal instinct for combat, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter, seemed etched into his very soul, defying rational explanation. Senju Chun exhaled a long breath, his chest rising and falling slightly. He shook his somewhat numb wooden sword, a broad grin of exhilaration lighting up his face, a delight in meeting a true rival. Shursui had become his finest sharpening stone. The insight provided by the Sharingan compelled him to transform the swordsmanship teachings of Kakashi into something entirely his own, moving beyond mere imitation and memory to assimilate and digest the techniques. Let's take a break. Shursui leaped down from the branch, dispelling his Sharingan, the crimson hue fading as he returned to his usual gentle demeanor. Senju Chun also descended, plopping down on the ground and taking several hearty gulps from his water bottle. The forest fell into a brief silence. Only the gentle rustle of the breeze through the treetops could be heard. Shursui. Suddenly, Senju Chun spoke up. He had agreed to Uchiha Shursui's request and no longer referred to him as brother. Shursui turned his head to look at him. Why must we fight? Senju Chun tilted his head back, gazing at him with a child's unique, clear yet somewhat bewildered eyes. Or rather, why must ninjas fight? This question, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples through Shursui's heart. He was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, recalling the answers he had heard since childhood: to protect the village, to uphold the will of fire, to safeguard those who are dear. Because there are things worth protecting. He finally replied, we need strength to defend our home, Konoha. Home. Senju Chun tilted his head, his confusion deepening. But wasn't the Uchiha clan our enemy in the past? How can we now become members of the same family? That is because the first Hokage and our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, shared a common ideal, which led to the establishment of Konoha and the end of the Warring States period. Shursui instinctively answered, his tone laced with reverence for his predecessors. Is that so? Senju Chun lowered his head, murmuring softly, as if to himself. But I've heard the elders in our clan say that the Uchiha are very proud and look down on others. It seems no one dares to play with the Uchiha. The corners of Shursui's mouth stiffened imperceptibly. Senju Chun seemed oblivious to this, continuing in his innocent tone. Shursui, you are the first Uchiha I've met. I think you are very nice and not at all proud. Why do people have that impression? Is it because we were once enemies? This series of questions, like precise surgical knives, cut through the veil of peace that Shursui had long evaded, exposing the undercurrents of reality beneath. The rift between clans and the village. The villagers' awe and distance, the isolation felt by his kin, these were not unknown to him. He had merely chosen to believe in the will of fire, trusting that with enough effort and strength, he could one day bridge the gap between clan and village. But now, these harsh realities were laid bare before him in the most innocent manner by a 5-year-old child. No, Shursui's voice grew hoarse. He ruffled Senju Chun's hair, forcing a somewhat strained smile. Those are misunderstandings. One day, everyone will understand. We are all ninjas of Konoha, all inheritors of the will of fire. The will of fire? Senju Chun looked up, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What is that? Is it like fire, burning away all enemies? No. Shursui immediately countered, his tone unexpectedly grave. The will of fire is about protection. It is about sacrifice. It is the spirit of believing in comrades and safeguarding the village through love. Seeing the unwavering conviction in Shursui's eyes, Senju Chun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh, naive Shursui. You do not yet know the fate that awaits you and the Uchiha clan. What you believe in now may lead you to despair in the future. Shursui, do you know Uncle Shikaku? He also fought to protect the village and his comrades, yet no one recognized him. In the end, Uncle Shikaku took his own life. Do you think he was wrong? Shursui was taken aback by Senju Chun's words. He knew of Hitaki Shikaku's tale and remembered how Senju-chan stood up for him during recess. This was part of why he had taken a liking to Senju-chan. Though he agreed that the clan and village's duties took precedence, he did not dismiss Shikaku as a hero. He saw Shikaku's actions as saving comrades while shouldering the blame alone, sacrificing his life for others, even if the world did not acknowledge it. He believed that if he had been in Shikaku's position, he might have done the same. I believe Hitaki Shikaku is a hero. He sacrificed himself for the lives of his comrades. Isn't that the essence of the will of fire? Uchiha Shisui asserted firmly. Such a response is quintessentially you, Shisui. Senju-chan remarked with a smirk. In the original storyline, you took your own life. Could it be influenced by Shikaku? However, even after Shikaku's death, people's attitudes toward him and the incident remained unchanged. Those who criticized him continued to do so, and even the comrades he saved did not understand him. Besides, Kakashi lost his father. Was what he did truly right? If he had lived, couldn't he have saved more people? Why choose death? Shisui found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond to Senju-chan's inquiries. I don't know. Poor Uchiha Shisui was merely a child just a year or two older than Senju-chan, stunned into silence by the barrage of questions. But the seed had been sown, a seed of doubt, a seed of contemplation. He did not need to find answers now. He merely needed these questions to take root in Shisui's heart. One day, when the stark realities collided violently with the brilliance of ideals, this seed would grow into a towering tree capable of shaking the very foundations of his world. Watching the bewildered Uchiha Shisui, Senju-chan felt an immense sense of joy. Indeed, thoughts must be nurtured from a young age. In the future, I will instill in Shisui the belief that one must live to change the world. Death changes nothing. Perhaps I can alter his tragic fate. Chapter 58. Exchanging knowledge for knowledge. After parting ways with Uchiha Shisui, Senju-chan did not head home immediately. The setting sun stretched his shadow long upon the stone path leading to the village center. He lowered his head, his small hands clenching and unclenching. In his mind lingered the image of Shisui's face, filled with confusion and self-doubt. Uchiha Shisui was a fine uncut gem, kind, pure, steadfast, but it was precisely because of this that any crack in the world he believed in would yield a devastating impact. What he had done today was merely to leave a barely perceptible scratch on this precious stone. A scratch that seemed trivial now but could prove significant when the tides of fate swept over the Uchiha clan in the future. Senju-chan exhaled gently, relegating these profound thoughts to the back of his mind for the moment. There were more pressing issues to address. Rasengan. Senju-chan opened his right hand, feeling a tingling sensation in his palm, a remnant of the pain from the chakra that had gone awry earlier that afternoon. He attempted to gather chakra once more. A blue orb of energy coalesced in his palm, swirling, but it lasted less than 2 seconds before bursting apart with a pop, sending violent gusts of wind that billowed his sleeves. Another failure. The path of Shadow Clone was fundamentally misguided from the outset. It was merely a clever trick employed by Naruto, a chakra monster who relied on the Nine-Tails' infinite reserves to create a technique through sheer numbers. How could the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a talent hailed as extraordinary, develop a technique that necessitated the aid of clones for regular usage? The only explanation was that Minato himself possessed an unparalleled mental fortitude and chakra control, able to simultaneously execute form and rotation. Compress the chakra to its utmost extent while maintaining a spherical form. Simultaneously, allow the internal chakra to spin chaotically at the highest speed. The two tasks are akin to asking an individual to draw a circle with their left hand while sketching a square with their right, all the while ensuring that both are executed flawlessly. Senju-chan considers his chakra manipulation skills to be among the finest of his peers. Yet each attempt to merge these two transformations rends his mental fortitude asunder, culminating in uncontrolled chakra that results in self-inflicted harm. To achieve this feat, he cannot remain in the realm of superficial imitation. He must reach a profound understanding of the principles behind it. He requires theory, knowledge, and a mentor capable of dispelling the fog that shrouds his path. Progressing through trial and error alone would be far too sluggish. In this era, where war may erupt at any moment, slowness equates to demise. Jiraiya, the legendary Sennin, now who knows where he is, indulging in the pleasures of some distant country. Seeking him is akin to scaling the heavens. Minato, he is still preparing to unveil a grand surprise, and he is currently only in the conceptual stage of the Rasengan, progressing at a pace slower than Shin's own. After much contemplation, He realizes that within Konoha, there remains but one individual capable and willing to illuminate his queries. When it comes to the depth of research on forbidden techniques and the essence of chakra, no one rivals Orochimaru. It appears that the time has come to pay a visit to our dear strategic partner. Senju Chin murmurs to himself as he turns into a secluded alleyway. The setting sun casts a warm embrace over the entire village of Konoha. The glow of warm yellow light spills from every household, while the air is infused with the delectable aroma of cooking, accompanied by the distant sounds of children at play, painting a serene and peaceful tableau. Chin navigates through the interstices of light and shadow, opting for narrow, lesser-known paths rather than the broad thoroughfare. The cobblestone path, worn smooth by the passage of time, is flanked by towering walls casting deep shadows that swallow his small figure whole. The village's clamor and warmth seem to be isolated in another realm, leaving only the faint sound of his footsteps on the stones and the melancholic echoes of the wind as it weaves through the alleys. He halts before an inconspicuous, long-abandoned storeroom, overgrown with weeds, its corners piled high with decaying timber that exudes a musty odor. Skillfully, he parts a thicket taller than himself, revealing an iron door nearly camouflaged by vines, almost merging with the wall. Without hesitation, he pushes the door open. Behind it lies a dark staircase that descends into an unfathomable abyss. The cold, damp air greets him, carrying the distinct scent of earth mingled with disinfectant, characteristic of the underground. This is one of the entrances to the root's base, and it serves as the most clandestine contact point he has arranged with Orochimaru. With each step downward, the sounds of the outside world diminish further. Upon reaching the final step, the heavy iron door closes slowly behind him, plunging everything into profound silence. The dim oil lamp casts flickering shadows on the stone walls, elongating the passageway like the gullet of a great beast. Senju Chun walks calmly through the corridor, the sound of his footsteps reverberating in the vast emptiness, sharp and clear. He is acutely aware that he is being observed. That omnipresent gaze, akin to the chilling touch of a serpent's scales against his skin, has adhered to him since the moment he entered this domain. At last, he arrives at the underground chamber where he last met Orochimaru. The latter stands in the shadows, as though he has awaited Chin's arrival for an eternity or perhaps never left at all. Instead of leaning against the wall as before, he stands beside a partially dissected test subject, a bloodied scalpel in hand, examining something with keen interest. The dim light illuminates his pale profile and his golden slit pupils, which glimmer with excitement. "I expected you to wait a few more months before seeking me out." Orochimaru's gravelly voice echoes in the void, resonating with a metallic quality. During this time, there has been no word from Inuzuka. "I did not come to discuss Inuzuka. I wish to request some of your research reports." Senju Chin's voice rings clear, shattering the chill and silence of the chamber. Orochimaru finally sets aside his tools and slowly turns to face him. He extends his long tongue, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, his golden snake-like eyes glinting with unabashed curiosity and intrigue. "Oh, what does our dear young Senju desire this time?" "Your blood is indeed a highly prized commodity," he remarks with a knowing look, his gaze lingering on Chin's fair arms. "I will not provide you with blood this time." Chin shakes his head, unflinching under the weight of Orochimaru's gaze, displaying no trace of the fear expected from a child. "I wish to exchange something else." "What will you offer in exchange?" Orochimaru chuckles, his smile rendering his already pale visage even more sinister. "What else is there within your body, aside from blood and cells, that could pique my interest?" Senju Chin remains unfazed by his words, calmly raising his gaze, his black eyes shining brilliantly in the dim light. "Knowledge, in exchange for knowledge." Chapter 59. Orochimaru's shock. These 4 words cause Orochimaru's smile to freeze instantly. His golden slit pupils widen slightly. "You, a mere 5-year-old child, wish to barter knowledge with me? Have you even grasped the concept of knowledge?" He scoffs. "Your sister Tsunade could make such a claim, but what could a child like you possibly know? Were it not for your surname, I might be tempted to send you flying." Orochimaru takes several deep breaths, reassuring himself that the child's blood still holds value. He must placate him for now. After all, his sister is Tsunade, and he cannot simply resort to overt force. Suppressing the urge to chastise this child for mocking him, he finally manages to rasp out 2 words, his voice even more hoarse than before. "Speak. What kind of knowledge could possibly compare to my research findings?" "I require all your insights into the nature and transformation of chakra as detailed as possible, particularly regarding the perfect fusion of two transformations. Senju states his intentions directly. Orochimaru raises an eyebrow, his interest piqued further. And what knowledge do you propose to offer in return? Lord Orochimaru, I have recently been sparring with members of the Uchiha clan, he states abruptly. Orochimaru remains silent, simply watching him, waiting for further elaboration. Their eyes are quite special. They can see through my movements. Meanwhile, our Senju bodies are unique as well, possessing abundant chakra and vitality. Senju tilts his head, his dark eyes sparkling with innocence as if merely sharing a child's revelation. What do you think would happen if we combine the Uchiha's eyes with our Senju bodies? Would we not become as formidable as the First Hokage? As soon as he utters those words, the air in the underground chamber seems to be sucked away. Indeed, Orochimaru muses, would release in the Sharingan. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He has heard tales of the cataclysmic battle between the First Hokage and the renegade Uchiha Madara, described as capable of obliterating the world. If these two bloodlines could be fused. Previously, he had only secretly researched the wood release with Danzo, but now, with Senju blood, the study of the wood release could advance by leaps and bounds. If he could also incorporate the Uchiha's Sharingan. Orochimaru found himself ensnared within the scene depicted by Senju, and a sense of madness began to envelop him. Is this knowledge sufficient? Senju interrupted Orochimaru's reverie, tilting his face upwards. Coming to his senses, Orochimaru gazed deeply at Senju, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. The Uchiha clan was no mere adversarial ninja. They were an esteemed lineage of Konoha, serving as the village's guardians. Young one, your thoughts are perilous. He emphasized the words esteemed lineage and guardians, as if both a reminder and a warning. Lord Orochimaru, I am merely offering a perspective akin to how I provide you with blood. I never suggested we should eliminate them, Senju replied innocently, his expression unassuming. What the? Orochimaru thought, incredulity surging through him. Did you really just say that? The word eliminate came straight from your lips. Your intentions are practically slapping me in the face. Ever since he orchestrated the false death of Hatake Tsukumo and sent him to the land of rain, Orochimaru had perceived that Senju was not to be underestimated. What performance was he putting on now? The mention of elimination was tantamount to a clear declaration. Orochimaru mused that he understood the Senju faction's long-standing wariness of the Uchiha, or rather, how their faction had always regarded the Uchiha with disdain. Yet how old was this child? Was his political awareness developing too swiftly? Orochimaru looked at the seemingly naive child before him, pondering who had instilled such notions in him. Surely, Tsunade, that big-chested and thoughtless woman, was not the culprit. Could it be the elders of the Senju clan, who were nearing their end? Orochimaru's mind raced, contemplating whether he should bring this to Tsunade's attention. This child's ideas were even more dangerous than his own. Engaging in research, at most, meant secretly capturing a few enemies from rival villages. But this child was daring enough to target a prestigious clan within their own village. If he were to grow unchecked, Konoha could very well be turned upside down. After all, he aspired to be the next Hokage, and the Uchiha clan remained an indispensable force within the village. If the two prominent factions within the village were to become irreparably estranged, it would complicate his future endeavors. With these thoughts in mind, Orochimaru tempered his imposing aura and adopted a tone befitting an elder imparting wisdom. Senju, I understand that there are historical grievances between your clan and the Uchiha, but we are all comrades within the same village. The true foes of Konoha are the other four great ninja villages and the shadowy figures that lurk in the dark. When war looms, the Uchiha will be an essential pillar of strength for our village. We must unite against external threats. He paused, observing the unchanged expression on Senju-san's face, before continuing. If you aspire to become Hokage, you cannot be shackled by your family's biases. Nor should you allow the archaic ideologies of the village's elders to influence you. The Uchiha should not weigh upon your considerations at this stage. After imparting this solemn counsel, he turned and approached a bookshelf in the corner of his laboratory, retrieving a thick, meticulously wrapped scroll, which he tossed to Senju-san. Senju caught the scroll, momentarily stunned by Orochimaru's impassioned speech. Is this truly the same Orochimaru who will one day slay the third Hokage? The one who habitually usurped others' bodies for experiments? He pondered. Uncle Snake, if you have been possessed, blink twice. I was merely contemplating how I would eventually acquire the Sharingan. hoping you could help me test for any adverse reactions or precautions. Why was he suddenly giving me a political lecture? This scroll contains all my research findings thus far. From the foundational theories of chakra to speculations on its properties, and even ideas for developing forbidden techniques. Orochimaru's voice resonated in Senju's ears. Holding the scroll, he felt its weight and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. With that, he made no further delay and turned to retrace his steps through the dark passage. Orochimaru did not impede him but stood in place, watching the small figure vanish into the depths of darkness. Chapter 60. The shadow clone is discovered. 4 months slipped by quietly, like a gentle stream flowing through the woods. The clearing that had once served as the battleground between Senju Seiichin and Uchiha Shisui was now a desolate sight. At that moment, Senju Seiichin stood alone at the center of the clearing, eyes closed and expression focused, his right hand spread wide before his chest. A sphere of blue chakra gathered in his palm, initially just a faint glimmer, but it swiftly expanded, swirling and emitting a low hum. This sound had been his constant companion for 4 long months. The scroll from Orochimaru was a key to the sacred hall of ninjutsu truths. While it did not directly provide the method for mastering the Rasengan, it meticulously delineated the essence of chakra's transformation in form and properties. The contents of the scroll were obscure, profound, and even teeming with wild theories. Yet for Senju Seiichin, who possessed the soul of an adult and memories of the entire Naruto storyline, it was akin to the highest caliber of textbook. Form was the compression of chakra into an exquisitely stable shell. Rotation involved the chaotic, high-velocity flow of chakra within. Dual focus. Over these 4 months, apart from daily training with Kakashi and Might Guy and occasionally engaging in verbal sparring with Shisui, he had immersed himself in the ultimate control of chakra. From directing water to form a whirlpool in his palm to maintaining the stability of a chakra sphere and merging the 2 transformations, he had failed countless times. Enduring the stinging numbness from the backlash of uncontrollable chakra. Buzz. The sound emanating from the chakra sphere in his palm suddenly diminished, shifting from a buzzing to a deep humming. The blue energy was no longer an ethereal illusion, but rather solid as a true glass orb, the turbulent chakra within visible, as if it contained a miniature hurricane. It was accomplished. Senju Seiichin abruptly opened his eyes, the darkness of his pupils reflecting the flawless blue tempest. Without hesitation, he exerted force beneath him, transforming into a blur as he charged toward a massive tree nearby. Rasengan. With a fervent exclamation, he slammed the orb of devastating power against the rough bark of the tree. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the unsettling sound of sizzling. The moment the Rasengan made contact with the tree trunk, its ferocious rotational force tore and ground it down, rendering the once sturdy wooden structure as fragile as tofu. Amidst the flying wood shavings, a gaping spiral void was forcibly drilled into the trunk. Senju Seiichin withdrew his hand, gazing at his creation, exhaling a long, relieved breath. The lingering heat from the rapidly spinning chakra still resided in his palm, yet within him, a profound calmness prevailed. An A-rank ninjutsu had finally been mastered. This was the first technique he had learned from scratch since his reincarnation. Indeed, this was a skill he could wield for a lifetime. Finally learned it. He exclaimed inwardly, "Hey, Brother Minato, prepare yourself for the astonishment that a genius will bring." He thought, "Now, let's try again, Rasengan." At the Konoha Ninja Academy's training ground, the afternoon sun hung lazily in the sky, yet the sounds of children at play showed no sign of abating. This afternoon marked the shuriken throwing class, an exhilarating experience far more engaging for these energetic youngsters than sitting in a classroom absorbing theoretical knowledge. "Look at me. This time, I will hit the bullseye every time," exclaimed a boy with tousled black hair and goggles, exuberantly showcasing his skills to a brown-haired girl beside him. He was none other than Uchiha Obito, often regarded as the underachiever of the Uchiha clan. "Be careful, Obito. Don't throw it into the teacher's flower pot again," the girl gently reminded him. Her name was Rin Noera. "Don't worry, Rin. I'm destined to become Hokage," Obito boasted, thumping his chest with determination. Not far off, a silver-haired boy wearing a mask expressionlessly hurled his shurikens, each one striking the target with pinpoint accuracy, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. He was Hatake Kakashi. In a corner of the training ground, Senju Naruto's shadow clone leaned lazily against a tree. Maintaining this shadow clone consumed minimal energy for him. While his original self was engrossed in intense training, The clone took on the role of a quiet, gifted student at school, preserving his identity as a student while avoiding the waste of precious training time. This clone had been attending school for several months. In just a month, they would be advancing to the 2nd grade. Uchiha Obito, it's your turn, called the Chunin instructor. Coming. Obito eagerly responded, grabbing 3 shurikens and striking what he believed to be an impressively cool pose, casting a glance towards Rin. Taking a deep breath, he launched the shurikens. However, perhaps due to nerves or overexertion, one shuriken veered off course, tracing an erratic arc through the air, and unexpectedly hurtled toward the tree where Naruto's shadow clone was resting. Watch out! Rin cried out in alarm. Naruto, be careful! A worried voice shouted from the crowd. Quick dodge! Another voice urged, panic evident in the tone. All eyes were drawn to this unforeseen turn of events. Obito's face drained of color as he helplessly watched the shuriken hurtle towards the always calm Senju classmate. The shadow clone, leaning against the tree and simulating the release of the Rasengan in his palm, thought to himself that this technique was nearing completion and that he could practice it further to relay the experience back to his original self. Completely oblivious to the impending danger, he remained unaware of the shuriken flying directly at him. Thus, under the horrified gazes of everyone, the shuriken struck the shadow clone's shoulder with a soft thud, embedding itself there. Obito's legs turned to jelly in shock. The Chunin instructor's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang forward to provide assistance. The classmates, particularly the girls who harbored secret crushes on Naruto, were aghast, their faces paling, and screams erupted. However, contrary to the anticipated scene of bloodshed, a different spectacle unfolded. Just as everyone prepared to intervene amidst the chaos, the shadow clone, struck by the shuriken, suddenly swayed. And then bang! A soft sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed through the air. The entire form of Naruto vanished in a puff of white smoke, dissipating into the atmosphere. The offending shuriken, now devoid of its target, clattered to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the training ground, the rustling of the wind through the leaves creating an eerily clear sound. All were left in a state of shock. Obito gaped, his eyes wide behind his goggles, while Rin covered her mouth, disbelief etched across her features. Even the usually stoic Kakashi displayed an expression of astonishment. Where did he go? How could a living person turn to smoke? It's over. I've obliterated Naruto. Obito sank to the ground, overwhelmed with despair at the thought of what had transpired. The Chunin instructor's throat bobbed nervously as he fixed his gaze on the last wisps of smoke that had not yet fully dissipated, uttering a term in a dazed, incredulous tone, shadow clone jutsu. That phrase detonated in the minds of all the children like a thunderclap. Shadow clone. Wasn't he that a high-level ninjutsu reserved for upperclassmen or even graduated ninjas? The Naruto they shared classes, meals, and training with was merely a shadow clone? Shadow clone. So I didn't kill anyone? Obito exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over him as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. But what about his original self? Someone suddenly interjected. At that question, an oppressive silence fell upon the group. The realization hit them with a force far greater than witnessing Naruto's injury. While they struggled with the basic techniques of the three-body technique, their classmate Naruto had been skillfully employing a B-rank ninjutsu to masquerade as him at school for months. Was this the chasm that separated genius from the rest? After a brief, stunned silence, the training ground erupted into a cacophony of excitement. My goodness, it's the shadow clone. I always thought Naruto was impressive, but I had no idea he was this formidable. No wonder he's always so quiet. He's been using a clone. A mixture of awe, admiration, and envy surged through the crowd, swiftly replacing the earlier concern for Naruto's well-being with astonishment at his remarkable abilities. The Chunin instructor pressed his forehead, feeling his worldview shatter. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. This incident exceeded the capacity of an ordinary teacher to manage. Approaching the now petrified Obito, he patted his shoulder and, in an unprecedentedly serious tone, addressed the entire class. No one is to speak of today's events. Now, everyone disperse. Class dismissed. With that, he turned on his heel and strode towards the office, fully aware that he must report this incident immediately and inform Naruto's guardian without delay. Chapter 61. The iron fist of the sister deep within the forest. The air was still tinged with the scorching essence left by the violent swirling of chakra. Naruto prepared to condense the Rasengan once more, yet suddenly, An overwhelming and chaotic torrent of memories surged into his mind without warning. The raucous laughter of children, the piercing whistle of flying shurikens, Edo's pale face, and finally, the image of the shadow clone bursting into white smoke. Oh no, this has gone awry. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically as the chakra ball he had just gathered dissipated instantly. He raised his head sharply, gazing in the direction of Konoha. His brow furrowed in concern. The shattering of the shadow clone could have significant implications. On one hand, it could be dismissed as a mere prank of a student skipping class. On the other, it could be a grave matter involving a 5-year-old child proficiently wielding B-rank ninjutsu to deceive the school for months, potentially alarming the Hokage. Most importantly, Tsunade's temper. Just the thought of her explosive anger sent chills down Naruto's spine. He dared not delay any longer. Immediately halting his training and swiftly bounding through the trees towards home. He needed to devise a flawless explanation before Tsunade could erupt in fury. In Konoha village, on Short Book Street, this place was a gambler's paradise and a den of vice that sane individuals avoided at all costs. In the grandest of casinos, enveloped in swirling smoke and cacophonous chatter, the crisp sound of dice clattering against the walls of their cup, the dull thud of pai gow tiles striking the table, and the exuberant or frustrated shouts of gamblers intertwined, forming a chaotic and frenzied symphony. Open, 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 big, big, big. A golden-haired figure is hunched over the gambling table, her eyes bloodshot, fixating intently on the dealer's cup, as if she could incinerate it with her gaze. This is one of the legendary 3 shinobi, the infamous big fat sheep, Tsunade Senju. Her chips have dwindled to almost nothing. With a sharp clap, the cup is revealed, showing 3 glaring ones. A leopard. Total annihilation. The dealer announces impassively, expertly sweeping away the last of Tsunade's chips. Bastard. Tsunade slams her fist onto the table, leaving a shallow imprint in the hardwood. One more round. I will recover my losses. The surrounding gamblers are unfazed, with some even stifling chuckles. Everyone knows that this perennial loser, Tsunade, is a favored patron of the casino. Just as she prepares to wager her entire fortune, a shadow appears unexpectedly behind her. Lady Tsunade. A figure clad in an animal mask kneels, his voice low and urgent. The din of the casino seems to fade, isolated by the chilling aura he exudes. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Tsunade snaps, her eyes still wild with the thrill of gambling. The masked figure disregards her tone, leaning closer to whisper a few hurried words only the two can hear. In an instant, Tsunade's demeanor freezes. The intoxication and fervor of a gambler drain from her face, replaced by a pallor of terror. What did you say, little Chihiro? She abruptly rises, knocking over the chair behind her, startling everyone in the casino. The masked operative speaks softly. The specifics are unclear, but it appears he has vanished. The word vanished strikes Tsunade like a sledgehammer to her heart. Images of Shinju's cold corpse and the bloodied visage of Dan flash through her mind, evoking a deep-seated fear that nearly overwhelms her. Chihiro. With no regard for anything else, Tsunade becomes a blur, crashing through the casino walls as she bolts toward the ninja academy. The streets are thrown into chaos. When Tsunade storms into the school like a tempest, she learns from a shaken Chunin teacher that Senju Chihiro was merely a shadow clone that had been dispelled, while his true self was unharmed. Finally, her heart, which felt as if it would leap from her chest, finds some semblance of calm. Then, an overwhelming rage surges through her, threatening to erupt. You little brat. How dare you use a shadow clone to attend school? Tsunade grits her teeth, turning on her heel and racing home. With a resounding crash, she kicks open the door, splintering wood flying everywhere. Senju Chihiro sits in the living room, engrossed in a book titled Fundamentals of Chakra Theory. Hearing the commotion, he looks up, a mixture of innocence and confusion on his face. Sister, you're back? What's with the door? Before he can finish, a large hand seizes his ear. Ouch! 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 Chihiro cries as Tsunade yanks him up from the floor, her beautiful face twisted with rage, her bosom heaving, reflecting her tumultuous emotions. Senju Chihiro, she exclaims, enunciating each word through clenched teeth. You've certainly grown bold. Using the shadow clone technique to go to school? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Thinking you were in trouble again. Her voice trembles with an undercurrent of fear as she finishes. Chihiro, sensing the tension, feigns a pitiful expression, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister, I'm sorry. What did you do wrong? Tsunade bellows, I shouldn't have used a shadow clone for school. Chihiro mumbles, his small fingers nervously entwined. But the things we learn at school are really too simple. Simple? Tsunade scoffs incredulously. You've barely been in school long enough to claim that. But really, Chihiro insists, his earnest black eyes glistening with sincerity. I wanted to save some time to train. I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect you. The words protect you strike Tsunade like a precise incantation, piercing her heart's softest spot. The grip on her brother's ear loosens unconsciously. The image of this small child, vowing to protect her, melds with the faces of those she has lost. And the anger within her is doused like a fire quenched with cold water. Yet, she maintains a stern facade, skeptically asking, "So, you've mastered everything the school teaches?" "I've truly mastered it all." Chihiro hastily nods, fearful of her disbelief. Tsunade releases him, casting a dubious glance his way before rifling through his backpack for his ninjutsu theory and history textbooks. "All right, I'll test you today. If you can't answer, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." She flips to a page, pointing at a diagram on chakra refinement. "Now tell me, what are the 3 key elements in refining chakra?" "Balancing mental energy with physical energy, maintaining stable control of energy flow, and concentrating willpower," Chihiro replies fluidly, without hesitation. Tsunade pauses, taken aback. His answer is more precise than the textbook's standard explanation. Undeterred, she flips to another page, pointing at a hand sign for the body flicker technique. "What is the flow and change of chakra during the hand sign for the shadow clone technique?" This question exceeds the usual curriculum, typically reserved for advanced jonin. Yet, Chihiro tilts his head thoughtfully, then answers clearly. The hand sign is crucial for guiding chakra to distribute evenly throughout the body. Chakra must be released from the dantian in several streams, flowing simultaneously through the meridian system to the limbs and skin, forming a thin chakra membrane at the surface to prepare for subsequent shape formation. This process requires immense control. Otherwise, the clone may become indistinct or fail entirely. Not only did he answer correctly, but he also identified the challenges involved. Tsunade is utterly stunned, gazing at her brother. Then back at the textbook, her previous anger evaporating, replaced by a roaring wave of shock and indescribable joy. Is this truly something a 5-year-old can comprehend? A genius. Her brother is undoubtedly a prodigy. She tosses the book aside and envelopes Chihiro in a tight embrace, rubbing her cheek against his hair, as if trying to meld him into her very being. "Ha! No doubt, you are my little brother, Senju Chihiro. My brother is a genius. The greatest genius in Konoha." Pride, joy, and exhilaration intertwine within her, nearly bringing her to tears of happiness. Chihiro, gasping for breath, secretly sighs in relief within her embrace. The first hurdle has finally been cleared. However, before he can fully relax, a series of loud knocks resound. A steady and powerful knock resonated through the air. The siblings paused in unison, their gazes directed towards the door. A foreign voice called from the outside, respectful yet unmistakably authoritative. "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage commands your presence alongside Senju Tatsu to the Hokage's office immediately." It was a member of the Hokage's guard. Tsunade's smile abruptly vanished, and she exchanged a solemn glance with Tatsu, both sensing the gravity of the situation. The real trouble was only just beginning. Chapter 62. Summoned by the Hokage in the Hokage building's top-floor office, the golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on everything within. Yet, it did little to dispel the heavy atmosphere that lingered in the air. The mingled scents of ancient scrolls and fine tobacco wafted around, a signature aroma of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Portraits of past Hokages adorned the walls, their gazes, particularly those of the first and second Hokages, seemed to pierce through time, silently observing those within the room. Tsunade stood at the center of the office, holding Tatsu's hand in silence. Hiruzen removed his hat, placing it on the desk, revealing a face weathered by time, yet still exuding vigor. He did not look at Tsunade. Instead, his warm gaze rested upon Tatsu, gently tapping his pipe against the ashtray. "Young Tatsu, could you enlighten me as to why you have taken such actions?" His tone was calm, devoid of reproach, akin to an elder inquiring about a younger relative's misstep, tinged with curiosity and exploration. The Chunin instructor standing nearby was now sweating nervously, feeling the weight of the village's highest authority pressing down upon him, his breath becoming noticeably lighter. The second trial had arrived. Tatsu's mind was utterly clear. He understood that the venerable figure before him, known as the strongest Hokage, was anything but the amiable persona he projected. Each of his inquiries could be a potential trap. He peeked out from behind Tsunade, raising his chin to meet the third Hokage's gaze with his own clear, earnest eyes, and reiterated the words he had previously shared with Tsunade. Hokage Grandpa, what they teach us in school is truly far too simple for me. The moment those words escaped his lips, the Chunin instructor's expression turned sour. However, Hiruzen did not react with anger. Instead, he raised an intrigued eyebrow. Oh, too simple, you say? Indeed. Tatsu nodded emphatically, his tone unwavering. I wish to dedicate my time to more meaningful training. Tsunade seized the moment to affirm, Old man, Tatsu speaks the truth. I have asked him, and he has already mastered the foundational theories taught in school. Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, releasing a cloud of white smoke, and within that haze, his eyes grew contemplative. Tsunade, while talent is undoubtedly important, rules must not be disregarded. A 5-year-old child who brazenly deceives the school using the shadow clone technique for months. If this were to become known, it would undermine the school's authority and the village's system. He did not voice the implication that Tatsu's surname, Senju, carried additional weight, but he trusted that Tsunade comprehended the gravity of the matter. Tatsu's heart sank slightly. The old fox was not easily fooled. He was establishing the severity of the situation. Just as Tsunade was about to retort, Hiruzen raised a hand, silencing her. However, he shifted his focus back to Tatsu. The village has always recognized every genius. You claim to have mastered the knowledge taught in school, but words alone will not suffice. He turned to the Chunin instructor, who had remained frozen for quite some time, and ordered, go to the academic office and retrieve a graduation theory exam. Yes, Hokage-sama. The instructor, as if granted a reprieve, promptly turned and departed. Silence enveloped the office once again. Tsunade cast a worried glance at Tatsu, only to find him maintaining an air of calm, as though he were fully prepared for the forthcoming trial. Soon, the Chunin instructor returned, breathless, clutching a sealed exam paper. Hiruzen personally broke the seal and laid the exam before Tatsu on a low table, placing a pen beside it. You have 1 hour. Begin. Understood. Tatsu showed no signs of hesitation as he knelt before the low table and grasped the pen. The only sound in the office was the soft scratching of the pen on paper. Tsunade clenched her fists anxiously, while Hiruzen leisurely prepared fresh tobacco. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the small figure before him. What he witnessed was utter concentration. Tatsu exhibited minimal pauses, seamlessly writing down answers from the very first question. His demeanor resembled that of a scholar transcribing a well-versed manuscript rather than a student answering exam questions. History, tactics, the principles of ninjutsu, and seal analysis. This graduation-level exam was far beyond the scope of a first grader. It contained numerous intricate questions requiring students to possess advanced logical reasoning and substantial knowledge. Yet, for Tatsu, they were as trivial as air. In less than 15 minutes, Tatsu laid down his pen. Hokage Grandpa, I have completed it. Rising, he respectfully handed over the exam paper. The Chunin instructor hurried forward to take it, and the moment his gaze fell upon the answers, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The handwriting was neat, the logic impeccable. Every question was answered correctly, with many responses exceeding the standard answers in depth and precision, addressing the very essence of each query. The instructor stammered, pointing at an additional question at the end. Hokage-sama, look. Hiruzen accepted the exam paper, his eyes falling on the additional question. It pertained to the nature transformation of chakra and contained a subtle logical flaw intended to test the student's reasoning abilities. Yet, in Tatsu's response, he not only expertly sidestepped the trap, but also provided the correct answer, clearly annotating beneath it. The premise of this question contains a paradox. The extreme cutting characteristic of wind-type chakra cannot coexist with the requirement for maintaining the integrity of the target as stated. With a soft clatter, Hiruzen's pipe slipped slightly from his lips. The silence in the office was palpable. The Chunin instructor's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit an egg. Tsunade initially froze before an uncontrollable surge of joy and pride erupted from her chest, like a volcanic eruption. Well, what do you think, old man? Tsunade elevated her chin triumphantly, grinning like a peacock displaying its plumage. I told you my brother is a genius. The greatest talent in Konoha. Hiruzen ignored Tsunade's boastful exclamation, picking up his pipe to relight it, inhaling deeply. Beyond the smoke, his murky old eyes swirled with waves of astonishment. This level of insight and analytical ability surpassed that of the vast majority of elite Chunin in the village. He remained silent for a considerable time, the atmosphere in the office growing increasingly tense. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. I must concede, Tatsu's learning capabilities far exceed my expectations. He regarded Tatsu with an expression of profound complexity. The decision to allow this child to advance his studies was his own, intended to help him integrate into the village and interact with peers, fostering growth within a communal environment to help him alleviate the pain of losing his parents. Simultaneously, this also serves as a safeguard for the child. The wood release is of paramount importance to Konoha, which requires his strength. However, mere strength is insufficient. It is equally vital for him to possess a sense of belonging to this village. It is essential to understand that the school not only imparts fundamental knowledge to the children, but also perpetuates the will of fire, which is interwoven into every moment. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately resolved that it would be best for the child to continue his education at the school for a few more years. He rose from his seat, approached the window, and, with his back turned to the two, gazed down upon Konoha, which resembled a chessboard. Rules are rules. No matter how exceptional one's theoretical knowledge is, it remains mere rhetoric. Ultimately, a ninja's worth is measured by their strength. Since you believe you possess the capability to graduate, then let the graduation assessment serve as your proof. Tsunade furrowed her brows and inquired, the graduation assessment? The three-body technique. That is not suitable for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted her, slowly turning around, his gaze piercing and imbued with the authority and resolve befitting a Hokage. I will arrange for you a special strength evaluation battle. His voice echoed in the spacious office, each word deliberate. Your opponent will be a seasoned jonin. Tsunade's complexion turned pale. You must be out of your mind. He is merely 5 years old. If you can endure for 10 minutes against that jonin without succumbing, or if you can earn the jonin's acknowledgement in any manner, I shall overlook your previous truancy and will grant you the rank of genin on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no heed to Tsunade's protests and fixed his gaze intently on Senju Chihiro. Should you fail, you will publicly acknowledge your mistake regarding your truancy before all your classmates and must diligently complete your studies at the school. Senju Chihiro, do you agree? No way. Old man, you cannot pit a 5-year-old against a jonin. You must be losing your mind. I will never agree to this. Tsunade's chest heaved violently, her body trembling with rage. At this moment, Senju Chihiro circumvented his furious sister and returned to the desk. His small frame stood tall, confronting the immense pressure that accompanied the Hokage's presence. With his head held high, his gaze clear, he met the weathered eyes of the Hokage. Grandpa Hokage, I agree. Chihiro. Tsunade whirled around, her expression one of utter shock and bewilderment. She could not comprehend why he would accept such an outrageous condition. Senju Chihiro averted his gaze from the Hokage and turned to his anxious sister, offering a reassuring smile. His smile was pure and innocent, radiating a maturity and confidence beyond his years. Sister, trust me, he whispered. I can do this. Chapter 63. The trial of the genius. The atmosphere at the Konoha Ninja School's training ground was unusually charged. Today, nearly all of Konoha's high-ranking officials were in attendance. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the highest point, flanked by 2 advisors, Mito Kamen and Tonari Kamachi, their expressions as stern and unyielding as ever. In the shadows, Shimura Danzo concealed himself, revealing only a single, expressionless eye, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku stood prominently, arms crossed, his chin slightly raised, his cold visage betraying no emotion. Behind him stood several elite Uchiha, exuding a calm and powerful presence, their uniforms adorned with the fan emblem, serving as a silent intimidation. Not far away, Hyuga Hizashi maintained a similarly stoic demeanor, his white kimono reflecting the inherent dignity of the clan. He stood silently, his pure white eyes seemingly perceiving every detail of the scene. Nara Shikaku yawned, appearing drowsy as he leaned casually against a tree with his hands in his pockets. The 2 eager onlookers beside him immediately chilled the atmosphere upon arrival. Hey, Shikaku, do you think the cafeteria has good food today? We could go right after the test. Akimichi Choji said, opening a bag of chips and munching loudly. You too. Yamanka Ino interjected, a furrow forming on his brow as he lowered his voice. Mind the occasion. The Hokage is watching. Nara Shikaku glanced at the Hokage above, then surveyed the Uchiha and Hyuga nearby, smirking slightly. They're just putting on a show, Do you really think they're here to watch a bunch of kids playing house? The ninja school had nearly all its teachers and students arranged in the outermost circle. The children chattered excitedly, a mix of anticipation and confusion. Is it really Senju Chihiro? He is going to fight a jonin? This must be a joke. He is only 5. Yuhi Kurenai was anxiously wringing her hands, sweat pooling in her palms, while her companion, Yuhi Red, wore a worried expression. Only Hatake Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets, his silver hair tousled by the wind. He often trained alongside Chihiro and knew of his strength. But today's test would reveal just how formidable he truly was. Yet, the most anxious of all was Tsunade, who clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her beautiful brown eyes were filled with tension and unease, as if she were the one about to take the stage. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Senju Chihiro stood quietly in the center of the training ground, clad in a simple black training outfit and carrying a wooden sword. His petite frame appeared particularly fragile in the expansive arena. His opponent soon entered the arena. A robust man whose physique was not overly muscular, but whose long limbs moved with a steady and powerful grace, exuding the aura of one seasoned by countless battles. It is Lord Sarutobi Yoshinobu, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Sarutobi Yoshinobu, a Konoha elite jonin, was renowned for his extraordinary taijutsu skills and was recognized as a paragon of integrity and determination within the Sarutobi clan, having undertaken numerous high-stakes missions and stained his hands with the blood of enemies. To pit such a pure martial artist against a mere 5-year-old child? Many furrowed their brows, feeling that the third Hokage's decision was rather frivolous, even somewhat cruel. As Sarutobi Yoshinobu approached the center, he bowed respectfully toward the Hokage before turning to face Senju Chihiro. His gaze held no trace of contempt, but rather a seriousness and gravity characteristic of a soldier. Senju Chihiro, I am your opponent, Sarutobi Yoshinobu, he said in a deep voice. The Hokage's orders are to incapacitate you within 10 minutes. I will give it my all. This is both for you and for the respect of the title of ninja. Please, let us engage. Thank you, Lord Yoshinobu, Senju Chihiro replied with a slight bow, his expression remaining obedient. Begin. At the command of the proctor, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next instant, Sarutobi Yoshinobu's figure vanished from sight. There were no hand seals, no violent fluctuations of chakra, only the explosive speed derived from pure physical prowess. Tsunade's heart leaped into her throat. With a dull thud, Sarutobi Yoshinobu reappeared at the spot where Senju Chihiro had just stood, delivering a powerful kick that sent a gust of wind swirling and carved a shallow ditch into the ground. Senju Chihiro barely managed to evade this strike by executing a clumsy roll. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Sarutobi Yoshinobu's onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees, every part of his body transformed into a lethal weapon. He refrained from employing any ninjutsu, relying solely on his superb taijutsu to weave a tightly knit web of attacks. In the training ground, only the agile form of Sarutobi Yoshisuke could be seen darting about, alongside the small figure that, amidst intervals of attack, continually rolled, stumbled, and dodged. He resembled a fragile boat in a tempest, at any moment susceptible to being engulfed by monstrous waves. Indeed, he was merely a child. This was not combat, it was sheer bullying. What was the third Hokage thinking? The murmurs from the onlookers grew louder, with many students from various ninja academies unable to bear the sight and shutting their eyes. My guy was sweating profusely, exclaiming in frustration, "How infuriating! This is utterly unfair. Chen has no opportunity to fight back." Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha furrowed their brows. They observed closely. Although Senju Chen's evasions appeared frantic and perilous, he suffered no substantial harm. Each dodge was executed with minimal movement, evading the most lethal strikes. His mastery of timing and distance was astonishingly precise, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior conserving energy rather than that of a mere child. Was he adapting to his opponent's rhythm? The thought startled even them. At this moment, while Chen's exterior was chaotic, his inner self was enveloped in a chilling calm. How swift! The speed of the Jonin's taijutsu surpassed all his previous expectations. Each attack generated a pressure that stung his skin. His body could not keep pace with his eyes. This was the weight of life and death. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, a perverse exhilaration surged within him. This was the sensation. Only under such extreme duress could his youthful form be pushed to its fullest potential. He was using Sarutobi Yashisuke's onslaught to forcibly enhance his neural response and muscle memory. Striving to acclimate to this level of combat, he was wagering that his body could undergo this transformation before fatigue set in. Sarutobi Yashisuke's rhythm remained unchanged: straight punches, whip kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, a total of 9 actions, followed by a brief pause for breath. Now was the moment. After dodging another fierce downward strike, a barely noticeable pause in Yashisuke's attack presented itself. Rather than retreating, Senju Chun propelled himself forward with the momentum of his roll. This unexpected maneuver momentarily stunned Yashisuke. In that fleeting hesitation, Chun successfully escaped the tempest of his attacks, creating a distance of 10 meters. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He voluntarily disengaged. Senju Chun steadied himself, his chest heaving, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Slowly, he raised his hand and drew forth the wooden sword that had been nestled against his back. Upon seeing the wooden sword, many in the audience burst into laughter. To challenge a jonin with a blunt wooden blade? Was this merely child's play? They perceived Chin's possession of the wooden sword as nothing more than a child's attempt to appear impressive. However, the moment he positioned the sword before him, all laughter ceased abruptly. An indescribable aura erupted from the 5-year-old child. If the previous Senju Chun was a stubborn rock swaying in the storm, he now transformed into a legendary blade being unsheathed. His innocent, clear black eyes had, unbeknownst to anyone, sharpened like an eagle's, devoid of any emotion. His grip on the sword was poised, steady, as if he and the wooden blade had become one. His entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer a naive child, but a true warrior. Sarutobi Yashisuke halted his advance, a serious expression replacing his previous nonchalance. A subtle sense of danger arose from deep within. He sensed a trace of kinship emanating from the child facing him, a quality only possessed by those who had truly treaded the battlefield, taking lives and emerging from the carnage. Chapter 64. The return of Wood released the previously dismissive and entertained expressions on the onlookers' faces now bore a hint of gravity. The wind seemed to still. The chilling, refined aura arising from the 5-year-old was palpable, not an illusion. It enveloped the training ground like an invisible net, rendering the air thick and oppressive. The lethargic demeanor of Nara Shikaku atop the platform vanished without a trace. His half-closed eyes widened in surprise. Beside him, Akimichi Choza halted his munching of chips, allowing crumbs to fall from his mouth. "What a terrifying aura," he remarked. "Did you see that?" Yamashiro Eihi's expression was more serious than ever as he fixed his gaze on the small figure in the arena, his voice hoarse. "That is the aura of a swordsman, one steeped in the art of killing for years. This should not be manifesting in a child." Uchiha Fugaku, arms crossed, instinctively tightened his grip, his deep Sharingan already activated. The crimson tomo slowly spinning as if seeking to pierce through every detail of Senju Chun. From Chin's standard sword stance and fierce presence, he perceived an extreme threat. Only Kakashi Hatake, whose eyes were usually half-lidded, now stared wide-eyed. Others might have merely sensed the aura, but he recognized that deeply familiar essence. That was the initial stance of the Hatake sword style. "Lord Yashisuke, be cautious," Chin's voice rang out, still soft and childlike, yet devoid of emotion. The moment his words fell, he moved. With none of Yashisuke's earth-shattering speed, his steps were light, yet remarkably swift. The small figure left behind an afterimage, the wooden sword slicing through the air soundlessly, aimed stealthily at Yashisuke's throat. Quick, precise, lethal. Yashisuke's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Relying solely on his honed combat instincts, he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack in a bridge-like posture. The tip of the wooden sword grazed his throat, the rush of air sending chills across his skin. That was close. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Senju Chun flicked his wrist, transforming the thrust into a horizontal slash, aimed at his ribs. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, as if practiced 1,000 times. Yashisuke could no longer afford to hold back. He summoned strength from his core, twisting his body mid-air, and pushed off the ground, retreating several meters to finally create distance. He steadied himself, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming at his temples. He regarded the child standing with the sword, his gaze now devoid of any condescension towards a junior, replaced instead with the seriousness and caution befitting an equal. "The Hatake clan's sword technique?" Yashisuke inquired gravely. Senju Chun did not respond. He merely held the wooden sword across his chest, his black eyes calmly observing him, akin to a predator assessing its prey. This body lacked the necessary strength and speed. Shin evaluated coolly. The previous two exchanges, though seemingly perilous, he knew could not inflict harm on a seasoned elite jonin. His only reliance lay in the combat experience gifted to him by the system, alongside an acute understanding of human anatomy. What he aimed to achieve was not merely to defeat his opponent, but to demonstrate his worth within the span of these 10 minutes. At this moment, Sarutobi Yoshinobu ceased his passive defense. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging towards Senju Tatsumi. This time, a faint azure chakra enveloped his fists and feet. Ninjutsu. In the face of an opponent whose speed and strength had surged dramatically, Senju Tatsumi did not retreat but advanced. His diminutive figure swayed like a willow in the wind, and the wooden sword in his hand transformed into countless phantoms, weaving an impenetrable net of blades. The sound of fists colliding with the wooden sword echoed like rain on banana leaves. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone stood mesmerized. On the training ground, the two figures, one large and one small, moved with such swiftness that they were nearly indistinguishable. Sarutobi Yoshinobu's attacks were grand and ferocious, each punch and kick slicing through the air with a deafening roar, showcasing unparalleled might. In contrast, Senju Tatsumi appeared as a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet managing to block and dissipate devastating strikes with his wooden sword at the most critical moments. Each of his defenses struck precisely at the points of force, creating maximum disruption with minimal effort. This was no longer mere technique. It was an art, a lethal art. As Sarutobi Yoshinobu became increasingly alarmed, he recognized that not only was his opponent's swordsmanship exquisite, but the child's calmness was truly terrifying. Regardless of how frenzied his assault became, that child's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond, as if he were a precise, emotionless machine, continuously calculating, analyzing, and responding with the utmost perfection. He even began to feel an illusion that he was not battling a mere 5-year-old child, but engaging in a duel with a master swordsman cloaked in the guise of youth. One who had immersed himself in the art for years. No, this could not continue. An elite jonin being cornered by a 5-year-old wielding a wooden sword would ruin Sarutobi Yoshinobu's reputation. Huh. Sarutobi Yoshinobu bellowed, unleashing his chakra without reservation. His speed and strength surged to unprecedented heights as he threw a punch that produced a sharp, explosive sound in the air. This strike had surpassed the limits of what Senju Tatsumi could handle. Crack! With a sharp sound, the wooden sword in Senju Tatsumi's hand shattered. The violent force of the punch relentlessly surged towards his small chest. Little Tatsumi, Tsunade cried out, her face paling to a ghostly white. It was over. That thought surged in everyone's minds. As they watched the lethal punch hurtling towards Senju Tatsumi, an unexpected expression graced the child's face. Not one of panic, but rather a peculiar, cunning smile, as if he had been awaiting this very moment. At the instant the fist was about to make contact, he released the broken sword handle and, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly formed hand seals. These were not the basic seals taught in ninja school, but rather intricate, ancient ones. Would release, great forced emergence. Accompanied by a youthful yet commanding shout, a transformation occurred. The shattered wooden sword and the splintered wood scattered on the ground seemed to be infused with boundless vitality, rapidly multiplying, twisting, and growing. Boom! Enormous trees, thicker than an adult's thigh, erupted from the ground like ancient serpents awakening, surging skyward. They wrapped around Sarutobi Yoshinobu with an unrelenting ferocity from all directions. This sudden turn of events sent Sarutobi Yoshinobu's heart racing. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The massive trees swiftly ensnared his limbs, waist, and torso, binding him tightly. The terrifying strength within them left no room for resistance against his esteemed body techniques. Even more alarming was the sensation that his chakra was being voraciously absorbed and suppressed by these trees. In the blink of an eye, a renowned elite jonin was completely immobilized in midair. This was the true reason Senju Tatsumi had chosen a wooden sword over a ninja blade. Would release was his ultimate trump card. The entire world seemed to be muted. Inside and outside the training ground, thousands of eyes fixated on the astonishing scene before them. Their minds blank. The wind resumed its flow, lifting the strands of Senju Tatsumi's dark hair and fluttering his simple black training attire. On the high platform, a soft thud echoed as Sarutobi Hiruzen's ever-present pipe slipped from his slightly parted lips, falling to the ground, unnoticed. He abruptly rose from his seat, his wrinkled face displaying unprecedented shock and disarray. This was not a mere bloodline awakening. The child had fully mastered and effortlessly unleashed the wood-release ninjutsu. In the shadows, Danzo Shimura's single eye ignited with a greedy, almost insatiable light, as his bandaged arm trembled violently beneath his wide sleeves from sheer excitement. Uchiha Fugaku's stern demeanor crumbled entirely. It was indeed wood-release. The rumors were true. This child had inherited the bloodline of the First Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan had already activated, veins pronounced around his eyes. He clearly saw the immense and pure life energy, a power unique to that man. In this moment, the bloodline of the Senju clan and the wood-release ninjutsu of the First Hokage once again unfolded before everyone, prompting the higher-ups of Konoha to reminisce about the man revered as the god of shinobi. On the sidelines, Tsunade stared blankly at the scene unfolding, glancing at the bound elite Jonin and then at her little brother, who appeared so insignificant beneath the towering trees. Initially bewildered, an indescribable surge of joy and pride mixed with memories of their bloodline overwhelmed her, washing away all rational thought like a flood breaking through a dam. Tears streamed down her face without warning. Yes, yes, yes. It is the wood release of the First Hokage. A voice, trembling and pitched, erupted into a thunderous roar, reverberating throughout the arena. What? Wood release? Oh my goodness. It truly is wood release. The Senju clan has produced another wood release ninja. The clamor of astonishment and discussion swept through the entire Konoha Ninja Academy like a tsunami. At the center of this noisy maelstrom, Senju Tatsumi remained oblivious. Standing amidst the chaos, his small figure cast a mysterious and formidable silhouette beneath the shadows of the colossal trees. He glanced at Sarutobi Yoshinobu, now completely immobilized and devoid of resistance, and then slowly, calmly turned his gaze towards the high podium where the utterly flustered third Hokage sat. His eyes seemed to silently inquire, "Hokage-sama, am I now worthy of graduation?" Chapter 65. The name of a genius resounds through Konoha silence. The entire training ground, and indeed the entire Konoha Ninja Academy, fell into an eerie stillness. The sound of the wind rustling through the leaves was now as clear as if it were right next to them. Thousands of gazes converged into an invisible torrent, fixated on the extraordinary tableau before them. An elite Jonin, renowned for his physical prowess, found himself ensnared in midair by several robust trees, akin to an object carelessly suspended, rendered utterly incapable of resistance. The cause of this predicament was a diminutive 5-year-old child standing beneath the shadow of a colossal tree, his figure appearing remarkably insignificant. Upon the elevated platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared vacantly at his fallen pipe, his weathered visage, marked by deep wrinkles, betraying an involuntary twitch of his muscles. A myriad of emotions, shock, horror, elation, and anxiety, swirled chaotically in his murky old eyes, ultimately coalescing into an unfathomable vortex. He had contemplated the possibility of Senju Chihiro's victory. He even imagined that the child might employ some unexpected, intricate ninjutsu, or perhaps, through the peculiarities of the Hitaki-style swordsmanship, endure for 10 minutes. Yet, he never anticipated such an outcome, a conclusion reached through a display so brazen, so illogical, and possessing an overwhelming visual impact, thus ending a confrontation marked by a stark disparity in strength. This was not merely the awakening of a bloodline limit. It was a mature and freely wielded would-release ninjutsu. It was the unparalleled power of the man who once quelled chaos and established a village. Revered as the god of shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually straightened his hunched back, segment by segment. He refrained from retrieving his pipe from the ground, instead taking deliberate steps down from the platform. His pace was slow yet profoundly steady, each footfall resonating with the heartbeat of everyone present. He traversed through the crowd and entered the arena, ultimately halting before Senju Chihiro. He gazed down at the child, whose stature barely reached his waist. Those clear, tranquil eyes met his without the triumph of victory or the boastfulness of youth, but rather with an extraordinary serenity, as if anticipating an inevitable outcome. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. His voice, no longer frail, resonated with the authority and strength befitting a Hokage, clearly echoing in every corner of the training ground. I hereby declare the victor of the strength assessment battle to be Senju Chihiro. After a brief pause, His voice rose again, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. From this moment forth, Senju Chihiro has successfully passed the graduation examination and is officially awarded the title of Konoha Genin. Boom. This proclamation struck like a spark igniting oil, instantly setting the entire venue ablaze with fervor. Following a fleeting silence, a cacophony reminiscent of a roaring tide erupted. Good heavens! A 5-year-old Genin. The youngest ever in our village's history. Not just a Genin. Did you not see? That was wood release. The wood release of the First Hokage. The Senju clan has a successor. The murmurs of astonishment and gasps of disbelief coalesced into a tremendous wave of sound, nearly toppling the roof of the ninja school. On the periphery of the crowd, the students of the Ninja Academy were already in an uproar. That guy is a monster. He is simply a freak. Uchiha Obito muttered, his mouth agape, as he felt for the first time that his pride in being the underdog paled in comparison to such absolute talent. Beside him, Noera Rin covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with disbelief. Yet, it was Hatake Kakashi, with his perpetually half-closed eyes, who now stared wide-eyed, fixated on the small figure in the arena. His hands buried in his pockets, nails digging deeply into his palms. Jealousy, a foreign, sharp emotion gnawing at his heart like a venomous serpent, bloomed within him with startling clarity for the first time. Training daily alongside Senju Chihiro, he had always acknowledged the boy's strength, yet he still believed himself to be the most brilliant genius among his peers. However, today, all his pride was shattered by this classmate in a manner he could not fathom. It was not merely a difference in strength. It was as though he had been struck by a dimensional blow from another realm. Meanwhile, the young girls, such as Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, had transformed into starry-eyed admirers. So handsome. Chihiro-kun is amazing. Their cheeks flushed, their gazes towards Senju Chihiro filled with the purest adoration and reverence. Minato, look. Little Chihiro won. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, tugging at the sleeve of her equally excited husband, Namikaze Minato. Senju Chihiro was indeed aware of these gazes. He even offered a sweet, innocent smile in the direction of Yuhi Kurenai, causing her face to redden further. He released the wood release binding on Sarutobi Konohamaru, who fell limply to the ground, assisted by the medical ninjas who had been waiting nearby. Just as he had ensnared Konohamaru, a notification from the system had appeared, but Chihiro merely glanced at it before disregarding it. His limited acquisition points were better spent on steel blades, unless something was significantly beneficial to him. He wouldn't select it casually. A teacher approached him, presenting a pristine ninja headband adorned with the Konoha symbol. Senju Chihiro accepted it, feeling the cool metal in his hands. For him, this headband symbolized not a mere sense of belonging to the village, but a key, one that granted him the right to leave the academy, freely enter and exit the village, access information, and undertake missions. This headband was his key to swiftly harnessing the powers of this world. His gaze drifted over the crowd, landing on a figure at the edge, already teary-eyed. Upon returning to the Senju clan's estate, Tsunade exclaimed joyfully, I knew it. I always knew my brother was the best in the world. She scooped up Senju Chihiro and tossed him into the air, catching him with such strength that he felt as if his very organs were about to shift. Tears of joy streamed down her face, her elation and pride surpassing even her greatest wins in gambling. She held him close, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his small face, completely shedding any semblance of the legendary Sannin's former dignity. Little Chihiro, tell me, what gift do you desire? Anything your sister can procure, I will buy it for you. Tsunade proclaimed grandly. Sister, I don't want anything. Senju Chihiro replied sweetly, shaking his head and reaching out to wipe the tears from her eyes. I just want you to be happy. Those words struck at the softest part of Tsunade's heart. She tightened her embrace around her brother, her overwhelming joy gradually settling into a warmth capable of melting steel. Gazing at his face, which bore a resemblance to the rope tree, yet was even more exquisitely beautiful, she felt the immense void left by the loss of loved ones filled to the brim in that very moment. Fool, Tsunade sniffled, then leaned in closer, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as she whispered, but sister has already prepared a special gift for you, one that I guarantee you will adore. In a few days, you will find out. Senju Chihiro sat cross-legged in his room, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon him. He spread his palm, gazing at the glistening Konoha headband, his earlier innocence and naivety having faded, replaced by a depth and calmness far beyond his years. He began to review the events that had transpired, the exposure of his shadow clone skipping class, the Hokage calling his parents, the theoretical examinations, and finally, the practical battle against a Jonin, culminating in the use of wood release to conclude the remarkable spar. Though it had initially been an accident, the outcome was nothing short of perfect. In Konoha, the surname Senju was both a mark of honor and a shackle. Wood release serves as the key to shatter the shackles that bind him, transforming into the most formidable talisman of protection. Should he exhibit the potential to master wood release flawlessly, he would possess immense political leverage. The third Hokage, in pursuit of the village's stability and future deterrence, would not only refrain from suppressing him, but would also devote resources to safeguard and nurture him. Individuals like Shimura Danzo, no matter how greedy, would dare not act against him openly. This constitutes the protective umbrella he has fashioned for himself. As for the Rasengan, he chose to withhold its use. It remains a card he reserves for the future. Wood release can be regarded as bloodline, talent, and politics, while the Rasengan epitomizes pure personal skill and the pinnacle of technique. Should he employ the Rasengan today, it would transcend mere genius. It is not something a mere child of 56 could invent, regardless of brilliance. Besides, have we not already secured a mentor? We await the teacher's innovation, he chuckled. Becoming a Genin marks his initial step. The subsequent critical choice involves selecting a suitable Jonin mentor. The village will undoubtedly assign him the finest instructor. Yet excellence can be defined in myriad ways. Senju Chiharu requires not merely a caretaker to teach him ninjutsu hand in hand, but a guide who can provide maximum convenience and resources without overly interfering in his personal endeavors. It is imperative to acknowledge that, by virtue of the Senju surname, he can freely choose a mentor of his liking. And it must be of elite Jonin caliber or higher. Those below elite Jonin would not only be unacceptable to him, but also to the elders of the Senju clan. Aside from the Hokage, anyone within the village, should he wish, could present a gift of apprenticeship and approach without fear of rejection. Ultimately, Senju Chiharu resolved to engage in a thorough discussion with his sister before making a decision. Can you guess who will ultimately succeed in becoming Senju Chiharu's mentor? Chapter 66, A Knight of Renown at the Tender Age of 5. Senju Chiharu ascended to the rank of Genin, and in the midst of public attention, news of his remarkable display of wood release, reminiscent of the First Hokage, swept through the village like a tempest, echoing in every corner of Konoha within mere hours after the test concluded. Have you heard? Someone publicly executed wood release ninjutsu. Surely a fabrication, for wood release is the signature technique of Lord Hashirama. No one has wielded it since his passing. It is indeed true. The word has spread that it was the child brought back by Princess Tsunade, that young master of the Senju clan. There lies potential, sharing the Senju bloodline. That is wood release. Once our young master matures, he shall become the next god of ninjas. Who would dare to challenge our Konoha village then? I tell you, I was present at the scene. With a mere gesture, the young master summoned trees that blotted out the sun. Truly magnificent. In the tavern, drunken ninjas boasted wildly about how close they had been to the spectacle. On the streets, housewives whispered to one another, marveling at the mythos surrounding that legendary surname. Meanwhile, those truly entrenched in the vortex of power began to sense a different flavor in this storm. In the Uchiha district, Uchiha Fugaku sat solemnly in the main seat, observing the elders below as they quarreled incessantly. Senju would release, how persistent it is. An elder, his hair grizzled and face lined with deep creases, spoke with a hoarse voice, laced with unabashed animosity. The Hokage faction has always regarded us Uchiha with suspicion, and now we face the emergence of a Senju child wielding wood release. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our clan. The eighth elder speaks too harshly. No one anticipated the rumors were true. That child of the Senju clan could truly utilize wood release. From the other side, a more astute-looking elder stroked his small mustache and countered methodically. However, fortune often lies within misfortune. A 5-year-old child, however gifted, remains but a child. Instead of viewing him as a future adversary, why not cultivate him as a friend, perhaps even an ally? His words sparked a glimmer of realization in many present. Indeed, that child is merely a genin now. If we Uchiha extend our assistance during his growth, even become his mentors, allowing him to feel our clan's goodwill in the future. Foolish. The divide between Senju and Uchiha cannot be bridged by mere kindness. Let us not forget Lord Madara's fate. The clash of threat and allure reverberated within the shrine, two distinct voices colliding fiercely. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, merely listening. His gaze traversed the bickering assembly, settling on a solitary, quiet youth in the corner. The boy possessed slightly wavy black hair and a gentle smile, seemingly detached from the oppressive meeting. "Shursui," Fugaku finally spoke. His voice neither loud nor soft, yet it silenced the cacophony instantly. "Yes, clan leader." Uchiha Shursui stood, bowing in response. "You and that Senju Chiharu are contemporaries. I previously instructed you to observe him closely. What are your thoughts on this Senju Chiharu?" Fugaku's tone revealed no trace of emotion. "Senju Chiharu is a prodigy. I have trained with him. His growth is rapid, and he harbors empathy for Hitaki Kakashi. I believe he is fundamentally a kind-hearted individual." "Kind-hearted, you say?" Fugaku pondered for a moment. "In the future, engage with him more, deepen your friendship. I need to comprehend this child's character, temperament, and his stance towards us Uchiha." "Understood." Shursui nodded resolutely, accepting the command without hesitation. Simultaneously, deep within the earth of Konoha, in the root base, a place perpetually shrouded from sunlight. The air was cold and damp, imbued with a peculiar scent of disinfectant and earth. Shimura Danzo sat alone upon a frigid stone seat, reflecting upon the sudden manifestation of wood release on the school playground. The scene from that moment still stirred unrest within him. The exposed single eye, stripped of daylight's restraint, now gleamed with a near-manic greed and fervor. True would release ninjutsu, and not the chaotic bloodline rampage, but a mature technique that can be controlled with precision. "The glory of the First Hokage shall be revived in my hands," he murmured, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. His bandaged right arm convulsed uncontrollably beneath his ample robes, as if that limb longed for the immense vitality of that force. "Sarutobi, you are too weak. You see him merely as the village's mascot, too timid to wield this power. Only I, Shimura Danzo, comprehend how to maximize the value of this strength. For the sake of Konoha, even the darkest methods become necessary. Come forth." A figure clad in a mask appeared behind him like a specter, kneeling on one knee. "Initiate the new sapling project. I demand all intelligence regarding Senju Chiharu, including what he eats daily, whom he meets, and what he says. Additionally, seek an opportune moment. I wish to meet him in person." Yes. Far away in the land of water, at an open-air hot spring inn, a small toad appeared out of thin air, delivering a sealed message. Jiraiya, leisurely soaking in the hot spring while gathering materials, lazily reached out to accept it. As he unfurled the scroll and cast his gaze over its contents, the cynical smile that adorned his face gradually solidified. The prodigious descendant of the Senju clan, at 5 years old, demonstrated a wood release technique that subdued the elite jonin, Sarutobi Yoshinobu. Jiraiya abruptly rose from the hot spring, droplets of water cascading down his robust chest. He recalled the vague prophecy of the great toad sage from Miyaboku Mountain, a child of prophecy who will guide the transformation, bringing peace to the entire shinobi world. Before encountering Senju Tsubasa, he had believed this prophecy referred to Nagato, whom he had once mentored, or perhaps his promising disciple, Minato. Yet, the emergence of a child bearing the bloodline and power of the First Hokage rendered the prophecy enigmatic. Even if Tsubasa were not the prophesied child, his innate talent and strength must not be misdirected. It seemed the time had come for a return. Jiraiya murmured to himself, a newfound seriousness overtaking his gaze as he reminisced about the moment he and Tsunade found the child, and all the moments spent with him at Tsunade's home. Such a disciple, I cannot allow him to be claimed by another. Chapter 67. The battle for mentorship. Amidst the tumult outside, Senju Tsubasa was far from oblivious. The depths of Konoha had begun to ripple with the disturbances he had caused. From this day forth, he would no longer be the burden that Tsunade fought to protect. He had acquired the strength to safeguard himself and even influence the decisions of Konoha's upper echelons. Though this piece on the chessboard was still small, its significance could no longer be overlooked. "Little Tsubasa, are you awake?" The door creaked open, revealing a voice imbued with a blend of laziness and concern. Tsunade entered, cradling a cup of warm milk. She had changed out of her tight-fitting combat attire into a loose, comfortable kimono, her golden hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding a softer charm than her usual commanding presence. She appeared somewhat weary, with faint shadows beneath her eyes. The contemplative look in Tsubasa's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by the expression of one just awakening. He tilted his head and called out, "Sister, good morning. Are you still excited about yesterday's events? Tsunade chuckled as she handed him the warm milk and sat on the edge of the bed, her large hand instinctively ruffling his soft black hair. Yes, Tsubasa nodded, sipping from the cup, the warmth soothing his throat and dispelling the last traces of morning chill. Today, the old man summoned me. Tsunade's smile faded, her demeanor turning serious. Regarding your mentor, he provided a list. As she spoke, she retrieved a thick stack of documents from her ninja tool pouch and placed it with a thud on the bedside table, causing Tsubasa's eyelids to flutter. I just went through it. There are some individuals I need to discuss with you, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Tsubasa picked up the stack, feeling its weight, and upon a cursory glance, he estimated there were at least 20 or 30 personal profiles. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. So many people want to be my teacher? Am I being treated like a coveted prize? Tsunade observed his astonishment and let out a derisive laugh, her tone laced with mockery. Surprised? You are quite the catch now. A descendant of the Senju, awakened with the first Hokages would release. Many aspire to mentor you. And this list has been filtered by the old man himself. She pointed casually at the documents. Look here, this is Hyuga Tenkai from the Hyuga clan, an elite jonin. This one is Sarutobi Tsukikage, an established elite jonin from the Sarutobi clan. Tsunade extracted one profile and disdainfully tossed it aside. The one from the Shimura clan is likely a spy dispatched by that old coot Danzo. Her tone was calm, yet Tsubasa detected an undercurrent of coldness. Most of these individuals do not genuinely wish to teach you. They merely seek to gain something from you. Tsunade leaned back, resting against the headboard, her arms crossed, her demeanor reverting to that of one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Thus, selecting a mentor is not merely about choosing someone to instruct you in ninjutsu. It is also about choosing an alliance and determining your future path. Tsubasa silently perused the documents, lost in thought. He recognized several familiar names, such as Sarutobi Shinosuke, Asuma's elder brother, known for his steadiness as a jonin, alongside many unfamiliar names, each boasting impressive credentials. He understood Tsunade's words held truth. This list resembled a bidding proposal from the various factions within Konoha. In the quiet room, the only sound was the rustling of paper. After some time, Tsubasa lifted his head, maintaining an expression of innocent curiosity as he closed the documents and gazed earnestly at Tsunade. Sister, is there someone among these that you wish for me to choose? The choice of a mentor is crucial to your future development. It should not be overlooked. Come, you should also review these profiles of your seniors. She pointed to two documents he had been examining. These two are esteemed elite jonin, Sarutobi Yamabuki and Inuzuka Hashin. They excel in various elemental techniques and would surely have no issues guiding you, as they are both part of our Senju lineage. Additionally, Jiraiya has also expressed a desire to become your mentor, and there is an elder from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sakura, who applied as well. But his application was rejected by the Elder Council. By the way, look here, your brother Minato has been recommended by the elders as well. So Tsubasa, who do you wish to have as your mentor? Tsubasa surveyed the thick stack of personnel information, suddenly feeling akin to a company executive recruiting employees. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded the resumes. They were treasures indeed. Even if he did not select them, forging good relations with these individuals was imperative, for they constituted the creme de la creme of Konoha's elite. Their abilities, connections, and status were undeniably among the top tier. Observing Tsubasa peruse the documents, Tsunade's tone carried a hint of hesitation and complexity. Personally, I would recommend you choose Jiraiya. Though he often appears frivolous and lacks seriousness, his strength is beyond question, and his experience is vast. Moreover, he is a companion of mine and will undoubtedly treat you sincerely. Though Jiraiya may seem unreliable at times, his capabilities are indisputable. Given our connection, he would certainly ensure your safety. Now that he has a little brother, she would not want a repeat of what happened with Shinjutsu. That outcome is one she could not bear to accept. Another unspoken reason lingered in her thoughts. Jiraiya was also a disciple of the third Hokage. Choosing him would mean that if Tsubasa aspired to become Hokage in the future, the dual labels of Senju clan and the Hokage's direct lineage would serve as his greatest advantages. Though she had grown somewhat disillusioned with Konoha, it remained the village her grandfather founded, and Tsubasa was the only male heir of their clan, which naturally led her to consider her brother's future. Tsubasa listened attentively to Tsunade's words, finishing the last sip of milk before placing the cup on the bedside table. He lifted his gaze, setting down the hefty stack of personnel files. Looking at Tsunade, he slowly shook his head. Sister, I do not wish to select any of these individuals. Huh. Tsunade paused, taken aback. Then who do you wish to choose? You may propose any mentor of elite jonin rank or above in the village. Tsubasa's gaze drifted past the window, directed towards the center of the village, where the Hokage rock stood. Hidden within its depths lay a cold and shadowy laboratory. He turned back to Tsunade and uttered a name that took her completely by surprise. Sister, I wish to choose Lord Orochimaru as my mentor. At that moment, the air itself seemed to solidify upon Tsubasa's utterance of the name. The lazy smile on Tsunade's face froze, and her hand holding the milk cup paused midair, as if she were questioning whether her ears were deceiving her due to a lingering hangover. Who? She reflexively inquired, her beautiful amber eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Lord Orochimaru, Senju Chiharu repeated, his voice still that soft, childlike tone, his gaze clear and innocent, as if discussing something entirely ordinary. Tsunade slowly set down her cup, which made a gentle sound as it met the table. She leaned in closer, scrutinizing her younger brother as if seeking some clue from his innocent face. Orochimaru? The name swirled in Tsunade's mind. She could not fathom why Chiharu would suggest such a thing. In her memory, her brother rarely ventured beyond the confines of the ninja school. It was inconceivable that he would have any interaction with a companion who spent most of his time in laboratories or undertaking perilous missions. Jiraiya was one thing. That guy had thick skin and often came over to mooch food, becoming familiar with Chiharu. Minato was similar, as Jiraiya's disciple who occasionally dropped by, his gentle demeanor making him likable to children. But Orochimaru? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Though he was renowned alongside herself and Jiraiya as one of the legendary Sannin and a favored pupil of their teacher, his cold, snake-like demeanor radiated an aura that repelled others. Not only children, but even most adult ninjas in the village kept their distance from him. How could Chiharu think to choose him? Chiharu, have you met Orochimaru? Tsunade's voice bore a hint of testing. No, Senju Chiharu shook his head, a look of innocent yearning gracing his face. But I have heard the teachers at school speak of him. He tilted his head, his dark eyes sparkling with curiosity, his tone naive yet filled with admiration. The teachers say that Lord Orochimaru is a rare genius in Konoha, the most formidable in the development and research of ninjutsu, having created many powerful techniques. Moreover, he is a powerful ninja, renowned alongside my sister as one of the legendary Sannin. Chiharu extended his small hand, palm upward, as a small cluster of vibrant green sprouts slowly emerged, brimming with the essence of life. Sister, look, while my wood release is impressive, I do not fully understand its principles. I want to study it like Lord Orochimaru, comprehend it, and then create more advanced wood release techniques. I feel that his insatiable thirst for knowledge resonates with me. Tsunade observed the vibrant green in her brother's palm and then looked into his eyes, which sparkled with curiosity and admiration, and her doubts began to dissipate. So this is it, an appreciation between geniuses? She recalled that Orochimaru indeed engaged in various studies of peculiar ninjutsu and bloodline limits. Chiharu, having awakened the unique wood release, would naturally be curious about his own bloodline, which seemed entirely reasonable. One was eager to explore the mysteries of his own power, while the other sought to uncover all the truths of the world. From this perspective, they were indeed kindred spirits. Furthermore, Orochimaru was her comrade, and a bond forged through life and death. Despite his eccentric personality, he was a genius, and having grown up together, Tsunade trusted his character and strength. To have him guide Chiharu would undoubtedly be far superior to any ordinary jonin who merely followed a rote teaching approach. Yet, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort within her. Chiharu, observing the fluctuating emotions on Tsunade's face, remained steadfast. He certainly would not reveal his true thoughts to her. Choosing Uncle Snake was a crucial step he had contemplated thoroughly for his own future. The first and most vital point, freedom. Jiraiya? While knowledgeable, he was undoubtedly the type to teach hands-on, and his obsession with the prophecy of the Child of Destiny could lead to countless troublesome situations. He did not wish to be under constant scrutiny while being lectured on love and peace. Minato? His righteousness and fervor for the will of fire would restrict many of his actions. In contrast, Orochimaru was entirely different. Uncle Snake's core pursuits were solely knowledge and immortality. He was preoccupied with his secret experiments and missions, leaving no time to play the role of a caretaker. All he needed was a nominal disciple, a stable source of Senju cells, and would release data for research. Based on this, Chiharu was confident that Orochimaru would not refuse him. Moreover, this arrangement suited Chiharu perfectly, allowing him the maximum freedom he desired. The second point was resources. As a time traveler from the 21st century, steeped in the belief that technology is the primary productive force, Chiharu understood the significance of technical data better than anyone else. Orochimaru's laboratory was the pinnacle of biological technology research in this ninja world. From cell cloning and gene fusion to forbidden technique development, Uncle Snake's research far outpaced the era. If he became his disciple, it would be akin to acquiring a VIP pass to the Research Institute. A slight smile unconsciously crept onto Chiharu's lips. At present, Uncle Snake had not yet defected due to the discovery of his forbidden techniques, and his thoughts had not become overly extreme or fanatical. Perhaps, under the influence of his disciple, who possessed a vision beyond the times, he could be guided toward a brighter scientific path. Imagine an army of clones, genetic modifications, all serving his cause, or rather, serving Konoha, the first Great Snake Nobel Prize winner. Just the thought was exhilarating. The third point was strategy. The connection to Hatake Tsukumo required Orochimaru to act as a bridge. By becoming his disciple, Chiharu could discreetly issue certain commands to the late White Fang, making everything appear legitimate and minimizing suspicion. This essential piece on the chessboard must be held firmly in hand. Moreover, one must note that Orochimaru still harbored dreams of becoming Hokage and had even hinted at wanting Chiharu to succeed him. Thus, at this stage, Orochimaru would pose no threat to him. In summary, Orochimaru was undeniably the most perfect choice for a mentor at this moment. Furthermore, even if Orochimaru were to defect in the future with the Senju surname and would release, how could the higher-ups in Konoha suppress him? Sister, is it not possible? Chiharu noticed Tsunade's prolonged silence and gently tugged at her sleeve, his small face displaying a hint of anxiety and disappointment. If it was too difficult for her, he would defer to her arrangement. His appearance, cautious yet feigning maturity, instantly struck a chord in Tsunade's heart. Who said it was difficult? Tsunade immediately snapped back to reality, pulling him into her embrace, rubbing her cheek against his hair, and boldly declaring, "What's the big deal about Orochimaru? If he dares to refuse, I'll dismantle his laboratory. Whatever little Chiharu wants to choose, he shall choose. This matter is on me." The tiny discomfort in her heart was instantly cast aside in the face of her brother's forlorn expression. Protecting him and fulfilling all his wishes was of utmost importance. Moreover, she secretly resolved to keep a closer eye on Orochimaru's teaching progress, ensuring he did not lead her beloved younger brother astray. Ultimately, through Tsunade's strong recommendation and Senju Chihiro's unwavering determination, this unexpected request for a mentor found its way to the desk of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the name inscribed upon the scroll, taking another drag from his pipe, the smoke curling and obscuring his profoundly expressive visage. Orochimaru and Senju Chihiro, two individuals he had the highest hopes for within the village, were to be united. He had always regarded Orochimaru with great favor, harboring immense expectations for him. Sarutobi approved of Chihiro's choice of Orochimaru as a mentor. This was likely a suggestion from Tsunade. She was well aware of Orochimaru's capabilities, and both were her disciples and comrades in arms, with trust firmly established between them. Following the deaths of Shinjuro and Kato, Tsunade had gradually distanced herself from the village, and this incident pertaining to Chihiro had provided the higher-ups of Konoha a glimpse of her allegiance and stance. Consequently, Chihiro would now be considered his grand disciple. And with both remaining members of the Senju clan being his own, one a disciple and the other a grand disciple, his influence within the village would undoubtedly be strengthened. In that moment, Sarutobi silently acquiesced to the mentorship request. Beside him, Danzo and the two elder advisors fell into a contemplative silence. A fleeting shadow passed through Danzo's lone eye. He had intended to incorporate Chihiro into the root training system, but had not anticipated Orochimaru's preemptive action. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi tapped his pipe against the ashtray. Very well. He spoke slowly, acknowledging that Orochimaru's expertise in ninjutsu research was indeed unparalleled within the village. Entrusting Chihiro to him for the exploration of Wood Release's potential was the most prudent choice. This decision was a twofold victory. It would maximize the development of Wood Release's value while utilizing Chihiro's direct lineage to fortify his own authority. The order was swiftly authorized. In the cold, damp underground laboratory, various glass vessels bubbled with eerie liquids. "Lord Orochimaru, This is from the Hokage. An Umbu ninja emerged silently from the shadows, presenting a scroll of appointment to Orochimaru. Setting aside his scalpel, Orochimaru's pale fingers elegantly unfurled the scroll. Upon discerning the information it contained, his golden-slitted eyes narrowed slightly. Moments later, a hoarse, deep chuckle reverberated through the cavernous laboratory, sending a chilling aura throughout. Hee. A disquieting smile blossomed on Orochimaru's pallid face as he extended his long, serpentine tongue to languidly lick his lips. Oh, that intriguing little fellow has specifically requested me as his mentor. Excitement and curiosity sparkled in his eyes, as if he beheld the most exquisite experimental subject arriving at his doorstep. Little one, being my disciple is not an easy endeavor. Chapter 69. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple in a clandestine underground laboratory within Konoha village. The air was saturated with a peculiar amalgamation of formaldehyde and earth, creating an unsettling atmosphere that was cold and damp. Under the dim yellow light, immense glass jars loomed in the darkness, each containing bizarre biological tissues, and some even bore a resemblance to human organs. This was Orochimaru's secret laboratory, a forbidden realm that an ordinary ninja could never hope to enter. At this moment, Senju Chihiro stood amidst this setting, curiously surveying his surroundings. He displayed no signs of fear or discomfort. Instead, his deep, dark eyes sparkled with an inquisitive and excited glimmer, reminiscent of a child who had stumbled upon a candy house. Hee, little one, why have you chosen me? Surely, those other elite jonin would be more suitable? I have heard many are eager to become your mentor. A hoarse, low voice emerged from the depths of the laboratory as Orochimaru, clad in a white research coat, stepped forth from behind a row of experimental apparatus. His golden, slitted pupils, under the dim light, bore an unsettling intensity, unwaveringly fixed upon Chihiro. Because in the exploration of ninjutsu and life, you have traversed farther than they ever could. Chihiro tilted his head, donning an innocent smile. Teacher, you once mentioned that I should succeed you. It is only natural for a disciple to take the place of their master, is it not? The term teacher elicited a peculiar smile from Orochimaru, while the notion of a disciple succeeding their master resonated deeply within him. As the third Hokage's disciple, according to Chihiro's reasoning, his succession to the fourth Hokage was only logical. He found no fault in this reasoning. It aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Approaching Chihiro, he slowly met his gaze. Haha, you are correct. Orochimaru regarded Chihiro with satisfaction before shifting the subject. Little Chihiro, what do you believe is the meaning of life? So now he was little Chihiro, was he? Chihiro internally scoffed, but outwardly presented a befuddled expression befitting his age. He tilted his head, pondering earnestly, then replied in a youthful yet remarkably serious tone, I do not comprehend profound philosophies. However, I believe the meaning of life is to continuously grow stronger, strong enough to protect those we wish to protect, strong enough to explore all that is unknown. This answer caused a flicker of unusual light to dance in Orochimaru's golden eyes. To protect those we cherish seemed rather juvenile. However, to explore all that is unknown resonated with his own pursuits. This little one, indeed, shared his essence. An excellent response. Rising to his feet, Orochimaru's smile transformed, losing its eerie quality and acquiring a genuine interest. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. However, I shall not instruct you as a conventional schoolteacher would, meticulously guiding you through the basics of ninjutsu. He turned toward a large experimental table, cluttered with intricate surgical instruments and drafts filled with complex formulas. My knowledge resides here. He gestured toward his uniquely extraordinary mind. To learn, you must rely on your own observation, contemplation, and practice. I will provide the finest environment and resources. But how far you advance depends entirely upon you. Yes, teacher. Chihiro nodded vigorously, exuding the enthusiasm of a fan who had just received acknowledgement from their idol. Internally, he rejoiced. Yes, that is precisely it. Please do not interfere with my endeavors. A hands-off approach is the best guidance for me. You pursue your immortality while I delve into my enterprises. Our paths shall remain perfectly aligned. As a token for your mentorship, Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from the experimental table and tossed it to Chihiro. These are some of my early research notes concerning the efficient utilization of chakra and intriguing summoning contracts. They may assist you in comprehending your wood release. Chihiro accepted the scroll, feeling its weight. He understood its value was likely equivalent to that of any A-rank ninjutsu. Thank you, teacher. And this as well. Orochimaru handed him a uniquely shaped key. This is the key to training ground number 7. Henceforth, it shall be your exclusive training ground. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. You may freely test your ninjutsu there without fear of interruption. Chihiro's heart swelled with joy. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as he was ready to sleep. With a dedicated training ground, his future research on the Rasengan and wood release would be greatly facilitated. Well then, I have said all that needs to be said. Orochimaru appeared somewhat impatient, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away flies. Follow me, he commanded. As my disciple, your first lesson is to understand how ninjas create value for their villages and sustain themselves. Orochimaru led Senju Chihiro through a dimly lit corridor, emerging back into the sunlight, which prompted Chihiro to squint contentedly. The two walked along the bustling streets of Konoha, one tall and cold in demeanor, the other small and adorably innocent, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Soon, they arrived at a building adorned with a mission center sign, teeming with activity. The walls were plastered with various mission requests, ranging from searching for lost pets to escorting merchant caravans, and even assassination missions against foreign dignitaries. The air was thick with the sounds of ninja conversations and debates over task assignments, infused with a sense of lively commerce. Orochimaru, clearly displeased by the cacophony, frowned and led Chihiro directly to a counter. Ah, if it isn't Lord Orochimaru. What brings you here today? A middle-aged ninja behind the counter exclaimed, instantly plastering a sycophantic smile on his face upon recognizing Orochimaru. Register him, my disciple, Senju Chihiro, Orochimaru succinctly instructed. Ah, so this is the legendary young master of the Senju clan. The middle-aged ninja's tone shifted to one of utmost reverence and enthusiasm. I've heard tales of your prowess, defeating Jonin at the tender age of 5. Truly, a hero among youth. Chihiro merely offered a polite smile, remaining silent. The middle-aged ninja swiftly completed the registration for Chihiro as a genin and respectfully inquired, Lord Orochimaru, do you wish to undertake a mission today? Perhaps a B rank, or even an A rank. We have several freshly posted, with generous rewards. He assumed, given Orochimaru's strength combined with Chihiro's lineage, that a B rank mission was only fitting. However, Orochimaru merely cast a cold glance at him. Chihiro, observe carefully, Orochimaru pointed to a designated area on the wall. Here, the missions are categorized by rank, S, A, B, C, D, from highest to lowest. As a freshly graduated genin, regardless of your innate talent, you must begin with the simplest D-rank tasks. He paused, his voice gravelly as he continued. Being a ninja is not solely about combat. Completing these seemingly mundane tasks, accumulating experience, and understanding the workings of the village are also integral to your training. Once you have completed 10 D-rank missions, return to me. With that, he offered Chihiro no opportunity to respond, vanishing in an instant, leaving Chihiro standing alone in a daze. The atmosphere in the mission center lightened considerably in Orochimaru's absence. Lord Chihiro? The middle-aged ninja cautiously regarded him. Shall we look at the D-rank missions? Chihiro's lips twitched. Goodness, really? Uncle Snake, are you too adept at this dismissive manner? You lead me here, exchange a few pleasantries, and then simply vanish? Is this truly your first lesson? Although this arrangement suited him, he couldn't help but feel it was excessively liberating. Taking a deep breath to suppress his myriad of grievances, he turned his gaze to the colorful array of D-rank mission requests adorning the wall. Lord Chihiro, are you certain you wish to accept this task? The middle-aged ninja eyed the request Chihiro pointed to with a peculiar expression, almost incredulous. Yes, this one, Chihiro affirmed with a nod, maintaining his innocent demeanor. Lord Chihiro, I mean no offense. The middle-aged ninja leaned in closer, lowering his voice with genuine concern. Though this task is D-rank, its difficulty is rather exceptional. The cat known as Little Tiger has a fierce temperament. Several teams of genin have already failed, returning with injuries. Perhaps you might consider a less strenuous task, like helping the Nara family with some weeding? He genuinely wished to avoid seeing the young master of the Senju clan, Konoha's future ninja god, be humiliated by a mere cat on his first mission. If word spread, he might incur the wrath of Lady Tsunade, whose temper was notorious. It's fine. I relish challenges, Chihiro replied with a smile, his tone resolute. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. Internally, Chihiro was elated. This was no ordinary D-rank task. It involved the legendary creature, the troublesome cat known as Little Tiger. which had instilled fear in countless genin teams throughout the early days of the Hokage. No genin's career was complete without capturing Little Tiger. This task transcended mere classification. It was a rite of passage, a significant step into this vibrant world. Determined, Chihiro insisted, and the middle-aged ninja, despite his reluctance, proceeded to finalize the task acquisition, his expression contorting into a pained grimace. Here is the client's address and a photo of Little Tiger. Please, exercise caution, Lord Chihiro. Thank you. Chihiro accepted the materials and exited the mission center. The afternoon sun warmed his skin, dispelling the chill clinging to him from Orochimaru's laboratory. Stretching, he felt a satisfying crack in his bones and examined the photograph in his hand. In the picture, a plump cat with a striking orange and white coat held its head high, its gaze piercing, adorned with a pink bow that starkly contrasted with its fierce demeanor. Little Tiger, here I come, Chihiro murmured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let me meet this infamous beast that has caused so much trouble for Team 7. Following the address, Chihiro quickly located the client's residence, a notably grand estate within Konoha, even boasting 2 guards at the entrance. Upon presenting the mission scroll, the guard's expressions mirrored that of the middle-aged ninja at the mission center. Please, come in, the lady has been expecting you. As Chihiro entered the lavishly decorated sitting room, a plump woman in an ornate kimono approached him, holding a handkerchief, her eyes glistening with tears, radiating urgency. She was undoubtedly the woman referred to as Big Aunt by Naruto, Jijime. Oh, you are the ninja sent by the village? Upon seeing Chihiro, she paused, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she exclaimed, why did they send such a small child? My Little Tiger is no ordinary cat. It's quite fierce. Are you up to the task? If anything happens to my Little Tiger, can your village bear the consequences? Her barrage of questions left even the maid beside her feeling awkward. Chihiro, however, remained unfazed. He tilted his head back, presenting a radiant and innocent smile. His voice soft yet filled with confidence. Please do not worry, madam. Though I may be young, I possess considerable strength. Moreover, I excel at interacting with animals. As he spoke, he quietly manipulated a trace of chakra, his palm facing upwards, and a delicate pink flower, exuding a gentle aura of life, blossomed silently. The amiable and soothing energy alleviated the previously tense atmosphere within the living room. Mrs. Shizuchi gazed at the flower that had appeared seemingly out of thin air, then turned her attention to Senju Chiharu's clear, untainted eyes, and her imposing demeanor diminished significantly. You are the little genius of the Senju clan? Her skepticism transformed into surprise and curiosity. Well, all right, I believe you. You must find my poor Little Tiger. While dabbing at non-existent tears with a handkerchief, she began to lament, that little rascal, he rules the roost at home and loves to wander. Each time he runs off, I worry so much that I can't eat or sleep. He has been out for half a day now. I wonder if he is suffering out there or being bullied by other stray cats. Senju Chiharu listened quietly, though internally he was fervently critiquing. Sister, with that physique and combat prowess, it's a wonder he isn't the one bullying other cats. Madam, could you tell me where Little Tiger usually likes to go? Senju Chiharu tactfully interrupted her rambling. Oh, he loves to climb high and low, on rooftops, in trees, wherever he can find a secluded spot. Mrs. Shizuchi pondered for a moment before adding, he particularly enjoys the fish market east of the village. He has stolen fish from the vendors there several times. I understand. Senju Chiharu nodded, already formulating a plan. Wandering the streets aimlessly like Team 7 was not his style. Closing his eyes, he utilized the affinity of his wood release to extend his chakra perception to the surrounding flora. As a member of the Senju clan, endowed with vast chakra reserves and a sage body, his sensory abilities were naturally superior to the average person. Although he could not yet perceive an entire battlefield with closed eyes like the second Hokage, he could still locate a specific, faint chakra source within a defined area. Numerous chaotic chakra signals flooded his mind, those of passers-by, ninjas, and shop guards. He patiently filtered through these robust signals, honing in on the faint, animalistic chakras. Soon, a weak yet vibrant life signal was detected just down the street. Found one. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing across the rooftops in a matter of moments. In the eastern district of Konoha, atop a residential rooftop, the plump orange cat, Tiger, lay lazily basking in the sun, a half-eaten sanma fish from the market dangling from its mouth. It yawned, revealing sharp teeth, and cast a disdainful glance at the two-legged creatures bustling below, radiating an air of royalty. At that moment, a petite blossom quietly bloomed beside it. Meow? Tiger abruptly lifted its head, twitching its nose as it followed the scent's source. There, on a nearby rooftop, a black-haired boy was grinning at it. At the boy's feet, a vibrant green vine stretched across to the opposite rooftop. The peculiar fragrance wafted from the little white flower. Meow? Mine. Tiger's eyes sparkled with avarice, discarding the fish and propelling itself like a streak of orange lightning towards the flower. However, just as it was about to pounce, an unexpected twist occurred. Several slender yet resilient vines, as if alive, accurately ensnared its limbs and body, swiftly weaving into a sturdy cage that held it firmly in place. Would release. Miniature binding vines. Meow. Let me go. Tiger thrashed violently, its sharp claws leaving white streaks on the vines, yet unable to inflict any damage. Composed of chakra, the vines were incredibly resilient, tightening with each struggle. Senju Chiharu strolled over leisurely, crouching down to observe the legendary creature trapped within the cage, exposing its teeth in a fierce display. Little one, you certainly have a temper. He extended a finger, gently tapping Tiger's nose through the gaps in the vines. Enough of the fuss, return home with me. His voice seemed to carry a unique calming power, and the previously agitated Tiger gradually settled down. Though it still emitted a threatening growl, its eyes warily fixed on him. Senju Chiharu smiled and released the vines, cradling the hefty cat in his arms. It weighed a substantial 15 pounds at least. Let us go. I'll take you to your anxious owner. With the cat in tow, he leaped back along the path he had come, completing the task of locating and capturing the cat in under an hour. When Senju Chiharu reappeared in the living room, unharmed and cradling Tiger, Mrs. Shizuchi was utterly astonished. Tiger, my poor little Tiger. She dashed forward, snatching the cat from Senju Chiharu's arms, followed by an overwhelming flurry of affectionate squeezes and kisses. Meow? Irritated, Tiger finally snapped, its sharp claws leaving several clear red marks on Mrs. Shizuchi's face. Ah, you little rascal. The living room descended into delightful chaos. Standing aside, Senju Chiharu watched this familiar scene unfold, a deeper smile gracing his lips. All done. A D-rank task completed. 9 more to go. He accepted the small bag of jingling coins handed to him by a maid, feeling quite pleased as he exited the estate. Now, which interesting one shall I choose next? Chapter 71. The mysterious gift from Sister in the evening. The Senju clan's territory, having shed the noise of the day, embraced a serene warmth. As Senju Chiharu pushed open the door to his home, a familiar blend of woody fragrance and subtle herbal scent enveloped him, instantly dispelling the weariness from his day of wandering. The low table in the living room was in disarray, several empty bottles sprawled haphazardly. Tsunade lay slumped over the table, her golden hair tousled, her cheek resting on her arm, brows slightly furrowed, as if she were still troubled by something in her dreams. Back so soon. It seems the gambling tables were quite brutal today. Senju Chiharu thought to himself, stifling a chuckle as he treaded lightly towards her. He could easily imagine how his sister, who always lost at gambling, must have been furiously emptying her pockets, only to return home dejectedly, seeking solace in alcohol. Sister, I'm back. He extended his small hand, gently nudging Tsunade's shoulder. Ugh, don't bother me. Just one more round. I'm sure I can turn my luck around this time. Tsunade mumbled incoherently, reaching out as if to grasp non-existent cards. Senju Chiharu shook his head in exasperation, applying a bit more force. Sister, it's me. Little Chiharu? Tsunade jolted awake, instantly straightening her posture, her bleary eyes sharpening as they met his. She pulled him close, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her hands pinching and prodding to ensure he was intact. How did it go? Did you meet Orochimaru? That guy is so peculiar. He didn't do anything strange to you, did he? Did he take your blood? Or give you any bizarre potions? As he observed her fervent and protective demeanor, a warm current surged through Senju Chin's heart, yet his countenance remained adorably innocent. He obediently shook his head and replied, not at all. Teacher Orochimaru is quite amiable. Knowing I had just graduated, he took me to the mission center, instructing me to commence with the simplest tasks to accumulate experience and comprehend the workings of the village. He recounted the experience of capturing a small tiger with vivid detail, omitting, of course, the effortless manner in which he had utilized his sensory perception and would-release technique, merely attributing his success to patience and a stroke of luck. He knows how to be sensible. Upon hearing that Orochimaru had not engaged in any untoward behavior, Tsunade finally exhaled with relief, though she could not refrain from issuing a stern warning. Should he dare treat you as one of his experimental subjects, I shall shatter his vials and laboratory into 1,000,000 pieces. Nonetheless, in terms of ability, Orochimaru is indeed quite formidable. It would not be detrimental for you to learn from him. Senju simply smiled, refraining from further comment. He understood that Tsunade was merely speaking out of concern. Were she truly to destroy a comrade's laboratory, she would find it difficult to act. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to recall something of great importance, her previous gloom dissipating, replaced by an expression brimming with pride and excitement. She triumphantly emerged from the inner room, cradling a long, heavy object wrapped in thick fabric. Our little Chun has now become a capable genin. Tsunade placed the object on the table and patted it with grandeur. Your sister has prepared a graduation gift for you. Senju-chen's gaze fell upon the wrapped object. It was lengthy, approximately 1 meter in size, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, with an almost imperceptible sharpness that seemed to prick the skin even through the fabric. Tsunade carefully unraveled the layers of cloth, and as the final layer fell away, a uniquely shaped sword lay quietly on the table. Its blade was not made of metal but forged from a remarkably concentrated energy, radiating a brilliant golden hue. With countless delicate arcs of electricity dancing along the edge, emitting a faint crackling sound. The hilt was archaic, adorned with intricate runes, and when held, one could almost feel the pulse of thunder. Senju-chen's pupils dilated in astonishment. This is the Rasengan sword, my grandfather's treasured blade. Tsunade's voice brimmed with pride as she caressed the sword's blade, her eyes filled with nostalgia. The blade embodies pure lightning, indomitable and capable of allowing you to wield lightning release with ease. I had intended to wait until you matured and grew stronger before bestowing it upon you. She paused, her gaze turning earnest as she looked at Senju-chan. But now, you have graduated from the ninja academy and are a true ninja. Seeing your fondness for swordsmanship, I brought you the Rasengan sword. The Rasengan sword. Senju-chen's heart raced within his chest. This was an artifact of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, a legendary weapon that had accompanied the master of forbidden techniques across battlefields. He could scarcely believe that Tsunade would gift him such a precious heirloom as a graduation present. This was not merely valuable. It was a weighty legacy and responsibility thrust into his hands. He extended his hand, his fingertips lightly grazing the blade. Instead of harm, the ferocious lightning energy welcomed him with a warm, tingling sensation, as if embracing a descendant of the Senju bloodline. Sister, this is far too precious. Senju-chan lifted his head, his voice barely concealing a tremor. In that moment, he was no longer the calculating transmigrator, but a brother overwhelmed by his sister's affection. Foolish boy, why be so polite with your sister? Tsunade ruffled his hair, her smile radiant. The treasures of the Senju clan should not be left to gather dust. Take it. If anyone dares to bully you, show them this, and let them know that the Senju clan is not to be trifled with. She thrust the Rasengan sword, along with its sheath, into Senju-chen's embrace, the weight grounding his heart. He clutched the legendary artifact tightly, feelings of gratitude and resolve stirring within him. He understood that from this moment onward, the Senju legacy had become even more profound within him. This sword was both a talisman and a harbinger of fate. It would grant him immense power, but also draw the attention of those who coveted it. But so what? True power lies only in one's ability to wield it. Thank you, sister. Senju-chan lifted his gaze, the depths of his dark eyes sparkling with an unprecedented light. I shall use it wisely, to protect myself and to safeguard you. Meanwhile, in a shadowy underground chamber of Konoha, the atmosphere was as frigid as a morgue. A masked root ninja knelt on one knee, reporting to the shadowed figure within the gloom. Following his formal apprenticeship with Orochimaru, Senju-chan had independently undertaken and completed a D-rank mission to capture a pet cat. Observations indicated that he employed would release to swiftly locate and capture the target, demonstrating efficiency and meticulous thought, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary 5-year-old. In the shadows, Danzo Shimura listened intently, his chin carved with a cold rigidity beneath his bandaged right eye. Orochimaru, though they were allies, the latter was still a disciple of the third Hokage. Given Orochimaru's relationship with Tsunade, it would be implausible for him to recommend Senju-chan to root. A flicker of inscrutable light passed through Danzo's singular eye. A Senju descendant wielding would release possesses immeasurable value. Sarutobi has entrusted him to Orochimaru, likely to court the antiquated elements of the Senju clan while simultaneously integrating Senju Chun into his ideology of the will of fire. Naive. A weapon like Senju Chun must be forged through darkness, stripped of all unnecessary emotions to realize its ultimate potential. To entrust him to Tsunade, a woman driven by sentiment, or even Orochimaru, is a squandered opportunity. Only I can shape him into Konoha's most formidable weapon. Efficient, meticulous. His performance in a D-rank mission demonstrates that this child's temperament far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He is not a mere unrefined gem, but a blade already honed, ready to draw blood with just a bit of guidance. Such a blade must be wielded by me alone to sever all threats to Konoha. After a long silence, Danzo's voice, raspy as sandpaper, echoed through the empty room. Make arrangements. He spoke slowly, devoid of any emotion. I wish to meet him in person. Chapter 72. Danzo's invitation. The setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the streets of Konoha, elongating shadows that intertwined on the ground like a flowing tapestry. Senju Chun had just completed his second D-rank task of the day, bathing a litter of Inuzuka puppies. At that moment, he still bore a faint scent of shampoo mingled with the fragrance of the puppy's milk, creating a delightful contrast with the ancient sharpness of the artifact on his back. 7 tasks remain, he mused silently. At this pace, in no more than 3 or 4 days, he would fulfill the novice quota established by Orochimaru and could then rightfully reside in the training grounds to commence his research project. Just as he felt a sense of ease, contemplating whether to assist the Akimichi clan in harvesting vegetables or collect pests from the Yamanaka family, he suddenly halted. A faint, icy, and lifeless aura enveloped him, creeping into his perception like a lingering malaise. He did not turn around but continued forward, like an ordinary child, making his way to the main road where people gathered. However, his spirit was highly vigilant, with chakra flowing silently within him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. A figure appeared beside him without warning. Clad in a standard Umbu uniform, the individual wore a plain white mask devoid of any pattern, resembling a ghost emerging from the shadows, utterly devoid of vitality. Senju Tatsu. The voice emanating from beneath the mask was like 2 cold stones grinding against one another, entirely devoid of emotion. Lord Shimura Danzo wishes to meet you. Only then did Senju Tatsu slowly turn his head, his dark eyes revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment as he tilted his head and inquired, "Who are you? I do not seem to recognize you." Yet, inwardly, he scoffed. It seemed that this old fox, lurking beneath the surface of Konoha, could no longer contain himself. "You need not recognize me." The masked ninja's voice remained icy. "Come with me, and you will understand." He extended his hand, seemingly intent on grabbing Senju Tatsu's shoulder directly. In an instant, the innocence on Tatsu's face faded, replaced by a wariness that belied his age. His small frame slipped back with agility, evading the grasp like an eel. "Apologies," he politely shook his head, his tone now resolute. "My sister is waiting for me at home for dinner. I cannot go with you." With that, he turned to leave, eager to discern the true nature of Danzo's invitation. As expected, the Umbu ninja's form flickered and reappeared in front of him once more, this time exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. This is not a request. Senju Tatsu understood. It appeared that the other party was determined to compel him to comply. With a gentle sigh, he adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a miniature adult, which oddly appeared somewhat endearing. Yet, the words that followed instantly froze the atmosphere. "Then it seems I must offend you." Before the last syllable escaped his lips, a brilliant golden lightning bolt erupted on the dimly lit street. The clear sound of a sword's ringing echoed along the thoroughfare. Unbeknownst to him, Senju Tatsu had already drawn the Raijin's sword from his back. The golden lightning blade tracing a dazzling arc through the air, the crackling arcs of electricity emitting a soft hiss, the sheer, unbridled power of the thunder causing the surrounding air to feel oppressive. The Umbu ninja's pupils constricted beneath the mask. The Raijin sword, the weapon of the second Hokage. Why was it in the hands of this child? He had no time to ponder, as his instincts compelled him to draw the kunai from his waist, positioning it defensively. Clang! The golden lightning blade clashed with the cold steel of the kunai, producing a shower of blinding sparks. A powerful sensation of paralysis instantly coursed through the Umbu ninja, rendering his grip on the kunai momentarily stiff. What incredible speed! What tremendous strength! The Umbu ninja's heart raced with alarm. Although he had refrained from exerting his full power to avoid drawing attention, His opponent was merely a 5-year-old child. Such mastery in swordsmanship and reaction speed was beyond the capability of a freshly graduated genin. What astonished him further was that he had not sensed any fluctuations of Mokuton chakra emanating from Senju Tatsu. This meant that the boy was holding his own solely through taijutsu and swordsmanship. They were not far from the main thoroughfare of the village, where people passed by frequently. If the situation escalated and drew the attention of the security department, or even the Hokage, it would be troublesome. Just as the Umbu ninja found himself in a dilemma, an aged and foreboding figure appeared silently between the two like a specter. With merely 2 fingers, he effortlessly pinched the golden lightning blade, rendering it harmless despite the arcs of electricity dancing upon it. This ends here. Senju Tatsu's pupils constricted, and he instinctively retracted the Raijin's sword, warily observing the unexpected guest before him. The newcomer was none other than Shimura Danzo. His right eye was bandaged, while his exposed left eye, along with his wrinkled visage resembling withered tree bark, exuded an unsettling chill. Lord Danzo. The Umbu ninja immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully lowering his head. Danzo ignored his subordinate's display of inadequacy, his singular eye glinting with interest as it swept over Senju Tatsu and the Raijin's sword. Then, he forced a smile that he deemed amiable, though it appeared more grotesque than a frown. An impressive junior. The bloodline of the Senju clan truly lives up to its reputation. His voice was hoarse, akin to rusted gears turning. Child, do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. A chill ran down Senju Tatsu's spine, yet his expression remained vigilant and aloof. You are Lord Shimura Danzo. You have visited my home. I have seen you. What business do you have with me? Konoha is a grand tree, flourishing with foliage, needing sunlight and rain, but also requiring deep roots to absorb nutrients and expel the pests lurking in darkness. Danzo did not answer directly, but instead began a speech laden with allure. The root under my command is the very foundation of Konoha. We dwell in darkness, bearing the infamy of performing all manner of unsavory tasks, solely to protect the tree's prosperity. Your talents should not be buried beneath the sunlight. Only through the tempering of the root can you become Konoha's sharpest weapon. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed intensely on Senju Tatsu. Your sister Tsunade's father was once one of the leaders of the root. Child, by joining the root, you would be inheriting your forebears' will. When you have matured, I will entrust the future of the root to you. His words were heartfelt and rich with the allure of sacrifice for the village and the temptation of power's legacy. A true 5-year-old might have been swayed by such rhetoric. However, at this moment, Senju Tatsu's mind echoed with 2 words: nonsense. Inherit your forebears' will? Easier said than done. You wish to mold me into a second emotionless killing machine, only to cast me aside as a new vessel for the root upon your demise. Senju Tatsu internally scoffed, yet his face displayed a complex expression of conflict and yearning. Danzo had personally appeared. It seemed this matter could not be easily dismissed. Lord Danzo's words are somewhat beyond my comprehension. He lowered his head, his voice tinged with a child's confusion. However, I can sense that you and your subordinates fight for the village, true ninjas. I truly admire that. He initially affirmed Danzo's greatness, thereby satisfying the man's vanity. Then, he shifted his tone, revealing a troubled expression. But my sister does not wish for me to join any organization. She says I am still too young. Moreover, I am already a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, which makes me a grand student of the Third Hokage, a matter of great importance that I cannot decide on my own. He cleverly invoked Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3 towering figures. Observing Danzo's face darken, Senju Tatsu knew the time was ripe. He suddenly raised his head, his dark eyes bursting with an innocent gleam as if inspired by a brilliant idea. However, Lord Danzo, since our last encounter at my home, I sensed your presence was extraordinary. His voice rose slightly. If you were to become the Hokage, everything would be different. A flicker of astonishment crossed Danzo's singular eye. Senju Tatsu continued with a tone of naive conviction. The Hokage is the greatest person in the village. The commands of the Hokage are absolute. Soon, we will all be one family, serving the Hokage with unwavering loyalty. I believe that my sister and Lord Orochimaru would certainly not refuse the Hokage's orders. After saying this, he gazed at Danzo with eager anticipation, as if to convey, Lord Danzo, please become Hokage soon. Once you do, I can join you. In an instant, the air on the entire street seemed to freeze. For the first time, a crack appeared on Danzo's perpetually stoic face. He fixed his gaze on the child before him, attempting to discern any semblance of deception or calculation in those clear, innocent eyes. Yet, there was none. All he saw was admiration for the strong, a pure yearning for the position of Hokage, and the straightforward logic of a child solving a puzzle. Is this little one using the prospect of becoming Hokage as a bait to outmaneuver me? Or is he simply a prodigious child with an innocent perspective that deviates from the norm? Nevertheless, becoming Hokage had always been my goal, and it is not far off. I believe that when the third retires, the next Hokage should rightfully be me. This child bears the Senju surname, and with his current standing in the higher-ups, I cannot brazenly abduct him. However, once I become Hokage, Senju chins will undoubtedly become my sharpest weapon. There is no need to rush. Moreover, this child likely believes he should become Hokage as well. His vision is indeed commendable. It seems even a child can perceive the aura of a Hokage emanating from me. For this insight, I shall bestow my respect upon you today and shall not make things difficult. After a long pause, Danzo's hoarse voice finally broke the silence, tinged with curiosity and a hint of barely noticeable admiration. You are quite impressive. He gazed deeply at Senju chins, uttered no further words, and in a flash, vanished into the encroaching darkness alongside the root ninja. It was only after that chilling presence had completely dissipated that Senju chins finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced down at the Thunder God's sword in his hand, still sparking with faint electricity, and a dismissive smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Old fool, do you really aspire to be Hokage? Do you think you can recruit me? After a lifetime of effort, you are merely an interim 5th Hokage, barely recognized by the other villages. Humph. As for your previous attempt to capture me, we are far from finished. You think I will follow you? We shall see. With me around, you will never have the chance to associate with the Hokage. Senju chins mused silently in the direction where Danzo had disappeared. In the month that followed, Senju chin's life became remarkably structured and fulfilling. By day, he resembled a diligent little bee, fervently undertaking various D-rank missions from the mission center. Testing new flavors of potato chips for the Akimichi family, watering flowers at the Yamanaka family florist, trimming trees in the Nara family yard, and even tending to the oil girl's insect specimens. The villagers of Konoha quickly became familiar with this ever-smiling, reliable prodigy from the Senju clan. Those who once kept their distance from him gradually became enchanted by his obedient and sensible demeanor, transforming his title from Young Master Chins to the more endearing Little Chins. No one knew that this seemingly innocuous child, while completing these tasks, was secretly engaging in an extraordinary form of training. While taste-testing chips for the Akimichi family, he secretly awakened his taste buds with chakra, honing his bodily control. While watering for the Yamanaka family, he utilized wood release to sprout imperceptible roots, sensing the soil's moisture and nutrients, practicing the microscopic applications of wood release. Assisting the Nara family with tree trimming became his prime venue for practicing swordsmanship and transformation techniques. By night, he would immerse himself in his room or go to the exclusive training ground provided by Orochimaru. On one hand, he tirelessly studied the ninjutsu scrolls provided by Orochimaru. It must be said, truly, that Uncle Snake's materials are far more profound than what Konoha or even Sister Tsunade could offer, ranging from the basic human anatomy and cellular activation to advanced sage techniques, creation and regeneration, and even some taboo hypotheses concerning the soul and spiritual energy. For Senju chins, who possessed an adult's soul and the rudiments of modern medical knowledge, this was akin to discovering a treasure trove. He absorbed the knowledge like a parched sponge. Knowing he possessed a system, he anticipated that the issue of multiple bloodlines would arise in the future, and thus, acquiring this knowledge would lay a solid foundation for his growth, such as bloodline augmentation and conflicts. Even if abnormalities in his body were discovered later, he could simply attribute it all to Uncle Snake. It wouldn't be his intention. After all, if there are any issues, you can consult Orochimaru. He chuckled inwardly. Perfect. Therefore, even if he never needed this knowledge, it was still beneficial to learn. On the other hand, he did not neglect his training in the Rasengan. With the combined insights from Orochimaru's notes and his own memories of the Hokage storyline, his understanding of the Rasengan had far surpassed mere shape transformation. He began experimenting with infusing elemental change into the Rasengan. In the original narrative, Naruto achieved S-rank ninjutsu, wind release, Rasen Shuriken, by adding wind attributes. However, this was an extremely perilous endeavor. Buzz, within training ground number 7, A blue chakra sphere spun rapidly atop Senju Chin's right hand. He took a deep breath, cautiously injecting a strand of wind attribute chakra into it. Sizzle! The Rasengan instantly lost its stability, and the wild chakra erupted from his palm, slicing several small wounds upon his hand. Ouch! Senju Chin gasped in pain. Rather than disheartened, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately sat cross-legged, forming hand seals as a green glow emanated from his palms. Sage art. The wounds healed at a visible rate, leaving no trace of scars. So, the cutting attribute of wind disrupts the stable spherical structure of the Rasengan. As he healed, he rapidly analyzed the cause of the failure. What if the method of infusion was altered? Instead of direct injection, he could weave the wind attribute chakra into the flow of the Rasengan's chakra, akin to knitting. A bold idea formed in his mind. Let us try again. Once his injuries healed, he plunged back into his fervent training. Self-infliction, healing, analysis, and repeat. This seemingly madcap training regimen was, for Senju Chin, who possessed the formidable vitality of wood release and the physique of the Uzumaki clan, the most efficient path to growth. Chapter 74. The Uchiha's decision. While Senju Chin immersed himself in this relentless training, in another corner of Konoha, the atmosphere at the Uchiha clan's compound was notably oppressive. In the family meeting hall, the highest-level meeting venue of the Uchiha clan, only the clan leader and elders were permitted entry. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head, his expression as cold as water. Below him, several Uchiha elders sat on either side, their faces marred with discontent. Fugaku, what on earth are you thinking? More than a month has elapsed, and our personnel report that the young Senju Prodigy spends his days either playing with cats and dogs or assisting villagers with their weeding, exhibiting no trace of genius whatsoever. An irascible elder, Uchiha Hashu, slammed the table, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. Are we, the Uchiha clan, to stand idly by and witness a Senju child, endowed with wood release, garnering a facade of popularity within the village? This is evidently a scheme orchestrated by the Hokage faction. They are laying the groundwork for that child's future political career. Elder Hashu, one cannot speak so lightly. Another elder, appearing more rational, stroked his beard and countered, according to Shirsue's observations, the Senju Chihiro possesses a gentle disposition, treating others with kindness and harboring no ill will towards our Uchiha clan. Perhaps he is merely a precocious child? Foolishness. You are far too naive. Uchiha Hashu scoffed. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha is ingrained in our very bones. Gentle and kind? That is merely a facade. Let us not forget, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, also appeared to be a benevolent figure in his youth. And how did he treat us, the Uchiha? Enough. Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority, instantly quelling the discord. His piercing gaze swept across each individual present. The threats and alliances you discuss are mere conjectures. Yet one fact remains. That child is assimilating into Konoha at an astonishing pace, gaining the unanimous approval of both the Hokage and the common folk. His fingers lightly tapped against the cold stone table, producing a rhythmic sound that resonated within the hearts of all present. We can no longer afford to delay. Regardless of whether his demeanor is genuine or a ruse, we must seize the initiative. Fugaku's resolve solidified. I have decided to commence the Nova project. What? The elders present were visibly taken aback. Fugaku, are you out of your mind? Uchiha Hashu exclaimed, rising in agitation. The Nova project is reserved for our clan's once-in-a-century prodigy, demanding vast resources and connections. You would initiate it prematurely for the sake of an outsider? This is not for an outsider, Fugaku retorted coldly. It is for the future of our Uchiha clan. He turned his gaze to a corner of the room where a boy had remained silent throughout the discussion. Shursui. Yes, clan leader, Uchiha Shursui stepped out from the shadows. Bowing respectfully. Are you willing to bear this responsibility for the clan? Fugaku's tone was unusually grave. Shursui raised his head. His clear eyes reflected no hesitation, only resolute clarity. I am willing. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. Good. From this day forth, the clan will allocate resources to facilitate your early graduation. I will personally arrange your graduation assessment. He stood and approached Shursui, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Upon graduation, I will petition the Hokage to assign you as a teammate of Senju Chihiro, to become his closest ally. This declaration landed like a bombshell, leaving all elders in stunned silence. A teammate of Senju Chihiro? Fugaku, this is exceedingly perilous. Shui is an exceptional member of our clan. How could we bind him to that dangerous Senju child? Indeed, should Shui be influenced by him, or worse? Silence. Fugaku's sudden roar silenced them, his crimson Sharingan flaring to life, the three tomos swirling with an ominous pressure. The chamber fell into an immediate hush. Do you believe I would send Shui to monitor him or oppose him? Fugaku's voice was icy, revealing the narrowness of your perspectives. He surveyed the hushed elders, enunciating each word. My sole purpose in sending Shui is to become Senju Chihiro's closest friend, his most trusted companion, his dearest comrade. With our Uchiha sincerity, we will influence him, affect him. Let him understand that the Uchiha are not his foes, but allies he can trust. If a Senju, gifted with wood release, could become our ally, have you contemplated what that would mean for our clan? If Itachi were not so young, merely 2 years of age, he would wish for his own son to forge a bond with the Senju. Fugaku's words plunged the elders into profound contemplation. Indeed, if Senju Chihiro could truly stand alongside the Uchiha, that vision would be too beautiful to fathom. The union of the Senju and Uchiha, of the First Hokage and Uchiha Madara, created Konoha and nearly obliterated it. If in this generation, these two powers could transform from enemies into allies. I understand now. Uchiha Hashu slowly seated himself, his earlier excitement and fury supplanted by a deeper shock. The clan leader's foresight is admirable. We are in awe. The remaining elders echoed their sentiments. Fugaku retracted his Sharingan and resumed his position. He looked at Shui, his gaze softening. Shui, this task may prove arduous for you. Perhaps even feel unjust. Yet, for the future of our clan, I entrust this to you. He bowed deeply before Shui. This bow shook Shui to his core. He hastily stepped forward to support Fugaku. Clan leader, you overstate my importance. I shall fulfill the task. His heart bore no resentment at being treated as a political instrument, for he genuinely desired to befriend Senju Chihiro. To him, that quiet boy who would stand up for Kakashi during pivotal moments, and who displayed remarkable talent yet remained modest during practice, was someone worth befriending. Perhaps he could indeed become the bridge connecting the Senju and Uchiha. A fervent flame ignited within the young man's heart. The power of the Uchiha clan is immense. Under Fugaku's personal guidance and the collective efforts of several elders, a report regarding the early graduation application of the talented Uchiha Shui swiftly reached the desk of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the document and the accompanying recommendation letter penned by Uchiha Fugaku, falling into a prolonged silence. He puffed on his cigarette, the smoke swirling, obscuring his expression. Has the Uchiha finally lost their composure? To assign Uchiha Shui as a teammate of Senju Chihiro? What a clever strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was as clear as glass. He was well aware of the Uchiha's intentions, merely seeking to use Shui to win over Senju Chihiro. Should he refuse? From the Hokage's perspective, he ought to refuse. Allowing the Senju and Uchiha, the two mightiest forces, to intertwine poses a latent threat to the Hokage's authority. Yet, he recalled the day when Senju Chihiro unleashed his indomitable wood release on the training field. He also remembered how that child diligently undertook D-rank missions daily, earning a stellar reputation among the villagers. A child possessing the power of the First Hokage, yet who understood the importance of connecting with the populace. A youth of Uchiha lineage, yet yearning for peace. If they could truly become friends, perhaps this would not be a misfortune for the village. Even so, it could completely dissolve the decades-long rift between the two clans. This is a gamble. If victorious, Konoha will usher in an unprecedented unity and strength. If defeated, the consequences are unimaginable. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the ashtray and picked up the seal representing the Hokage's authority. With a resounding thud, the crimson seal fell heavily onto the document. Chapter 75 Ding. Your new teammate has logged in. Urgent assembly. Training, ground number 7. A black summoning snake appeared ghost-like before Senju Chihiro's window, exhaling a small piece of paper before vanishing into a puff of smoke. Chihiro set aside the experimental data concerning the efficiency of neuron chakra conduction and picked up the note. It bore the distinctive calligraphy of Orochimaru, flowing and imbued with a unique chill. Urgent assembly? Chihiro raised an eyebrow. This marked Orochimaru's first proactive summons. Over the past 2 months, aside from initially tossing him to the mission center and, after completing 10 tasks, presenting him with a key to the experimental base, Orochimaru had vanished, leaving him to flounder in the base. Chiharu relished the tranquility. Had he not felt that D-rank missions no longer satisfied his training needs and was preparing to seek Orochimaru out, the latter might have forgotten him entirely. What has prompted this sudden change? Has he had a change of heart and decided to assign me a C-rank mission? Chiharu mused as he swiftly donned his attire, equipped his forehead protector and ninja tools, and hastened towards Training Ground Number 7. Training Ground Number 7 is the most remote and dilapidated of Konoha's training fields. However, since Orochimaru designated it for Chiharu's use, a barrier had been set up, preventing ordinary individuals from approaching. Upon his arrival, Chiharu found Orochimaru already waiting, clad in his timeless white lab coat, arms crossed and leaning against a grand tree. His golden vertical pupils shimmered with a mysterious light in the sunlight. "Teacher." Chiharu approached respectfully. "Ah, you've arrived." Orochimaru nodded, his voice gravelly. "Today, I called you here to introduce a new companion." "A new companion?" Chiharu blinked, following Orochimaru's gaze. Across the training ground stood a boy of similar age, quietly awaiting. With short, slightly curled black hair and dressed in the Uchiha clan's signature high-collared training attire adorned with a small fan emblem. The most striking feature was his pair of dark, brilliant eyes akin to obsidian, complemented by a gentle smile. Uchiha Shursui. Chiharu's pupils subtly contracted. What is he doing here? Furthermore, he noticed the newly polished Konoha forehead protector gleaming on Shursui's forehead. This fellow has graduated early? From today onward, Uchiha Shursui will be your teammate. Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of amusement. You two will form a new class under my guidance. Countless thoughts flashed through Chiharu's mind in an instant. The Uchiha clan's movements are remarkably swift. In just 2 months, they not only facilitated Shursui's early graduation, but also seamlessly inserted him into my team. This is a strategic maneuver. Positioning Shursui beside me as a teammate serves to monitor and win me over. That old fox Fugaku is certainly calculating. However, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Chiharu's mouth. This may not be a misfortune for me. A Uchiha prodigy, one who will undoubtedly possess the Sharingan, presents an ideal opportunity for me to exploit. Hello, Chiharu-kun. Uchiha Shursui approached with a sincere smile, extending his hand. It's wonderful to see you again. I never anticipated we would become teammates. I look forward to working together. His demeanor was unpretentious, devoid of any awkwardness stemming from familial obligations, as though he genuinely delighted in the prospect of teaming up with a friend. Hello, Shursui-kun. Chiharu responded with feigned surprise, shaking his hand. I too am thrilled to be your teammate, and I look forward to our collaboration. Rest assured, Chiharu-kun, as comrades, it is our duty to look out for one another, Shursui proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. Observing the amiable interaction between the two youths, Orochimaru's golden pupils sparkled with intrigue. One is a child of the Senju, blessed with the First Hokage's would-release lineage, while the other is a genius of the Uchiha clan. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru recalled Chiharu's words about the potential of combining would-release with the Uchiha Sharingan. How increasingly fascinating. All right, let us wrap up the introductions. Orochimaru clapped his hands, interrupting them. Since you have formed a team, I happen to have a task for you. Chiharu's heart stirred. He had grown weary of D-rank missions. Orochimaru leisurely unfurled a mission scroll. Your first team task is, he prolonged the suspense, observing the eager expressions of the two youths, seemingly relishing the moment. A D-rank mission. To assist the Konoha police force with a week-long night patrol. The air instantly thickened. Chiharu's anticipation froze, and the smile on Shursui's face stiffened as well. Patrol? A D-rank? I've stripped down only to be presented with this? Chiharu's mind was flooded with exasperation. After all this build-up, with a new teammate and an urgent assembly, it culminates in a mere D-rank task? Moreover, assisting the police force, which is essentially the Uchiha clan's own domain. What is this? Am I merely a tutor for the prince? Orochimaru chuckled at their expressions. What? Are you dissatisfied? He shot a glance at Chiharu. Didn't you enjoy D-rank missions? Over the past 2 months, you've nearly cleared out every D-rank task at the mission center. This assignment will allow you to gain deeper insight into the village's security situation. It holds considerable significance. Chiharu found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly stifled by Orochimaru's remarks. And you, Shursui-kun? Orochimaru turned to Shursui. The police force is a source of pride for your clan. Familiarizing yourself with the work environment will greatly benefit your future development. Shursui opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. Excellent, Orochimaru declared, satisfied as he rolled up the scroll. The mission commences tonight. You two should report to the police force headquarters. Remember, you are now a team, and you must learn to cooperate. Do not disappoint me. With that, he wore his signature chilling smile, slowly sinking into the ground and disappearing from sight. Left on the training ground were only Chiharu and Uchiha Shursui, exchanging bewildered glances. After a prolonged silence, Shursui awkwardly scratched his head, breaking the stillness. Chiharu-kun, shall we head to the police force to report? Chiharu took a deep breath, forcing a compliant smile back onto his face. Certainly, Shursui-kun. Let us proceed. Yet inside, he screamed in frustration, I loathe D-rank missions. Chapter 76. Night Patrol. The headquarters of the Konoha Guard, situated at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, is an imposing structure. The comings and goings of the Uchiha members, clad in the guard's uniforms and bearing stern expressions, create a serious atmosphere. Upon seeing Shursui, they would pause, smilingly greet him with a friendly Shursui, you've arrived. However, as their gazes shifted to Senju Tatsu, their expressions grew more complex. Curiosity mingled with scrutiny, but predominantly, there was an entrenched sense of vigilance and aloofness. Senju. This surname is an insurmountable barrier for the Uchiha. Tatsu remained unfazed, resembling a schoolchild on a field trip, trailing behind Shursui with a curious smile on his face, glancing around. Internally, he mused, goodness, this guard unit resembles a mafia syndicate, each member wearing a scowl as if owed millions. No wonder they would face extermination in the future. They have lost the people's hearts. Shursui sensed the unfriendly stares directed at Tatsu from his clansmen, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He quickened his pace, leading Tatsu to the mission handover point. They were met by a middle-aged Uchiha Jonin named Uchiha Tetsuhira, a small team leader within the guard. Upon seeing Shursui, a warm smile broke across his face. Shursui, you're here. The clan leader has already briefed us. Then, noticing Tatsu, his smile waned slightly as he addressed him in a formal tone. This must be Senju Tatsu. Welcome to assist our guard's operations. Your task is simple. Starting tonight, you will patrol the 3rd district from the hour of the boar to the hour of the hare. Here is your patrol route map and signal flares for communication. He handed over a map and 2 flares, his tone devoid of enthusiasm, clearly not considering the 2 young boys to be of much significance. During your patrol, if you encounter any suspicious activity, do not act independently. Immediately fire a signal flare, and we will dispatch someone to handle it. Understood? Understood. Both Shursui and Tatsu replied in unison. All right, you may return now. Assemble at the entrance of the 3rd district promptly tonight. Uchiha Tetsuhira waved them off, dismissing them. Exiting the guard headquarters, Shursui wore an expression tinged with regret. I'm sorry, Tatsu. My clansmen mean no harm. It's all right, Tatsu interjected, offering an understanding smile. I comprehend. After all, our clans have had many unpleasant encounters in the past. His magnanimous demeanor deepened Shursui's admiration and appreciation. Tatsu is truly a gentle soul. We shall meet again tonight, Shursui-kun. Yes, until tonight. That night, at the hour of the boar, the moon hung high, and most of the villagers of Konoha had drifted into slumber. The streets lay desolate, save for the occasional patrol of ninjas. The 3rd district, one of Konoha's commercial hubs, bustled with life by day, yet fell into an eerie silence by night. Tatsu and Shursui met at the designated street corner on time. Shall we begin? Shursui proposed. We'll maintain a distance of 10 meters between us. This way, we expand our detection range and can support each other in case of emergencies. Agreed, Tatsu responded without objection. The pair fell silent, traversing the designated route through the quiet streets. Shursui moved with the finesse of a skilled cat, silently leaping from rooftop to rooftop, his sharp gaze scanning every nook and cranny for any suspicious signs. In contrast, Tatsu appeared more amateurish, trailing behind at a leisurely pace, occasionally causing a slight clatter as he stepped on loose tiles, leading Shursui to cast him a resigned glance. Shursui sighed internally. It seemed that despite Tatsu's remarkable talent, he had not undergone formal ninja training and was still a novice in stealth and reconnaissance. No matter, I shall teach him more in the future. He remained oblivious to the fact that his seemingly inexperienced companion was, at that moment, multitasking. While feigning clumsiness, Tatsu extended his sensory abilities like mercury, silently enveloping the entire 3rd district. No subtle movement escaped his awareness. He could even hear the sound of a tavern owner snoring, a rat nibbling on grain in a warehouse, and then, Tatsu paused slightly. In his perception, he detected several unusual chakra signatures in a shadowy alleyway. The chakra was weak, akin to that of ordinary individuals, yet their emotions were heightened with greed and malice. What's wrong, Tatsu? Shursui immediately sensed Tatsu's halt, quickly dashing back to his side and lowering his voice to inquire. Over there, Tatsu indicated towards the dark alley, uncertainty flickering across his face. I believe I heard something. Sound. Shursui focused intently but detected nothing. Nevertheless, he did not doubt Tatsu. He understood that the Senju clan possessed unique physical traits and exceptional sensory abilities. It was entirely plausible. Let us investigate, Shursui decided promptly, signaling Tatsu to stay vigilant behind him. The two moved stealthily, akin to shadowy felines. As they approached the mouth of the alley, deep within, illuminated by the faint moonlight, three dubious-looking men were gathered around a locked warehouse door, wielding crowbars and pliers, seemingly preparing to break in. Hurry up. Mickey, are you even capable? Why isn't this lock budged? Don't rush me. This is Takahashi's silk store. It's secured with a special lock. Give me a moment. Damn it. Once we pull this off, we can live it up in the land of water for months. The goods inside are meant for the daimyo. They're thieves, Shursui's brow furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Just as he prepared to leap forward to apprehend the petty criminals, a small hand gently pressed on his shoulder. It was Tatsu. Tatsu. Shursui looked at him, puzzled. Tatsu shook his head, then pointed to his own head, followed by a gesture towards the three thieves, making a leave-it-to-me motion. Shursui hesitated for a moment. To him, subduing these ordinary men with a direct assault using taijutsu seemed the quickest and most effective approach. What was Tatsu planning? Without explaining, Tatsu offered Shursui a reassuring smile, inhaled deeply, and stepped out from the shadows. As he walked, he began to sing a nursery rhyme in an ethereal, drifting tone. Red shoes, taken away, taken by a stranger, taken away. This nursery rhyme was widely known in Konoha, a haunting tale that sent chills down the spine. Chapter 77. Completion of the patrol mission in the stillness of the deep night. The effect of a child's voice singing was profoundly unsettling. The three thieves, engrossed in their lockpicking, were startled by the sudden melody, their bodies jolting as they whipped around. They beheld a small boy in black training attire, advancing towards them with an eerie gait, step by step from the alley's entrance. The boy's face was obscured by shadows, yet his eyes shimmered with an otherworldly green glow in the dark. Ghost! One of the thieves screamed in terror, dropping his crowbar and scrambling away in a panic towards the opposite end of the alley. The other two quickly realized the situation, terrified and fleeing in panic. However, as they ran a few steps, they suddenly felt a tightening around their ankles. Looking down, they were horrified to see countless dark green vines that had emerged from the ground, entwining their ankles like venomous serpents. What is this? Help! There are ghosts. I'm ensnared by a ghost. The three cried out in terror, struggling desperately, but the vines only tightened their grip. Shinsho-chun halted before them, his ethereal voice ringing out. Dear brothers, what are you doing here at such a late hour? We didn't do anything. We were just passing by. Please spare us. They pleaded, tears streaming down their faces as they bowed repeatedly. Shinsho-chun tilted his head, a naive smile gracing his features. Is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you intended to steal something. Stealing is quite wrong, you know. As he spoke, he extended his small hand, causing the vines that ensnared the three to bloom with vivid red flowers resembling man-eating plants, each petal bristling with rows of fine, sharp thorns. This eerie and terrifying spectacle shattered the trio's mental defenses. All right, we'll confess. We intended to steal from the shopkeeper. We were wrong. Please let us go. In the shadows at the alley's entrance, Uchiha Shursui stood dumbfounded. He had never expected Shinsho-chun to resolve matters in such a manner, without a single physical confrontation. He had caused three thieves to collapse psychologically and admit their guilt. What kind of combat style was this? Psychological warfare? And those strange vines, was that what release? They could be controlled with such precision, transforming into flowers? Shursui felt his understanding of Shinsho-chun being reshaped once more. It turned out he wasn't inept at combat. Rather, his methods were entirely distinct from those of ordinary ninjas. Now, what shall we do? Shall we turn you over to the kind officers of the security forces? Shinsho-chun inquired with a cheerful smile. Yes, yes. We are willing to turn ourselves in. The three nodded vigorously, as if granted a reprieve. Shinsho-chun nodded in satisfaction. retracting the vines. He turned to the shadow at the alley's entrance and waved. Shursui-kun, it's all taken care of. Let's bring them back to the security forces. Shursui, awakening from his stupor, stepped out of the shadows. He glanced at the three thieves, now trembling and slumped on the ground, then at the innocent-looking Chinsho-chun. His emotions a tangled web. It was the first time he realized that this new teammate seemed far more mysterious and formidable than he had initially imagined. In the following days, their patrol missions unfolded without incident. With their first perfect collaboration, Shursue's attitude toward Chinsho-chun shifted from merely protecting a novice to treating him as an equal comrade. He no longer scrutinized Chinsho-chun's actions. Instead, he instinctively looked to Chun for insights when situations arose. Chinsho-chun, reveling in this newfound ease, observed that Shursui, while somewhat idealistic, was indeed a reliable partner, upright, kind, proactive, and quite astute. Often, a mere glance or a vague hint from Chinsho-chun would prompt Shursui to grasp the intent and execute flawlessly. One operated in the light while the other in the shadows. One spearheaded frontal assaults while the other focused on psychological manipulation and control, their synergy growing increasingly harmonious. A week of patrols soon concluded in this amicable atmosphere. They successfully apprehended several groups of thieves, mediated multiple late-night brawls, and even rescued a litter of newborn kittens from a burning alley. When they presented their report to the security forces, Uchiha Tiho, who had previously shown them indifference, underwent a complete transformation in demeanor. Shursui, Chinkuen, thank you for your hard work. Here is your evaluation report, and I've given you the highest commendation. He beamed, even pouring tea for them. You two are true young heroes. The crime rate in our third district has plummeted by 50%, all thanks to your efforts. Shursui and Chinsho-chun exchanged glances, a hint of mirth reflected in their eyes. As they departed the security forces, Shursui appeared elated. Chinkuen, we did it. They recognize us now. The exuberance of youth radiated from him. Indeed, Chinsho-chun nodded, inwardly pondering. Is this what you call recognition? The standards of your Uchiha clan are remarkably low. To celebrate our first successful mission, let me treat you to some dango. I know a place that serves exceptionally delicious ones. Shursui enthusiastically invited. Sure, Chinsho-chun accepted without hesitation. Cultivating a good relationship with the future Shunshin Shursui would be beneficial for him, without a doubt. They walked side by side along the evening streets, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them. By the way, Chinkuen, Shursui suddenly recalled, the technique you used that day was wood release, right? It's impressive how you can make flowers bloom. Yes, it's a minor application of wood release, Chinsho-chun casually replied. I experimented on my own, and I'm still honing it. That's already quite remarkable. Shursui genuinely praised. Your combat style is so unique. You always manage to resolve issues with minimal cost. I've learned a great deal from you. You are quite impressive too, Shursui-kun, Chinsho-chun reciprocated. Your speed is remarkable, and your taijutsu is excellent. We complement each other. Is that so? Shursui scratched his head bashfully. As they chatted, they soon reached the dango shop. After enjoying their treat, the night had fully descended. I'll walk you home, Chinkuen. No need. I can manage on my own. You should head home, Shursui-kun. See you tomorrow. All right then, see you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Shursui, Chinsho-chun walked alone on his way home. He turned into a secluded alley, a shortcut to the Chinsho estate. The night breeze was cool, rustling the leaves along the roadside. Suddenly, Chinsho-chun halted in his tracks, raising his head to gaze into the empty alley ahead, his expression growing cold. Come out. You've been following me all this way, aren't you tired? He spoke softly, his voice resonating with clarity in the silent alley. The air in the alley seemed to solidify. Though Chinsho-chun's voice was soft, it rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil pond. After a faint rustling sound, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the alley's end. It was not a fearsome enemy, but rather an elderly man with a somewhat hunched stature, dressed in worn-out, faded ninja attire. His face bore the marks of time, yet his gaze was gentle, tinged with a hint of shyness. The most striking feature was the large black pot he carried on his back, glistening dully under the moonlight, giving him the appearance of a traveler prepared for a camping trip rather than a ninja. Upon seeing this person, especially the enormous black pot on his back, Chinsho-chun's pupils imperceptibly contracted. Sorry, little one, did I frighten you? The other party scratched his grizzled hair, revealing a simple and hearty smile, appearing harmless. Observing you walking alone on the street so late made me a bit concerned, so I thought I would follow you for a while. There was no other intention. His voice was hoarse yet warm, imbued with the care of an elder. The icy demeanor of Senju Chin melted instantly, replaced by the startled yet relieved expression of a child. He patted his chest. So it's you, Grandpa? I thought I had encountered a bad person. You scared me. His innocent demeanor allowed Murahoshi Kyuk to completely set aside his worries, and his smile became more genuine. Haha, it seems I, the old man, was indeed too abrupt. However, your vigilance is quite remarkable, young one. I believed I had concealed my presence to the utmost, yet you still detected me. He marveled inwardly. Though merely a low-ranking ninja, he was a veteran who had survived since the First Shinobi World War. His skills in stealth and concealment could rival even those of a typical upper ninja. The child before him demonstrated an impressive acuity in sensing his presence, indeed extraordinary. I am Murahoshi Kyuk, a ninja of the village. And you, young one? Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home, Kyuk inquired kindly. Senju Chin's inner monologue. Ah, so it is Murahoshi Kyuk, the living fossil of Konoha. The legendary eternal low-ranking ninja. Carrying a heavy burden for 50 years, he refuses to be promoted to a middle or upper ninja. His mastery of the Konoha-style swordsmanship is unparalleled, and it seems he is also an exceptional cook. He resembles a cook from our Dragon Nation's battlefield, capable of both killing and cooking, a perfect companion for both home and travel. In a flash, all information regarding this elderly man swept through Senju Chin's mind. One who, due to a miscalculation in his youth, led to the annihilation of his companions, living ever since in penance and self-reproach. He undertook missions recklessly, always at the forefront, striving to sacrifice himself for the village as his comrades had. I am Senju Chun. He looked up, introducing himself with innocent clarity, indicating his home is the Senju mansion ahead. The smile on Murahoshi Kyuk's face froze upon hearing that surname. His murky yet gentle eyes widened in astonishment. Fixating intently on Senju Chun, his lips quivering slightly, as if he had encountered something unimaginable. The aura surrounding him shifted from that of a kindly grandfather to that of a solemn and devoted soldier. Are you a member of the Senju clan? His voice trembled with barely perceptible excitement. Senju Chun blinked innocently and nodded. Yes. What is it, Grandpa Kyuk? Kyuk did not respond. He hastened to kneel before Senju Chun, gazing intently at his face. That gaze was not one of scrutiny, but rather a near pilgrimage reverence, filled with complex emotions, excitement, nostalgia, guilt, and a profound sense of respect. Indeed, this child bears a resemblance to Lord Tobarama in his youth, he murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In the next moment, he performed an unexpected act, kneeling reverently before the 5- or 6-year-old child, lowering his grizzled head. Old servant Murahoshi Kyuk pays his respects to Lord Chun. Senju Chun, what? This is quite grand. To bow to me right away? Is the charisma of the second Hokage truly this formidable? Even after so many years, he still has such devoted fans? Grandpa Kyuk, what are you doing? Please get up. Senju Chun hastily feigned panic, reaching out to assist him. However, Murahoshi Kyuk stubbornly shook his head, his voice choked with emotion. No. Lord Chun, you are a direct descendant of the Senju clan, a descendant of the second Hokage, deserving of this bow from an old servant. This life of mine, this skill, was all bestowed by the second Hokage. He lifted his head, tears glimmering in his murky eyes, lost in distant memories. Back then, I was but a young lad, saved from the battlefield by Lord Tobarama himself. Noticing my potential, he personally taught me the water release, water barrier, and water dragon jutsu. Lord Tobarama granted me a second chance at life, yet I have lived a life of mediocrity, failing to meet his expectations. By the end, the voice of this veteran, who shed no tears on the battlefield, was thick with sorrow and regret. Observing him, Senju Chin understood. Murahoshi Kyuk's feelings toward Senju Tobarama transcended mere hierarchy. It resembled a form of faith. He viewed himself as a vassal of the Senju clan, regarding Tobarama's expectations as a lifelong burden. I see now, Senju Chin thought. Not only does he feel remorse for his fallen comrades, but he also bears guilt for not living up to Tobarama's nurturing. Such loyalty is a rare treasure. A powerful, devoted protector and chef who carries his own provisions. Where can one find such a companion? Senju Chin's mind raced with possibilities, yet his expression remained sincere and touched. Grandpa Kyuk, please rise, he urged, helping Murahoshi Kyuk up with a maturity beyond his years. If great-grandpa were here, seeing you like this would surely sadden him. Your continued fight for the village and the will of fire is the best tribute you can offer. His words struck a warm chord, instantly resonating with the softest part of Maruhoshi Kyuk's heart. Lord Chun. Kyuk gazed at the child before him, momentarily at a loss for words. He had heard the village rumors about the Senju clan's prodigy, Awakening would release at the age of 5, hailed as the second god of shinobi. Initially, he had thought it an exaggeration, questioning how formidable a 5-year-old could truly be. Yet now, it was evident that this young master not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also an exceptional temperament and demeanor far surpassing that of ordinary folk. His words and broad-mindedness mirrored that of the young Tobarama. The Senju clan has a promising future. The old servant lost composure. Maruhoshi Kyuk wiped his eyes, standing straight once more, yet his demeanor was 100 times more respectful than before. It is late. I shall escort Lord Chin home. Then I shall trouble you. Grandpa Kyuk, Senju Chin nodded obediently. The two walked side by side on the path home, Maruhoshi Kyuk trailing half a step behind, his posture upright like a most loyal guardian, scanning the surroundings attentively. By the way, Grandpa Kyuk, Senju Chin feigned curiosity. Have you been in the village recently? I feel like I haven't seen you much. In response to Lord Chun, I just returned from a mission in the land of grass a couple of days ago. Upon my return, I heard of your remarkable deeds. Kyuk's tone brimmed with pride. The villagers speak of you as the hope of the Senju clan. A genius who can rival the First Hokage. That's just everyone's exaggeration. Senju Chin chuckled modestly, then pointed at the pot on Kyuk's back. But why do you always carry that pot? At the mention, Maruhoshi Kyuk's serious expression softened. Indeed, while on missions, eating well grants the strength to fight. Moreover, being able to prepare warm meals for comrades is a delightful endeavor. His words carried warmth and an undercurrent of subtle sadness. Senju Chin chose not to pursue the matter further. Soon, the grand Senju mansion came into view. Grandpa Kyuk, I've arrived. Please come in and stay a while. Not at all, Lord Chun. The old servant shall stop here. Maruhoshi Kyuk halted respectfully. Thank you, Grandpa Kyuk. Today, I am delighted to meet you. Please refrain from calling me Lord Chun as you often do. Just little Chun, like my sister does, would suffice. Senju Chun revealed a radiant smile to Maruksinguja. It is an honor for an old minister to serve Lord Chun. Maruksinguja did not respond to Senju Chin's words, bowing deeply before turning away, his hunched figure gradually fading into the night. Senju Chin stood at the entrance, gazing in the direction Maruksinguja had departed, reflecting on the elder's life experiences. And a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 79. Planning System Abilities. The night was as dark as ink, and the Senju residence stood quietly under the moonlight, its grand silhouette exuding an air of desolation due to its sparse population. Senju Chun traversed the empty courtyard, the sound of his wooden clogs striking the stone path resonating sharply, amplified in the stillness. He pushed open his door, choosing not to light a lamp, instead settling down in the soft glow of the moonlight streaming through the window. In his mind, the image of the old man, hunchbacked yet resolute, burdened with a heavy past, lingered on. Maruksinguja was a treasure that had fallen from the heavens. Senju Chun's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on his knees as his thoughts raced. A living fossil of Konoha, a ninja who had existed since the first Great Ninja War, possessed unfathomable strength, and his mastery of the leaf's flowing willow swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. What was even more remarkable was his unwavering loyalty to the Senju clan, especially to the second Hokage, which was ingrained in his very being. Yet, this extraordinary individual was willing to remain a mere chunin due to past psychological scars. He was the quintessential partner. His team with sure sway was already an anomaly, consisting solely of 2 members. Compared to the traditional 3-person teams, they naturally lacked one position. Maruksinguja, as a chunin, could seamlessly fill that gap. His wealth of experience, particularly in wilderness survival and years of missions, would prove invaluable as Senju Chin began to engage in C-rank and even higher-level tasks. He would not merely be a bodyguard, but a living encyclopedia of missions, a mentor who could save him from countless detours. With such a veteran by his side, his safety during future missions would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, it was said that his culinary skills could even earn praise from the third Hokage. Senju Chun would never admit that his desire to recruit Guja stemmed from a yearning for good food. However, who could resist a battlefield cook who could wield a sword and prepare meals? The challenge lay in how to persuade Konoha to assign a distinguished chunin in his 50s to a team composed of two 5- or 6-year-old children. This required careful planning. Then, he delved into his consciousness, observing the system panel visible only to him. God-level theft system. Current abilities acquired. 1. Hidden bloodline of the first Hokages would release. 2. Advanced chakra refinement technique. 3. Vortex clan bloodline. Initial awakening. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. The 3 skills illuminated were accompanied by 2 dim, vacant skill slots, intentionally left unfilled. The previous abilities had been foundational, aimed at enhancing his physique and potential. However, as he commenced his missions, combat would inevitably become a part of his life. Those 2 skill slots had to be reserved for the most exceptional combat or survival abilities. In his mind, 2 coveted goals had long been established. The first was the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, regarded as the pinnacle of rule-based abilities in any world. It allowed for combat, evasion, teleportation, and surprise attacks, an essential skill for both domestic life and perilous endeavors. Its wielder, Minato Namikaze, was someone with whom he often interacted. Yet, the man famed as the Yellow Flash possessed an unwavering demeanor that was nearly incomprehensible. No matter how Senju-chun attempted to subtly probe or even performed astonishing feats, Minato would always maintain that gentle, sunny smile, his emotional fluctuations so minimal that they never triggered the system's theft prompt. Senju-chun even suspected that if he were to kiss his wife Kushina in front of him, Minato would likely respond with a smile, exclaiming how lively little Chun was. Nevertheless, he was not without preparation. In anticipation of a delightful surprise for the future 4th Hokage, his Rasengan was already brimming with eagerness. He longed to witness the moment he, as a 5-year-old child, produced a Rasengan identical to the one Minato was developing, and see if that gentle smile could withstand the surprise. Reflecting on this image filled Senju-chun with excitement. Based on nearly a year of experimenting with the system, he understood that as long as he refrained from executing the theft, he could repeatedly trigger alerts for the same individual, with each prompt potentially altering the list of abilities available for theft. After all, no one possesses merely 3 abilities for a lifetime. His objective was to stimulate the system through precise interactions to manifest the Flying Thunder God technique. The second goal was even more straightforward. Sharingan. Senju-chun smirked. This world could easily be renamed I-Legends. From the One Tomo to the Mangekyo and then to the Rinnegan, the Byakugan could even evolve into the Tenseigan. Even the protagonist Naruto's eyes transformed into a cross shape during the final battle. In this world, one would feel remiss not to possess a pair of powerful eyes when greeting others. Given his acquired Vortex clan bloodline, which naturally endowed him with vast chakra and vitality, the prospect of pairing that with Uchiha's eyes was simply tantalizing. And who better to target for theft than his future companion, the honest and virtuous Uchiha Shursui? The dynamic vision of the Sharingan would perfectly complement the rapid movements of the Flying Thunder God, creating an unmatched synergy. Once the Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, he envisioned himself soaring across the battlefield, raining down celestial bodies and executing devastating techniques, boldly confronting any adversaries. He had even thought of a fitting nickname for himself, Senju Konoha Nuke-chun. The sheer excitement of this image was exhilarating. The following morning, Senju-chun approached Tsunade's study. "Little Chun, you're up. How have the recent missions been?" Tsunade was seated at her desk, furrowing her brow as she reviewed a hospital report. Upon hearing the knock, she looked up to see Senju-chun, her fatigue instantly melting away, replaced by a warm smile. "Sister, the clients praised my performance highly." Senju-chun trotted over, mimicking his sister's graceful movements as he skillfully retrieved tea leaves from a nearby cabinet and brewed a calming herbal tea for Tsunade, executing the task fluidly. "You indeed." Tsunade accepted the teacup, savoring a sip that eased her tense nerves. She affectionately ruffled Senju-chun's hair. "Now that your patrol mission has concluded, how did it go? Did you encounter any dangers?" "It went smoothly," Senju-chun replied obediently. "Shursui-kun is remarkable. We coordinated excellently. Captain Tetsuhan of the security forces even gave us an excellent evaluation." "Oh," Tsunade expressed surprise, setting down her teacup and looking at him with genuine interest. "It seems my little Chun has become a qualified ninja. Is there any reward you desire?" "Rewards are not the focus." Senju-chun shook his head, seemingly casually bringing it up. "However, sister, our team consists of only 2 members. Doesn't that seem a bit odd?" I noticed that other teams typically have 3 members. Currently, the formation of ninja teams is usually organized by the school after graduation. And both you and the child from the Uchiha clan graduated early, making you an exception. In this case, your team can only be supplemented when suitable candidates are available. So for now, it consists of just the 2 of you. However, this situation shouldn't last too long, Tsunade explained. But wouldn't having an additional member make us safer? Senju Chinshake raised his small face, his gaze clear. Furthermore, the tasks we are currently undertaking are all D-rank, rather trivial. Shursue-kun mentioned that in the future, we will face higher-level missions outside the village. I worry that both of us are too young and lack experience. His pretense of maturity, coupled with a childlike concern, successfully elicited a laugh from Tsunade. You little rascal, thinking so far ahead. Tsunade playfully pinched his cheek. However, for new genin like you, external missions are generally led by a supervising teacher. In the future, Orochimaru will accompany you on your missions, so there's no need to worry. But teacher Orochimaru is often very busy. Until recently, I've been completing tasks alone, and it was only with Shursue's arrival that I started working with someone else. What? That Orochimaru fellow is quite irresponsible, leaving you to fend for yourself? Tsunade's anger flared at the thought of Orochimaru shirking his responsibilities, and she stood up, ready to confront him. Sister, please don't be angry. Teacher Orochimaru is simply very busy and hasn't completely neglected me. His guidance has been incredibly helpful, and I've been able to complete the tasks assigned by the village quite well. Senju Chinshake quickly interjected, attempting to soothe her. If this escalates and Tsunade ends up demanding a new teacher for him, he would truly be in despair. By the way, sister, when I returned yesterday, I met a very kind old man who is also a ninja from the village. Senju Chinshake quickly changed the subject. His name is Marahoshi Kukiai, and he is exceptionally nice. He even escorted me home. I heard him say he is also a genin. Marahoshi Kukiai? Upon hearing that name, Tsunade's anger momentarily subsided, and a complex expression flashed across her amber eyes, an amalgamation of respect, regret, and nostalgia. Indeed, Senju Chinshake keenly observed her change in demeanor and continued. I believe if we could have Grandpa Kukiai join our team to guide us during our missions, it would be even better. Moreover, I heard him say he is also a genin, so it shouldn't violate any regulations for him to work with us, right? Tsunade fell silent. She was well aware of Marahoshi Kukiai. He was of the same generation as Sarutobi-sensei and Danzo, a hero who survived the war. However, due to a command error that led to the annihilation of his comrades, he has lived in the shadow of guilt ever since, refusing all promotions and quietly guarding Konoha as a genin. To have such a legendary figure serve as a caretaker for my brother? That notion felt somewhat wasteful. Yet, upon further reflection, Tsunade considered it a stroke of genius. Kukiai's loyalty to the Senju clan is beyond question, and his abilities surpass many jounin. Coupled with Orochimaru's unreliability, having such an experienced ninja by Chinshake's side could prevent tragedies like Shinsuke's from occurring again. I understand this matter, Tsunade finally conceded, seeing the hopeful glimmer in Senju Chinshake's eyes. I will discuss it with the old man. However, whether it comes to fruition will depend on Mr. Kukiai's own willingness. Thank you, sister. Senju Chinshake's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Settled. Chapter 80. The thought stamp from another world. The evenings in Konoha always carry a unique tranquility. The remnants of the sunset resemble a layer of melted honey, coating the rooftops and casting elongated shadows of passers-by. After completing today's D-rank mission, Senju Chinshake and Uchiha Shursue sat side by side on a bench by the street, each savoring a skewer of dango, relishing this rare moment of leisure. The glutinous rice dumplings were soft and sweet, and the red bean paste filling was delicate and smooth, an exquisite comfort after a day of labor. Today's mission was successfully accomplished. Shursue bit into a green dumpling, his face reflecting the pure satisfaction typical of youth. That cat named Tama really can run. Senju Chinshake licked the syrup off his dumpling, responding indistinctly. However, his gaze inadvertently swept over a few villagers who, upon spotting the Uchiha clan fan emblem on them, instinctively altered their path. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, regardless of the era, the relationship between the Konoha police force and the general populace remains rather strained. Seemingly sensing Chinshake's scrutiny, Shursue's relaxed expression faded somewhat. He fell silent for a moment, as if resolving to voice something significant, then turned to Senju Chinshake with a serious demeanor. Chinshake, How do you find the police force these days? What do you think of our Uchiha clan? He swallowed his dumpling slowly, tilting his head in contemplation before speaking in a childlike, almost blunt tone. Shursue-kun, I feel that your Uchiha clan is not very welcoming to outsiders. It seems a bit too exclusive. Uchiha Shursue's expression froze instantly. He had anticipated numerous responses, perhaps comments on their prestige, strength, or even some polite flattery, but he never expected Senju Chinshake to deliver such a direct and piercing critique. Almost instinctively, he began to defend, his tone becoming somewhat urgent. Chinshake, listen to me. It's not like that. They just aren't very good at interacting with outsiders. Besides, you know that the police force's duty has always been to capture and punish criminals, which may come across as a bit unsociable. But really, they're all very nice, believe me. Observing the anxious expression on Shursue's handsome face, Senju Chinshake couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What an idealistic soul. Placing the honor of his clan above all else. He extended his syrup-covered hand, waving it in front of Shursue to successfully interrupt his defense. Shursukun, you are you. And the Uchiha are the Uchiha. Senju Chinshake's tone suddenly became particularly earnest, his clear eyes locking onto Shursue's. I will not conflate the two. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's nature, we will always remain the best of friends, won't we? This unexpected declaration of friendship felt like a warm current, instantly dissipating the anxiety and unease within Shursue. He gazed into Senju Chinshake's pure, unblemished eyes, finding all his rebuttals caught in his throat. Indeed, Chinshake merely expressed his most instinctive feelings. Why was he so agitated over a mere truth? He nodded heavily, a smile returning to his face. That's right. We will always be the best of friends. The atmosphere relaxed once more, as if Shursue had shed a heavy burden. Perhaps he felt that in front of his best friend, there was no need to conceal anything. He sighed, his expression tinged with a hint of distress. Chun, in truth, most members of our clan aspire to coexist harmoniously with everyone in the village. Yet, it seems that a profound bias persists against us. The mere sight of our security personnel instinctively drives people away. Chinsho-chun is acutely aware of the origins of this sentiment. The apprehension and deliberate exclusion from the village's higher echelons, the Uchiha clan's ingrained strength and pride, compounded by the defection of the former clan leader, along with the subsequent turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident, have collectively thrust this once glorious family into an abyss of despair. Before him stands Shursue, a tragic hero who, in the future, seeks to construct a bridge of communication amidst this overwhelming maelstrom. Observing him, a bold plan began to subtly take shape in Chinsho-chen's mind. He resolved to impart a jolt of enlightenment from the new era to his still confused friend. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone of earnest scholarly discourse. Shursukun, I have recently been perusing the notes left by my great-uncle, which contain insights on village governance that I believe may prove beneficial to your security force. The mention of Lord Tobarama's notes instantly filled Shursue with reverence. In his eyes, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was a titan who established the foundations of Konoha's system, and his thoughts were undoubtedly treasures of immeasurable worth. Chinsho-chan nodded seriously and commenced his teachings. Great-uncle posits that the essence of strength does not stem from powerful ninjutsu or bloodline limits, but rather from the support of the populace. Thus, as enforcers of the village, the first duty of the security force is not to instill fear, but to earn love and trust from the people. You must serve the populace. Serve the populace? Shursue was momentarily taken aback. This concept was both novel and foreign to him. The role of the security force was to maintain order and punish wrongdoing. How could it be one of service? Ding. Significant emotional fluctuation detected in target Uchiha Shursue. Thought process impacted. Ability theft list refreshed. A. Shadow clone technique. B. Fire release. Fireball technique. C. Chakra control skills. Intermediate. Chinsho-chan felt a stir within, but maintained a composed exterior. Excellent. It is effective. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He resolved to further provoke his companion. Indeed, serve the populace. Chinsho-chan emphasized, his countenance radiant with a sacred glow. Your power is not granted by the clan leader, nor by the Hokage, but bestowed upon you by each villager. Thus, you must come from the people and return to the people. You must actively seek to understand their needs and assist them in overcoming difficulties, rather than remaining aloof until a case arises. Come from the people and return to the people, Shursue murmured, his eyes clouded with contemplation. yet undeterred from feeling profound astonishment towards the boy before him. The words seemed to unveil a grand new world, slowly unfurling before him. He had never contemplated the position of the security force from this perspective. Ding. Significant emotional fluctuation detected in target Uchiha Shursui. Ability theft list refreshed. A. Fire release. Great fireball technique. B. Uchiha swordsmanship. Mastery. C. Sharingan eye development insights. Insights related to the Sharingan. Chin's heart skipped a beat. We are close. Just a little more. He suppressed his rising excitement and continued to bombard Shursui with modern ideas. Gazing at Shursui, his expression turned gravely serious. Moreover, to gain the people's trust, one must maintain ironclad discipline. I believe the Uchiha clan can establish certain protocols, such as not taking even a thread from the masses. Even if you assist an elderly lady with her belongings, you must not accept a rice ball in return. Even if you apprehend a thief and recover stolen goods, you must not take a single coin for yourself. The villagers must know that the Uchiha security force is incorruptible, just, and a guardian they can fully trust. The phrase not taking even a thread from the masses echoed like thunder in Shursui's mind, reverberating with clarity. He recalled the arrogant demeanor of certain colleagues during law enforcement, and how they would casually appropriate fruits from vendors. To them, it was a privilege afforded to the strong, a reward for maintaining the peace in Konoha. Yet, in Chun's description, it was a malignant tumor undermining the very foundation of the security force. So this was the crux of the problem. Shursui felt as if a sudden enlightenment had struck him. His blood surged with an unprecedented fervor. He gazed at the 5 or 6-year-old child before him. His eyes filled with awe and respect. Could these ideas truly spring from a child's mind? No, this must be the wisdom of Lord Tobirama. It is the supreme secret passed down through generations of the Senju clan for governing the village. Ding. Significant emotional fluctuation detected in target Uchiha Shursui. Ability theft list refreshed. A. Shuriken throwing technique. B. Illusion training insights. C. Uchiha bloodline. 1 Tomo Sharingan. It has been extracted. It was achieved in just a day. Chin had approached this with a casual attitude, thinking there would be plenty of time ahead. He never anticipated success would come so swiftly. As he beheld option C, his pupils suddenly narrowed to the size of pinpricks. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, pounding violently, nearly leaping from his chest. This is it. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. With every ounce of willpower, he restrained himself from bursting into laughter. Instantly, his face radiated a brilliant smile, the kind only a child could possess, as if he were genuinely joyful for the recognition of his suggestions by his best friend. Excitedly, he threw his arms around the still-stunned Shursui's shoulders. Shursui, if we work together, we can surely make the Uchiha and the village better. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Shursui soon revealed a touched smile. His heart brimmed with unprecedented ambition for the future. Yes, if we strive together, the future will surely improve. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Chin's lips curled into a triumphant grin, his eyes sparkling with elation at his successful manipulation. In his mind, he fervently shouted within the system space, C. I choose C. Quickly, let me steal it. Chapter 81. Theft of the Sharingan. Ding. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ability. Uchiha bloodline, 1 Tomo Sharingan. The cold notification from the system resonated in Chun's mind like the most exquisite celestial music. He tightened his grip around Shursui's shoulders, his childlike radiance intensifying, and the light in his eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance, as though he was gazing upon the most splendid future. At that moment, an inexplicable power surged through his limbs, coalescing in his eyes, bringing with it a subtle warmth. Ah, it's so late. My sister must be anxious. I must hurry home, Shursui-kun, he said to Shursui, his tone tinged with just the right amount of urgency. We'll talk more tomorrow. He was unaware of any changes in his eyes and dared not let Shursui see them. Senju Korin turned his head to the side, hastily seeking an excuse to bid farewell to Uchiha Shursui. All right, you should head back now, and be careful on your way. Shursui smiled as he spoke, clearly still immersed in the recent epiphany and splendid visions of the future. See you tomorrow. Korin waved without looking back, squinting as he turned and sprinted away. His short legs moved with unprecedented speed, conjuring a small whirlwind along the street, as if a ferocious beast were pursuing him from behind. He dared not linger outside for even a moment, fearing someone might notice the alteration in his eyes. He needed to return home. He needed to gaze into the mirror. He longed to see with his own eyes the pair of eyes that existed solely in memory, symbolizing both taboo and power, manifesting within his own gaze. On his way home, he could not contain his excitement and hummed a little tune. The white dragon horse gallops westward, carrying Tang Sanzang and his 3 disciples. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction, pursuing the power of thunder and lightning. Finally waiting for you, waiting for you. Fortunately, I did not give up. The journey home felt longer than ever before. Senju Korin sensed the chakra within him dancing and boiling. The power stemming from the Uchiha bloodline resonated with the vast yang release chakra that belonged to the Senju and Uzumaki, creating a wondrous harmony that was both distinct and attractively intertwined. His eyes grew increasingly painful, causing him to shy away from greeting Tsunade. Bang! He nearly burst through his door, swiftly securing the latch in one fluid motion. After completing these actions, he gasped for breath, pressing his back against the cool door panel, his heart racing wildly. Inside, the remnants of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden hue across the floor. Korin approached the tall dressing mirror in the corner of the room step by step. The mirror reflected the image of a small boy clad in black training attire, with black hair and a pair of jet black eyes that appeared particularly profound in the dim light. With a sigh of relief, Korin thought, black is good. He then took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing emotions, and slowly closed his eyes. Concentrate. He guided the newly awakened, slightly chilling chakra towards his eyes. It was a peculiar sensation. A warm current enveloped his entire eyeball, as if countless tiny needles were gently probing, tingling yet not painful. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. In the mirror, the originally inky black pupils had been entirely replaced by an eerie crimson hue. Upon that vivid red backdrop, a pitch-black comma-shaped tomo circled his pupils, spinning slowly with an enigmatic rhythm. The entire world seemed to be playing in slow motion at that instant. He could clearly discern the minuscule particles of dust in the air, which were otherwise imperceptible, drifting along a languid trajectory. Outside the window, he could perceive the slightest tremors of the leaves stirred by the night breeze. On the table, the almost motionless, thread-thin wisps of blue smoke curling from the candle flame. Even the sensation of his accelerated blood coursing through his veins felt unusually vivid. This was the Sharingan, the formidable eyes that permeated the entirety of Naruto, the proud bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Senju Korin stared intently at his reflection, those mesmerizing red eyes exuding an allure and strength that belied his youth. A thought crossed his mind, and he attempted to sever the chakra flowing to his eyes. The burning sensation dissipated instantly, and the uncanny blood-red color along with the spinning tomo receded like a tide, restoring his eyes to their original profound black. As if everything that had just transpired were merely an illusion. It's truly possible. Senju Korin clenched his fist tightly. He was correct. The system did not merely transplant a single component like Kakashi in the original story, but rather, it had fundamentally appropriated the complete Uchiha bloodline. This implied that this pair of Sharingan was authentic to him. He could activate and deactivate it freely, just like any Uchiha clansman, without any adverse reactions. Nor would he suffer from continuous chakra depletion like Kakashi due to an inability to close it. This was absolutely exhilarating. After the peak of ecstasy, Korin's adult mind began to race with rational thought. He slowly sat on the edge of his bed, forcing himself to calm down from the thrill of newfound power. The Sharingan was an immense strength, a staircase leading to higher realms. Yet, once discovered, it could also become a bomb capable of detonating his very existence. What chaos would ensue if it became known that a Senju had awakened the Sharingan? Korin could envision the implications with a mere thought. How would the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, react? Would he rejoice at the emergence of another genius in the village? Or would he regard this unprecedented, bloodline-defying anomaly with trepidation? What actions would Danzo, lurking in the shadows, whose mind was consumed by the motto of everything for Konoha, take? And his teacher, Orochimaru, would undoubtedly see him as the perfect specimen for experimentation, going to any lengths to place him on the operating table and uncover the secrets of the fusion between the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Moreover, should he ever betray Konoha and depart, he would undoubtedly become the prime candidate for Danzo's machinations. The Uchiha clan, what thoughts would they harbor? Would they perceive their bloodline limit as stolen and view him as a mortal enemy? Or would they feel sullied and humiliated by the fact that he bore the blood of their arch-rivals, the Senju? Regardless of the outcome, none would be favorable. Until he had amassed sufficient power to crush all schemes and conspiracies, the Sharingan must remain his deepest secret, never to be revealed in the village or before anyone. With a long sigh, Senju Korin expelled the last remnants of impatience from his mind. However, the combination of the Senju-S would release bloodline and the Uchiha-S Sharingan bloodline. Did that not mean he now possessed something akin to a low-tier version of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline? A smile crept across Korin's lips once more. Though merely a single tomo, and leagues away from the Rinnegan, it was still a ticket. A ticket to the pinnacle of combat prowess in the world of shinobi, now firmly clutched in his grasp. Next came the upgrade plan, leaning against the headboard. His fingers unconsciously traced circles on the bedsheet. The evolution of the Sharingan required intense emotional stimuli. Transitioning from one tomo to two, and then to three, demanded continuous battles and skillful practice. This was not difficult. He was about to engage in C-rank missions, with ample opportunities for combat ahead. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan that followed 3 tomo required witnessing the death of a close relative or killing one's dearest friend, leading to severe psychological trauma. Kill Shursui? No, that would be too foolish. A living comrade who shared his aspirations and possessed the ultimate Jinjutsu, Kodoeme Tsukumi, was far more valuable than a pair of Mangekyo. As for witnessing a loved one's demise, his mind instantly conjured Tsunade's face, which could be both domineering and tender. No, the moment the thought flickered into his mind, he extinguished it immediately. Tsunade was the only warmth and vulnerability he had encountered since arriving in this world. She was someone he was determined to protect. Sacrificing her for the sake of power? He could never bring himself to do that. It seemed that unlocking the kaleidoscope would have to be approached through another means. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, he needed to become accustomed to these new eyes. Chapter 82. The team members assemble in the soft glow of the morning sun filtering through the gaps in the shoji. Golden beams of light danced upon the tatami mat. Senju Chiharu sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his eyes tightly shut, breathing steady and deep. He was diligently familiarizing himself with the nascent Uchiha chakra lineage coursing within him. It flowed like a cold stream, starkly contrasting against the warm, vast ocean of chakra that belonged to the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Yet somehow, under some mysterious principle, they maintained an uncanny equilibrium. He gradually directed that strand of chakra towards his eyes. Unlike the previous day's scorching sensation, a refreshing coolness enveloped his eyeballs. Upon opening his eyes, the room was shrouded in darkness, yet he could perceive everything within it. The dust motes drifting in the air, the minute movements of an ant dragging a breadcrumb at the foot of the table, all presented themselves with an extraordinary clarity that defied the ordinary. This was the inside of the Sharingan, and he had only just unlocked the first tomo. Chiharu, it's time for breakfast. The call from Shizen outside interrupted his training. Senju Chiharu quickly severed the flow of chakra, the cooling sensation in his eyes dissipating. They returned to their usual deep, pure black. Coming, Sister Shizen. He replied with a cheerful, youthful voice, a bright smile adorning his face as he opened the door. At the dining table, Tsunade absent-mindedly sipped miso soup. Her lovely brows knitted tightly, clearly still fuming over Orochimaru's dismissive attitude towards her younger brother, Chiharu, the day before. Watching Chiharu eat his rice ball, her concern deepened. With such remarkable talent, Chiharu deserved a mentor who would nurture him properly, rather than a research-obsessed madman like Orochimaru. No, she couldn't allow Chiharu's potential to go to waste. The tragedy of Nawaki must not be repeated. With a sudden crash, Tsunade slammed her soup bowl onto the table, splattering broth everywhere. She stood up, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Chiharu, finish your meal and refrain from undertaking any missions for now. Stay home and train. I need to step out for a moment. Before her words had fully settled, she stormed out of the house, leaving Chiharu with a bewildered expression alongside Shizen. She's still the same sister, Chiharu remarked, astonished. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, sifting through a mountain of paperwork, fatigue etched on his face. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a thunderous bang. Old man. Tsunade burst in, seething with anger, her beautiful brown eyes ablaze with fury. She slammed a palm down on the exquisite wooden desk, instantly fracturing the surface with spiderweb-like cracks. I demand a change of my brother's team leader. Hiruzen, taken aback by this sudden outburst, nearly dropped his pipe. He glanced at the furious Tsunade and then at his battered desk, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Tsunade, please calm down. What issue do you have with Orochimaru? He is your comrade, and his capabilities are well known. Guiding your brother should be more than sufficient. More than sufficient? Tsunade scoffed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Old man, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending? That bastard left Chiharu and that Uchiha kid at the training ground a few days ago, saying they should familiarize themselves, and then just took off, leaving them to fend for themselves on missions. His mind is entirely consumed with his laboratory. Did I entrust Chiharu to him merely to send him to his doom? At the mention of death, Tsunade's eyes reddened, her voice quivering. Hiruzen sighed inwardly, knowing Tsunade was reminded of Nawaki. You personally requested that Orochimaru be assigned as Chiharu's mentor. It has only been a few days. Changing mentors is no trivial matter. I cannot acquiesce to that. Then I demand that another person be added to Chiharu's team. Currently, it consists of only 2 members. Adding one more is entirely reasonable, Tsunade argued passionately. Who do you wish to include? Marushi Koji, Tsunade declared firmly. I want him to join Chiharu's team. Chiharu needs an experienced veteran who understands how to survive on the battlefield, not a mad scientist lost in his experiments. Hiruzen's face revealed a flicker of surprise. Marushi Koji had remained a genin due to past events, yet he had consistently been active on the front lines. He was indeed one of the second Hokage's trusted guards, someone Hiruzen had admired and even taught jutsu to, yet he had never managed to overcome his inner demons. While he may not possess the strength of an elite jonin, in terms of experience and loyalty, few in Konoha could rival him in reliability. Entrusting Chiharu's guidance and protection to such a person would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. However, this was not solely his decision to make. I must confer with the Council of Elders regarding this matter. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the Hokage conference room was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Shimura Danzo's solitary eye glinted with a cold light as he leaned on his cane, speaking in his ever morose tone. I oppose this. Senju Chiharu is the village's sole would-release heir, a continuation of the First Hokage's legacy. His safety supersedes all else. Allowing him to engage in C-rank or higher missions at such a young age is far too perilous. I suggest keeping him within the village, where the roots can provide the highest caliber of instruction and the most stringent protection. I support Danzo's opinion. Nara Shikaku adjusted his glasses, siding with him despite being of the Senju clan. Chiharu's value is immeasurable. We cannot afford to take any risks. A flower in a greenhouse may be fragile, but at least we can ensure it remains unscathed by the storms. House arrest. Tsunade's lips curled into a dangerously cold smile. Are you intending to raise my brother like a human sacrifice, akin to how you treated Uzumaki Kushina, confining him within the village until he loses all his sharp edges and becomes the person you desire? Tsunade, mind your words. We are considering this for Chiharu's benefit, and for the future of the village. Mito Kazuki admonished sternly. For the village? Tsunade slowly rose, a terrifying aura radiating from her as the temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet. Her gaze turned icy as it swept across Danzo and the 2 advisors. When Nawaki died, you said it was for the village. When Dan died, you also proclaimed it was for the village. Now, you seek to use that same excuse to control my only brother. I shall make my stance clear today. Boom. With a single, powerful strike, Tsunade's fist shattered the newly replaced conference table into a flurry of splinters. She pointed at Danzo, whose face had turned ashen, and growled. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my brother will find themselves reduced to a puddle of mush. Go ahead, test me. Domineering, resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Danzo's expression darkened ominously, but faced with Tsunade's palpable fury, he ultimately chose to remain silent. He was acutely aware that this deranged woman was capable of anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, waving away the dust before him. As he gazed at his disciple, a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes, mingled with a sense of comfort. Tsunade remained, after all, the same woman who would go to any lengths for her family. He also understood that the death of Shoju was an everlasting ache in her heart, a testament to his own failures as a mentor. Moreover, he recognized that a sheltered environment could never nurture towering trees. The First Hokage had not become the god of the shinobi world through mere protection. Thus, he resolved to follow Tsunade's suggestion. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried an air of irrevocable determination. I shall personally order the transfer of Maruhoshi Kokai to Senju Chiharu's team. This matter is settled. The order was swiftly conveyed to a secluded corner of the village. Maruhoshi Kokai, who was trimming bonsai in his courtyard, momentarily paused upon receiving the message from the Umbu. He lifted his gaze, his weathered face revealing little emotion, yet a glimmer of light sparked deep within his murky eyes. A guardian of the Senju lineage, a blood relative of the second Hokage, he must be that child from that fateful night. His impression of Senju Chiharu was exceedingly favorable. He was sharp, intelligent, and exceedingly polite. Without a hint of hesitation, he set down his scissors and solemnly nodded at the Umbu messenger. I accept the mission. As a genin himself, active on the front lines of battle, it was only natural that he impart his wealth of experience to the young master of the Senju clan. Once the latter matured, he could return to the battlefield without regrets. Maruhoshi Kokai looked up at the glaring sunlight, feeling that he would then harbor no regrets.